The biology debate. Things went very differently, however, for Soviet biologists. In the 1920s, the debate was focused on the conflicting claims of genetics, as elaborated by such scientists as Mendel and Morgan, and Lamarckism, which was experiencing something of a resurgence. At first, many Soviet biologists were favorably disposed towards both. They discerned in genetics the material basis of individual heredity, but they believed that it was inadequate in explaining the evolution of the species or the influence of the environment in the process of evolution. Lamarckism was viewed sympathetically as answering these supposed inadequacies. Research was carried on by experimenters of both orientations. The Communist Academy even offered a laboratory to the Austrian Lamarckist Paul Kammerer in 1925, and the Timiryazev Institute was a center of Lamarckist research. Meanwhile, the geneticists pursued their research as well. Some, such as B.M. Zavadovsky and K.A. Timiryazev, argued for the compatibility of Morganist and Lamarckist assumptions and urged a reconciliation of the two points of view. In a series of discussions held at the Communist Academy in the late 1920s, militant Morganists such as A.S. Serebrovsky, I.I. Agol, and N.P. Dubinin argued forcefully against any such reconciliation. They insisted on the absolute irreconcilability of Morganism and Lamarckism. The key question was that of the inheritance of acquired characteristics. Lamarckists cited Engels on their behalf. B.M. Zavadovsky and others of his persuasion replied that they could not be tied to outdated science and had to break with belief in the inheritance of acquired characteristics, even if this meant abandoning views held by Marx and Engels or Darwin and Timiryazev. Lamarckists accused Morganists of undermining scientific determinism by reducing evolution to accident and chance. Morganists replied with charges of anthropomorphism and argued that their picture of evolution as random, undirected mutation was the surest defense of scientific determinism against the revival of teleology. Zavadovsky noted nonetheless that in the mid-1920s voices in favor of Lamarckism were growing louder and stronger, as he had good reason to know, for he had been challenged by his students at Sverdlov Communist University who considered genetics to be a bourgeois science. 87. At the April 1929 conference of Marxist-Leninist scientific institutions, Morganists linked Lamarckism with mechanism and pushed for a formal repudiation of Lamarckism, as well as of mechanism. In this they were not successful. Nevertheless, Morganism most definitely had achieved the edge in the biological debate. Agol and others asserted confidently that Morganism was the realization of dialectical materialism in biology. They established in the minds of many a connection between Morganism in biology and Deborainism in philosophy. This was to their advantage in the period when Deborainism was at its moment of victory, but it was not a factor in their favor when the latter came to be labeled Menshevizing idealism. In 1930, however, both Morganism and Deborainism were in the ascendant. At the All-Union Congress of Biologists in that year, Morganists announced that Lamarckism was in conflict with Marxism by virtue of its teleological character, whereas dialectical materialism was implicit in the science of genetics. This group included not only the biologists Agol, Serebrovsky, and Levitt, but also the philosopher Present, shortly to become one of the harshest and most implacable opponents of genetics. One somewhat confusing aspect of this debate was the fact that Lamarckism was repeatedly identified with both mechanism and vitalism. Perhaps on the part of some authors this could be put down to overly facile and superficial labeling. Zavadovsky's remarks on the tendency of these two extremes to pass into one another in his 1931 paper at the History of Science Congress in London, however, offered some justification for it. The theory of evolution, Zavadovsky further argued, was passing through a crisis that could not be solved by any eclectic reconciliation. The Lamarckian man-in-the-street explanation of heredity had the virtue of simplicity, but it was a simplicity that had been outgrown by science. Heredity could now receive its true explanation only according to the more complex formulae of Mendelism and Morganism. He did, however, take exception to the autogenetic enthusiasm of those geneticists, who altogether ignored the influence of external environment. Aside from the references to dialectical materialism, the debate among Soviet biologists developed along lines parallel to the debate among biologists elsewhere. Everywhere Lamarckism was losing ground to genetics in response to the mounting experimental evidence. The turning point in the debate came in 1927 with the highlight of the Fifth International Congress of Genetics in Berlin, the announcement of H.J. Muller's discovery of methods for artificially producing mutations. This discovery, as Serebrovsky excitedly announced in his September 11, 1927 Pravda article entitled 4 Pages That Shook the Scientific World, was thought to be the decisive blow to Lamarckism. The debate continued, but the balance had shifted. V.L. Komarov, the vice president of the Academy of Sciences, was typical of his generation of biologists with Lamarckist sympathies who were becoming more and more critical of Lamarckism and more favorably disposed towards genetics. He began to remark on the poverty of Lamarck's factual material and on the predominance of deduced conclusions and to stress the importance of starting from the facts and combining inductive and deductive methods. 88. Both Lamarckists and Morganists were at this time claiming unto themselves the mantle of proletarian science. Lamarckists asserted that their position meant that the working class were not slaves of the past but creators of the future. Morganists replied that the persistence and resisting power of hereditary characteristics was more in the interests of the working class as it explained the survival of their human potentialities through generations of poverty, underfeeding, and, generally, the most unfavorable external conditions. Such arguments, however, were not unique to the Soviet debate, but were a feature of the discussion elsewhere as well. However, about this time the Soviet debate was set along an altogether distinctive path by an entirely new factor. The militant Bolshevizers were demanding that biology, like every other science, be reconstructed on the basis of dialectical materialism. The tendency was to assume that both Lamarckism and Morganism were foreign and therefore bourgeois and needed to be replaced by a new, distinctively Marxist and thoroughly proletarian biology that would transcend both Lamarckism and Morganism. B.P. Tokin, embryologist and director of the Timiryazev Institute, declared that Marxists must stop tailing along behind bourgeois science and create a single Marxist-Leninist school in biology. 89 As to what such a school would be like, there was only the vaguest idea, but there was a certainty that it would prove itself by its relevance to the tasks of social construction, particularly by its practical service to Soviet agriculture. There were heady proclamations about the indissoluble unity between Soviet biological science and Soviet agriculture, but no new theoretical breakthroughs. There was much groping, but no sign of a specifically proletarian biology. Most working biologists continued to accept the same assumptions as their foreign colleagues and in doing so were in fact conscientiously serving Soviet agriculture. Serious work in genetics was proceeding and compared favorably with the state of research anywhere else. And then onto the stage stepped Lysenko. Lysenkoism. Trofim Denisovich Lysenko was a young agronomist from the Ukraine, who first came into the limelight in 1927 in connection with an experiment in the winter planting of peas to precede the cotton crop in the Transcaucasus. His results, in his remote station in Azerbaijan, were sensationalized in Pravda. The article projected an image of him as a sullen barefoot scientist close to his peasant roots. Lysenko subsequently became famous for the discovery of vernalization, an agricultural technique that allowed winter crops to be obtained from summer planting by soaking and chilling the germinated seed for a determinate period of time. He was the first to use the term vernalization, but not in fact the first to discover this technique, as N.A. Maximov was quick to point out. Lysenko ignored previous studies of thermal factors in plant development and reacted angrily to Maximov's claim to scientific priority and to his criticisms of Lysenko's experimental techniques. After being overshadowed by Maximov at the All-Union Congress of Genetics, Selection, Plant and Animal Breeding held in Leningrad in January 1929, Lysenko organized a boisterous campaign around vernalization, and made extravagant claims based on a modest experiment carried out by his peasant father. The Ukrainian Commissariat of Agriculture, in the hope of raising productivity after 2 years of famine, ordered massive use of the vernalization technique. Lysenko was moved to a newly created department for vernalization at the All-Union Institute of Genetics and Plant Breeding in Odessa. There he began to publish the journal Yarovizitsya, Vernalization, in which he disseminated his ideas on a wide scale and created a mass movement around vernalization. The next stage in Lysenko's career came when, from 1931 to 1934, he began to advance a theory to explain his technique. According to the idea of the phasic development of plants, a plant underwent various stages of development, during each of which its environmental requirements differed sharply. The conclusion Lysenko drew from this was that knowledge of the different phases of development opened the way for human direction of this development through control of the environment. It was a very vague theory, never to be spelt out very fully, but it provided the link in the evolution of Lysenko's platform from a simple agricultural technique to a full-scale biological theory. The underlying theme was the plasticity of the life cycle. Lysenko came to believe that the crucial factor in determining the length of the vegetation period in a plant was not its genetic constitution, but its interaction with its environment. Lysenko's theory developed in a pragmatic and intuitive way as a rationalization of agronomic practice and a reflection of the ideological environment surrounding it, and not as a response to a problem formulated within the scientific community and pursued according to rigorous scientific methods. But the impression was created that Lysenko achieved results at a time when there was a great demand for immediate results and a growing impatience with the protracted and complicated methods employed by established scientists in achieving them. Lysenko's fame as the sort of man who would achieve results continued to spread. With it came a sympathetic hearing for whatever theoretical views he chose to express, no matter how vague or how unsubstantiated. Lysenko's practical achievements were extremely difficult to assess. His methods were seriously lacking in rigor, to put it mildly. His habit was to report only successes. His results were based on extremely small samples, inaccurate records, and the almost total absence of control groups. An early mistake in calculation, which caused comment among other specialists, made him extremely negative toward the use of mathematics in science. Contemporaneous with Lysenko's vernalization movement was a growing interest in the work of Michurin, the last in the line of an impoverished aristocratic family in central Russia, who cultivated fruit trees and began experimenting with grafting and hybridization. Michurin worked on the assumption that the environment exercised a crucial influence on the heredity of organisms, and he queried the relevance of Mendel's Pease laws to fruit trees. Michurin's name was soon to be seized upon by Lysenko to designate a whole new theory of biology in opposition to classical genetics, even though Michurin himself had no such theoretical pretensions. Nor was he so anti-Mendelist as Lysenko began to make him out to be, for he did not hold to environmental influence on heredity to the exclusion of a recognition of the internal genetic constitution of the organism. Indeed, before his death in 1935, he began to acknowledge the validity of Mendelism. Up until 1935, neither the agronomic experiments of Lysenko in vernalization, nor those of Michurin in graft hybridization, were seen to have any direct bearing on the theoretical debate in Soviet biology. Geneticists carried on with their work, although there was constant tension surrounding it. In 1931 and 1932, a number of geneticists were branded as Menshevizing idealists and lost their positions at the Communist Academy. There was increasing pressure to abandon basic research that was unlikely to lead to immediate practical measures that would advance Soviet agriculture, and there were strong implications that research in pure science was tantamount to sabotage. A particularly vicious article that appeared in the influential newspaper Ekonomikeskia's Hizn in 1931 was directed against academician N.I. Vavilov, founder and president of the Lenin Academy of the Agricultural Sciences, director of its All-Union Institute of Plant Breeding, as well as director of the Institute of Genetics of the Academy of Sciences. Vavilov was an internationally eminent plant geneticist and an ardent advocate of the unity of science and socialism. The article, which appeared with editorial endorsement, was written by a rather unsuccessful subordinate of Vavilov's, A.K. Cole, who accused Vavilov of a reactionary separation of theory and practice and advised him to stop collecting exotica and to concentrate on plants that could be introduced directly into farm production. 90 Unrealizable goals were imposed on Vavilov's All-Union Institute of Plant Breeding in 1931, and in 1934 he was called in by the Council of People's Commissars to account for the separation between theory and practice in the Lenin Academy of the Agricultural Sciences. Lysenko was very much a part of this campaign, stirring up a negative attitude to basic research and virulently demanding immediate practical results. He was capable of the crudest anti-intellectualism, remarking on one occasion, "It is better to know less, but to know just what is necessary for practice." 91 He also was inclined to enunciations of the wildest voluntarism. In order to obtain a certain result, you must want to obtain precisely that result. If you want to obtain a certain result, you will obtain it. I need only such people as will obtain the results I need. 92 Older scientists were, of course, horrified at such talk, so utterly alien to the habits of mind in which scientific method was grounded. But Lysenko was the man of the hour, suited as he was to step into the role of the man of the people, the man of the soil, who had come up from humble origins under the revolution and who directed all of his energies into the great tasks of socialist construction. He knew well how to whip up massive peasant support, how to woo journalists, and how to enlist the enthusiasm of party and government officials. He began to be pictured as the model scientist for the new era. He was credited with conscientiously bringing a massive increase in grain yield to the Soviet state, while geneticists idly speculated on eye color in fruit flies. Lysenko made the most of this image and became more and more virulent in attacking geneticists and contrasting their useless scholasticism with his own great practical successes. He began to speak of class struggle in science and declared in his speech at the Second All-Union Congress of Shock Collective Farmers in 1935 that a class enemy is always an enemy whether he is a scientist or not. 93 Stalin, who was present, exclaimed at the end of his speech, "Bravo, Comrade Lysenko, bravo!" Another new stage began for Lysenko in 1935 when, no longer a simple practicing agronomist experimenting with a new technique, he came forward as herald of a new biology born out of Soviet agronomic practice. He was assisted in making this leap through his collaboration with Prezent, a party member and specialist in educational methodology in the natural sciences who had philosophical training and who was extremely adept at the sort of ideological demagoguery that was beginning to flourish among a certain section of the younger intelligentsia. It is likely that Prezent brought Lysenko to see the ideological possibilities of his vernalization movement. Together they announced a new theory of heredity that rejected the existence of genes and held that the basis of heredity did not lie in some special self-reproducing substance. On the contrary, the cell itself, in their view, developed into an organism, and there was no part of it not subject to evolutionary development. Heredity was based on the interaction between the organism and its environment, through the internalization of external conditions. They thus recognized no distinction between genotype and phenotype. 94. The science of genetics was denounced as reactionary, bourgeois, idealist and formalist. It was held to be contrary to the Marxist philosophy of dialectical materialism. Its stress on the relative stability of the gene was supposedly a denial of dialectical development as well as an assault on materialism. Its emphasis on internality was thought to be a rejection of the interconnectedness of every aspect of nature. Its notion of the randomness and indirectness of mutation was held to undercut both the determinism of natural processes and man's ability to shape nature in a purposeful way. The new biology, with its emphasis on the inheritance of acquired characteristics and the consequent alterability of organisms through directed environment change, was well suited to the extreme voluntarism that accompanied the accelerated development of the drive to industrialize and collectivize. The idea that the same sort of willfulness could be applied to nature itself was appealing to the mentality of those who wished to stress that Soviet man could transform the world in whatever way he chose to do so. Lysenko's voluntarist approach to experimental results and to the transformation of agriculture was the counterpart of Stalin's voluntarist approach to social processes, undoubtedly a factor in Lysenko's managing to capture Stalin's imagination in this period. However, other political leaders and scientific administrators were not so easily swayed. There was strong resistance within the Academy of Sciences, and Bukharin let it be known that he sided with the geneticists. Not that this went very well for them once Bukharin was condemned. But the geneticists fought their corner and had very influential support. A climactic point in this new debate was reached at a special session of the Lenin Academy of the Agricultural Sciences held December 19 to 27, 1936, and devoted to a discussion of the two trends in Soviet biology, now designated as the Mendelist-Morganist trend and the Darwinist-Michaurinist trend. The official goal set for the conference was to achieve a reconciliation of the two schools of thought, some kind of accommodation for genetics within the framework of Lysenko's agrobiology. The outcome was the opposite. The open confrontation of the two trends resulted in drawing the lines more sharply than ever and in highlighting the irreconcilability of the two contrasting lines of approach. There were some compromisers present, such as B.M. Zavadovsky and N.P. Crank, but the overall mood was a severely uncompromising one. The most intransigent group was that of Lysenko, present, and their followers. The geneticists fought hard and unflinchingly for the future of their science, although it must be said that they were more than willing to concede the value of Lysenko's work in the sphere of agronomy. Vavilov, for example, was favorably disposed to Lysenko's ideas about the phasic development of plants and summer planting of potatoes. But nothing less than the total renunciation of the science of genetics by the geneticists would placate the Lysenkoites. Serebrovsky spoke bitterly against the Lysenkoid attacks on some of the greatest achievements of the 20th century and charged them with using revolutionary slogans towards reactionary ends. They were attempting to thrust Soviet science backward a half-century, and this could only hinder the effort to establish scientific research on a new socialist basis. Dubinin posed the issues in similar terms. The sharpest speech in the defense of genetics came from the American geneticist H.J. Muller, a foreign member of the USSR Academy of Sciences who had come to work in the Soviet Union out of commitment to the possibilities of science under socialism. Muller was also inclined to philosophical reflection on his science and had very definite views as to the place of genetics within the framework of a dialectical materialist philosophy of science. He turned the charge of idealism back against the Lysenkoites and accused them of being Marxists, hiding behind the screen of a falsely interpreted dialectical materialism. 95. In the period following the conference, the Lysenkoites carried on a campaign against the geneticists that became more and more vicious and more slanderous. Scientific and philosophical arguments increasingly gave way to political ones. The pursuit of genetics was spoken of as synonymous with adherence to the cause of reaction, and it was identified with racism and fascism. Yakovlev, one of the highest administrators in Soviet agriculture, referred to genetics as the handmaiden of Goebbels' department. 96 Various geneticists and supporters of genetics were named and accused of sabotage, wrecking, espionage, terrorism, and Trotskyism. Present, in a 1937 article, singled out Gogol, Uranovsky, and Bukharin as representing the powers of darkness opposing the creative direction being taken by Soviet biology. These bandits and Trotskyists had supposedly sold out, wholesale and retail, the interests of Soviet science. 97. The main target of the campaign was Vavilov, who was becoming ever more resolute and forthright in defending genetics and resisting the forces moving to destroy it. He was identified by the opposition as the main stumbling block standing in the way of complete victory for Lysenko's views. Vavilov believed the situation was becoming intolerable and complained of Lysenko's low level of culture, his outmoded scientific views, but most of all about his intolerance and the reprisals that were taken against those who disagreed with him. Vavilov was defiant, despite the danger, and he declared in 1939, "We shall go the pyre, we shall burn, but we shall not retreat from our convictions. I tell you, in all frankness, that I believed and still believe and insist on what I think is right. This is a fact, and to retreat from it simply because some occupying high posts desire it is impossible." 98. Vavilov was not being overdramatic. Already he had lost his position as president of the Lenin Academy of Agricultural Sciences, succeeded first by A.I. Muralov and then by G.K. Meister. In 1937, Each of these in his turn was arrested, and in 1938 Lysenko succeeded to the post. In 1938 Vavilov was rebuked by the Presidium of the Academy of Sciences for isolating the Institute of Genetics from the trend stemming from academician Lysenko's scientific work. Prior to this, a campaign against A.K. Koltsov, director of the Institute of Experimental Biology, had cleared the way for the election of Lysenko as academician. In 1940, Vavilov was himself arrested, and Lysenko replaced him as director of the Institute of Genetics of the Academy of Sciences. In 1941, Vavilov stood trial and was found guilty of sabotage in agriculture, belonging to a rightist conspiracy, spying for England, and a string of other charges. Although he denied all accusations and the evidence consisted of false testimony, he was sentenced to death. After spending several months in a death cell, Vavilov's sentence was commuted, but he died in prison in 1943 of malnutrition. Vavilov was not the only one. The growing ascendancy of Lysenko coincided with the purge that reached into virtually every Soviet institution during 1936 to 1939. Already, before Vavilov's arrest, the losses among Soviet biologists had been staggering. In 1936, Israel Egel, Max Levin, and Solomon Levitt, all communists working in the field of biological theory, were publicly denounced as enemies of the people and arrested. With regard to Egel and Levin, the charges involved vague references to Menshevizing idealism and association with a Trotskyist conspiracy. As to Levitt, the director of the Institute of Medical Genetics, his studies of human heredity had supposedly made him an abettor of Nazi doctrines, or so it was declared at a meeting of the Science Division of the Moscow Party Organization, presided over by Arnost Kalman. Levitt died in prison and his institute was closed. The other two were shot. They were followed by a host of others. Many were arrested. Of these some were shot, while others simply died in prison. Others were witch-hunted, lost their jobs, and were forced into other areas of work. Institutes were closed down. Journals ceased to appear. Books were removed from library shelves. Texts were revised. Names became unmentionable. The 7th International Congress of Genetics, which was scheduled to be held in Moscow in August 1937, was cancelled. When the Congress did take place in Edinburgh in 1939, no Soviet scientists were present, not even Vavilov, who had been elected its president. Nevertheless, the opposition was still strong. The effects of the purge had been somewhat uneven. Ironically, in some cases, the most outspoken and defiant survived, while the more compromising elements perished. Serebrovsky, Dubinin, Koltsov, Jebruk, M.M. Zavadovsky, and others continued to resist Lysenkoism. D.N. Pryanishnikov had the audacity to nominate the imprisoned Vavilov for a Stalin Prize. Many of their colleagues, however, gave way under the pressure, engaged in abasing self-criticism, and acknowledged the superior wisdom of Lysenko. The degree of demoralization was fairly overwhelming. In October 1939, there was another conference called in another effort to achieve some sort of compromise. This time it was organized under the auspices of the journal Pod Znamenem Marxism by the philosophers, who had been called upon by the Presidium of the Academy of Sciences to abandon their neutrality in the struggle between the two trends in biology. Maiden attempted to drive a wedge between Lysenko and Prezent, praising the work of Lysenko, but criticizing the boundless conceit of Prezent in trying to fasten his scholasticism and bombast onto Lysenko's work. Lysenko would have none of it. However much Maiden continued to try to persuade him to preserve his practical results from the tendency toward the scholastic imposition of philosophical categories on concrete material. Lysenko continued to object and brought forward quotes from Engels to prove that the classics of Marxism were on his side. Maiden, however, undercut this line of argument by asserting that there were obsolete ideas even in the classics of Marxism, the holy of holies of our theory. At the same time, Maiden was not defending the geneticists, and he drew them into a rather strained analogy that presented views put forward in the biological debate as parallels to Menshevizing idealism in the philosophical debate, and to the theories of the Trotsky-Bukharin-Pashakhani's gang and other such wreckers in the political debate. Yudin, for his part, called upon geneticists to clear up the rubbish and slag that had accumulated in their science. Nevertheless, the philosophers held back at condemning the science of genetics and backing Lysenko's theories as the one and only dialectical materialist position in biology. They appealed to both sides to be less intransigent, asking the geneticists to concede the supreme importance of agrobiology, and the Lysenkoites to suspend their efforts to suppress genetics. 99 In time Maidan and the rest abandoned all such reserve and came in solidly behind Lysenko. So it went with Soviet biology. There remained two conflicting theories of heredity, each claiming for itself both scientific validity and philosophical superiority. Lysenko continued to move from strength to strength, while his opponents were hounded, purged, jailed, and shot. Nevertheless, neither the party nor the philosophical leadership had decisively committed itself to Lysenko's theories or to a repudiation of the science of genetics. But it was early days yet. Stalin and the philosophers. The philosophers, at this time, were inclined to be cautious about most things. They busied themselves writing textbooks, a dictionary of philosophy, a history of philosophy, and articles on philosophy for the large Soviet encyclopedia. This work was directed by the Institute of Philosophy, which had been reorganized in 1936 and brought under the Academy of Sciences upon the dissolution of the Communist Academy. Articles in Podznamenem Marxism for the most part stuck very close to the classics of Marxism and current party decrees. There were still polemics, but increasingly only one side of the argument was represented on its pages, and with a harshness and stridentity that directly correlated philosophical trends, such as mechanism, Menshevizing idealism, and empirio-criticism with political wrecking. 1938 saw the publication of the History of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolshevik Short Course 100, prepared by a special commission set up by the Central Committee and often attributed to Stalin alone. Millions of copies came off the press and it became the basic text for the study of Marxism in the Soviet Union. The section on dialectical and historical materialism became the preeminent philosophical work of the period. As philosophy for the masses, it was an extremely clear and concise presentation of very complex ideas. However, it cannot now be denied that it had a highly stultifying effect on philosophical creativity. Although it was schematic and derivative and reduced Marxist philosophy to its barest outlines, it was hailed as a new classic of Marxism and incessantly quoted by the philosophers as embodying the ultimate in philosophical wisdom, so that nothing else need really be said. It was presented as proof of the supremacy of Stalin in philosophy as in all other matters. As a philosopher, Stalin was most definitely not the genius his contemporaries proclaimed him to be. It must be said that he showed an interest in philosophy rare for a political leader with such monumental matters of state calling for his attention, and he did not hesitate to enlist the help of the professional philosophers in his efforts to master Marxist philosophy. It must also be said, however, that his intentions in doing so were not entirely honorable, for there is ample evidence to support the charge that he cynically and selectively manipulated the language of Marxist philosophy in the service of policies already decided on an altogether different basis. Stalin never allowed himself to be constrained by Marxism. Beneath the solemn homage to its forms lay a deep disrespect for its underlying spirit. As political expediencies changed, so did the official version of Marxist philosophy change. The exhortation to think dialectically was used to support the wildest irrationality that swept over the Soviet Union during the Great Purge. During the war, however, Stalin began to worry that entrenched habits of thinking irrationally would inhibit the rational thinking necessary to the war effort. Thus Stalin initiated the process of the rehabilitation of formal logic within the Marxist tradition. Thus, on one day, formal logic was the denial of dialectics and banned as the arm of the class enemy, and then suddenly Soviet philosophers were instructed to write textbooks on formal logic so that Soviet men may learn to think effectively. In 1941, on direct orders from Stalin, Kalman wrote the first Soviet textbook on logic to appear in many years. 101 The corresponding downgrading of Hegel, whose philosophy Stalin now categorized as an aristocratic reaction to the French Revolution, 102 had more to do with the drive to whip up Russian patriotism and anti-German feeling after the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union than with any considered judgment on the history of philosophy. All in all, even though Stalin's intervention in relation to formal logic had positive effects, on the whole he encouraged the worst in Soviet philosophy. He knew of, condoned, and even actually incited the darkest forces that were overtaking philosophy, science and, indeed, all else at this time. Not surprisingly, Stalin has fared rather badly with the commentators. In non-Soviet sources, Stalin's philosophical legacy is almost universally rated negatively, if not contemptuously. In Soviet sources, it is today sharply criticized as having hindered the creative development of Soviet philosophy, omitted the law of the negation in expounding the laws of dialectics, emphasized the struggle of opposites without showing the unity, and having been excessively negative in evaluating the heritage of classical German philosophy. Most Soviet philosophers today reject Stalin's characterization of Hegel's philosophy. While that particular remark may have been historically inaccurate and excessively negative towards Hegel, not all Marxists would agree with these sources in holding that Stalin's de-emphasis on the Hegelian heritage of Marxism was such a bad thing. In assessing Stalin's contribution to the history of Marxist philosophy, Schaff, although caustically critical of the Stalinist legacy in virtually all other respects, considers Stalin's treatment of dialectics in the short course to be in some respects an improvement on Engels. Stalin was right, Schaff believes, to stop coquetting Hegel and to omit the negation of the negation. His acceptance of the validity of formal logic, which led him to have a text on logic published during the war and to recommend it for study by the officers of the Red Army, was a positive factor in reorienting Marxist philosophy on this question. 103. The secondary literature, such as it is, that comments on Soviet philosophy in the 1930s does so in most cases in an utterly dismissive manner. Bohensky typically writes it off as more quotology than philosophy. 104 and DeGeorge comments on the timidity of the large number of parrot-like pseudo-philosophers and pedagogues who slavishly, monotonously, and verbosely repeated Stalin's few statements. 105 Indeed, such was the case. However, there were in the 1930s others still working in the field of philosophy who made it not quite the barren wasteland the Sovietologist network has made it out to be. But even in saying this, there is pathos, for so many of those who worked most fruitfully in the field of philosophy of science in the early 1930s, like Hegel, Hessen, and Uranovsky, were dead by the late 1930s, long before their rightful time, precisely because they did work so fruitfully. When applied to the prevailing atmosphere by the end of the decade, the criticisms are justified. To some degree, Soviet philosophers have themselves recognized this in their successive self-criticisms from 1947 on. Since 1956, however, there has been a tendency to rely too heavily on the phrase cult of personality to explain what happened to Soviet philosophy and everything else during those years. The situation was far more complex, and it is unworthy of Marxists to present one man as the embodiment of all goodness on one day and the source of all evil on the next. Soviet intellectual life, intensified class battles and the Great Purge. Philosophy and the natural sciences came under the same pressures during this period as every other discipline did, and indeed as absolutely every other area of Soviet life did. The tension continued to mount. The stupendous gains in achieving industrialization and collectivization had been won at a terrible cost and had left enormous bitterness and disillusionment in their wake. Such pockets of discontent were seen as a persistent threat to the stability of the regime. It was argued that there was an oppositional network organized around Trotsky's Bulletin of the Opposition, which was so remarkably well informed that it was obvious that the network was well entrenched within the country, and in crucial positions of power at that, and not just outside the country among a handful of exiles like Trotsky. More genuinely menacing was the rise of fascism in Western Europe and the ominous approach of war, which made political stability a matter of life or death, survival or destruction. The specter of a Nazi fifth column greatly intensified the growing paranoia. As a matter of fact, there is little evidence of any organized internal opposition or foreign espionage on any significant scale. Nevertheless, the press pictured the country as full of spies and wreckers and agents of imperialist powers that were planning to disrupt every aspect of Soviet life in every possible way. The population were urged to revolutionary vigilance, to root out the traitors all around them in order to save the revolution from its enemies. The fact was that in 1934, at the end of the first 5-year plan, the Soviet Union had stood at a crossroads. It could have taken the path of normalization and democratization or the path of continued coercion and terror. It not only chose the second, but intensified the coercion and terror. The assassination of Kirov at the end of 1934 was used to justify the most far-reaching wave of repression. The purges claimed victims from every stratum of the population. There was no corner in which the NKVD did not reach to unmask spies, wreckers, traitors, and double dealers. The losses were especially high among party members. Every day brought news of arrests of Central Committee members, commissars, Red Army officers, trade union officials, Komsomol leaders, old Bolsheviks, foreign communists, writers, artists, doctors, philosophers, historians, physicists, geneticists, economists, engineers, agronomists, construction workers, railway signalmen, teachers, and even children, and then finally members of the NKVD, of the courts and of the procurator's office, that is, the agents of the purge themselves. The impression was created that the whole original nucleus of the party consisted of conspirators in the service of foreign powers. There was a series of spectacular, highly publicized political trials in Moscow, in which former party leaders were heard to confess to the most fantastic crimes, to conspiracy to assassinate party leaders, to espionage for foreign intelligence services, to sabotage of industry, to creation of conditions of famine in agriculture, to negotiations to cede Soviet territories to foreign powers, to plots to restore capitalism, and on and on. In August 1936, there was the trial of the Trotskyite Zinovyevite United Center at which Zinoviev, Kamenev, and others were sentenced to death. This was followed in January 1937 by the trial of the Parallel Center, in which defendants such as Rodak, Pyatakov, and Sokolnikov were sentenced to death or long terms of imprisonment. The testimony at the first two trials was put together to form the scenario for the third trial, that of the Right Trotskyite Center, which came in March 1938. The sentence of death was passed on Bukharin, Rykov, Krestinsky, and others, including Yagoda, who had headed the NKVD and presided over the preparation of the first two trials. Trotsky, who had long been in exile, was sentenced to death in absentia, a sentence executed in Mexico in 1940. The short course, which appeared shortly after the third trial, presented the trials within the panorama of its brazenly fabricated version of Soviet history, as a struggle between the powers of light and the powers of darkness, between white and black, between good and evil. On the one side stood Lenin, Stalin, and CPSU, the Soviet people and the forces of progress. Arrayed against them were Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Bukharin, and all the forces of world reaction. These former party leaders, these enemies of the people, dregs of humanity, white guard pygmies, contemptible lackeys of the fascists, had been from the earliest days in conspiracy against Lenin, Stalin, the CPSU, and the Soviet state. They had been responsible for the shot fired at Lenin, for the murder of Kirov, and for the most unspeakable and innumerable crimes. 106 With justification has the book been described as a monstrous blend of whitewashing and mudslinging, of panegyrics and slander. 107. At the same time as history was being so blatantly falsified and reduced to a primitive and simplistic schematization, Stalin was making public denunciations of attempts to falsify, vulgarize, or oversimplify history. It may have been black humor, or it may have been genuine ambivalence. More probably it was crass and manipulative cynicism. In any case, there was wholesale distortion of historical events. Certain names disappeared from the pages of Soviet history overnight, with all books making reference to such persons' historical contributions removed from library shelves. Photographs in the museums and in the new books were doctored. Documents relating to them in archives were destroyed. In 1935, V.I. Nevsky, the director of the Lenin Library, was arrested for refusing to discard specified holdings, even though he received a written order from Stalin to do so. In 1938, all major archives came under NKVD administration. It was not only political history that was falsified. So were the history of philosophy and the history of science. In philosophy, Plekhanov was slighted, and so at times were even Marx and Engels, and Stalin's role was greatly exaggerated. Maidan and the others even credited Stalin with having been the one to lead the criticism of both mechanism and Menshevizing idealism, thus denying the historical role played by the Dvorinites in the 1920s and even by themselves in the early 1930s. In science, Russian scientists were credited with virtually every important scientific discovery, while the real discoverers were deemed unworthy of mention. For this, the Polish physicist Leopold Infeld called Rosenthal and Newton's Dictionary of Philosophy a publication that will remain a monument of shame of the past period. He looked in vain for an article on Einstein, but found the formula E equals mc2 attributed to Lebedev and S.I. Vavilov. In the article on space and time, Einstein was not mentioned, but instead Budelrav and Fyodorov. 108. Within every academic discipline, there were intensified class battles to be fought. In philosophy, mechanism and Menshevizing idealism were condemned anew, and this time the condemnation had a new edge to it. This time proponents of mechanism and Menshevizing idealism disappeared. Some had past records of political opposition and some had not. Mechanists such as Vargas and Tymiansky disappeared. Dvorinites such as Leupold disappeared. They most likely died in prison. Karev and Sten were confronted with their oppositional past as part of the roundup of ex-oppositionists that was taking place everywhere. Karev seems to have come to trial and to have been shot. Sten was arrested in his place of remote exile and shot. However, orthodox dialectical materialists such as Razumovsky seem to have perished as well. At the same time, leading figures associated with the discredited trends, such as Deborin and Axelrod, survived. The pattern was a somewhat elusive one. While the charges brought against philosophers were not philosophical but political, one followed rather easily from the other in a situation in which philosophical tendencies were so directly linked to political deviations. Nevertheless, there was a certain arbitrariness about it that made the arrests of some alongside the survival of others difficult to explain. Among specialists in the history and philosophy of science, Uranovsky and Hessen perished. Uranovsky had been identified by Present as following the wrecking line in the field of scientific politics. He seems to have played some role in obstructing Present's biology course at Leningrad University. Hessen was accused of Trotskyism, a standard charge for anyone arrested at that time. Both Uranovsky and Hessen were outspoken defenders of the new physics, as was Semkovsky, who also seems to have disappeared at this time. The new physics came ever more sharply under attack, as idealism that was tantamount to subversion. Physicists such as Tamm and Fock were accused of smuggling in enemy ideas. A number of other such physicists were arrested. Some, such as Brinstein, were shot. Others, such as Burke and Landau, were sent to prison and later released. Still others, foreign communists, such as Weisberg and Houtermans, who had come generously out of commitment to the cause of socialist construction, were handed over to the Gestapo. Eminent physicists from abroad, such as Irene and Frederick Joliot-Curie and even Einstein, wrote letters to Stalin on behalf of their imprisoned colleagues, but their letters were unanswered. It is said, however, that the intervention of the Soviet physicist Kapitsa, who approached Stalin on the matter, secured the release of Landau. Other sciences were purged as well, though it was biology that suffered the worst. But not even such abstract disciplines as mathematics escaped the net. Certain mathematical theories were identified with wrecking on the mathematical front, resulting in the arrests of mathematicians. Discussions that began in the pages of learned journals were often taken up in the interrogation rooms of the NKVD and ended in long, dark corridors late at night when a shot was fired from the back. The accusations and arrests brought a frantic turmoil into the institutions from which the victims had come. After the exposure of an enemy of the people, the remaining staff would be summoned to discuss the liquidation of the consequences of wrecking. They were expected to denounce the accused person and to criticize themselves and or others for lack of vigilance and for not having unmasked the traitor sooner. This often resulted in further accusations. Some jumped on the bandwagon and used the situation to settle old scores, to win acceptance for their ideas by eliminating the opposition, or to gain control of institutions and journals. Aside from motives of spite, jealousy, and lust for power, there was also fear. Some must have believed it to be a matter of accuse or be accused. Slander and intrigue became a way of life in universities and research institutes. Eminent scholars and scientists often had their academic work and their political loyalty publicly called into question by students and undistinguished junior colleagues. In some faculties and institutes, liars, informers, incompetents, and opportunists came to power, while the most honest and serious and able elements perished or went to prison or into other areas of work. In other faculties and institutes, an extremely intricate and delicate equilibrium was maintained, in which colleagues managed to continue to work seriously and somehow to protect one another. But this was usually almost impossibly difficult. Through unbearable pressure, even torture, false confessions were extracted and close and esteemed colleagues implicated. Few could hold out against it, and they named their best friends as recruiters or accomplices in the most fantastic conspiracies. Condemnation resulted in a ban on all works written by the condemned person. Even books making reference to such authors were seized from bookshops and libraries. There were cases with large collective works, like that of the large Soviet encyclopedia, in which the arrest of Sten resulted in his article appearing under the name of Maidan, in order to save a whole printing from being destroyed. The names of the condemned became unspeakable, and sometimes the most elaborate circumlocutions had to be employed when referring to work for which they were responsible or with which they were in any way associated. There can be no doubt that Soviet science was seriously set back by the repressions of these years. It was sharply cut off from the whole international context within which it had previously functioned, with severe restrictions on travel abroad and on access to foreign publications, and with great fear and suspicion attending any attempts even to correspond with foreign colleagues. Not only was it denied knowledge of the progress made by scientists elsewhere, but it was deprived of some of its own best minds. As war approached, it became painfully apparent that technological advance had been hindered in areas crucial to the Soviet war effort. Labor camps and prisons throughout the Soviet Union were combed for experts in such crucial areas as aircraft design, and special prison research centers were established in which research necessary to Soviet military technology was carried out by imprisoned experts. The times were dark. The future would bring better times for philosophy, for the natural sciences, and indeed for all else. But nothing can ever excuse the crimes against science and against humanity that occurred during this period. Nothing can ever annul the tragedy that befell its victims. Nothing can ever compensate for the splendid human material that was so flagrantly wasted, the intelligence that was so carelessly squandered, the commitment that was so callously abused. It may be that, as Victor Hugo said, history has no dustbin, despite NKVD destruction of archives. It may be that the longer run is bringing the perspective denied to it in the short run, and that the martyrs of science are faring better than their accusers, bringing Vavilov to triumph at least posthumously over Lysenko. But things have not yet been set right, and it is an episode that is far from over. But why did it happen? A detailed answer must await the future and the opening of archives still closed, but there are certain things that can and must be said. On the one hand, it would seem that the overwhelmingly hostile forces surrounding the still endangered Soviet state made a certain defensiveness and suspiciousness inevitable. It would also seem that the cultural backwardness, sometimes so incongruous with such highly advanced goals, made a certain clumsiness in dealing with complex questions inevitable. But, on the other hand, the whole tragic cycle, which gave such an edge to the most ruthless and ignorant elements over the healthier and more enlightened ones, does not seem to have been inevitable. There is every reason to believe that socialism could have been built and could have defended itself against its enemies without such terrible destruction and waste that deprived socialism of so much of the knowledge and commitment it needed most. There is no reason to think that all revolutions necessarily devour their own children, though this one surely in large measure did. It cannot be explained away by the phrase cult of personality, despite Stalin's crucial part in it all. Others too had blood on their hands when they need not have. At the same time, it cannot be denied that things would have gone very differently had Lenin survived or had he been succeeded by Trotsky or Bukharin, particularly Bukharin. Stalin's personality is obviously a central factor to take into account. It is a cruel fact of life that unscrupulousness confers a decided advantage in struggles for power. Having achieved power through ruthlessness rather than through reason, Stalin exercised it in the same way. Because personal rule came to predominate over policies, power was more jealously and more arbitrarily guarded. In Stalin's case, he was exceedingly vainglorious and hungry for power, indeed to the point of absolutism, to the point of aspiring to eliminate all possible contenders, not only in the present but in the past. Jealous of the whole tradition of pre-Stalinist or non-Stalinist Bolshevism, he sought to create a memory hole, to obliterate the real past and to substitute a fabricated one, to destroy all those who could remember. And it was not only a matter of destroying the basis of the past in terms of the record of events and the historical role of others, but in terms of all standards of rationality and morality, all norms independent of administrative fiat, that had prevailed in the past and could prevail in the present. This required not only the murder of the dead, but the corruption of the living. And it was not enough to physically destroy, to implicate in guilt, to terrorize. It was necessary in all cases to break their character, to eliminate all operative factors but the single will. The physicist Weisberg has shed light on the mechanism at work in his account of his arrest and 3-year imprisonment at the height of the terror. He describes his conversations with a fellow prisoner whom he subsequently discovered had been pressurized by the NKVD to persuade him to submit to making a false confession. Rozansky spoke of the confessions as political necessities. It was necessary for a communist, he argued, to abandon all bourgeois concepts such as truth and lies, to abandon all old ideas of honor, and to subordinate all to the final aim. When asked about what was the final aim, he replied, "We have lost sight of it at a bend in the road, but Stalin can see it. At the next bend we shall see it too." Describing the effect of this line of reasoning, Weisberg reveals, "My discussions with Rozansky were upsetting all my established notions of good and evil, truth and falsehood, and my criteria of judgment. I resisted the poison which his words dripped into my brain." In terms of powers of resistance, Weisberg distinguished himself, but his testimony indicates the intensity of the pressure that brought him close to the edge. At one point, he confesses, "I felt my reason was about to break down." He tells how he felt that he had lost the integrality of his personality, that he had become a sum of unrelated parts. It is a most searing account, showing how the very basis of both personal sanity and human community seemed well on the way to being destroyed. 109. Those who filled the jails, bewildered, disoriented and demoralized, struggled desperately to understand what had befallen them. Many argued that somehow, in some unknown way it was all somehow necessary and that it was necessary to submit, for the sake of some higher laws, some higher processes, beyond their ken, that even if things were somehow going wrong and they must suffer, there was a higher justification. Those in prison groped for a theory to explain it all, but every new theory was soon invalidated by subsequent happenings. For those arrested included not only old revolutionaries, oppositionists, and former oppositionists, but loyal Stalinists. Even when NKVD interrogators joined those they had interrogated in the cells, they had no theory to explain what they had done and why they had done it. Many since have also struggled to understand. The range of explanatory theses have been very wide indeed, from "you can't make an omelette without breaking eggs" to the cult of the individual to the Thermidorian negation of the revolution. One thing at least must become clear to anyone serious about understanding it all: it was a massive and extraordinarily complex social process that took on a life of its own and assumed a form that no one had quite planned for it. No simple formula will do. It did not develop according to some necessary law of history, but neither did it happen out of sheer willfulness. But how to balance the historical accounts? How to weigh these events vis-a-vis what went before and what went after? The major question is that of continuity or discontinuity in assessing the relationship between Bolshevism and Stalinism. At the one end of the spectrum is the continuity thesis, which has constituted the academic orthodoxy of the Western Sovietologists for many years and has been the dominant view among anti-communist authors. Ironically close to this is the CPSU position, expressed in the reply of the Soviet journal Communist to the French communist authors of l'URSSET News dealing with the purges. The Soviet authors declare, contrary to the allegations of the enemies of socialism, the personality cult was unable to disrupt the operation of the objective laws governing the socialist system of society. It did not alter the profoundly democratic, truly popular character of the system or the leading role played in it by the working class and its vanguard, the community Party 110. At the opposite end, there is the discontinuity thesis enunciated most forcefully by Trotsky's 1937 declaration. The present purge draws between Bolshevism and Stalinism, a whole river of blood. 111. A somewhat intermediate position is that of Victor Serge. It is often said that the germ of all Stalinism was in Bolshevism from its beginning. Well, I have no objection. Only Bolshevism also contained many other germs, a mass of other germs, and those who lived through the enthusiasm of the first years of the first victorious revolution ought not to forget it. To judge the living man by the death germs which the autopsy reveals in a corpse and which he may have carried in him since his birth is this very sensible. 112. On this matter, Serge is probably closest to the truth, despite the shallow evasions of those who are afraid to face the full consequences of it. The discontinuity was enormous, for the most fundamental principles of the revolution had been flagrantly violated and overcome by arbitrariness, ignorance, and incomparable baseness. Those who made the revolution had been cruelly and cynically swept away and replaced by a newer element without traditions, without principles, without standards, without scruples. So much had been built and so much destroyed. The revolution had triumphed and brought equality and enlightenment on a vast scale, where previously there was none. The revolution had not only pursued higher knowledge, but had drawn into the pursuit the masses that had heretofore been excluded. Perhaps they did not in every instance pursue it wisely. Perhaps some among their number were charlatans. Still in all, they created out of backwardness an experiment in the most advanced social forms that had yet been conceived in human history until that time. The experiment may have floundered and gone off the rails, but those who initially undertook it did so for the highest of goals and in the name of a cosmological vision that sought to harness the best possible science toward the highest of social and philosophical purposes. They sought to bring into being a new type of convergence of science, philosophy, and politics. At the same time, there were aspects of Bolshevik revolutionary traditions that spelled danger. An insurrectionist mentality, an intolerance towards those who opposed them in good faith, a tendency to subordinate means to ends. Early on there were mistakes made that prepared the way for the crimes that would come later. To a degree, perhaps, it was the enormity of their efforts that dictated the enormity of their mistakes. Those who dare little make fewer mistakes and those who dare much make many. In the case of the Soviet Union, those in the grip of a revolutionary vision set themselves the task of expounding and living by a philosophical worldview that was both in harmony with the class interests of the proletariat and in accordance with the discoveries of the natural sciences. Along the way, there were many differences of opinion as to how to achieve this, but they were grappling with real and important issues and did so in a way that could still be instructive to later Marxists wrestling with many of the same issues. As to the differences and their somewhat distinctive ways of resolving them, it was to some extent because philosophy was taken so seriously and was considered to be so socially important that there was such a sense of urgency about arriving at a philosophical consensus. The truth of things mattered to them and so they pressed hard to discover what it was and to come to social agreement on it. In so doing, ironically, they instituted procedures that could not but be obstacles to the search for truth and to any meaningful consensus. In the end, socialism can only be built upon consent. In failing to appreciate the creative role of clash of opinions, in short-circuiting the process of discovery, debate, and consensus, in employing inappropriate criteria in making judgments, in allowing only one position on any question Marxist legitimacy and associating all others with political treachery, they set the stage for the tragedy that would engulf them. And tragedy really did engulf them, all the more so for the brave and decent men and women who were rendered powerless to stand against it. For it was carried on in the name of the revolution, and many felt they could not oppose it without turning their backs upon the revolution. Even when they began to suspect the worst, they still felt they were faced with the choice, Stalin or Hitler. They chose Stalin. All during this time, the fascists were aggressively on the march. They had their own philosophy, one that looked backwards and one that threatened to plunge the masses again into darkness and subservience. Their appeal to the masses was irrationalist in the extreme, yet they sought to use advanced science towards their own reactionary ends, while at the same time repudiating the reasoning underlying that science. They left as their legacy the memory of incalculable devastation and desolation. What great minds, with so much to contribute to science and philosophy and other areas of human thought, were incinerated at Auschwitz or fired upon at Stalingrad, no one will ever know. When in 1941 the armies of Nazi Germany attacked the Soviet Union, those that survived, including many philosophers and scientists, went off to the front. The Soviet people, despite all that had torn them asunder, rose as one and fought heroically. Because they did, the future, with as many complexities as the past, was nevertheless to be far more favorable for the philosophy of science than it would have been otherwise. But nothing in the Soviet war effort and its victorious outcome changed the nature of the regime under which it was achieved. It did not, as has been so often implied or asserted, vindicate its Marxist credentials. Science, philosophy, and human life were still in danger. It remained to be seen whether it would be possible to bridge the revolution and its future across such an era of destruction and desolation. Chapter 5. The Comintern Period. The Dialectics of Nature Debate. The formation of the Communist International. It seemed in 1919 as if the whole of Europe was about to erupt into one vast revolutionary conflagration. Soviet Russia was fighting for its life in a hostile world, but its severe isolation was being broken by proclamations from groups of revolutionaries from far and near pledging their loyalty to the new republic and expressing their determination to follow its example. From 1914 on, Lenin had been speaking of the need for the formation of a new Third International, one that would not betray the workers' interests as had the Second, which lay in shambles from the onset of war. The October Revolution forced on the whole of the working class movement the sharp choice of whether to stand with it or against it, and the further choice of whether to work to extend it in their own countries or to seek a less radical accommodation within the existing structures of power. In 1918, communist parties were formed in Germany, Poland, Hungary, Austria, Holland, Finland, Latvia, and Greece, and soon after in many other countries, as the movement decisively split between communists and social democrats. In January of 1919, the Russian Communist Party issued a manifesto calling for the creation of a new international, and in March, delegates assembled in Moscow. Despite the difficulties in communication and transportation and despite the absence of real unanimity, the Communist International was inaugurated. The Congress, which declared itself the founding Congress of the Communist International, sent forth a manifesto to the proletarians of the whole world in the hope of rallying workers everywhere to side with the cause of revolution and to break with the false promise of bourgeois democracy. Events were moving very fast. Everywhere workers inspired by the October Revolution were rising up against their oppressors, and Soviets sprang up from the Dąbrowa coal basin in Poland to Limerick and Tipperary in the faraway west of Ireland. In March, a Soviet republic was proclaimed in Hungary with Bela Kun at its head. Kun had been converted to Bolshevism while a prisoner of war in Russia and, upon his return to Hungary in November 1918, had founded the Communist Party amid the fluid political situation caused by the dissolution of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The new government, a coalition of communists and socialists, quickly nationalized everything from industry and land to children's sweets. The Hungarian philosopher György Lukács tried to seize the short period of time given to the regime to revolutionize souls, to sweep aside the prejudices of the ages, to make way for a new morality and a new culture. As Deputy Commissar of Education, he brought in sweeping measures for educational reform at every level. Arthur Koestler, who was a Budapest schoolboy during the days of the Hungarian Commune, recalls it as a 100-day spring, when the whole town seemed to have been turned upside down, when new teachers spoke in new voices addressing students as citizens of a strange new world, when colorful, futuristic posters transformed the streets into art galleries, when everyone was eating vanilla ice cream, and when people on the streets, who didn't expect it to last, kept saying with surprise, "It goes on and on." However, it did not last. By August it was over. The fragile republic, weakened by internal dissension, was overcome by Czech and Romanian armies, and Admiral Horthy's White Terror prevailed. Those communists who survived went into exile. Another episode that ended in tragedy took place in Bavaria. There, too, a Soviet republic was declared that spring, though it had from the beginning something of a farcical quality about it. In the confusion following the assassination of Kurt Eisner, head of government, the Munich Workers' and Soldiers' Council took power in April, against the opposition of the Communists. However, when the government, dominated by anarchist-inclined intellectuals, came under attack, the Communists came to its defense and subsequently took the helm. On the 1st of May, however, Munich was encircled by the army and the Soviet fell. A brutal massacre followed, and the leaders, including the anarchist Gustav Landauer and the communist Eugene Levine, were killed. The Vienna Circle philosopher, Otto Neurath, who had taken up a position as head of the Central Planning Office under the Social Democrats and had stayed on during the period of the Soviet, was arrested and sentenced to prison, until the Austrian government negotiated an exchange that brought him back to Vienna. Munich subsequently became a center of reactionary opposition to Weimar republicanism. In June, an attempted communist uprising in Vienna was crushed, and it became clear that the first wave of the post-war revolutionary tide was beginning to ebb. The mood was one of retreat. The stresses and strains accompanying it brought crisis to the Comintern in its first uncertain months. Hungarian émigrés in Vienna, engaging in a post-mortem on the defeat of the Commune, embarked on a bitter factional dispute that was to continue through the 1920s. Most serious, however, were clashes within the German Communist Party, KPD, that resulted in a formal split at their second Congress in Heidelberg in October 1919. After the murder of so many of its leaders within the first few months of its foundation, Rosa Luxemburg, Karl Liebknecht, Leo Jogi-Ches Paul Levi emerged as party leader. Levi not only pursued a policy of participation in elections and in the existing trade unions, but ensured the expulsion of all who opposed this policy, resulting in the formation of the Communist Workers' Party of Germany, KAPD. During its first chaotic and unsettled year of existence, the Comintern elicited support from the most varied quarters. Adherents of the most diverse revolutionist tendencies pledged their support from such syndicalist and quasi-syndicalist groups as the American Wobblies, the industrial workers of the world, to such sophisticated Marxists as those who formed the communist parties in Poland and Germany. In some countries, sections of the Comintern consisted of small sectarian groups, like the Dutch Communist Party, formed for the purpose, while in others, already existing mass parties, such as the Norwegian Labour Party and the Italian Socialist Party, came over to the Comintern. At this time, Comintern leaders embraced the variety and diversity and preferred to keep their options open, negotiating in Germany, not only with the KPD, but with the KAPD and the USPD as well. However, by the time the Second World Congress took place in July 1920, it had been decided to put the house in somewhat better order. In preparation, Lenin wrote Left-Wing Communism, an infantile disorder, and the West European Bureau of the Comintern, centered in Amsterdam and controlled by the Dutch leftists, was dissolved. Things were now to be tightened up, both organizationally and ideologically. The Third International, in a radical departure from the precedents set by both the First and Second Internationals, was no longer to be a series of national parties, but a single communist party with branches in different countries. A party line would be laid down for all and would be enforced by iron discipline according to the principles of democratic centralism. Between congresses, the highest authority was to be the Executive Committee, which would have powers parallel to and superseding the powers of the central committees of the individual parties. It was to be a directive center of a world revolution, a far cry from the mailbox concept that had shaped the Secretariat of the Second International. The Second World Congress adopted a list of 21 conditions to determine the admission of parties to the Comintern. Henceforth, each party was required to carry out systematic propaganda, including within the army and in the countryside, in favor of proletarian revolution, to remove reformists and centrists from all positions in the working class movement and to replace them by communists, to combine legal and illegal methods of work, to supervise the activities of its members in parliament, to denounce pacifism, to support colonial liberation movements, to secure the adherence of all sections of the labor movement to the Red Trade Union International as opposed to the Yellow Amsterdam Trade Union International, to organize on the basis of democratic centralism and to conduct periodical purges of its membership, to support all existing Soviet republics by all possible means, to revise its party program in accordance with the policies of the International, to accept all decisions of the Comintern as binding, to take the name of Communist Party, and to expel all members who voted against acceptance of the 21 conditions at a Congress called for the purpose. 2 The Congress marked a sharp breach not only between Communists and Social Democrats, but between Communists and those who were still seeking a basis for compromise, such as the Austro-Marxists who still wished to find a third way between terrorist Moscow and impotent Bern. 3. The seat of the Communist International was to be in Moscow. It seemed only natural that it should be located in the one socialist country that existed. Indeed, the structure of the Comintern was modeled on that of the Russian Party, not because of any sinister design to ensure Russian domination, but simply because the Russian Party was the only one to have carried out a successful proletarian revolution. From the beginning, there had been uneasiness about this situation, particularly among the KPD leadership, and Rosa Luxemburg had early warned against the potential subjection of the international movement to the Russian model. However, it seemed possible that this danger would be circumvented. The Russians at this time fully expected that their preeminence would be superseded as soon as a proletarian revolution triumphed in an advanced industrialized society. Indeed, Bolshevik leaders were inclined to state the matter quite sharply, pointing to their own backwardness and to the necessity of a more advanced country taking the lead. However, as E.H. Carr has pointed out, it was only when the revolution obstinately stood still at the Russian frontier and the bright hopes of the summer of 1920 faded, that the gap in authority between those who had succeeded in making their revolution and those who had failed widened, leaving the Comintern shaped in a Russian mold and ensuring Russian dominance. 4. The Congress was followed by bitter debates within the parties on acceptance of the 21 conditions, and the period between the Second and Third Congresses saw a series of splits and amalgamations based on the new policies. The lines were drawn and redrawn in the turmoil of sorting out who stood where in the new situation that had emerged. Following extremely acrimonious proceedings at an extraordinary Congress of the USPD in Halle in October 1920, the majority voted to join the Comintern. This majority then amalgamated in December 1920 with the KPD, giving Germany a mass communist party. The minority went back to the SPD. Also in December 1920, the French Socialist Party met in Tours and split, as did the Italian Socialist Party when they met in Leghorn in January 1921. In France, it was the majority that became the Communist Party, whereas in Italy it was the minority, resulting in the secession of the mass Italian Socialist Party from the Comintern. The Czechoslovak Party also split, whereas the Bulgarian, Norwegian, Dutch, Hungarian, and Austrian ones accepted the 21 conditions without splitting. The Communist Party of Great Britain, CPGB, formed in London of diverse groups that came together in August 1920, while the Second Congress was still in session, held another Congress in Leeds in January 1921, at which it accepted the 21 conditions and adhered to the Comintern. In March 1921 the Independent Labour Party rejected the conditions of adherence to the Comintern, although the minority, which argued in favour, resigned to join the new CPGB. The Socialist Party of Ireland became the Communist Party and duly expelled its few members not in favour of accepting the conditions. At the same time, things began to flare up again in Germany. After police moved in to disarm the Mansfeld strikers in central Germany, the KPD proclaimed open armed insurrection against the government and announced a general strike. It ended in fiasco, however, as communist strikers fought not only the police, but the mass of workers who did not see their way clear to supporting the strike. The party lost many members and much support. The failure of the March action resulted in another wave of recriminations, and Paul Levi, although vindicated in his criticism of the March action, was expelled from the party for having published his criticism. Black clouds were darkening the revolutionary horizon everywhere. In Italy, faced with an upsurge of working-class militancy expressed in a wave of strikes, Italian industrialists turned to Mussolini, pushing forward the realization of his fascist fantasies. The increasing unity on the right was in contrast to the growing disunity of the Italian left, split not only between communists and socialists, but between rival factions within both the communist and socialist camps. Such developments had their effect in the change of mood reflected at the Third World Congress of the Comintern in June-July 1921 in Moscow. The prevailing atmosphere, which contrasted sharply with the heady optimism and militancy of the year before, was one of moderation and restraint. The Congress signaled a tactical retreat on various fronts. As the Soviet Union shifted its policy from war communism to the new economic policy, so did the Comintern move from its policy of revolutionary offensive to the tactics of the United Front. Fire was now directed not against social democracy but against ultraleftism. The idea was to seek limited cooperation with the Second and Second and a Half Internationals, the Amsterdam International, and anarcho-syndicalist organizations. The emphasis was to be on winning over their rank and file and achieving unity from below. Thus the day of front organizations and fellow travelers arrived, masterminded in time by the German communist Willy Munzenberg, of whom it was said that he used kings as pawns and made pawns feel like kings. 5. During these years, the Comintern was often preoccupied with the affairs of the KPD, as Germany was seen as the nerve center for future prospects of world revolution. The left wing, headed by Arkady Maslow, Ruth Fischer, and Ernst Thälmann, believed that Germany was still ripe for imminent proletarian revolution and wished to set the date for the final insurrection, whereas the right wing, led by Heinrich Brandler and August Thalheimer, were more inclined to caution and opposed to insurrectionist tactics. In 1923, the fragile Weimar Republic was again in crisis. Some said it was a republic without Republicans. Karl von Ossietzky of the anti-militarist review Die Welt Berney said the situation was just the reverse, the Republicans were without a republic. 6 In any case, liberalism was constantly losing ground. The ranks of the KPD were beginning to swell again, but so were the forces of the right, including the rising Nazi movement. More and more the failure of the successive governments of the Weimar Republic seemed to force a choice between looking eastwards to the new revolutionary order in Russia or backwards to a mythical German past. In October 1923 the KPD, under Comintern direction, undertook a complex strategy for taking power, centered in Saxony and Thuringia. Communists, including Brandler in Saxony and Korsch in Thuringia, entered coalition government. The insurrection that was scheduled to follow was a complete fiasco. Again, party membership dropped and the party was declared illegal. Again, bitter quarreling attended the defeat and Brandler and Rodak, outspoken opponents of insurrectionism, were made scapegoats for the defeat of the insurrection. Ironically, the leadership of the party passed to the leftist advocates of insurrection. The parties of the Comintern were at this time torn by factional struggles, centered for the most part on political debates regarding strategies to be employed in achieving power. These coincided with and were exacerbated by the intense factional struggle going on within the Russian party, which was then in the process of moving against Trotsky. On top of this, various parties were in open conflict with the leadership of the Comintern, and directives condemning the right-wing leadership of the Polish party, the right deviations of the British party, and the ultraleftism of the Italian party constantly emanated from Moscow. Philosophy and the Communists, Minimalism versus Maximalism. During this period, there was, on the whole, a great diversity of opinion on questions of what was to be done by the communist parties and of what it meant to be a communist. Many issues were raised, from straightforward tactical ones to far-reaching and deep-seated theoretical ones. Everything from parliamentarianism and trade unionism to atheism and materialism were deemed up for discussion. It was by no means clear to the great majority of members of the communist parties what exactly being a communist entailed. An early Comintern statement on the philosophical dimension of communism came from the Executive Committee, ECCI, in 1923. Communism represents a complete outlook on life, which excludes religion and logically involves atheism. 7. This set off debate in various quarters, as the pages of such journals as the Communist Review, published by the CPGB, testify. One member of the British Party, F. Baldwin, disturbed by the ECCI declaration, requested that the party's own executive committee instruct its delegates to the next World Congress to question the propriety of this decision. Taking a minimalist approach to the theoretical implications of party membership himself, he wrote, "I cannot agree that communism represents a complete outlook on life. It seems to me to deal mainly with one set of human activities. On all other subjects, it seems to me that we differ wildly, and if we tried to have a party that expressed every individual opinion, we might end by having as many parties as there are individuals." 8. This, and other contributions in subsequent issues, showed the degree to which the British left, including the Communists, was still under the influence of English empiricism. Others, however, contested this view and affirmed their belief that communism did indeed imply a complete outlook on life. The debate resurfaced several times throughout the 1920s, with many on the British left, sometimes communists, making it clear that they agreed with Bertrand Russell, who thought it a mistake to base a political theory on a philosophical one, and with others insisting on the necessity of a philosophical grounding for their politics. The Agitprop department of the Comintern saw fit to chastise the British Party in 1925 for its aversion to theory, and in 1929 for its omission of the Marxist world conception from its training manual. On the other hand, there was keen interest in the philosophical foundations of Marxism in workers' educational circles in which the party was fully involved. The culture of these working-class autodidacts was highly systematic and speculative, and militantly atheist, very much in the tradition of the popular materialism of the 19th century secularist movement. It was, however, highly derivative. It was not until the 1930s that Britain became a centre for original philosophical thinking within the Marxist tradition. 9. In the 1920s, one needed to look further to the east for the vital centres of philosophical debate. Central Europe was bursting with it. The intellectual culture of the Weimar Republic was sophisticated and fiery. Amid the speeches and the street fighting that created an atmosphere of chaos mingling with apocalypse, the cafés of Berlin vibrated with a spirit of intense intellectuality. Left-wing ideas, avant-garde art forms, and contending philosophical theories were discussed with excitement and with life-or-death earnestness. Austria too was alive with it. Vienna was at this time the home of Freud and psychoanalysis, the Vienna Circle and logical positivism, and Austro-Marxism, as well as being an international crossroads where Europeans of other nations and other trends constantly came and went or else tarried in exile, as did the Hungarian communist György Lukács and the Italian communist Antonio Gramsci. A lively forum for theoretical debate within the communist movement in its formative days was Communismus, a Comintern theoretical journal published in Central Europe in 1920–1921, of which Lukács was an editor. German, Austrian, Polish, Dutch, Italian, and Hungarian Marxists, of a decidedly leftist tendency within the political spectrum of the time, dominated its pages. The politics of the journal was hostile to trade union and electoral activity and supportive of the primacy of workers' councils within the strategy of the revolutionary movement. In philosophy, it signaled the first notes of a neo-Hegelian revival within Marxism, accompanied by a critical approach to the legacy of Engels and an identification of it with a positivist and mechanist interpretation of Marxism. 10. In this environment, a far more maximalist approach to the theoretical implications of party membership prevailed. The sort of Marxists who gathered around communismus firmly believed that Marxism was a complete outlook on life and put great stress on the philosophical dimension of Marxism. Ironically, though, they did so in a way that undercut their own basic intentions, for they took up philosophical positions that implied a severe restriction of the scope of Marxism and actually made it anything but a complete outlook on life. There was a growing tendency to exclude the philosophy of nature from the horizon of Marxism or to assimilate it within the concept of revolutionary praxis as to undercut any meaningful understanding of Marxism as a philosophy of science. The Dutch leftists. The major theoreticians of the Dutch Party, Anton Pannekoek, Henriette Roland Holst, and Herman Gorter, represented the left communist trend against which Lenin directed his fire in left-wing communism, an infantile disorder. Responding to Lenin's criticism, Gorter wrote an open letter to Comrade Lenin in which he argued that the Comintern was neglecting the impact of bourgeois thought on the consciousness of the proletariat. The reason why crisis after crisis came and yet attempts at revolution misfired was that the proletariat were still under the spell of bourgeois ideology. This was the secret source of the power of the bourgeoisie over the proletariat. Point 11. From this, the Dutch leftists concluded that it was necessary to emphasize the philosophical side of Marxism. It was essential to break decisively with all premises of bourgeois thought and all bourgeois organizational forms. The group was, however, much clearer about the implications of the latter than of the former. Organizationally, their radicalism committed them to abstention from parliaments and trade unions and to the creation of workers' councils. Theoretically, it involved a determination to break away from fatalistic and positivistic conceptions of the world, leading in practice to a certain attenuation of materialism, although it must be said that they were never very clear about what their stance implied in philosophical terms. Gorter seemed to confine Marxism within the limits of historical materialism and to leave the realm of natural science outside its scope. Point 12. Pannekoek, who was an astronomer by profession and who had earlier written a book on the relation between Marxism and Darwinism, was somewhat more interested in the natural sciences. His philosophy of science involved a denunciation of bourgeois materialism and defense of empirio-criticism. He sided with Mach and Avenarius against Lenin, arguing that Lenin took up the matter from the wrong end, by identifying the real world with physical matter. For Pannekoek, the concept of physical matter did not suffice to explain the experienced world and there was a need for more and other concepts, energy, mind, consciousness. Point 13. Roland Holst, who so ardently sought within Marxism a unity of rationality and emotion, a deepening of the moral side of man, a new relation between man and nature, became disheartened at ever finding these there and turned again to religion. Both politically and philosophically, the Dutch Council Communists found themselves increasingly isolated. They left the Communist Party in the autumn of 1921 and formed the Dutch Communist Labour Party, analogous to the German KAPD, and yet another new international, a fourth international, preceding Trotsky's, and Communist Workers' International. Henriette Roland Holst remained in the Communist Party, but left later in 1927, when the strain of factional struggle throughout the communist movement had simply become more than she could bear. Lukács, Korsch, and the Neo-Hegelian revival. What caused the greatest stir on the philosophical front, however, was the publication in 1923 of two influential and controversial books by two influential and controversial authors, Georgy Lukács' History and Class Consciousness, and Karl Korsch's Marxism and Philosophy. These two books, linked as representing a common trend emerging within Marxism at this time, had been written independently, although the authors had come together with a number of other Marxist intellectuals in the Summer Academy held in a Black Forest resort in 1922. This gathering, also called the First Marxist Workweek, although there was never a second, in time led to the formation of the Institute for Social Research or the Frankfurt School. Although there were greater divergencies between the two than seemed apparent to anyone at this time or than commentators then or now have taken into account, there were indeed certain common themes. And by their contemporaries, they were praised together or damned together. Both emphasized, as did the Dutch leftists, the crucial importance of revolutionary consciousness and the necessity of breaking decisively from bourgeois patterns of thought, but went further than them in unfolding this in philosophical terms. For both, the main target of attack was positivism and what they saw as positivist incrustations within Marxism. Both engaged in extended criticism of the Marxism of the Second International, in both its revisionist and so-called orthodox forms, and expressed concern over the continuation of forms of vulgar Marxism within the Third International. They were opposed to the separation of theory and practice, which they saw as following from the conception of Marxism as a science, and they defined Marxism as the revolutionary consciousness of the proletariat, a historical consciousness that overcame all such dualisms as that between theory and practice, science and ethics. They spoke against the fascination of Marxists with the materialism of the natural sciences and proposed a renewed attention to the dialectic. They tended to see the dialectical method as limited in application to the socio-historical realm and as standing in the sharpest possible contrast to the scientific method, which applied only to nature. Equating the theory of reflection with naive realism and substituting for it an emphasis on revolutionary praxis, a type of historicism that led to a radical epistemological relativism, they counterposed a revolutionist, anti-determinist activism to a quietist, determinist materialism. The debate as they saw it was between a passive, contemplative acceptance of the world as it was and an active, critical negation of the world in order to transform it. They regretted what Korsch called Hegel amnesia and sought the recovery of the Hegelian heritage within Marxism. This new neo-Hegelian trend within Marxism took from Hegel something very different from what Engels had taken. It was not the grandiose system embracing the whole of history and nature that appealed to them, but the dialectical unfolding of world historical consciousness. In its hostility to the natural sciences and its subjectivist renunciation of the cosmological dimension of Marxism, this trend represented a radical departure from Engels's conception of the dialectics of nature. It was therefore a head-on challenge to the mainstream Marxist position in the philosophy of science. History and Class Consciousness. Lukács's book made the confrontation quite explicit. Taking a critical view of Engels and rejecting the concept of the dialectics of nature, he wrote, "It is of the first importance to realize that the method is limited here to the realms of history and society. The misunderstandings that arise from Engels' account of dialectics can be put down to the fact that Engels, following Hegel's mistaken lead, extended the method to apply also to nature. However, the crucial determinants of dialectics, the interaction of subject and object, the unity of theory and practice, the historical changes in the reality underlying the categories as the root cause of changes in thought, etc., are absent from our knowledge of nature." Point 14. However, Lukács exempted Marx from this error. In an earlier work, Tactics and Ethics, when expounding on dialectics, he wrote, "Marx was altogether too sober and profound a thinker to apply this method to the investigation of nature." 15. Concerned to break with a contemplative view of reality and to re-emphasize the dimension of subjectivity within Marxism, Lukács ruled out the possibility of knowing of natural processes occurring independently of man and declared nature itself to be a societal category. Knowledge was not a reflection of some pre-existing reality, but the unity of subject and object, thought and being, theory and practice, in the process of revolutionary transformation. Within this framework, it became impossible to know of the world except in and through human praxis. In History and Class Consciousness, Lukács persistently identified science and analytical rationality with bourgeois consciousness, with a passive, reified and fragmented conception of the world that was endemic to capitalism. Against it, he set the revolutionary class consciousness of the proletariat, which was able to rise to an organic comprehension of the whole, to a realization of totality in the process of revolutionary transformation. Thus the struggle between capitalism and socialism was set in terms of scientific method versus intuition of totality. The epistemologically privileged proletariat, in whom the subject and object of history were destined to coincide, was not, however, to be confused with the empirically existing proletariat. The party was the necessary mediator between the actual proletariat and the total historical vision that constituted its true class consciousness, between what the proletariat actually thought and what it would think if it could rise to a comprehension of the totality of implications of its social position. Only the proletariat, in its ascribed class consciousness, was able to achieve that full historical subjectivity that would negate all reified objectivity. Running through Lukács's work at this time was a transcendent disdain for the natural sciences and indeed for the whole realm of empirical investigation that often took very extreme forms. Against such as Bernstein, who argued that dialectics violated scientific method and led to conclusions that ran contrary to the facts, his attitude was, so much the worse for scientific method, so much the worse for facts. 16 Again, in addressing himself to the question what is orthodox Marxism, he actually argued, "Let us assume for the sake of argument that recent research had disproved once and for all every one of Marx's individual theses. Even if this were to be proven, every serious orthodox Marxist would still be able to accept all such modern findings without reservation and hence dismiss all of Marx's theses in toto without having to renounce his orthodoxy for a single moment. Orthodox Marxism, therefore, does not imply the uncritical acceptance of this or that thesis, nor the exegesis of a sacred book. On the contrary, orthodoxy refers exclusively to method. It is the scientific conviction that dialectical materialism is the road to truth and that its methods can be developed, expanded, and deepened only along the lines laid down by its founders. It is the conviction, moreover, that all attempts to surpass or improve it have led and must lead to oversimplification, triviality and eclecticism. 17. While this was a manifestation of a healthy desire to keep Marxism from rigidity and ossification, it presupposed the very separation of method and reality that Lukács proclaimed must be overcome, and it expressed the sort of cavalier disregard for the concrete facts that would most surely keep Marxism from developing. To show such indifference to the actual empirical studies that led Marx to the formulation of his method and to make it immune to the process of continual empirical validation would be to deprive it of the very grounding in concrete reality that had given birth to it and that would keep it alive and relevant. However laudable his critique of positivism and his insistence that facts did not interpret themselves, but only became meaningful in the framework of a system, he was courting danger in his scorn for facts, and in his severing of the very connection between scientific knowledge of the world and revolutionary action to transform it that constituted the very essence of Marxism. But whatever his shortcomings at this time, Lukács was an important philosopher. His importance in the history of Marxism lay in his passionate commitment to overcoming the numerous dualisms at the heart of bourgeois consciousness, his insistent emphasis on vision of totality as constituting the core of revolutionary consciousness, and his connection of philosophical integrality with the social role of the proletariat. However, at this early stage in his long career, he was unable to carry through with his task in an effective way, because he was leaving out of account too much that was too crucial to any true vision of totality. In striving to resolve the dichotomy between nature and history, he simply left out nature. In endeavoring to transcend the dichotomy between science and ethics, he dismissed the relevance of science. In seeking to supersede the dichotomy between object and subject, he denied the claims of objectivity altogether. Ironically, all he was able to achieve at this time was the mirror image of the fragmented consciousness of positivism that he was trying to combat. The sources of the one-sidedness that blocked him from achieving the sort of comprehensiveness of vision to which he aspired must be sought in the intellectual milieu in which he had been formed. The story of the complex philosophical and political evolution of Georgy Lukács in the years both preceding and following upon the events of 1923 constitutes one of the most interesting chapters in the history of Marxism. Educated in Germany at a time when university life was dominated by neo-Kantianism, phenomenology, and various irrationalist and romanticist reactions to positivism, Lukács came particularly under the influence of Dilthey and Simmel. In his neo-Kantian phase, he sided with the Heidelberg school rather than the Marburg school, that is, he believed the truth was ascertainable through phenomenological intuition of essences, instead of adopting a more orthodox neo-Kantian epistemological agnosticism. The Heidelberg school did, however, put great emphasis on the traditional Kantian distinction between nature and culture. It was hostile to the naturalistic search for general laws of development applicable to nature and history alike, for history was the realm of the unique and unrepeatable event that could never be subject to causal laws. It made a sharp distinction between scientific and historical knowledge, between causal analysis and hermeneutic intuition, and it considered the latter to be a superior form of knowledge. Soon, Lukács moved forward from Kant to Hegel and from Hegel to Marx, that is, from subjective idealism to objective idealism to dialectical materialism. It cannot be denied, however, that at the time of writing History and Class Consciousness Lukács was still inclined to read Marx through neo-Kantian and neo-Hegelian spectacles. It was the Heidelberg school rift between nature and history that Lukács had brought with him unquestioned into Marxism that formed the basis of his rejection of the dialectics of nature and that made History and Class Consciousness as much a neo-Kantian book as a neo-Hegelian one. Looking back on this period after many years, Lukács recalled it as a time when momentous, world historical changes were struggling to find theoretical expression, when he united within himself conflicting intellectual trends, finding himself changing from one class to another in the middle of a world crisis and not yet able to forge the various elements into a new, homogeneous world outlook. 18. Lukács saw the October Revolution as the opening of a window into the future, and he joined the Hungarian Communist Party in 1918 soon after its inception. He was an extremely active and committed party member, playing a leading role in the Hungarian Commune and, after its defeat, identifying with the Landler faction in opposition to Belakun's leadership of the party. From his exile in Vienna, Lukács went to Moscow as a delegate to the Third World Congress of the Comintern and was also very close to the affairs of the KPD. But, despite his concrete activity in the working class movement, the proletariat of History and Class Consciousness bore far more resemblance to Hegel's Weltgeist than to the living, breathing working class of his historical experience. Looking at the extraordinarily abstract and ethereal role assigned to the proletariat by the early Lukács, Gareth Stedman Jones aptly comments that its role was not so much that of a concrete historical force, but that of a hitherto missing term in a geometrical proof. The proletariat was the deus ex machina whose timely appearance resolved the antinomies of Geistesgeschichte. 19. Another aspect of Lukács's thought that showed his remoteness from the concrete during these years was his attitude to the natural sciences. A typical representative of the German academic milieu from which he came, concerned with the critique of positivism and the vindication of philosophy, he failed to realize that science had outgrown positivism and had reached a new post-positivist stage. Lukács functioned with an extremely primitive concept of science as fact-gathering, and he accepted uncritically the positivist interpretation of scientific method. In rejecting positivism, he rejected science as well. It was not, however, actually existing science, about which he knew almost nothing, but a specific academic stereotype of science that he was rejecting. But Lukács was alive and developing, and his continuing political experience and openness to new knowledge eventually was brought to bear on his high-flown philosophical style, bringing him in due course to change his mind regarding many of the propositions in History and Class Consciousness. Marxism and philosophy. Korsch also was an active party member. He joined the USPD in 1917 and, when it split in 1920, he went with its majority into the KPD. In 1923, he was elected to the Thuringian Parliament and went into government as Minister of Justice in Thuringia. In 1924 he was also elected a member of the Reichstag. A supporter of the Maslow-Fischer line in the KPD, he became editor of the party's theoretical journal Die Internationale, when the left wing succeeded to the leadership of the party in 1923. Lukács's History and Class Consciousness appeared just as Korsch's Marxism and philosophy was going to press, giving Korsch time to add an afterword instead of a foreword in which he declared himself to be in fundamental agreement with Lukács's book and calling attention to its relation to his own book. He stated that in so far as there were differences between the two, he preferred to leave them for future discussion. 20. Indeed, there were differences, and in coming years they were to be intensified. But in 1923 what mattered was the common ground, the political utopianism, the epistemological activism, the critique of positivism and vulgar Marxism, the emphasis on revolutionary consciousness, the revival of Hegelian themes within Marxism. Korsch considered the central issues to be their common critical attitude towards both social democratic orthodoxy and the new communist orthodoxy. Like Lukács, Korsch declared himself a dialectical materialist. Indeed, he declared Marxism and philosophy to be materialist in the strictest sense of the word. 21. On the question of the dialectics of nature, Korsch posed the issue in a very different way from Lukács. Although many of his critics accused him of doing so, he did not explicitly reject the dialectics of nature, nor did he criticize Engels's philosophical writings, or draw an essential distinction between Marx and Engels on this point. His position was that knowledge of nature, no less than knowledge of history, came within the scope of human praxis and was therefore no less dialectical. Seen in this way, there seemed to him to be no ground for rejection of the dialectics of nature. However, when looked at more closely in light of the way he expressed his rejection of the theory of reflection, Korsch's stance can be seen to have been in reality far closer to Lukács's than to Engels's. Within the framework of his epistemological relativism, nature was so radically historicized as to make it impossible to speak of natural processes as dialectical independently of interaction with human processes. Nature could only be known in and through human praxis. Thus, only human thought, only human historical activity, could be dialectical. A few years later, when clarifying the issues he believed were at stake in Marxism and philosophy, Korsch declared himself on this more sharply, not however in terms of a gulf between Marx and Engels, in the manner of Lukács, but in terms of a gulf between Marx and Engels on the one hand and Lenin and the Leninists on the other. Lenin and his followers unilaterally transfer the dialectic into object, nature, and history, and they present knowledge merely as a passive mirror and reflection of this objective being in the subjective consciousness. In so doing, they destroy both the dialectical interrelation between being and consciousness and, as a necessary consequence, the dialectical interrelation of theory and practice. 22. Korsch's position on dialectics was a more definitive one than that of Lukács, for knowledge of nature bridged to some extent that gap that Lukács left yawning between history and nature. However, although he did not express it so forcefully as did Lukács, there was in his work as well an aversion for the natural sciences and for the materialism of the natural sciences that was as alien to the whole spirit underlying the philosophy of Marx and Engels as to that of Lenin. The main theme of Marxism and philosophy was the status of philosophy within Marxism. His argument here was a very confused one. After castigating the Marxism of the Second International for neglect of the philosophical side of Marxism and declaring the aim of Marxism and philosophy to be reme facies of the philosophical side of Marxism, he turned around and proclaimed that Marxism was not a new philosophy but the abolition of philosophy. In one passage, he would say that the dialectical materialism of Marx and Engels is by its very nature a philosophy through and through. 23, and in another that it was an anti-philosophy. 24, the convoluted reasoning that it was an anti-philosophy that was itself philosophical, a surpassal of philosophy that retained its philosophical character, a realization of philosophy aimed at its destruction, could not annul the elementary logical contradiction that lay at the heart of this argument. This particular confusion did have some basis in the writings of Marx and Engels, however. Going even further than Marx and Engels, who unfortunately spoke of the transcendence of philosophy by the positive sciences, Korsch declared that the revolutionary process was a total attack on bourgeois society that brought the abolition not only of its philosophy but of all of its sciences. Just how the new revolutionary man, endowed with mystical proletarian class consciousness, was to come to terms with the natural world without the positive sciences and without philosophical interpretations of the results of positive sciences was something that was never quite explained. The Reviews, a storm of controversy. At all events, the two books unleashed a storm of controversy. The reviews came flooding in, bringing high praise from some quarters and virulent condemnation from others. In social democratic circles the reaction was mixed. Siegfried Mark hailed Lukács's book, and in his own book, Die Dialektik in der Philosophik der Gegenwart, published a few years later, he did raise various criticisms of Lukács. He felt, for example, that Lukács's concept of proletarian class consciousness shot beyond the boundaries of historicity. He hinted that there was something dangerous in Lukács's ascription of a sort of scholastic infallibility to the dialectical method and to his mythological conception of the proletariat, and indicated that such a way of thinking could lead to Inquisition 25. Kautsky, on the other hand, took a dim view of it all, not surprisingly, as he was a major target of attack in both books. Reviewing Korsch's book, Kautsky accused him of distorting the history of Marxism and of emphasizing revolutionary consciousness to the point of forgetting that revolution is possible only under specific historical conditions. Point 26. Among independent Marxists, of whom there were a few, although not nearly so many as in years to come, both books were warmly received. The Hungarian Marxist Laszlo Radványi believed Korsch was correct in his emphasis on revolutionary consciousness. Whereas the working class movement had liberated itself from the hegemony of the bourgeois conception of the world in political and economic terms, it had not done so in philosophical terms. As Radványi saw it, it continued to be in the grip of the crude, natural scientific, materialist worldview of the post-revolutionary bourgeoisie. What was of central importance about Korsch's book, Radványi argued, was its break with the view of Marxism as paneconomism, its proclamation that the economic structure was not the only realm that was fully real, its recognition of the intellectual sphere as a constitutive part of the reality of social life. Point 27. The German Marxist Ernst Bloch greeted Lukács's book with great enthusiasm, although he predicted that others would not, singling out the Russians as not understanding the German philosophical heritage and as thinking like uncultured dogs. He welcomed history and class consciousness in a situation he saw as one in which the revolutionary process was advancing only with crippled strides, seeing all its ideas shooting beyond reality, bearing its endless crises without the strength to transform them. The need was to press beyond the fragmentations, beyond the specializations, beyond the separations. The need was to become whole men, not only in the process of the construction of communism, but in the very formation of the revolutionary forces to achieve it. He saw Lukács's reconstruction of the subject-object dialectic as opening the way to achieve this. He believed Lukács had liberated thought by bringing it into the socio-historical process, by breaking free of bourgeois reification. Bloch felt himself very much in tune with Lukács's utopian boldness. If anything, he thought Lukács not quite bold enough. Bloch, more oriented to the cosmological dimension than Lukács, criticized history and class consciousness for its purely sociological view of the world. Point 28. There was also Herbert Marcuse, who, a few years later, specifically defended Lukács in his polemic against Engels. Marcuse supported Lukács's critique of the dialectics of nature and commended him for seeing through the dualism of nature as the ahistorical object of physics, and nature as the historical environment of human activity. He was, however, critical of Lukács's concept of correct class consciousness, arguing that it amounted to a fixation outside the course of events and could be linked to history only in an artificial and abstract manner. Point 29. The most intensive discussion of the books took place within the Comintern. Here, too, there were sympathetic reviews, but, on the whole, the reception was overwhelmingly hostile. Most communist critics saw the books as representing a trend that was reneging on materialism, reverting instead to a combination of the subjectivist epistemology of Kant with the idealist dialectic of Hegel. Among Lukács's fellow Hungarians, there was first of all Laszlo Rudas, who had been a close associate of Lukács until this time, but after history and class consciousness would never be so again. His negative response to Lukács's book seems to have been the cause of his departure from the ranks of the Landler faction within the Hungarian party. His review was a lengthy one, carried in 3 installments of Arbiter Literatur. At the center of Rudas's critique was his rejection of Lukács's position on the dialectics of nature. He affirmed vigorously that the dialectic extended to the whole of reality, to nature as much as to society. The Marxist dialectic was a science of objective laws of nature and of history, the validity of which was not contingent upon human consciousness. Lukács's rejection of the dialectics of nature, along with his view that proletarian class consciousness made the revolution, constituted in Rudas's view, a lapse into subjective idealism. He advised Lukács to subject his philosophy to a thoroughgoing materialist self-criticism. Comrade Lukács, said Rudas, may have broken with his social past, but not with his philosophical past. Rudas also registered his strenuous objection to the way Lukács and others saw Engels as the first vulgar Marxist. Another theme Rudas took up was the relation between political and philosophical deviations, asserting a logical connection between political ultraleftism and philosophical idealism. Point 30. The book was given short shrift by Bela Kun, who denounced Lukács and all others who attempted to revise dialectical materialism, or to put it more accurately, to emasculate it by expunging materialism. 31. In sharp contrast was the review of another Hungarian communist, József Rivé, who hailed history and class consciousness as a major breakthrough in the history of Marxism. He saw it as the first systematic attempt to make the Hegelian movement in Marxism, the dialectic, philosophically conscious. Rivé took exception to the views of Engels and Plekhanov, who, by putting the dialectic into nature, ended up by naturalizing the dialectic. They had reduced the revolutionary dialectic of consciousness and being to a naturalistic metaphysics that simply stated certain general characteristics of objects. Against this trend stood Lukács, who had returned to Marx. Marx, according to Rivé, had introduced the future into the domain of the revolutionary dialectic, not as positing a goal or an end, or as the necessary advent of a natural law, but as an active reality dwelling in the present. As to the past object, the mission of the proletariat was to comprehend itself as the identical subject-object of history. 32. Yet another Hungarian, Bela Fogarasi, wrote enthusiastically on Marxism and philosophy, praising it as a decisive step towards the elimination of the philosophical residues of bourgeois consciousness from Marxist thought. Fogarasi identified the remnants of bourgeois thought within Marxism as naive realism and mechanistic materialism, rather than idealism. He agreed with Lukács about the dialectics of nature. 33. There was also divided opinion within the ranks of the KPD. Prominent KDP theoretician August Thalheimer noted the appearance of a new edition of Hegel's Logic with a remark in the pages of the newspaper Die Rote Fahne about the dangers of reading Hegel without a thorough knowledge of the Marxist classics and the natural sciences. 34. A week later, in Die Rote Fahne, Hermann Duncker, another prominent KPD theoretician, referred to History and Class Consciousness as a dangerous book. In his opinion, it amounted to advocacy of idealism, which could only serve to dilute the materialist essence of Marxism. 35. 2 years later, expanding on his critique of Lukács, Duncker argued against his separation of method and results in dealing with Marx, and insisted it was impermissible because the Marxian system is so homogeneously built up, all its ideas and lessons stand in such organizational connection that the withdrawal of one little stone would bring the rest of it toppling down. 36. Both Thalheimer and Duncker were very critical of the views of Korsch as well as of those of Lukács. Korsch jumped into the fray himself, using the pages of Die Internationale, the party's theoretical journal, of which he was himself the editor, to review 4 books: Lukács's History and Class Consciousness, Hegel's Logic, Bukharin's Theory of Historical Materialism, and his own Marxism and Philosophy. He made his review a reply to the critics. He remarked on Thalheimer's fear of Hegel and contrasted it with Lenin's emphasis on the importance of studying Hegel and his proposal to Marxists to form a sort of society of materialist friends of the Hegelian dialectic. The hostility shown towards Marxists who wished to return to the Hegelian dialectical core constituted a definite retreat from the revolutionary essence of Marxism. He complained that vulgar Marxism was coming to prevail in the Third International just as it had in the Second. The objections advanced against Lukács and himself were based on the empirical method of the natural sciences and the corresponding positive historical method of the social sciences, which was a bourgeois mode of thought. 37. In another article in the same issue entitled Lenin und die Komintern, Korsch expressed his opposition to the united front line of the Komintern and characterized it a surrender of the revolutionary dialectic to pragmatic expediency. He called for the erection of a protective wall against the rising flood of communist revisionism and for the assertion of the independence of European communist parties from the hegemony of Moscow. 38. In Moscow, all this was creating a stir. Even Pravda pronounced on it. The issue of July 25, 1924 declared Korsch, Lukács, Fogarasi, and Rivet to be Marxist theoreticians still in need of education in the fundamentals of Marxist theory. It recited for them the ABCs of Marxist philosophy, asserting a definition of truth as the agreement of a representation with objective reality external to it. Any denial of this was bourgeois. It also asserted the centrality of the dialectics of nature to Marxism and accused both Lukács and Korsch of repudiating it. The new deviation was described as an idealist admixture of the philosophy of identity and Machiaism. 39. The Soviet academic journals also carried reviews. Somewhat ironically perhaps, it was the dialecticians and not the mechanists who were in the forefront in criticizing Lukács and Korsch. There seems to have been no trace of sympathy for them among the Deborinists. Deborin accused Lukács of going over to Hegelianism. He described Lukács's views as a colorful mishmash of ideas of orthodox Hegelianism made tasty by an admixture of ideas from Lask, Bergson, Weber, Rickert, Marx and Lenin. Deborin characterized Lukács's conception of the dialectic in terms of the identity of subject and object and renounced it as the purest idealism. It amounted, he said, to a reversion to the ideas of Mach and Bogdanov. In line with Lenin's critique of Bogdanov, Deborin held to a realist theory of knowledge. Defending both the theory of reflection and the dialectics of nature, Deborin insisted that thought reflected being, that knowledge reflected a reality existing independently of man, that nature possessed laws of its own independently of human consciousness. From the standpoint of dialectical materialism, nature was in itself dialectical. The same dialectical laws of development applied to both natural and historical reality. Reality was of one piece and the dialectic applied to it universally. There was, moreover, no contradiction between Marx and Engels on this point. Deborin identified Lukács as the leader of a trend, a new current in Marxism that included such disciples of Lukács as Korsch, Fogarasi, and Rivet and that could not be ignored and needed to be subjected to criticism. 40. The main Soviet commentator on Korsch was G. Bamel, the author of the critical introduction to the Russian edition of Marxism and Philosophy that appeared in 1924, who accused Korsch of ignorance in questions of epistemology and defended the theory of reflection and the concept of the dialectics of nature. Most Soviet critics seemed to believe that Korsch had specifically rejected the dialectics of nature. Another somewhat odd feature of the reception of Korsch's book was that it included warnings against its supposed positivism. 41. Throughout 1924, the pages of Podznamenem Marxizma and Vestnik Komunistickoj Akademii carried articles on the views of Lukács and Korsch. The leading Deborinists, Lupol, Sten, and others, all joined in, anxious, it would seem, to defend their own neo-Hegelian interpretations of Marxism from this one. Perhaps it was their polemic against the mechanists in the field of philosophy of science that made them so eager to make the point that an emphasis on the Hegelian roots of Marxism did not necessarily imply abandoning the field of the natural sciences in the manner of Lukács and Korsch. They missed no opportunity to defend Engels's dialectics of nature against its critics and to attack Lukács and Korsch for deserting Marxism for Hegelianism, for abandoning materialism in favor of idealism. Nevertheless, despite their best efforts, they too were to go down charged with giving too much ground to Hegelianism and idealism. Maiden, when the time came, declared that the Leninist concept of partisanship in philosophy was the best antidote against the strong and bold tendencies of revisionism in Marxist philosophy at the present time, i.e., its Hegelian idealist form, beginning with Lukács and ending with the Deborin group. 42. Another interesting footnote to the whole discussion is that Rudas was not the only one to call attention to the connection between philosophical and political deviations. Sten did as well, asserting that Lukács's book revealed with utter clarity the connection between idealism in philosophy and ultraleftism in politics. The story has a somewhat ironic twist in light of the fact that Sten was destined to perish for precisely such a combination of idealism and ultraleftism, whereas Lukács was to survive. The Bolshevization of the Comintern. In the midst of all the controversy surrounding the two books, the Fifth World Congress of the Comintern was held in Moscow in June-July 1924. Concerned with all the factions, splits, deviations and ideological crises that were plaguing the movement, the Congress saw the solution in the Bolshevization of the International. The Bolshevization was to be all-embracing. The movement was to be purged of all deviations, political, philosophical, and any other. Radek, Suvarin, Brandler, and Thalheimer were casualties of the campaign against Trotsky. Lukács, Korsch, and Graziadei, an Italian communist who had called into question the theory of surplus value, were condemned as revisionists in the ideological sphere. In the main report of the Congress, Zinoviev went on the attack. It was imperative, he said, not to let theoretical revisionism spread and become an international phenomenon. Making it clear whom he meant, he continued. Comrade Graziadei in Italy published a book containing a reprint of articles attacking Marxism which he wrote when he was a social democratic revisionist. This theoretical revisionism cannot be allowed to pass with impunity. Neither will we tolerate our Hungarian comrade Lukács doing the same thing in the domain of philosophy and sociology. I have received a letter from Comrade Rudas, one of the leaders of this faction. He explains that he intended to oppose Lukács, but the faction forbade him to do so. Thereupon he left the faction because he could not see Marxism watered down. Well done, Rudas. We have a similar tendency in the German party. Comrade Graziadei is a professor, Korsch is also a professor. Interruption from the floor, Lukács is also a professor. If we get a few more of these professors spinning out their Marxist theories, we shall be lost. We cannot tolerate such theoretical revisionism of this kind in our Communist International. 43. It was shameless demagoguery. There was nothing in Zinoviev's remarks to indicate that he had even read the offending books, let alone had a serious theoretical reason for objecting to them. When Bukharin alluded to them in his speech, he had at least made reference to such ideas as relapses into the old Hegelianism. 44. In the Congress discussions on the affairs of the KPD, Korsch, who was present at the Congress as a KPD delegate, was offered the friendly advice from Zinoviev that, as the editor of Die Internationale, he should study Marxism and Leninism. The KPD was then further advised that it should place its theoretical journal in the hands of Marxists and not people who still needed to study Marxism. The whole atmosphere was such as not to heighten theoretical discussion, but to close it off, to label dissenting ideas as heretical and push them aside. The adoption of the section of the draft program calling for a rigorous struggle against idealist philosophy and against all other philosophies other than dialectical materialism 45 does not seem to have been accompanied by searching philosophical debate. The Congress condemned the philosophical deviation of some of the intellectual centers of the parties of Central Europe aimed at eliminating the materialist essence of dialectical materialism. A disturbing feature of it all was the stirring up of workerist anti-intellectualism implied in the derogatory way the term professor was being bandied about. Zinoviev was not ranting against the professors in the heat of the moment. In a letter to delegates before the Congress, he spoke of two time-honored tendencies within the left showing themselves within the KPD, the devoted workers who were the best hope of German communism, and the intelligentsia, some of whom were unripe elements, without Marxist training, without serious revolutionary traditions. 46. Zinoviev was hardly the prototypical honest worker himself, but, as it suited his manipulative purposes to whip up hostility to intellectuals, he did not hesitate to do so. Other Comintern leaders added their voices to his, with Clara Zetkin warning the Communist parties against recruiting too many intellectuals, as they could prove inconstant allies to the workers. One Comintern leader who refused to go along with it was Bukharin, who once saw fit to remark that the worker was not always right, no matter how black were his hands. The sort of degradation of intellectuals that began to set in around this time can be seen in an incident involving the Hungarian economist, Gino Varga, who is said to have consulted Zinoviev prior to the Congress about whether he should report the temporary stabilization of capitalism or its imminent collapse. 47 There was a concerted effort in the period after the Congress to replace intellectuals with workers in positions of responsibility throughout the Comintern apparatus. At a commission set up to look into the affairs of the KPD, Stalin warned against the ideas of the petty bourgeois philosopher Korsch and remarked to the KPD leadership that their lack of theoreticians was no great unhappiness. 48 The road to revolution was full of hazards for communist intellectuals. The parting of ways. Lukács and Korsch were among those who learned the hard way. Although they took divergent paths, both were perilous, bringing to each his own dilemma, his own torment. The way of Korsch. Korsch was defiant. His article Lenin und die Komintern, published on the eve of the Fifth World Congress, showed him moving into a position of direct political opposition to the political line of the Komintern. When his editorship of Die Internationale was criticized by both Zinoviev and Bukharin at the Congress, he defended his policy of keeping its pages open to varying points of view. Also at the Congress, in the course of a speech by Bukharin, he is reported to have shouted from the floor, "Soviet imperialism." 49. The Congress made clear his growing rift even with the left-wing Maslow-Fischer leadership of the party, which he thought to be too subservient to the Soviet leadership. After the Congress, however, Korsch continued on as editor of Die Internationale, and within its pages for a short time he sang the praises of Leninism, Stalinism, and the process of Bolshevization. But not for long. It had already been made clear that Bolshevization was not in his favor. The Central Committee of the KPD received a letter signed by Bela Kun, by now high up within the Komintern apparatus and in charge of its Agitprop division, referring to favorable reviews of Lukács's book in Die Internationale and demanding a tightening of control over the journal. Early in 1925, Korsch was removed as editor. From this time, he openly expressed his opposition to the party leadership, an opposition that intensified with the downfall of Fischer and Maslow and the succession of Ernst Thälmann to the leadership. During this period, he was attacked in party publications and heckled when he spoke at party meetings. Factional activity at rallies sometimes reached the point of street fighting. In March 1926, Korsch and his associates formed an organized faction within the party, the Entscheidende Linke, the Decisive Left, which published an internal opposition bulletin that noted the Komintern's declared policies of freedom of discussion of all questions within the party. They criticized the parliamentary cretinism of the KPD and advocated clear revolutionary class politics that included the creation of breakaway trade unions, as a step toward the goal of a socialist state built on workers' councils. In international terms, the group identified with the Soviet workers' opposition, criticized the NEP and called the Soviet Union a dictatorship of the kulaks. They opposed the Komintern line on the temporary stabilization of capitalism and argued that the Komintern had been transformed into an instrument of Soviet foreign policy. 50. A crisis point was reached when the faction opposed the German-Soviet Treaty of Military Cooperation in April 1926. Korsch was presented with an ultimatum, to relinquish his seat in the Reichstag or face expulsion from the KPD. He refused to comply and was expelled from the party amidst a general purge of leftist elements within the KPD. In June 1926, he made a bitter attack on Soviet foreign policy from the floor of the Reichstag. Zinoviev called him an insane petty bourgeois and his expulsion was endorsed by the Komintern in June 1926. After his expulsion from the KPD and the Komintern, Korsch remained politically active for several years. He kept his seat in the Reichstag and maintained connections with like-minded leftist groups abroad, such as the Italian group around Bordiga. He continued publishing his journal Kommunistisch Politik, even after the Entscheidende Linke group split, but he found himself increasingly isolated. The leftists split and split and split until each was left with virtually himself alone. In 1930, Korsch published an anti-critique, an analysis of the issues arising from the discussion around Marxism and philosophy and history and class consciousness, which was appended to the new edition of Marxism and Philosophy. Intellectually, as well as politically, he had gone beyond the pale. He had become overtly anti-Leninist. According to Korsch, Lenin's philosophy, which his epigones were following to the letter, was riddled with grotesque inconsistencies and crying contradictions. In an extremely contradictory fashion, he charged Lenin on the one hand with not following the teaching of Marx and Engels on the abolition of philosophy and with trying to turn Marxism into a new philosophical outlook, but on the other hand criticized him for deciding philosophical questions on the basis of non-philosophical considerations. Complicating things still further, he proceeded to bring his own non-philosophical considerations into the forefront of his critique of Lenin's philosophy. Leninist theory was, in his opinion, incapable of answering the practical needs of the international class struggle in the present period. One did not need to look further than Korsch to find the grotesque inconsistencies and the crying contradictions. The relationship between philosophy and politics was a question well worth raising, but Korsch did not help much in illuminating it. He did, however, make one substantive point about Lenin's philosophy that sharply highlighted the difference between Lenin's perspective and his own: the displacement of the accent from dialectics to materialism. Lenin's argument was that there had been a change in the whole intellectual climate that made it necessary to stress materialism against the predominantly anti-materialist trends in bourgeois philosophy, rather than to stress dialectics against vulgar, pre-dialectical, undialectical, and anti-dialectical trends in bourgeois science. Korsch contended that this was not the case, that there had been no such change. He argued that the dominant basic trend in bourgeois philosophy and natural science was the same as it had been 60 or 70 years before. It was inspired not by an idealist outlook, but by a materialist outlook colored by the natural sciences. He took exception to Lenin's uncritical approach to the natural scientific materialism of the second half of the 19th century. With regard to the relationship of philosophy to the natural sciences, Korsch contrasted Engels's approach with that of Lenin. Engels perceived that the development of the sciences confirmed a materialism that was essentially dialectical, that had no need for philosophy standing above the sciences. Lenin's procedure was supposedly the opposite. His materialism was a philosophy that stood above the sciences as a kind of supreme judicial authority for evaluating the findings of the individual sciences, past, present, and future. This procedure, he claimed, had been taken to absurd lengths by the Leninists, in whom it resulted in a specific kind of ideological dictatorship over the sciences, as well as over the arts, which oscillated between revolutionary progress and the blackest reaction. In criticizing Lenin for transferring the dialectic from thought to nature and, in so doing, destroying the dialectical interrelation of being and consciousness, theory and practice, Korsch seemed to be making the same argument as Lukács on the dialectics of nature. About the dialectics of nature, however, Korsch was still denying that he denied it and criticizing his critics who said that he had. It was very difficult to know where he stood with regard to Marxism in relation to the philosophy of science. He was still decrying vulgar Marxism for being devoid of any philosophical perspective at the same time as he was deploring it as making Marxism a new philosophy instead of the abolition of philosophy. He was all for the union of dialectical materialism and natural sciences one moment, and against it the next. He never did clarify what he thought about Lukács either. He railed against the Inquisition against Lukács, while stating that he had not been sufficiently aware of the extent of the theoretical divergence between them, but without elaboration on it. However, some pages later, he made a point that seemed an implied criticism of Lukács. It is therefore completely against the spirit of the dialectic, and especially of the materialist dialectic, to counterpose the dialectical materialist method to the substantive results achieved by applying it to philosophy and the sciences. This procedure has been very fashionable in Western Marxism. Nevertheless, behind the exaggeration there lies a correct insight, namely, that dialectical materialism influenced the progress of the empirical study of nature and society in the second half of the 19th century, above all because of its method. 51. The criticism of the artificial separation of method and results was fair enough, but it was exceedingly difficult to make anything intelligible out of all his diverse and discordant pronouncements on dialectics, materialism, philosophy, and the natural sciences so as to be able to state what his position actually was. His anti-critique was extremely dismissive of his critics, scornfully declaring their criticisms of his views as not only unjustified but null and void. He simply noted the convergence of the social democratic and communist criticisms of his book and moved on self-righteously. No more than his critics was he reticent to link the philosophical disputes with the political ones. For him, it was all of one piece. The one was the echo of the other. By 1930, however, Korsch's active political life had all but come to an end. He still gave political lectures in Berlin, where one of his pupils was Bertolt Brecht, but that was about it. In 1933, even that was to end. In February, he gave his last lecture in Germany. Later that night, as the Reichstag burned, he went into exile, as did so many of his contemporaries. After spending some time in Scandinavia and Spain, he came to settle in America. In 1935, Korsch published an essay entitled Why I Am a Marxist, in which he continued his onslaught on the orthodox. He criticized the renaissance of the pseudo-philosophical dialectic, exemplified by such as Ruda's, that inflated the materialist dialectic into an external law of cosmic development. He objected to all attempts to force all experience into a monistic construction of the universe in order to build a unified system of knowledge. Coming forth with yet another confused pronouncement on the relationship of Marxism and the natural sciences, he wrote, "Marxist theory is not interested in everything, nor is it interested to the same degree in all the objects of its interests. Its only concern is with those things which have some bearing upon its objectives. Marxism, notwithstanding its unquestioned acceptance of the genetic priority of external nature to all historical and human events, is primarily interested only in the phenomena and interrelations of historical and social life. That is to say, it is only interested in what, relative to the dimensions of cosmic development, occurs within a short period of time and in whose development it can enter as a practical, influential force." The failure to see this on the part of certain Orthodox Communist Party Marxists accounts for their strenuous attempts to claim the same superiority, undoubtedly possessed by Marxian theory in the field of sociology, for those rather primitive and backward opinions which to this very day are retained by Marxian theorists in the field of natural science. By these unnecessary encroachments, the Marxian theory is exposed to that well-known contempt which is bestowed on its scientific character even by those contemporary natural scientists who, as a whole, are not unfriendly to socialism. 52. He went on, somewhat obscurely, to call for a less philosophical and more progressive interpretation of the Marxist conception of the synthesis of sciences. In Why I Am a Marxist and in his book Karl Marx published in 1938, Korsch seemed to be adopting a different attitude toward science. In Karl Marx he spoke of Marxist theory as a materialist science of society as well as a practical instrument of the class struggle of the proletariat, and he stressed its empirical and logical character. Some commentators, such as Giuseppe Bidasci, have maintained that in Karl Marx, Korsch had overcome his earlier anti-materialism. This has been disputed by Sebastiano Timpanaro, who argues that Korsch never ceased to be decidedly anti-materialist. If he appeared in Karl Marx to have come to a reconciliation with science and to acknowledge a certain analogy between the method of Marxist social science and the method of the natural sciences, it was only a reconciliation with a science already neo-positivized by the prevailing anti-materialist epistemology. According to Timpanaro, the mature Korsch was only more bland. 53 His later texts would seem to bear out Timpanaro's judgment on the character of his intellectual evolution. Gone was the passion, but not the confusion. He never did achieve any clarity about what Marxism had to do with philosophy or the natural sciences. As time went on, Korsch seemed to cease to care. Until the 1940s, he wrote for such journals as Living Marxism, edited by the ex-Spartacist Paul Maddock, but eventually even this sort of involvement dropped off. In the 1950s, living in America during the Cold War years, he renounced Marxism altogether. It brought to mind the surprisingly acidic remark made by his good friend Bertolt Brecht, "Korsch is only a guest in the house of the proletariat. His bags are packed and he is always ready to leave." 54 He died in the United States in 1961, his works having fallen into relative obscurity. Only later, in the 1960s, was there something of a Korsch revival. An Italian translation of Marxism and Philosophy appeared in 1966, bringing in its wake commentaries by Italian Marxists such as Coletti, Vacca, Bidasci, Cerruti, Seppa, Timpanaro, and others. Acquaintance with the work of Korsch brought Giuseppe Vacca, who assessed it positively, to a turning point in his own intellectual development. 55 Others, such as Coletti, who have had more negative reactions to it, have criticized Korsch for not untying the Gordian knot binding Marx to Hegel and for confusing the critique of bourgeois society with a romanticist critique of science. 56 Timpanaro has seen him as fighting an anachronistic battle against a stage of bourgeois philosophy already superseded by a new stage, which Korsch, unlike Lenin, could not recognize. 57 Similarly, an English translation in 1970 brought forth much discussion of Korsch in Britain and America. Korsch's early works have been enthusiastically received by those of the new leftist review variety. Telos, sympathetic to the neo-Hegelian current within Marxism and instrumental in the revival of it, has devoted sustained attention to Korsch. Many of the articles have been of a very high scholarly standard and of great value in illuminating the intellectual history of the time, but they carry forward the same anti-materialist prejudices against the natural sciences and against the mainstream Marxist tradition as found in Korsch. 58 Despite his dissociation from Marxism, Korsch has come once again into the limelight of Marxist discussion. Korsch may not have been a great philosopher, but he nevertheless played a constructive role in the context of the 1920s in his emphasis on the importance of revolutionary consciousness in the revolutionary process and in his refusal to conform to a leveling orthodoxy, despite the various forms of intimidation that the communist movement could bring to bear on dissident intellectuals. The way of Lukács. Things went very differently for Lukács. His commitment to the proletarian cause within the communist movement was of a different sort, although the price it exacted of him was very high, higher perhaps than it had a right to ask, higher perhaps than he should have paid. The times were hard, so hard that perhaps no alternative could have been an altogether satisfactory one. The history of Lukács's subsequent intellectual development and political involvement is a complex story to unravel, with so many complexities underlying his feigned recantations, his sincere recantations, his partially feigned, partially sincere recantations, Comintern bans on his publications, his own bans on his publications, pirated republications, permitted republications, the days of honor, the days of obscurity, the days of disgrace. When history and class consciousness came under attack, Lukács did not defend it. No such anti-critique as issued by Korsch came forth from him. Unlike Korsch, it would seem that he took the criticism seriously and reflected on them, although it is doubtful that he was immediately convinced by them. He was weighing things up and he was searching. In 1924, just after Lenin's death, he published a book on Lenin entitled Lenin, A Study of the Unity of His Thought. Lukács saw the key to Lenin's greatness as his combination of global vision and concrete analysis, his ability to focus on the nodal points where theory became practice and practice became theory. 59 Indeed, writing this seems to have helped Lukács come closer to achieving such a synthesis himself. In 1925, he wrote several reviews that showed him grappling with some of the issues raised in history and class consciousness and still in the grip of a certain prejudice against the natural sciences. This was particularly evident in his critique of Bukharin's Manual on Historical Materialism, which was based on his resistance to Bukharin's bias towards the natural sciences. Bukharin's preoccupation with the natural sciences, his use of science as a model, led him to a false objectivity that obscured the specific feature of Marxism, that is, that all economic or sociological phenomena derived from the social relations of men to one another. Lukács also felt that Bukharin attributed too determinant a position to technology. Bukharin's philosophy was, in Lukács's view, dangerously close to the bourgeois contemplative materialism rejected by Marx. Bukharin's fault lay in the fact that, instead of making a historical materialist critique of the natural sciences and their methods, i.e., revealing them as products of capitalist development, he extends these methods to the study of society without hesitation, uncritically, unhistorically, undialectically. 60. The problem with Bukharin, supposedly, was in his attempt to make a science out of the dialectic. Lukács saw Bukharin's leanings towards the natural sciences as being in conflict with his frequently acute dialectical instinct. He made it clear that he still disagreed with Engels's conception of the dialectic as the science of the general laws of motion, both of the external world and of human thought. In another review, this time of the book by the German Marxist Karl August Wittfogel, the science of bourgeois society, whom he also criticized for an uncritical attitude towards the method of the natural sciences. Lukács reiterated his contention that nature was a social category. 61 Lukács was still far from considering Marxism as a philosophy of science, but he was constantly moving his analysis onto a more concrete level. As he later reflected on this period, he was still opposed, and rightly, to technological determinism and historical fatalism, to the elimination of man and social activity, but he was becoming less inclined to make use of voluntaristic counterweights to oppose this mechanistic fatalism. 62. The political counterpart to Lukács's philosophical evolution away from idealism and voluntarism was a renunciation of utopianism and ultraleftism. In contrast to what happened to Korsch, it was not Lukács's ultraleftism, but his turn away from it, that brought him to the point of political confrontation and crisis within the Comintern. Following the death of Landler, it fell to Lukács in 1928 to prepare the political theses for the forthcoming Congress of the Hungarian Party. The Blum theses called for the establishment of a democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry as a transitional stage leading to the dictatorship of the proletariat. The theses were denounced as opportunist by Béla Kun and his faction, who advocated a more maximalist and adventurist line. However, a new turn of events on the international scene put victory in the lap of Kun, a man most observers agreed in characterizing as intellectually inadequate, indecisive, cowardly, opportunist, authoritarian and corrupt. The Comintern's third period. The Sixth World Congress of the Comintern was held in August 1928 and marked a sharp leftward turn in the affairs of the International, corresponding with the sharp leftward turn proclaimed in the Soviet Union with the launching of the first five-year plan. Thus was inaugurated the famous third period in the history of the Comintern. The tactics of the United Front were out and revolutionary offensive was in. The severe intensification of the general crisis of capitalism and an accompanying radicalization of the masses was predicted. There was no need for alliances. It was class against class. Social democracy was branded as social fascism. There did indeed come an intensification of the general crisis of capitalism with the great crash of 1929 and the depression that followed it. Comintern propaganda contrasted the capitalist gloom and decay with a radiant socialist future. But there was not radicalization of the masses. There was no revolutionary offensive. Instead there was bitter sectarianism between communists and social democrats. May Day of 1929 saw violent clashes between the two groups on the streets of Berlin. Communists not only scorned alliances, eschewed the existing trade unions, and scoffed at parliamentary activity, but they also ruthlessly combed through their own ranks to purge right deviationists. This was the situation in which the Blum theses came up for discussion. On top of the overwhelming criticism of Lukács that was coming from the Hungarian Party, a document from Moscow, entitled Open Letter from the Executive Committee of the Communist International to the members of the Hungarian Communist Party, that condemned the Blum theses as right deviationist and liquidationist, arrived. These theses were resoundingly defeated. These theses not only ensured Lukács's defeat in the struggle against Béla Kun for leadership, but brought him the threat of expulsion from the party altogether. To head off this prospect, he recanted and published a self-criticism, attacking the Blum theses as opportunist and right deviationist. The recantation was quite insincere, and Lukács was not convinced. He continued to dissent from Béla Kun's policies and from the Comintern's third period policies, but he kept his dissent to himself. One commentator has remarked that Lukács preferred to act out the role to which the logic of history and class consciousness committed him, a logic that hypostatized the party as the institutionalized will and expression of proletarian class consciousness, endowed with a superior view of total reality. It constituted a built-in veto against opposing his own views to those of the party. 63 He explained in later times that he had been very affected by the fate that had befallen Karl Korsch. Although firmly believing that he was in the right, he believed also that to be expelled from the party would make it impossible for him to participate actively in the struggle against fascism. The self-criticism was his entry ticket into the struggle against fascism. 64. Not that the communist parties seemed very promising instruments for combating fascism at this time. The Comintern analysis of fascism during the Third Period, even despite the bitter experience of Italian communists, in Mussolini's jails or in exile or in carrying out underground activity within the circle of the scattered handful of militants that their party had become, was that fascism was a transient episode that could serve to radicalize the masses and prepare the way for communist power. The German communists directed all their fire against the socialists. The socialists, for their part, often seemed to prefer steel barons to Bolsheviks, not hesitating to ally themselves with the traditional right against the left. With the socialists and communists at each other's throats, Hitler's power was constantly on the rise. The times were dark and Lukács knew it. His attitude was to hold on and wait for better times. He is reported to have said to Victor Serge, "The times are bad, and we are at a dark crossroads. Let us reserve out strength, history will summon us in its time." Lukács ceased to involve himself in practical politics and devoted himself instead to his scholarly pursuits. In 1929, he was served with an exclusion order in Vienna and went to Moscow, where he worked at the Marx-Engels Institute under David Ryazanov. There he collaborated in the editing of Marx's 1844 manuscripts. Reading these texts, he claimed, marked a landmark in his philosophical evolution, in that Marx's statements regarding objectivity and materiality had the effect of shattering the theoretical foundations of the idealism that found expression in history and class consciousness. 65 He also witnessed the removal of Ryazanov, which was followed by a dramatic decline in the work of the Institute. In 1931, Lukács emigrated to Berlin, where he worked closely with the KPD, although he concentrated on literary criticism. He wrote for the KPD literary journal Die Linkskov, The Left Curve, which was permeated with the sectarianism of the Third Period. After witnessing Hitler's final accession to power, Lukács returned, in 1933, to Moscow, where he worked at the Institute of Philosophy of the Academy of Sciences until the end of the war in 1945. Criticism and self-criticism. Only in 1933 did Lukács break his silence regarding history and class consciousness and undertake an analysis of the issues involved in the discussion surrounding it. In 1933, he published Mein Weg zu Marx, My Road to Marx, in which he gave an account of his intellectual development from the time when he first read Marx as a schoolboy in Hungary, through the 1920s and into the 1930s. He explained that his conversion to socialism did not immediately have any effect on his philosophical thinking. As is only natural in the case of a bourgeois intellectual, this influence was restricted to economics, and particularly to sociology. Materialist philosophy. I did not then draw any distinction between dialectical and undialectical materialism. I regarded as wholly antiquated in relation to the theory of knowledge. The Neo-Kantian theory of the immanence of consciousness corresponded very well to my class position and worldview then. I did not subject it to any sort of critical examination and accepted it unquestioningly as the starting point of any kind of epistemological inquiry. I did indeed have reservations concerning the extreme subjective idealism of the Marburg school of Neo-Kantianism and of Micheism, since I did not see how the question of reality could simply be treated as an immanent category of consciousness. But this did not lead to materialist conclusions, but rather towards those philosophical schools which tried to solve this problem in an irrationalist relativist fashion, occasionally tending towards mysticism. The influence of Simmel, whose pupil I then was, enabled me to integrate those elements of Marx's thought which I had assimilated during this period into such a Weltanschauung. 66. Lukács viewed the 1920s as the time of his apprenticeship in Marxism, as a transitional phase from a view of Marxism shaped by neo-idealism to a mature and more authentic Marxism grounded in materialism. He expressed a change of heart with regard to theory of reflection and dialectics of nature. In the following year, on the occasion of a conference organized in 1934 in honor of the 25th anniversary of Lenin's materialism and empirio-criticism, he gave a more detailed autobiographical statement, focusing on the evolution of his philosophical views in the course of his address to the Institute of Philosophy of the Communist Academy. His speech, entitled The Significance of Materialism and Empirio-Criticism for the Bolshevization of the Communist Parties, was published both in the volume containing the proceedings of the conference and as a separate article in Pod Xenomenum Marxisma. Here Lukács declared that the errors into which he had fallen in history and class consciousness corresponded to the deviations criticized by Lenin in materialism and empirio-criticism. To explain the background to his own deviations, he recalled, "I began as a student of Simmel and Max Weber, and developed, philosophically speaking, from subjective idealism to objective idealism, from Kant to Hegel. At the same time, the syndicalism of Sorel had a great influence on my development, reinforcing my inclinations to romantic anti-capitalism. Thus I entered the Communist Party of Hungary in 1918 with a world outlook that was distinctly syndicalist and idealist. Despite the experience of the Hungarian Revolution, I found myself immersed in the ultra-leftist syndicalist opposition to the line of the Comintern in 1920–1921. The book I published in 1923 was a philosophical summation of these tendencies. In the course of my practical party work and in familiarizing myself with the works of Lenin and Stalin, these idealist props of my world outlook lost more and more of their security. Although I did not permit a republication of my book, nevertheless, I first came to a full realization of these philosophical problems during my visit to the Soviet Union in 1930–1931, especially through the philosophical discussion in progress at that time. Practical work in the Communist Party of Germany, direct ideological struggle against social fascist and fascist ideology have all the more strengthened my conviction that, in the intellectual sphere, the front of idealism is the front of fascist counter-revolution and its accomplice, social fascism. Every concession to idealism, however insignificant, spells danger to the proletarian revolution. Thus I understood not only the theoretical falsity, but also the practical danger of the book. With the help of the Comintern, of the All-Union Communist Party and of its leader, Comrade Stalin, the sections of the Comintern will struggle for that iron ideological implacability and refusal to compromise with all deviations from Marxism-Leninism, which the All-Union Communist Party achieved long ago. Lenin's materialism and empirio-criticism has been and remains the banner under which this struggle is carried forward on the intellectual front. 67. On a number of occasions, Lukács reaffirmed his critique of history and class consciousness. In 1938, he referred to the book as reactionary by virtue of its idealism, its faulty interpretation of reflection, its denial of the dialectic of nature. 68. The repudiation of his earlier work was another entry ticket for further ideological struggle. He believed that it was necessary in order for him to carry on. This article, however, was not totally insincere, as his earlier repudiation of the Bloom theses had been. He had sincerely changed his mind on the relevant philosophical issues, as he was to reaffirm in later years in the absence of the earlier pressure. He did admit to having acted in a conformist fashion in adopting the current official jargon in the form of his self-criticism. 69. For years, Lukács did not allow the republication of his book. Officially, it was for a long time a forbidden book and had only a sort of underground existence. There were several pirate editions and spurts of renewed discussion of it, much against the wishes of Lukács, who wanted the book forgotten. Lukács responded angrily to Maurice Merleau-Ponty's efforts to resuscitate the book and revive debate on it. But it never was forgotten. It has been argued that Martin Heidegger's Sein und Zeit, in 1927, and Karl Mannheim's Ideologie und Utopie, in 1929, were conceived as replies to Lukács. His early work has also been seen as a precursor of the sociology of knowledge and a seed of what developed into the Frankfurt School. In the 1960s, there was a great revival of interest in Lukács's early work and a massive secondary literature has sprung up relating to it. Lukács permitted republication, conceding that it could now be of historical interest, but at the same time objecting strenuously to the tendency to consider certain works of the 1920s as classics of heresy and to treat them as offering the answers to the current controversies. Although Lukács was to go on to become an important philosopher in the post-war period, later Lukácsians continued to find inspiration in the work of the early Lukács, whatever he said about it himself. This was the approach of Merleau-Ponty and Lucien Goldman, of the Budapest School group of Agnes Heller and Mihaly Vita-70 and of the New Left of the 1960s and 1970s. Paul Picconi refers to the prevailing view that there are two Lukácses, the one revolutionary dynamite and the other a hack. Many articles devoted to the young Lukács have appeared in Telos, New Left Review, and many other such journals. The Telos articles have been for the most part enthusiastically favorable, following the tone set by Merleau-Ponty and Goldman, who regarded history and class consciousness as a rebirth of dialectical thought after a half-century of eclipse. The new leftists find attractive the critique of science and its identification with bourgeois reification and the activist emphasis on consciousness and subjectivity. Such qualities have made Lukács's early work the grand central station of present-day Marxism in Picconi's opinion. 71. A Marxist of the opposite tendency has also had words of praise for the early Lukács. The anti-Hegelian Coletti, at a far extreme from the neo-Hegelian Telos, although seeing Lukács as the major defender of an immediate continuity between Hegel and Marx, nevertheless saw History and Class Consciousness as of great value as the first Marxist book after Marx in which philosophical Marxism ceases to be a cosmological romance and, thus, as a surrogate religion for the lower classes. 72. Seeing no redeeming features in the work of the early Lukács, Hoffman writes off History and Class Consciousness as a product of praxical fervor that was empty of any real Marxist content. He characterizes the trend looking to the early Lukács as reflecting all of the weaknesses of Hegelian idealism without any of its strengths. Taking the opposite view of the dialectics of nature, he takes Lukács to task for having reverted to a pre-Darwinian conception of nature, for himself adhering to positivist assumptions, seeing nature as something passive, wholly external to man and without its own dialectical movement. Such an abstract division between the world of nature and the world of man is the one basis for science and another for life which was rejected by Marx. 73. A less dismissive critique is that by Mihailo Markovic, who notes the revival of the question raised by Lukács in History and Class Consciousness in relation to the dialectics of nature. Lukács's position, he points out, was not clear or consistent, there being two different views expressed in the book, the dialectic as a method of understanding society, which was not to be extended to nature, and various types of dialectic to be concretely expounded, with both a dialectic of natural processes and a dialectic of history. The first view, however, was the dominant one, as Lukács was inclined to draw a sharp distinction between the methodology of the natural sciences and that of the social sciences. The social sciences, if based on the dialectic, were revolutionary. The natural sciences were condemned to being non-dialectical, bourgeois, contemplative, quantitative, ahistorical, partial, and fragmentary. This view of the dialectic as only a method of understanding society, Markovic argues, contains a series of insurmountable difficulties. The question arises of whether the general philosophical conception of overall being is to be renounced or whether the dialectic of society is compatible with a non-dialectical method of cognition of nature. In the case of the former, it leads to a lack of methodological coherence that is obviously inadmissible. If the latter be the case, then there are two alternatives. Marxist philosophy is oriented to knowledge of being as a whole, but there are different, even opposite, methods for different spheres of being, or Marxist philosophy is exclusively a social theory, in which case the cognition of nature is or is not a part of social history. If it is possible to speak of dialectics of nature. If it is not, then cognition of nature remains outside history. This indeed was the position of Lukács, who reproached Hegel and Engels for extending the dialectical method to the cognition of nature. But, Markovic asks, with regard to Lukács's stated intentions, how can a philosophy deal with totality while parts of that totality remain outside philosophy? In speaking of the dialectics of nature, there have been three different senses of its meaning: the process of nature in itself, the theory of that process, the process by which man changes and comes to know nature. As regards the first, the objective laws of natural processes themselves, there is indeed no interaction of subject and object, and Markovic holds that Lukács was right in holding that the concept of dialectic in this sense ought not to be used. As regards the second, the cognition of nature and the application of the dialectical method to nature, Lukács' argument was mistaken, for there are only differences in degree between the natural and social sciences. Lukács, Markovic argues, made the same mistake as those he was criticizing, in considering nature to be pure object without subject. 74. Another recent commentator to take a critical view of the young Lukács has been Gareth Stedman Jones, representing yet another orientation among contemporary Marxists. Stedman Jones has classified history and class consciousness as the first major eruption of the romantic anti-scientific tradition of bourgeois thought into Marxist theory. He is highly critical of such a negative attitude toward the role of science and technology that constituted a radical departure from Marx, who was strikingly free from the tension of either romantic anti-industrialism or utilitarian positivism, free from a mystique of either nature or industry. The attack upon the analytic rationality of modern science, according to Stedman Jones, formed the theoretical core of the whole book and determined all its political errors. The contempt for the concrete facts deriving from it accounted for the disembodied scenario set out in the work and its surreal logic that reduced economics to a shadowy substratum, nearly etherealized out of existence, and contracted the superstructure to a few wooden leitmotifs. Even history itself played a purely spectral role in history and class consciousness, with the proletariat coming in as a sort of shadowy demiurge. There are, in his view, two main dangers that Marxism must avoid: Romanticism and positivism. The early Lukács represents the Scylla and Bukharin and Kautsky the Charybdis. 75. Lukács himself participated in the whole discussion, of course. Several further autobiographical statements were forthcoming, that gave a less pressured and somewhat more sophisticated analysis of the issues raised by his early work and of his own intellectual development in sorting them out. Most important of these were a 1957 preface to a new edition of Mainwegzia Marx and a 1967 preface to a new edition of History and Class Consciousness. In the latter, he made it clear that it was no longer his intention to paint it all in black and white, as if the dynamics of the situation could be confined within the limits of a struggle between revolutionary good and the vestigial evil of bourgeois thought. In retrospect, he believed that the book was right in its revival of Hegelian traditions, although wrong in its failure to subject the Hegelian heritage to a thoroughgoing materialist reinterpretation. He thought that a great achievement of the book was its reinstatement of the category of totality, as well as its attention to the problem of alienation. At the same time, he highlighted what he had sincerely come to believe were the most serious problems with the book. The book's most striking feature is that, contrary to the subjective intentions of its author, objectively it falls in with a tendency in the history of Marxism that has taken many different forms. All of them have one thing in common, whether they like it or not and irrespective of their philosophical origin or their political effects, they strike at the very roots of Marxian ontology. I refer to the tendency to view Marxism exclusively as a theory of society, as social philosophy, and hence to ignore it or repudiate it as a theory of nature. My book takes up a very definite stand on this issue. I argue in a number of places that nature is a societal category, and the whole drift of the book tends to show that only a knowledge of society and the men who live in it is of relevance to philosophy. 76. In earlier days, Lukács had sought a total break with every institution and mode of life stemming from the bourgeois world, but he now realized that it was the materialist view of nature that brought about the really radical separation of the bourgeois and socialist outlooks. With the repudiation of the ontological objectivity of nature, the most important pillar of the Marxist worldview disappeared. While he had been correct to attack the overvaluation of contemplation, his polemic against it had taken on extravagant overtones, and his conception of revolutionary praxis was colored by an overriding subjectivism. This apparent methodological upgrading of societal categories, he said, distorted their true epistemological function. The overextension of the concept of praxis led to its opposite, a relapse into idealist contemplation. Though he believed that the book had a certain historical validity and that it was correct on many points, Lukács expressed regret that it was precisely those aspects of the book that he thought most mistaken that were becoming the most influential. At any rate, back in the Soviet Union in the 1930s, Lukács was reflecting on it all. It is unlikely that his sojourn in the Soviet Union had such a wholly negative impact on his thought as so many Western commentators seem to assume. It is uncertain just how far the Soviet discussions of 1930–1931 affected his thinking. Whether they actually affected him to the degree that he claimed in the situation of 1934, is hard to know. He did say later that he thought much of the criticism of Dvorin justified, but he seemed rather detached from it and remarked that its aim was only to establish Stalin's preeminence as a philosopher. Still, whatever its faults, Soviet philosophy was far closer to the natural sciences than was German philosophy in the academic milieu from which Lukács had come, and this must have had a beneficial effect on his development. He was inclined to keep at a distance from political discussion, even to keep at a bit of a distance from philosophical discussion in the 1930s, although he did enter into the Soviet literary debates of the time with a certain vigor. But regarding most other things, he kept his ideas to himself. He did not protest against the purges or the Moscow trials, believing that to attack Stalin was to support Hitler. However, this did not save him from any further political troubles. In 1941, he was arrested in Moscow and accused of having been a Trotskyist agent since the 1920s, notwithstanding the fact that he had at all times been an outspoken anti-Trotskyist. He was subsequently released after personal intervention on the part of Georgy Dimitrov, president of the Comintern. Not even this episode shook his fundamental loyalty. He still knew which side he was on, and was determined to stay within the ranks of the communist movement at any price. Shaken deeply by the triumph of fascism and believing that it marked a deep rupture in the continuity of European culture, he saw the Soviet Union as the only force that could hold out against it and bridge the gap between the progressive culture of the past and the future. He asserted this even during the Comintern's third period and during the Nazi-Soviet Pact, times when it seemed far from the case. Foreign communists in the Soviet Union. Other foreign communists felt themselves faced with the same choice. Among their number were various philosophers and scientists who, like Lukács, worked in the Soviet Union. Some came early on, and some came later. Some came fleeing fascism, and some came to be part of the process of socialist construction. Lukács's fellow Hungarian and critic, Laszlo Rudas, also worked at the Marx-Engels-Lenin Institute and became a professor at the Institute of Red Professors. The Bulgarian Todor Pavlov, who specialized in theory of reflection, wrote under the name of Dosef during his years in exile. Yet another Hungarian who came to the Soviet Union was Sándor Vargas, known in the Soviet Union as Alexander Ignatievich Variash, who became thickly embroiled in the Soviet philosophical discussions. He had been an official in the Hungarian Commune and was imprisoned after its downfall. After coming to Moscow in 1922 in an exchange of prisoners agreed upon between the Soviet government and the Horthy regime, he became a professor of philosophy at Moscow University. He was a leading figure in Rainian and the Timiryazev Institute and a participant in the debates held at the Communist Academy, the Institute of Red Professors, and the Institute of Scientific Philosophy. His name appeared constantly in the pages of Podznamenem Marxisma. He was one of the leading spokesmen for the mechanist trend, and his name appeared in the 1929 resolution denouncing mechanism. The publication of his two-volume History of Modern Philosophy, attacked by the Dvorinites, was an important episode in initiating the whole debate. He responded in the new few years to Dvorinite accusations of positivism and hypostatizing logic with counter-accusations of idealism and Hegelian panlogism. His declaration of faith was, "I stand on Marx's point of view that we know one single science." 77 Vargas pursued his great dream of unity of science in the direction of an unabashed and thoroughgoing reductionism. All laws were ultimately physico-chemical. There were no irreducible qualities. After the condemnation of mechanism in 1929, Vargas remained a mechanist and continued to publish his mechanist view. Despite the pressures, he never recanted. Vargas perished in the purges of the late 1930s. Also prominent in the Soviet philosophical debates, though on the opposite side of the fence, was the Czech philosopher and mathematician, Ernest Kalman. On his release from a Russian prisoner of war camp at the end of the First War, he stayed in the Soviet Union and went to Moscow University. He took the side of the Deborahnites against the mechanists, but was among the young philosophers who brought Deborin in his turn under criticism. He was involved in all the major discussions in the philosophy of science. Although a learned and intelligent man, his role in this sphere was a complex one. He became head of the science division of the Moscow Party organization and presided over the meeting that denounced Levitt and linked medical genetics to racism and fascism. He was among the guardians of orthodoxy, who linked philosophical and scientific deviations to political subversion. In the genetics controversy, he was a supporter of Lysenkoism, and in the discussion over relativity theory, he was exceedingly vague, although it is likely that he actually knew better than what he was willing to say. Whatever he may have thought of his fellow delegates to the International Congress of the History of Science and Technology in London in 1931, he was not dealing with them very kindly in 1937. He felt obliged, for example, to call the attention of the readers of Podznamenem Marxism to the fact that the enemy Hessen had been a student of Joff, casting a shadow over Joff as well as Hessen. 78. At the 1931 Congress, Kalman gave 3 papers, one on biology and physics, one on mathematics, and one giving notice of the existence of Marx's then unpublished manuscripts on mathematics, the natural sciences, and technology. He maintained that the dialectical materialist understanding of regularity was the key to steering away through the Scylla of mechanistic fatalism and the Charybdis of indeterminism. He argued that the mechanistic conception of science as formulated most clearly by Helmholtz and the diametrically opposed conception as expressed most sharply by Heisenberg both had their basis in an undialectical conception of the relation between the general and the particular, the dynamic and the statistical. The second tendency, which emphasized particularity, uniqueness, and unrepeatability, was exaggerated to the point where generality was transformed into an illusion. This view was gaining ground. Bourgeois science was growing more and more reactionary, moving irresistibly towards unconcealed fideism. Relativity was being taken as evidence of philosophical relativism and subjectivism. Quantum theory was being used to declare the overthrow of causality. Kalman referred to recent articles by such bourgeois scientists as Schlick, Millikan, and Eddington, to illustrate the point. The way beyond the crisis, beyond the extremes of fatalism and indeterminism in physics, beyond mechanism and vitalism in biology, beyond theories absolutizing either continuity or discontinuity in mathematics, was Marxism. The way out of the blind alley was dialectical materialism. This was the experience of the new generation of proletarian investigators of nature, giving rise to a new liberated science. Labor and science were joining to give birth to dialectical materialism. The midwife was history itself, the revolution. 79. The influence of Soviet Marxism abroad. The Soviet contribution to the 1931 Congress had a great influence on Marxist thinking abroad, not only on the British Marxists who were present. References to science in the crossroads abound in the writings of Marxists from far and wide, from France, Italy, America, and even Japan. The Japanese translation provided a certain inspiration for those who formed the Society for Materialist Studies in 1932 and later the History of Science Society of Japan at a time when communists were driven underground and even those who wished to explore the philosophical implications of Marxism risked arrest for offenses involving dangerous thought. This was, for example, the fate of Saigasa Hirito in 1933 and others such as Tozaka Jun and Agira Kinosuke who pursued their interests in Marxist philosophy and the history of science under considerable pressure. 80 The papers in the volume all made the obligatory references to social fascism, but showed that the communist movement still had within it searching minds capable of reaching out to others who were searching, even despite the sectarianism of the third period when the fortunes of the communist parties were at an extremely low point. Not that the book was received passively and uncritically by foreign Marxists, but, for the most part, they weighed the views of Soviet philosophers very seriously as coming from a land where new paths were being forged, where a gigantic human experiment was underway. Gramsci's Marxism. Science in the Crossroads was one of the books that found its way into Antonio Gramsci's gloomy prison cell in Italy. He was far from uncritical of it. He weighed the views of Soviet Marxists on various questions, but always he did his own thinking. To have been able to apply his mind to such matters at all in his circumstances was itself a remarkable achievement. At his trial, the public prosecutor had declared, "For 20 years we must keep this brain from functioning." This they failed to do, but they put obstacles in its path that must have seemed at times insurmountable. It was some time before he was even allowed writing materials or books, and, when he was, his writings were scrutinized by the prison censor. In addition to enforced isolation from party and family life, Gramsci's always fragile health was put under severe strain by the harsh prison conditions, and he was several times near to complete breakdown. Indeed, his conditions of life, almost from birth to death, were exceedingly harsh. Nevertheless, he made his way from his provincial Sardinian background to become General Secretary of the Italian Communist Party. At university in Turin, he and Palmiro Togliatti, another Sardinian to become General Secretary of the Communist Party, were caught in the grip of Crocean philosophy, which was at the peak of its influence in Italian intellectual life. They found the breadth and grandeur of Croce's thought inspiring, and it seemed as if the most vital and most progressive current stirring was the neo-idealist critique of positivism. They were also much influenced by Marxism, particularly by the great Italian Marxist of the previous generation, Antonio Labriola. While in Turin, Gramsci joined the Italian Socialist Party. He worked as a journalist for the socialist paper, Avanti, and soon became one of the city's socialist leaders. He welcomed the October Revolution in a way that highlighted the highly voluntarist nature of his Marxism at this time. He saw the revolutionary will of the Bolsheviks as having defied Marx's schema, but as having drawn strength from what was living in Marxism. The life-giving ideas of Marx were those most in continuity with Italian and German idealist philosophy, even if they had become contaminated by positivistic and materialistic incrustations. 81. Gramsci was still very much a Crocean, although already a Marxist, and later, as he matured in his Marxism, he undertook to perform the same sort of operation on Croce that Marx had performed on Hegel. He came to see Croce's role in terms of the need for idealist high culture to adapt itself to the impact of Marxism by incorporating certain elements of it, in order to give itself a new elixir. Gramsci wished to write an anti-Croce, a sort of new anti-Dühring, that would unmask this operation. He came to criticize Crocianism as based on a purely conceptual dialectic devoid of concrete historical content. Even from his earliest days, however, when most under the influence of Croce, he never seems to have adopted the Crocean attitude to the natural sciences, which denied to them any cognitive value. He saw the natural sciences as integral to the great toil of the centuries that had perfected new methods of thought and had freed the human mind of prejudice and of philosophical and religious a priorism. Gramsci had about him a great intellectual intensity, combining open-mindedness with committed partisanship. In a pamphlet entitled La Città Futura, published by the Young Socialist Federation in 1917, he wrote, "I believe that living means taking sides. I am alive, I take sides. Hence, I detest whoever does not, I hate indifference." 82. He was speaking in the context of taking the side of the city of the future, in which socialists would not simply replace one order by another, but aim to satisfy the possibility of the integral fulfillment of the whole human personality as the right of all citizens. There was a great fullness in Gramsci, a disinclination to make artificial distinctions between rationality and emotion. He expressed his belief that it was impossible to know, to really understand, without feeling, without being impassioned. It was a theme he would take up again, and indeed one he would live by, explicitly arguing that strong passions were necessary to sharpen the intellect and to make intuition more penetrating. He continued to despise the shallowness of those who claimed to be impartial and insisted that only the man who willed strongly could rightly identify the elements necessary to the realization of his will. At the end of the war, Italy erupted in a series of revolutionary strikes and entered a crisis that shook Italian society to its foundations. Gramsci became a leader of the Factory Council movement in Turin and in 1919 began to publish, along with Togliatti and others, L'Ordine Nuovo, the New Order, a weekly socialist review that saw the councils as a new form of social organization and as the matrix of a new proletarian culture. Gramsci's revolutionary temperament was aptly expressed in the motto that appeared on every edition of El Orden Nuevo: pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. In 1921, El Orden Nuevo became a communist daily, following the split in the Socialist Party, in which its editors ranked among the founders of the new Communist Party. Gramsci was a member of its Central Committee, although in the first years the party was dominated by the ultra-leftist and anti-intellectual Amadeo Bordiga. In 1922, the year of Mussolini's March on Rome, Gramsci was sent to Moscow as the party's representative on the Comintern, and there he participated in the Fourth World Congress of the Comintern. At the end of 1923, he was sent to Vienna, and in 1924 he was recalled to Italy. Having been elected a member of parliament, he had for a time immunity from arrest. In the Italian party, torn by factual strife, he had emerged as representative of a centrist position against the leftists, who believed that fascism was simply one more form of bourgeois rule and held a maximalist position of no transition between fascism and dictatorship of the proletariat, and the rightists, who took a minimalist approach of limitation of aims to the struggle for bourgeois democracy. The whole of the Comintern was torn by the factional struggle in the Soviet Party, and Gramsci expressed some disquiet about it all. Under his leadership, the Italian party sided with Stalin and Bukharin against the united opposition of Trotsky and Zinoviev, believing the position of the latter endangered the worker-peasant alliance. Gramsci's letters conveying this position also expressed the view that party unity should be the result of conviction and not coercion, of persuasion and not expulsion. Togliatti, having taken Gramsci's place in Moscow, did not wish to convey these qualifications to the Soviet Party. Civil liberties were being eroded by the hour in Mussolini's Italy. Even as a member of parliament, Gramsci led a semi-clandestine life in Rome. A new wave of repression came in October 1926. Although the party had made arrangements for him to go into exile, Gramsci decided to stay and to participate in the debate on the new emergency laws designed to suppress political opposition altogether. In November, he was arrested on his way to Parliament. At the travesty of a trial before the Special Tribunal for the Defense of the State, he was sentenced to 20 years. He was sent to a prison in Turi and never again saw his wife or son. His second son, born after his arrest, he was never to see at all. As if the hardships brought by Italian fascism were not enough, there were also the strains brought by the course taken by the Comintern and by Italian communism. Although extremely isolated from political events, he learned of the Comintern policy of the Third Period and of the events ensuing in the Italian party as a result of it. In 1930, there was a purge of those opposed to the new Comintern line. There were violent discussions among the prisoners about the new line, which Gramsci strongly opposed. His brother, however, communicated to Togliatti that Gramsci was fully in agreement with the new policy and with the expulsions, believing this was necessary to save Gramsci himself from expulsion. It would also seem, from the testimony of the Italian Marxist and Cambridge economist Piero Sraffa, that Gramsci was somewhat skeptical about the Moscow trials. By 1937, his health was utterly broken from the prison regime, and at the age of 46 he was dead. Gramsci's greatest contribution was made during his difficult prison years. From 1929 to 1935 he filled 32 notebooks with his reflections on history, literature, politics, philosophy, science, and a number of other subjects until 1926. His writings had been rather directly tied to day-to-day politics and were more of a journalistic nature. However, in prison, cut off from the world of current political events, his writings assumed a deeper, broader, and more theoretical character. He did miss the activity of his former life. As a thinker, Gramsci has been linked with the trend associated with his contemporaries, Lukács and Korsch. There were indeed a number of parallels. Common themes included the unity of theory and practice, the notion of totality, renewed interest in the Hegelian origins of Marxism, a strong emphasis on revolutionary consciousness, and on the role of ideas and of will in human history, as well as a great stress on the critique of positivism and on positivist incrustations within Marxism. Gramsci, however, dealt with these matters far more astutely and more concretely, although on some issues not altogether satisfactorily. He too left some loose ends hanging, though nowhere near so many as Lukács and Korsch. His vision was far more far-reaching and more concretely grounded than theirs came anywhere near to being. Gramsci's view of the role of revolutionary consciousness was of a more popular and organic nature than that of the others, and in his political perspective he managed to transcend the extremes of putschism and spontaneism. The experience of the Russian Revolution, in his view, could never be repeated in an advanced industrialized society. The Tsarist state was not founded upon consensus and its civil society was primordial and gelatinous. However, the nature of bourgeois rule under advanced capitalism was such that its strength was not based on its coercive state apparatus alone, but on its worldview having become common sense. This made the crucial task of the party the construction of a new proletarian worldview to replace the bourgeois one and the struggle to win consent for its new ways of thinking and living, its new culture and new morality. This was the meaning of his concept of hegemony, for which he has now become so renowned and which lies at the heart of his originality and importance as a Marxist thinker, his insistence that Marxists must seek to gain intellectual and moral ascendancy within the institutions of civil society, building the new within the shell of the old, rather than concentrating simply on the seizure of state power. It was necessary for communists to achieve cultural hegemony before taking political power. Only in this way could the liberal consensus really be broken. Only in this way, with revolutionary transformation embracing the whole of life and the result of active popular consent, could socialism really be built. This way of thinking implied the ascription of a rather important role to intellectuals in the revolutionary process. He followed the logic of this and devoted quite a lot of attention to an analysis of the role of intellectuals. Gramsci believed it was of central importance for the communist movement to overcome both the elitism and political isolation of intellectuals and the anti-intellectualism of sections of the working class. In one sense, everyone was an intellectual. In terms of social function, intellectuals were those who brought a new degree of critical elaboration to the intellectual activity existing in everyone. Of these, there were two main types: the traditional intellectuals, whose position in the interstices of society made them seem autonomous and independent of class, but whose position was derived ultimately from past and present class relations, and the organic intellectuals, whose function was to be the articulating and organizing force of the consciousness of a particular social class. The working class was creating its own intelligentsia, a new intelligentsia arising organically out of the working class and remaining closely tied to it, working out and making coherent the principles and problems raised by its historical movement and striving to win over the traditional intelligentsia. The new intelligentsia would give coherent and systematic expression to popular awareness as a basis for precise and decisive will. The culmination of this process could be the emergence of a great individual philosopher. The activity of particularly gifted individuals marked the high points of the progress made by common sense. This philosopher of a new type thrown up by the revolutionary movement would have, on the one hand, the flexibility of movement of the individual brain and, on the other hand, the capability of realizing concretely the needs of the mass movement and of being able to address it in the most relevant fashion. Ultimately, however, the new historical synthesis was the product of the whole movement of history, not the individual philosopher. In the end, mass adherence or non-adherence to a philosophy was the critical test of the rationality and historicity of various modes of thought. Arbitrary constructions went by the wayside in the historical process, even if sometimes, through a combination of immediately favorable circumstances, they enjoyed a temporary popularity. Philosophy loomed very large in Gramsci's view of things. It was inseparable from politics. He saw philosophy as the organized critical reflection of the forms of thought of the old social order and as the organizing principle of the new social order. Philosophical activity was a battle to transform the popular mentality. It was the growing edge of common sense. The ruling class exercised hegemony through the dominance of its definition of reality, of which philosophy was the highest level of elaboration. It was therefore necessary for the working class to struggle on the philosophical front if it were to come to exercise hegemony. Philosophy was rooted in the historical process and integrally connected to the development of the social recognition of the social relations of production. Marxism, in its conscious and explicit recognition of the social relations of production, brought a new intelligibility to the philosophical enterprise. It brought philosophy onto a new terrain. For Gramsci, philosophy had a class character, for there could be no philosophy independent of the social relations in which man lived and thought. It was either bourgeois or proletarian, for there could be no universal philosophy except in a classless society. In elucidating the problem of transition, that is, the trajectory of proletarian class consciousness in its development from the worldview of a subaltern class to the worldview of a ruling class, Gramsci held that it began as a critical polemic consciousness and, through its historical activity to transform the social relations of production, it grew into a new synthesis, a new civilization. Marx initiated the critique and discerned the possibility of a new phase of historical development as a necessary basis for a new conception of the world, a unitary conception that would overcome all antinomies plaguing human thought for centuries. Lenin, through the October Revolution, brought Marxism beyond the phase of critique into the new phase, the phase of the historical realization of the philosophical critique, the phase of the positive creation of a new civilization. For Gramsci, no return to Marx was possible. Marxism henceforth was to develop out of the innovative historical activity initiated by the revolution. As Gramsci saw it, everyone was in some sense a philosopher in that everyone functioned with a conception of the world, whether a critical and coherent one or a disjointed and episodic one. Philosophy could not be separated from the history of philosophy. Sometimes a person's pattern of thinking juxtaposed Stone Age elements with the principles of the most advanced science. The starting point for a critical approach to philosophy was to assess this, to know thyself as the product of a historical process that had deposited an infinity of traces without leaving an inventory. It was necessary to order in a systematic, coherent, and critical fashion one's own intuitions about the world and to do so in the context of the history of philosophy, within the collective effort of the centuries, to elaborate viable forms of thought. It was necessary for Marxists to achieve a critical equilibrium in relation to the whole of past and present thought, to restructure all knowledge and to bring it to a new historical synthesis. Needless to say, Gramsci saw Marxist philosophy within the history of philosophy. He situated it not only in terms of the philosophical systems of the past, but also within the spectrum of contemporary philosophical standpoints, as well as within the context of the different philosophical views enunciated within the Marxist tradition itself. He did so in a way that was often illuminating, but on the whole somewhat lacking in perspective. His orientation in this sphere was decidedly one-sided. While affirming that Marxism was the crowning point of all of the previous history of philosophy, he elaborated on this in a very one-sided way, making much of it as a reform and development of Hegelianism and virtually ignoring its roots in French materialism and in the development of modern science. With regard to current philosophies, he was sometimes weak in his criticism of neo-idealism and excessively severe in his criticism of positivism. Within the terms of Marxist debate, he conceded too much ground to idealist tendencies and overstressed the dangers of positivist tendencies. He greatly exaggerated the strength and extent of the mechanist tendency within Marxism. Moreover, he left a yawning gap in his analysis of the state of the question by not really addressing himself at all to the mainstream current in Marxist philosophy. For example, while he considered himself a Leninist and discussed Lenin's views on many topics, he never commented on Lenin's philosophical work. By implication, he seemed to consider all trends in Marxism adhering to a realist epistemology and an emphatically materialist ontology to come within the scope of vulgar Marxism. He never distinguished this trend from the positivist and mechanist trend within Marxism with which he was so preoccupied. Gramsci's main philosophical adversary was Bukharin. Of all Marxist theoreticians, it was Bukharin whom he singled out for special attention as the very embodiment of vulgar Marxism. Bukharin for his part had taken a critical attitude to Gramsci's Marxism. In his speech on the problem of the ideological unity of the communist movement at the Fifth World Congress of the Comintern in 1924, he addressed himself not only to the trend represented by Lukács and Korsch, but referred to a voluntarist idealism in the Italian party tendential to the rebirth of the old Hegelianism. Gramsci in time took up a far more elaborate criticism of Bukharin's Marxism. Gramsci based his attitude not only on Bukharin's earlier manual, The Theory of Historical Materialism, but also on his paper from the 1931 London Congress. He expressed his opinion that the 1931 paper did not indicate any significant change in Bukharin's position, in spite of the Soviet debate on mechanism that had taken place in the ensuing years. His judgment of Bukharin was not an altogether fair one, although many of his points with regard to the earlier manual were well taken. In general, Gramsci believed that Bukharin had emphasized materialism to the neglect of the dialectic. He took exception to what he saw as a sterile attempt to reduce Marxism to abstract and ahistorical causal laws, to a scheme of flat evolutionism that left no room for will, no room for leaps. This led to fatalism, a delusion undermining political initiative. The revolutionary movement was particularly susceptible to it at times of defeat, when it had lost the initiative in the struggle. Mechanistic determinism could lull the movement into a false sense of security with the belief that, despite temporary defeat, the tide of history was flowing inexorably towards its goals in the long term. It was a form of arid mysticism that became a cause of passivity and idiotic self-sufficiency. Fatalism was the clothing worn by active will when in a weak position. For Gramsci, the experience on which Marxism was based, that is, historicity in all its infinite variety and multiplicity, could not be schematized in the fashion of Bukharin. Historical events could not be described and classified according to criteria appropriate to the phenomena studied by the natural sciences. The so-called sociological laws resulting from this type of procedure were almost always tautologies and paralogisms with no causal value. They amounted to no more than duplicates of the observed facts themselves. The only novelty was in the collective name given to a series of petty facts. An excessive reliance on statistics favored mental laziness and superficiality. Perhaps the most fertile contribution of Marxism, said Gramsci, was its way of connecting quality to quantity, which Bukharin had reduced to mere wordplay about water changing its state, a mechanical process determined by external agents. Gramsci's own approach to the Marxist theory of historical materialism was that its canons were only of value post factum. With regard to the present and the future, it was necessary to engage in the most detailed analysis of specific factors. Opposed to the linear derivation of superstructure from structure, to the causal explanation of the complex and multiple aspects of historical processes by simple reference to the economic base, he exhorted Marxists to take note of the concreteness and specificity of historical events, the field of possibilities, the multiplicity of factors coming into play, the contrasts, the countervailing forces. Nevertheless, however firm in his critique of economism and his insistence on the complexity of historical processes, he still held to the predominance of the economic in the overall process. The identification of the cathartic moment, the form of the transition from the economic to the political, was the starting point for Marxism. Gramsci thought that Bukharin had conceived of the relationship between Marxism and the natural sciences in the wrong way. Bukharin, he said, had failed to give Marxism its proper scientific autonomy and the proper position due to it in relation to natural sciences. Modern atomic theory was a scientific hypothesis that could conceivably be superseded in the historical process of the development of science. Natural science was a form of historical activity. For Marxism, then, it was not atomic theory that explained human history, but human history that explained atomic theory. Although Gramsci opposed what he considered to be a near-fetishism with regard to the position of the natural sciences within Marxism, there was in him no trace of the hostility toward the natural sciences that was to be found in Lukács or Korsch. His attitude to the natural sciences was generally a positive one, although at times somewhat ambiguous. His random remarks on physics and relativity theory were exceedingly obscure, revealing his remoteness from the world of the natural sciences and his lack of awareness of the actual state of discussion of scientific theory. Nevertheless, he saw science as necessary to man in order to discern order in the world. He believed that scientific experiment had inaugurated a new form of active union between man and nature, a new type of dialectical mediation between the human and the natural. The problem of the relation between the socio-historical world and the natural world was a theme Gramsci raised a number of times. He objected to the reductionist application of the methods of the natural sciences to the realm of the social sciences, but affirmed an underlying continuity. This was the basis of his criticism of Lukács. It would appear that Lukács maintains that one can speak of the dialectic only for the history of men and not for nature. He might be right and he might be wrong. If his assertion presupposes a dualism between nature and man, he is wrong, because he is falling into a conception of man proper to religion and to Greco-Christian philosophy and also to idealism, which does not in reality succeed in unifying and relating man and nature to each other except verbally. But if human history should be conceived also as the history of nature, also by means of the history of science, how can the dialectic be separated from nature? Perhaps Lukács, in reaction to the Baroque theories of the popular manual, has fallen into the opposite error, into a form of idealism. 83. Not for Gramsci any neo-Kantian chasm between nature and history. So radically had nature been historicized in his thinking that any methodological rift between naturalistic and humanistic knowledge was inconceivable. He did take great pains to distinguish these two forms of knowledge and was extraordinarily anxious to establish the specificity of humanistic knowledge, but it was within an overall continuity. The continuity was perceived, however, from exactly the opposite point of view of such thinkers as Engels and Lenin. For Gramsci, the history of nature was subsumed under the history of man rather than vice versa. Not surprising then was his opposition to all realist and objectivist epistemologies. He thought Bukharin's polemic against subjectivism at the 1931 London Congress to have been badly framed and worse conducted. He considered it futile, superfluous, and even reactionary. It was too tied to uncritical common sense. It was based on a popular belief that was religious in origin. Appealing to it was an implicit return to religious feeling. The fact that the masses found the subjectivist conception fit only for mockery was a reflection of the distance between science and life, between intellectuals and the masses. The purpose of science was to criticize common sense, the immediate product of crude sensation, still often Ptolemaic and anthropocentric. With Bukharin, the most vulgar common sense was imposing itself on science rather than vice versa. The subjectivist conception, proper to modern philosophy, had its usefulness as criticism of transcendence on the one hand and the naivete of common sense and of philosophical materialism on the other. It had given birth to, and was superseded by, historical materialism. In other words, with Marxism, subjectivism had been transformed into historicism. What this actually meant in terms of a theory of knowledge was not altogether clear. Gramsci wished to distinguish his position from solipsism, skepticism, or relativism. On the question of the objectivity of the external world, he tended to skirt the issue or to make contradictory assertions about it. He criticized Bukharin for accepting this belief in its most trivial and uncritical sense and in such a mechanical way. Proceeding from this, he went on. It might seem that there can exist an extra-historical and extra-human objectivity. But who can judge of such objectivity? Who is able to put himself in this kind of standpoint of the cosmos in itself, and what could such a standpoint mean? It can indeed be maintained that here we are dealing with a hangover of the concept of God, precisely in its mystic form of an unknown God. Engels's formulation that the unity of the world consists in its materiality demonstrated by the long and laborious development of philosophy and natural science contains the germ of the correct conception in that it has recourse to history and to man in order to demonstrate objective reality. Objective always means humanly objective, which can be held to correspond exactly to historically subjective. In other words, objective would mean universal subjective. 84. However, he was equivocal. On the one hand, he asserted that to speak of a reality existing apart from man was to fall into a form of mysticism. On the other hand, he admitted that it was hard to imagine reality changing objectively with changes in ourselves, a belief that not only common sense but science made untenable. He also acknowledged that it was difficult not to think in terms of something real beyond our knowledge, not in the sense of a noumenon or an unknown God or an unknowable reality, but in the sense of something still unknown, that will someday become known when the physical and intellectual instruments of mankind have been perfected. Again, in discussing the nature of natural science, he saw it as historical activity and indeed saw nature itself as a historical category. Up to a certain point, he asked, might it not be said that what nature provided the opportunity for was not discoveries of pre-existing qualities of matter, but creations linked to social interest? Fair enough, perhaps, but when it came to what was beyond the certain point, he would not quite say. He did concede that as an abstract natural force, electricity existed before its reduction to a productive force, but added that it was in a state of historical nothingness. In a discussion of the epistemological foundations of science, inspired by the pronouncements of some Italian scientists who were taking up a position similar to Eddington in the philosophy of science, Gramsci repudiated the grotesque way of thinking of certain scientists, especially English, in connection with the new physics. It was a way of thinking that Gramsci believed meant that science ceased to exist and was changed into a series of acts of faith. If it were true that microscopic phenomena could not be considered as existing independently of the observer, if it were true that such phenomena were not actually observed but created, then, Gramsci said, it was not even a matter of dealing with solipsism but witchcraft. The problem was that the crisis in physics, an initial and transitory phase of a new scientific epoch stemming from the difficulties scientists were encountering in trying to explain microscopic phenomena in macroscopic terms, was converging with a great intellectual and moral crisis and bringing forth a great wave of sophistry. Coming to terms with this was, however, serving to refine the instruments of thought. The most important question to be resolved was whether and how science yielded objective knowledge. Yes, answered Gramsci, despite all the difficulties and complications, phenomena recurred and could be ascertained by observers independently of one another. Science brought forth objectivity, in the sense of establishing what was common to all observers, what was independent of every particular point of view. However, having asserted the universality of science, he backtracked. Actually, even this is a particular worldview, an ideology. However, this view, as a whole and for the direction it indicates, can be accepted by the philosophy of praxis, whereas one should reject the view of common belief, even though it reaches the same materialist conclusion. All of science is tied to the needs, the life, the activity of man. Without human activity, which creates all values, including scientific ones, what would objectivity be? Chaos. For the philosopher of praxis, being cannot be divorced from thinking, man from nature, activity from matter, the subject from the object. To place science at the base of life, to regard science as the worldview par excellence, as the one that clears the eyes from every ideological illusion, and which places man in front of reality as it is, means to fall again into the idea that the philosophy of praxis needs philosophical props outside of itself. But in reality, science, too, is a superstructure, an ideology. That science is a superstructure is shown also by the fact that there have been entire periods of eclipse, for example, when it was obscured by another dominant ideology, religion. Moreover, in spite of all the efforts of scientists, science never presents itself as naked objective information, it always appears coded by an ideology, and concretely science is the combination of the objective fact with a hypothesis or a system of hypotheses that surpass the mere objective fact. It is true, however, that, in this domain it is relatively easy to distinguish the objective information from the system of hypotheses by a process of abstraction that is inherent in scientific methodology itself, in such a way that we can accept the one and reject the other. That is why a social group can accept the science of another group without accepting its ideology. 85. One feels Gramsci was groping in the right direction, but such a passage is so riddled with conceptual ambiguity as to serve only to muddy the waters. One is left wondering, is there or is there not any distinction between science and ideology? Is science to be taken up as integral to Marxism, or is it an extraneous element threatening its integrity? Is objectivity reducible to collectivist subjectivity, or is it not? It is impossible to state firmly any clear position held by Gramsci on such issues, so often did he shift premises and use the same terms equivocally. Gramsci was also somewhat equivocal when it came to materialism, using the term in different ways in different contexts. Most often he used it in a negative way. He preferred to see Marxism, not in terms of materialism versus idealism, but in terms of immanence versus transcendence. It was a way of explaining the world from within the world on the basis of the world itself, without recourse to any power outside it to justify the power within it. Marxism was a new form of immanence. It was immanence become historicism, immanence brought onto the concrete terrain of history. Marxism, he insisted, superseded both materialism and idealism, while retaining the vital elements of both. These traditional philosophies were expressions of past societies. It was wrong to consider Marxist philosophy in subordination to other philosophies, as this obscured its originality. It was a new synthesis, embodying a new dialectic, opening up a new road, renewing from head to toe the whole way of conceiving philosophy itself. Unfortunately, the dialectical unity achieved by Marx had been destroyed by his successors, who had regressed either to philosophical materialism or to philosophical idealism. Gramsci's term for Marxism was the philosophy of praxis. Commentators invariably explain that he called it thus to evade the prison censor. Undoubtedly this was so, but the choice of term was by no means arbitrary, for it was well suited to his radically historicist conception of philosophy. As he defined the new conception, the philosophy of praxis is absolute historicism, the absolute secularization and earthiness of thought, an absolute humanism of history. 86. It was a monism, not of materialism or idealism, but of the dialectic embodied in the concrete historical process. The dialectic was not a pre-constituted framework for philosophy, but the very marrow of historiography. It was the logic of connections and mediations, in which all spheres, the philosophical, the economic, the political, were interwoven into an organic unity. In Gramsci's view, Marxism had about it an integrity and coherence that made it unnecessary to supplement it with any other philosophy. It stood on its own without extraneous additions. He specified tendencies with which Marxism should not enter into combinations. He was hostile to all attempts within the Second International to combine Marxism with such philosophies as Neo-Kantianism, and he criticized the philosophical variations in Bernstein and in Max Adler. He took strong exception to Otto Bauer's assertion of the compatibility of Marxist economics with Thomist epistemology. He particularly warned against the reabsorption of Marxism within the framework of traditional culture or the re-emergence within Marxism of tendencies over which it had already triumphed. At the same time, Marxism had a unique capacity to assimilate all that was of value in all other systems of thought, to weave all such elements together in a new synthesis. It was an organic absorption to be sharply distinguished from an eclectic borrowing. Marxism matured and developed always to a higher level through this continuous interaction with other philosophies. It was an ongoing process. Even with philosophies already assimilated within Marxism, Gramsci held this was not a process finished once and for all. Gramsci believed that the Hegelian element in Marxism in particular had not been fully subsumed or resolved into it and retained a vitality of its own. Marxism grew and developed as a historical process still unfolding, in which the necessity for a philosophical cultural synthesis was constantly renewed. But its integrity and coherence involved more than not adding on anything extraneous. Even more importantly, it meant not leaving out anything essential. Its constituent parts were so interwoven that none could be negated without destroying its organic unity. For Gramsci, Marxism was an all-embracing Weltanschauung that left nothing vital outside its scope. The natural sciences were part of the totality, a part of the structure that could not be omitted without doing violence to the rest. Orthodoxy lay in the conviction that Marxism contains in itself all the fundamental elements needed to construct a total and integral conception of the world, a total philosophy and theory of natural science, and not only that, but everything that is needed to give life to an integral practical organization of society, that is, to become a total integral civilization. 87. It was this sense of the wholeness of Marxism, the fullness of it as well as the concreteness of it, that more than anything set him off from his contemporaries, Lukács and Korsch. Despite the fact that he did not really achieve clarity with regard to certain of the constituent elements or even see the various aspects in the proper proportions, he nevertheless realized that no philosophy could maintain itself and develop with anything fundamental left out of account. Nothing vital could be outside the scope of Marxism. Despite Gramsci's limitations and ambiguities and blind spots, he was still among the greatest Marxists of his age for his affirmation of the all-embracing character of Marxism and for his highly original and spirited way of highlighting various aspects that were being neglected. Not until after the war did his prison notebooks become known, and not until the 1960s did they become known outside of Italy. Since this time, the secondary literature has mushroomed. Today congresses are held to discuss his views. The list of books and articles about him is enormous and ever-growing. And it is not only in Italy. The interpretative literature differs vastly, particularly when it comes to his views on philosophical questions. This is not altogether surprising in light of the fragmentary character of his prison writings, the obscurity of his utterances on materialism, the natural sciences, realism, objectivity, and other such pivotal concepts, as well as the radical differences in orientation among the commentators themselves. Predictably, for example, the Althusserian school has criticized him for historicism, and the Delle Volpian school has taken issue with him for neo-Hegelianism. The English-speaking New Left has tended to read its new leftist prejudices into him and to embrace him warmly. The Italian New Left has tended to read their antipathy to the Italian Communist Party into him and to have rejected him in disdain. Despite his own wishes, commentators have read him as either materialist or idealist. Those who argue the former are somewhat nearer the mark than the latter, but the argument on both sides is often weak and evasive, ignoring many inconvenient passages. It is, however, generally correct to contend that Gramsci was not so anti-materialist as various passages taken out of context might indicate. To some degree the problem is a terminological one, in that he had an obvious hostility to the term materialism, but clearly operated with certain basically materialist assumptions. For Gramsci, the world was to be explained in and through the world itself with no resort to any force outside the world. On this, he was absolutely firm. Moreover, with all his emphasis on consciousness, it was never discussed in a disembodied and disconnected way. Always it was infused with living, concrete historicity. On the other hand, he did undoubtedly give too much ground to idealism, in overstressing the historical roots of Marxism in idealism, in being overzealous in his critique of positivism, and indeed of much that was in reality not positivism at all, and in equivocating in the sphere of epistemology. His philosophical orientation was decidedly one-sided, giving prominence to those features of Marxism that were in continuity with the idealist tradition in the history of philosophy and underplaying those features that were in continuity with the materialist tradition. He could not quite bring himself to acknowledge fully what Timpanaro calls the element of passivity in knowledge, the fact that there is an element in knowledge that is irreducible to praxis, thus conceding too much to idealism and remaining in some respects an unconscious Croatian. 88. There was moreover the factor that Gramsci's views on the natural sciences within Marxism, so crucial to the historical development of the materialist emphasis in Marxism, were definitely underdeveloped, as his actual knowledge of the natural sciences was not so highly developed as his knowledge of other fields. If he criticized Bukharin for a neglect of the dialectic and of history in favor of concentration on materialism and emphasis on the natural sciences, Gramsci could be criticized for the contrary, a neglect of the natural sciences and of the elements underlying the materialist emphasis in the Marxist tradition in favor of his stress on the dialectic of historical activity. Nevertheless, it cannot be overstressed, in light of the tendentious reading of Gramsci by writers themselves hostile to the natural sciences, that Gramsci's critique of positivism was not a critique of the natural sciences. Paolo Rossi is correct to emphasize the importance of the fact that Gramsci did not identify positivism with scientific method. He never denied the cognitive value of science and, in fact, saw in science, or in a philosophy connected with science, a central element in a Weltanschauung capable of overcoming religious superstition. The scientific revolution was part of the heritage of the proletariat. 89. Although Gramsci did not contribute to the development of Marxist philosophy of science in the sense of elaborating more fully the philosophical implications of the results of the natural sciences, he was nevertheless important to the history of the development of Marxism in relation to the philosophy of science in his way of conceiving the science-philosophy-politics nexus within Marxism. He affirmed against those who denied it the importance of the natural sciences to Marxist philosophy and to socialist politics, seeing it as playing a central and crucial role in the process of the revolutionary transformation of society. His greatness was in drawing attention to the fullness of the revolutionary process, including in it philosophy, science, psychology, and culture, and in analyzing the vital role of these vis-a-vis the struggle for state power. Within this framework, he generated many provocative ideas and proposed many fruitful avenues of approach to many important questions, such as the integrality of Marxist philosophy and its relation to other philosophies, the political character of philosophy, the fusion of rationality and emotion. Gramsci's Marxism may have been in some respects an instrument with rough edges, but it penetrated very deeply. The Red Decade, Britain and France in the 1930s. Meanwhile, others were coming along who would take up the development of Marxism in relation to the philosophy of science in a new way. The early 1930s saw a revival of interest in Marxism and the birth of a new left-wing intelligentsia in Western Europe that would leave its own distinctive mark on the theory it came to embrace. Although the Comintern policy of the Third Period had been an unmitigated disaster, however reluctant communists were to say so, the communist vision of a new world nevertheless shone through in sharp relief to the darkening reality of crisis-ridden capitalism. As the boom of the 1920s crashed down into the slump of the 1930s, the capitalist world was overshadowed by a harrowing depression that brought massive unemployment and underemployment, cuts in education and social services, and general economic insecurity. Concomitant with the economic crisis and the accompanying struggle for political power came a deep-seated intellectual crisis that made itself felt at every level of culture and in every field of knowledge. It was widely believed that capitalism was in a dying but dangerous state. Indeed, the militant rise of fascism highlighted just how dangerous it could be. So it was that the freshest and ablest minds of this generation set out to analyze the dying culture amidst what they believed to be its death throes and to seek after an alternative vision, one of a living culture that would give full scope to their burning creativity and their bright hopes. Thus began the Red Decade, with workers rebelling against the dole queues and intellectuals leaving their private dreamlands and coming onto the streets, living and thinking and dreaming in a whole new way. No longer were students in the public eye strike-breaking as in 1926, but welcoming the hunger marchers into Cambridge and striving with the working masses to find a better way. For their part, the communist parties, most notably in Britain and France, rose to the occasion. Without any official change of policy, they began to back down from the violent sectarianism that had brought communist parties into such severe isolation and so near to extinction. The rising militance of the working class and the growing radicalization of the intelligentsia were met with a broader, somewhat more accommodating attitude toward the role of mass organizations and towards the role of intellectuals in the revolutionary movement. Responding to the new forces that were at work, communists had the clarity and the discipline to spearhead the revitalized left-wing movement emerging and thus managed to bring a steady stream of extremely vital and high-powered intellectuals within the orbit of the communist parties. In France, the surrealist writers Louis Aragon and Paul Éluard came into the Communist Party. Among scientists, the young physicist Jacques Solomon joined the party, while the most eminent physicists of the day, Paul Langevin and Frédéric Joliot-Curie, drew ever nearer to the party and eventually joined it. Already a member was the eminent biologist Marcel Prenant, who was not only professor of zoology at the Sorbonne, but lectured at the Université Ouvrière as well. The young philosopher Paul Nizan joined the party while still a student at École Normale Supérieure, and, together with those philosophers who formed the Philosophes group, Henri Lefebvre, Georges Politzer, Georges Friedman, contributed to the development of a school of Marxist philosophy commanding the attention of the French intelligentsia. Philosophers and scientists came together in the Cercle de la Russie Neuve to discuss the implications of Marxism for philosophy and the sciences. Philosophers such as Auguste Cornu and scientists such as the psychologist Henri Wallon and the astronomer Henri Mineur discussed the many contending intellectual trends of the day in the light of dialectical materialism. They all participated in the various conferences at the Maisons de la Culture that drew an increasing number of intellectuals, including philosophers and natural scientists, under communist influence. In Britain, a Marxist intellectual culture emerged for the first time and the Communist Party poised itself to play a central role in it. For the first decade of its existence, the British Party had been much affected by the traditionally pragmatic trade unionism, and even overt anti-intellectualism, of the British labour movement. The movement had not only been negligent with regard to underlying theory, but its leaders were even prone to boast that it had no philosophy. Suddenly, however, it all changed and Britain not only became cognizant of the value of Marxist theory, but became a most fruitful and vigorous centre for its creative development in the 1930s. Among the many who felt the power of communist ideas at this time, though not all were members of the Communist Party, were writers such as W.H. Auden, Stephen Spender, Christopher Isherwood, Cecil Day Lewis, and Louis MacNeice, critics such as Margot Heinemann, Jack Lindsay, Arnold Kettle, and Ralph Fox, historians such as Christopher Hill and Eric Hobsbawm, classicists such as Benjamin Farrington and George Thomson, lawyers such as D.N. Pritt, journalists such as Claude Coburn, future party functionaries such as James Klugman, and future spies such as Guy Burgess, Donald Maclean, and Kim Philby. There were even clergymen. The Dean of Canterbury, Hewlett Johnson, was a fellow traveller, as was the Red Vicar of Thaxted, Conrad Noel. The Reverend Dr. John Lewis, organizer of the Left Book Club, eventually became a party member and a Marxist philosopher to boot. Among philosophers, Maurice Cornforth and David Guest, who were among the privileged circle who sat at Wittgenstein's feet at Cambridge, turned to Marxism and to the Communist Party. There was also the brilliant and many-sided Christopher Caldwell, poet, philosopher, critic, journalist, and much more. Among scientists the turn to the left was truly spectacular. Most prominent were J.D. Bernal and J.B.S. Haldane, both Fellows of the Royal Society, who became communists and looked to Marxism in matters of philosophy of science. Others who formed a part of the radical science movement of the 1930s were P.M.S. Blackett, E.H.S. Burhop, J.G. Crowther, Hyman Levy, Sam Lilly, Joseph Needham, N.W. Peary, C.H. Waddington, W.A. Worcester, and Lancelot Hogben. Not only was the alliance of philosophers and natural scientists recommended by Lenin being achieved, but the development of Marxism was giving rise to a new type in men such as Bernal, Haldane, Langevin, and Prenant, who combined within themselves scientist, philosopher, and political activist all in one. The shifting nexus of science, philosophy, and politics was brought to a new level as such men, who were among the outstanding scientists of their day and on the cutting edge of their disciplines, began to proclaim that only in dialectical materialism could their science find an adequate philosophical grounding and that only under socialism could science achieve its full social potential. Philosophy of science in the 1930s. In turning to socialism, scientists were most definitely going against the grain, particularly those in Britain, living and working among colleagues who thought it most unseemly for scientists to involve themselves in philosophy and in politics, most of all in Marxist philosophy and in communist politics. But reality was pressing hard at scientists who did not wish to consider the implications of their science beyond the details of their laboratory results. Science was pushing ahead dramatically. Cambridge was buzzing with news of the neutron, the positron, and the splitting of the atom. Still unsettled were the controversies over the meaning of quantum theory and relativity theory. The world wanted to know what it all meant, and there was no shortage of theologians or chancers leaping in to fill the gap and tell it. The widespread discussion of the methodological implications of quantum mechanics and of relativity were not confined to the groves of academe. These discoveries had set off the wildest speculations in the mass media, and in the 1930s the air was still alive with it. Much of it was centered around Heisenberg's principle of uncertainty, which stated that it was impossible to determine simultaneously with total accuracy both the position and the velocity of a particle. This principle was founded on a hypothetical experiment involving the gamma-ray microscope, in which the very act of observing a particle drove it from the position it would have occupied unobserved. This emphasis on the role of the observer seemed to call into question the existence of reality independent of the observation of it, and to favor Marxism and all forms of subjective idealism. The impossibility of predicting exactly the path of a particle raised questions about the existence of determinism, about the very operation of causal laws in science. To some, it seemed that the new discoveries proved there was a radical indeterminism at the heart of the universe, that the principle of causality had been utterly discredited, that all phenomena were of a strictly subjective nature, and that there could be no grounds for asserting the objective existence of an external world, that it was completely beyond the scope of any form of materialism to account for such developments. There was a veritable barrage of popular books, radio broadcasts, and Sunday sermons announcing that science itself, once the iconoclastic destroyer of all that was holy, had come to its limits and there found God again. Concepts applicable at the microscopic level were amateurishly extended far beyond their domain of applicability to demonstrate that there was neither rhyme nor reason to the way things happened in the universe, that all was vanity, that, therefore, God and mystery and free will reigned supreme. Loudly and triumphantly, the obituaries of materialism were once again published for all the world. Indeed, religion, whose death knell had also been previously sounded, did receive a new lease of life. Never had the idea of progress fallen upon deafer ears. The social fabric was ripping apart, the ground was crumbling under one's feet, and science seemed to be raising more questions than it answered. To make matters worse, there were influential scientists joining the chorus, lending credence to those who were seizing upon the crisis in physics to justify their own philosophical prejudices and suggesting that natural processes must once again seek their explanation in supernatural ones. Arthur Eddington boldly declared, "Something unknown is doing, we don't know what that is, what our theory amounts to," and argued from there that religion had therefore become acceptable to the scientific mind. The scientific world was built simply out of mathematical symbols drawn from the human mind. The inference from this was the existence of a universal mind or logos. 90 Sir James Jeans was on much the same tack. Science no longer rested on causality and determinism, but on free will and the mind of a mathematical God. 91 It was the sure way to a bestseller. Other scientists, in contrast, thought it a die-stiffying spectacle, scientists utilizing their scientific knowledge to tell all the world that unreality lay at the basis of science, utilizing their rational powers to lend credence to the view that irrationality was triumphant. Marxists would have none of it, and indeed were in the front lines of opposition to it. They argued that materialism stood on as strong a foundation as ever, and they objected fiercely to such attempts to parasite on every breakdown of traditional concepts in science to bring God back into the picture. While it had certainly become necessary to abandon determinism in the Laplacian sense, it was impermissible to conclude that a world of absolute indeterminism was the only possible alternative to a world of absolute determinism. In a world of absolute indeterminism, in a world without causality, no science would be possible. All possible outcomes of a given physical state would be equally probable. But this was obviously not the case. It was possible to establish statistical probability for the microscopic phenomena described by Heisenberg, and so there was causality. Probabilistic causality was a far cry from indeterminism. The debate was at its most intense in Britain. From here came the most prominent theoreticians of the various philosophies of science that stood in opposition to Marxism, not only Jeans and Eddington, but also such as J.S. Haldane, Alfred North Whitehead, and Bertrand Russell. Here too emerged, in close combat, the most vigorous pursuit of Marxist philosophy of science from such powerful minds as those of J.D. Bernal, J.B.S. Haldane, Christopher Caldwell, and a host of others as well. British Marxism, a turning point. 1931 marked a turning point for British Marxists. In their History of Britain in the 1930s, Margot Heinemann and Noreen Branson call it a watershed year, a year in which the ordered society suddenly turned out to be disordered, immoral, and dangerous. 92 The Labour government fell and Mosley's new party was formed. Mussolini was already in power and Hitler was close to it. The choice seemed to be between fascism and communism. The middle ground was slipping away by the hour. John Strachey, after resigning in turn from the Labour Party and then the New Party and then allying himself with the Communist Party, saw the choice between communism on the side of the defense of culture, science and civilization itself, and fascism, representing mental and moral suicide. The title of his book, The Coming Struggle for Power, gave an indication of the prevailing mood. 93 Amidst this situation, the scientists were at once the most fundamentally hopeful and the most frustrated. 94. 1931 was also the year in which British scientists gathered in the lecture hall of the Science Museum in South Kensington on a Saturday morning in July at the special session of the Second International Congress of the History of Science and Technology. The session had been organized for participants to hear their Soviet colleagues explain their approach to the history and philosophy of science. Earlier in the week, the unexpected arrival of a large Soviet delegation had created a great stir in Britain. To the majority of scientists present, the Soviet viewpoint was something of a curiosity. To a minority, those in whom it crystallized something that had already been stirring, it had a profound impact. It was an experience that gave the initial impetus to the development of a distinctive school of Marxist thought in Britain. The various participants have left most interesting accounts of the atmosphere at the session. The science journalist J.G. Crowther commented on the unprecedented enthusiasm for the history of science displayed by the Soviet delegation. The organizers of the Congress had been modestly hoping to do a little to remove the neglect of their subject. Among the participants, a few were professional philosophers and historians of science, but most were amateurs or elderly scientists with an antiquarian interest in science, who discussed the subject in a leisurely way, as if a matter of secondary importance. They were truly astonished by the Russians, who discussed the history of science as if it were a matter of unsurpassed importance. As Crowther saw it, the movement, of which Hessen's paper was the most stimulating expression, transformed the history of science from a minor to a major subject. 95. The mathematician Hyman Levy recollected the discomfort of the audience. The ideas were too novel to be absorbed by the majority and the minority were temporarily tongue-tied at perceiving the width of the gap that had been opened by the speakers and their audience. The long and awkward silence following Hessen's famous trumpet blast was finally broken by the young Cambridge student of mathematics David Guest, who stepped to the rostrum and expanded on the theme, drawing out the implications of Hessen's remarks by analyzing other British men of science, such as Karl Pearson and Bertrand Russell. 96 Two British historians of science expressed opposition, but most refused to react. Bernal later remarked that the probable consensus was that anything so ungentlemanly and doctrinaire had best be politely ignored. 97 For himself, he was struck by the unity, philosophical integrality and social purpose of the Soviet delegation in contrast with the British colleagues they encountered with their indisciplined array of ill-assorted individual philosophies and remoteness from any social considerations. The whole thing could not, however, be politely ignored. Within a few days, Science at the Crossroads, a book containing the Soviet papers, was published. It had been produced in a flurry in accord with a decision taken earlier in the week, a project described by The Guardian as the 5 Days Plan, which had transformed the Soviet embassy in London into a makeshift publishing house for the occasion. Philosophers and scientists rushed around in rolled-up sleeves and translators and printers worked all through the night. After the book came the stream of reviews and more discussion of the embarrassing and unusual ideas of the exotic foreigners. The reviewer in Nature expressed his concern over the possible effect dialectical materialism could have on the direction of research in the Soviet Union. He repudiated the concept of bourgeois science and affirmed his belief that the laws of nature are the same for all of us. 98 The review in the Times Literary Supplement expressed unmitigated hostility. 99. The reviews were the least of it. In their lasting impact on the core of left-wing scientists present, the Soviet delegation had, in Gary Wersky's turn of phrase, performed a 5-day wonder. 100 Bernal, Needham, Hogben, Levy, Crowther, and others all testified to the crucial influence of this event on their future thought and activity. The Soviet delegation might go away, but those they left behind would not. The British establishment would have them on their hands for a long time to come. In the highest gatherings of British science, there was from then on a core of exceedingly able left-wing scientists enthusiastically pursuing a Marxist approach to the history and philosophy of science and highlighting the multifaceted social relationships of science. The ideological and socio-political assumptions of past and present science were being ruthlessly laid bare. The very raising of such questions aroused considerable discomfort, for, as Bernal realized, the secret of the strength of the spirit of bourgeois science lay in its avoidance of explicit statement. Nor did the new phenomenon in British science confine itself to the level of discussion and discomfort, for these men were not the sort to be lecturing on navigation while the ship is going down. 101 Around them emerged a vigorous movement for the defense of science against all forces threatening it and for social responsibility in all areas of scientific endeavour. The movement took many organizational forms, such as the Cambridge Scientists' Anti-War Group and the revived Association of Scientific Workers, and even in due course the Division for Social and International Relations of Science within the hallowed British Association. It was a broad front in which there was room for a very wide spectrum of opinion and for varying degrees of commitment. Not everyone who participated embraced all the tenets of what became known as Bernalism, but they did know they stood with the movement for social responsibility in science and not with the movement that sprang up in opposition to it. Its manifesto was in John Baker's counterblast to Bernalism 102, and its organizational form was the Society for Freedom in Science, set up by a few scientists such as Baker and by the philosopher of science, Michael Polanyi, which devoted itself to the defense of pure science and the absence of any form of social control of science. Even the hostile reaction to the radical science movement testified to the power of its impact. Science and the Popular Front. This shift to the left among scientists, at a time when the left was virtually identified with the communist parties, was considerably enhanced by a radical policy shift within the communist movement itself. The 7th, and last, World Congress of the Comintern was held in July-August 1935 and marked the inauguration of the period of the Popular Front. No longer was class against class to be the rallying cry, nor was there the blurring of the line between fascism and social democracy. The call, signaled clearly and decisively in Dmitrov's key address, was for a united front against fascism. The new policy proved extraordinarily successful and the ranks of the communist parties began to swell, not to speak of the broad organizations that grew up around them. On Bastille Day in Paris, the communist Marcel Caquin embraced the socialist, until then social fascist, Leon Blum, while the crowd cheered and sang the Marseillaise followed by the Internationale. In the elections of February 1936, the Popular Front came to power in Spain, and those of May in the same year brought the same in France. In Germany, communists and social democrats only came together again in exile and in Hitler's prisons and concentration camps in a belated, but very real, anti-fascist unity. Comintern agent Willy Munzenberg was once again in his element, directing from his Paris exile a staggering number of organizations and projects that summoned the energies of everyone from Communist Party apparatchiks to English duchesses. In Britain, the Popular Front spirit permeated a number of old and new organizations of the left. The Left Book Club, launched in May 1936, elicited massive support, and specialists groups were soon formed among doctors, teachers, poets, scientists, and others. Bernal, a prototypical Popular Front intellectual, was on some 60 committees at one time. He, in accord with many other left-wing scientists, pointed to the Popular Front as the most powerful force for the defense of science. The movement among left-wing scientists had the dual effect of bringing scientists to the left and bringing the left to science. Nowhere, at least nowhere outside the Soviet Union, did the left so thoroughly integrate science into its political perspective as in Britain. The right wing of British science might balk at the steady drift to Bernalism, but the CPGB did not. Regini Palmadut, in his report to the 16th National Congress of the party in 1943, clearly stated, "The Communist Party stands with modern science." 103 Although the party was not totally immune from the workerism of the British labour movement, the party only intermittently indulged it. The party was proud of its intellectuals and believed it was an essential duty of its scientists to be good scientists, even in the eyes of nature and the Royal Society, and it took a dim view of any tendencies of its intellectuals to drop out and assimilate themselves into the lifestyle of the workers and do only routine party work. While many of the party intellectuals were extremely energetic on the ground in all aspects of party work, they were reminded of the crucial importance of their distinctive work of bringing Marxism to bear in their own special fields. Bernal. At the center of the new movement was John Desmond Bernal. His contemporaries of diverse shades of opinion spoke of him in the most glowing terms, coming forth with superlatives not characteristic of the English. Julian Huxley thought him the wisest man in Britain, and most who knew him concurred in thinking him very wise. Indeed, the name by which his friends called him was Sage. A fascinating fictional portrait of him was drawn by C.P. Snow in his early novel The Search, in which Bernal figured as the unusual young scientist Constantine, the bearer of a sort of dazzling and global brilliance. 104 Snow's non-fictional portrait of Bernal, written many years later, is even more fascinating. For Snow, he was perhaps the last of whom it could be said, with meaning, that he knew science. 105 Joseph Needham describes him as one of the best minds of their generation. 106 By the mid-1930s, and his mid-30s, Bernal was already a Fellow of the Royal Society and Professor of Physics at Birkbeck College of the University of London, with important work in X-ray crystallography already behind him at Cambridge's famous Cavendish Laboratory. By the late 1920s, he had become a militant atheist and a communist. He had come a long way from Tipperary. Born in Ireland and Jesuit-educated, he had, as a schoolboy, combined piety and defiance in an adolescent mixture, organizing a society for perpetual adoration and fervently supporting the Easter Rising. He had from first to last an intensely philosophical frame of mind and an extraordinary sensitive social conscience. It was his voluminous knowledge, his breadth of vision, and his conscientious activism that most singled him out, rather than his laboratory results. At the level of experiment, he had a tendency to generate seminal ideas and to leave to others the opportunity to pursue the detailed further research. Bernal did pioneering work, not only in such sciences as X-ray crystallography and molecular biology. He was founder of an altogether new discipline, the science of science. His book, The Social Function of Science, quickly came to be regarded as a classic in this field. Based on a detailed analysis of science, both under capitalism and under socialism, and comparing in particular the state of British science with that of Soviet science, Bernal's dominant theme was that the frustration of science was an inescapable feature of the capitalist mode of production and that science could achieve its full potential only under a new, socialist order. According to Bernal, science was a powerful force in human history, and was destined to become more powerful still. Formidable obstacles were obstructing it, however, in the fulfillment of its destiny. It was outgrowing capitalism. Capitalism was losing its ability to cope with it. British science was severely underfinanced, particularly under the impact of economic crisis. German science had been overcome by barbarity. As the bourgeoisie was losing its ability to use science as it had during its rise and as it lost its ability to rule in the old way, it was inclined to turn on science. Rather than admit the cause of social disorder to be the capitalist system, the ruling class generated a distrust of science that in its most extreme form turned into rebellion against scientific rationality itself. Even in the most unlikely quarters, notably the British Association for the Advancement of Science, voices were being raised calling for the suppression of science. Science itself was in danger and its only hope was in socialism. The cause of science was, for Bernal, inextricably intertwined with the cause of socialism. As he put it in an autobiographical essay, from an early age he saw science as holding the key to the future and the forces of socialism alone as gathering to turn it. 107 By the time he wrote The Social Function of Science, he had come to believe that, in its endeavor, Science is Communism 108. Needless to say, Bernal saw science as a social activity, integrally tied to the whole spectrum of other social activities, economic, social and political. Science was absolutely central both to Bernal's social thinking and to his philosophical thinking. The scientific method encompassed the whole of life. In considering the relationship between Marxist philosophy and scientific method, Bernal thought that it could not be described simply as scientific method. Nor could it be said to be in any sense an alternative method. It was an extension of scientific method. On the basis of current science, it gave a comprehensive and ordered account of the whole range of phenomena, from nebulae to human society. In Bernal's view, Marxism transforms science and gives it greater scope and significance. 109. As Bernal conceived the relation between philosophy and science, science was the starting point for philosophy, it was the very basis of philosophy. Marxist social theory emerged within this process. There was no sharp distinction between the natural sciences and the social sciences for Bernal, and the scientific analysis of society was an enterprise continuous with the scientific analysis of nature. For Bernal, there was no philosophy, no social theory, no knowledge independent of science. Science was the foundation of it all. As Wersky has recently remarked of Bernal, never had Friedrich Engels' famous notion of scientific socialism been treated so literally. 110. For Bernal, the humanistic and the scientific dimensions were one. His vision of the sort of future that science could make possible for mankind was in total contrast to that of Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. Full automation, nuclear energy, and cybernetics could bring a fuller realization of human potential. His futuristic sketches grew increasingly better grounded as his Marxism matured, making the society of the future set out in the social function of science far more plausible than the one set out in his earlier work, The World, the Flesh, and the Devil. 111. His sense of history was sweeping, stretching back into the ancient past and shooting forward into the coming future. As Bernal saw the transition to the future, scientific and socialist philosophical thinking played a key role. He took issue quite sharply with those, especially those in England, who thought that both science and politics could get on quite well without philosophy. Science, philosophy, and politics were all tightly bound together in Bernal's highly integrated mind. There could be no coherence, no far-seeing vision, without a worldview. There could be no adequate and plausible worldview not grounded in science. There could be no point in having a scientific worldview without living by it and acting on it. The New Age was bringing the need for new ideas, new values, new movements. The whole vast body of knowledge accumulated through the ages had to be worked over and revalued. It was a time of profound transformation, bringing deep moral and emotional changes as well as intellectual ones. Bernal's philosophy of science was in the tradition of Engels. It was time, he thought, for Engels to come into his own in Britain, where he had lived and worked and formulated his exceedingly brilliant and suggestive ideas about the dialectics of nature. Although Engels had suffered complete neglect at the hands of the philosophers and scientists of Victorian England, time was to take its revenge. Whereas the professional philosophers of science of his day were already for the most part completely forgotten, Engels would be remembered if Bernal were to have his way. And he was. Engels would be the inspiration of a new wave of fresh thinking in the philosophy of science. The important thing about Engels's concept of nature, as Bernal saw it, was that he saw it as a whole and as a process. Engels's work could still be of value to scientists in that it was important to carry forward this sort of all-embracing and historical approach to science and to use his methods in pushing forward the solution of further problems. Significant steps that had been taken by science, such as relativity and quantum theory, biochemistry, and genetics, confirmed the validity of Engels's approach and made continuing work along the same lines necessary. Engels was a radical thinker. His way of questioning fundamentals was the kind that many years later led to the formulation of quantum theory and relativity theory. In fact, in Bernal's opinion, if Engels's philosophy of science had been more widely known in the scientific world, these theories would probably have been discovered sooner and would be free from the idealistic confusions under which they were still suffering. Engels was in every way a compelling figure for someone like Bernal, who saw him as scientist, philosopher, and revolutionary, all in 1.112. For Bernal, dialectical materialism was the most powerful intellectual current of the time. It provided the basis not only for a revolutionary social movement, but also for the enhancement of science. It was a philosophy derived from science that brought order and perspective to science and illuminated the onward path of science. It was no substitute for science. It was no royal road to knowledge. Induction and proof remained what they were, and the hard work still had to be done. It was not a dogma imposed on the findings of science from without, but a method of coordinating the experimental results of science and of pointing the way to new experiments, a method that had been developed in and through the development of science itself. Its role was to clarify and to unify the different branches of science in relation to one another and to other human activities, and to suggest directions of thought that were likely to yield further results in the future. It was a science of the sciences. It was a means of overcoming overspecialization and of achieving the unity of science. It placed science within the context of the whole of human and cosmic evolution. Its starting point was the material universe. Its central idea was the process of transformation, and its scope was the whole range of human experience. A resolute monist, Bernal saw the unity of science as grounded in the unity of the universe itself. He affirmed the unity of the universe, not in a hollowly reductionist way, but in a way that recognized the intricacy and complexity of matter that had evolved in such a way that new qualities emerged at higher levels of organization. The origin of the new, however, had to be seen against the ongoing process, so as to avoid the two extremes in which the immediate apprehension of quality was made the basis of mystical speculation on the one hand, or mechanically denied altogether on the other. Bernal's position on the dialectics of nature was quite definite. Any sort of dualism between nature and history was quite foreign to him, as was any tendency to radically historicize nature. There were in the external world processes involving oppositions of actual forces that were constantly giving rise to new and higher syntheses. Dialectical development was not confined to human society or even to living things, but occurred at all stages of the organization of matter, completely independent of human thought. His position here, inspired by Engels, had precisely the same flaws as that of Engels, a huge gap yawning between particular examples of dialectical processes and the assertion of the universality of dialectics, a tendency to use the word dialectical equivocally, sometimes simply as synonymous with developmental and other times as development through contradictions. Close to the very latest developments in the natural sciences, Bernal saw that science itself was providing the most effective refutation of positivism. Although the work of such writers as Lukács, Korsch, and Gramsci were not known in Britain before the war, Bernal would have been quite unsympathetic to their tendencies either to equate science with positivism or to be so preoccupied with the critique of a discredited positivism as not to see that science itself was under attack. The defense of science and the full incorporation of the history of science into the history of Marxism were of the very essence to Bernal. Nor was he inclined to put such heavy stress on the Hegelian origins of Marxism. He was not anti-Hegelian, and he did acknowledge the role that Hegel had played for Marx and Engels, but he was more inclined to emphasize the continuity of Marxism with the whole development of scientific and historical knowledge. The emergence of Marxism laid the foundations for a whole new way of understanding and changing the universe. Marx was seeking the origins of origins, and the new philosophy was inspired less by Hegelianism than by such dramatic developments of time as Darwinism, developments that were giving a new sort of account of the origins of the world and all phenomena in it. With regard to the sources of Marxism, Bernal argued. True, Marx studied Hegel, but the dialectic of Marx, which neither Hegel nor the Hegelians would accept for a moment, is derived far more from his wide knowledge of the universe, and comes directly from the concrete experience of the economic and political struggles of the 19th century than from the philosophy of his youth. 113. Such remarks, to be sure, reveal far more about Bernal than about Marx. Although historically inaccurate with regard to Marx, it was a legitimate enough position for later Marxists. This did not, incidentally, keep Bernal from being attacked as overly Hegelian and unscientific. The Oxford philosopher, E.F. Associated dialectical materialism with the imposition of triadic patterns as a priori laws of nature. Hegelian pedantry, he said, did not become more digestible when it was called dialectical matter rather than dialectical idea. The mind tended to feign symmetrical patterns in nature, whose works were often singular. Patient investigation of one's subject matter could not be avoided by any dialectical shortcuts. 114 Bernal replied that Carrot had a rather perverse view of the Marxist dialectic. Carrot's view, Bernal argued, was actually the Aristotelian derivation of the mean coming to life again in the name of Marxism. Dialectical development was not a matter of swinging between two extremes and settling down to a middle course. The synthesis was not a mean, but something qualitatively new and different. Marxists imposed no patterns on nature, but discerned them there. 115. While Bernal did not explicitly take on the neo-Hegelian trend within Marxism, he did address himself to some of the trends outside of Marxism that inspired it. He thought the various irrationalist and intuitionist currents of the late 19th and early 20th century represented the backwaters and dead ends of human knowledge. He considered the revolt against reason, embodied in such writers as Sorel and Bergson, to be deeply reactionary. He objected most, however, to those who were scientists and were seeking to bring irrationality into the structure of science itself. Scientists such as Jeans, Eddington, Whitehead, and J.S. Haldane were making science into a modern ally of ancient superstition and trying to create a new scientific mystical religion. Gone were the days filled with talk of the warfare between science and religion. Now, the Archbishop of Canterbury benignly presided over Royal Society dinners, for science had become suave, more respectable, and less materialistic. Jeans and Eddington had assured the bishops and everyone else that real science and real religion were the same thing. Bernal argued that it was a highly objectionable procedure to make what science could not know, or at least did not know, rather than what it could and did know, the basis for affirmations about the nature of the universe. The fact that the new physics was supposed to have destroyed the older materialism was taken as an excuse for holding any opinion whatsoever. Their technique was to conclude from the fact that science had not demonstrated how the universe had come to be, that it must have been made by an intelligent creator, to go from the circumstance that science had not synthesized life to the assertion that the origin of life was a miracle, to make the uncertainty relation in quantum mechanics into an argument for human free will. Such books as Jeans's The Mysterious Universe, ostensibly based on science, were negations of science. Jeans's world was a mythological abstraction from science, an arbitrary reduction of all the concrete universe to a number of abstract categories. Bernal did realize that such anti-scientific philosophies did not spring up out of sheer perversity or willfulness on the part of their exponents, but were symptomatic of a widespread and pervasive confusion. Science was in deep crisis, not only because of external events, such as the economic slump, the rise of fascism, wars, and preparation for wars, but because of the impact of internal forces as well, for many of the traditional assumptions of the scientific enterprise were being undermined from within. Materialism had grown so rapidly that it was temporarily losing its language, but it was acquiring a new one through the connecting of the biophysics of sensation with the ultimate wave mechanics picture of the universe. These new discoveries called for fresh thinking, and it seemed to Bernal that only Marxists were doing it in a way that made sense, for only dialectical materialism had the capacity to encompass them without betraying science itself. The Marxist approach to the philosophy of science was seen by Bernal as still being in the process of being formulated. Marx and Engels and Lenin had only sketched the outlines of it. It was being further developed in the Soviet Union in a lively and sometimes violent process. He was aware of the main outlines of the Soviet debates and saw Soviet science as finding its philosophy in the very course of its revolutionary development. But it was, he remarked, complicated at times by the fact that the older scientists were often hostile to new philosophical ideas, while the younger ones, who were most receptive, often lacked sufficient scientific knowledge. He knew of the clash between Vavilov and Lysenko, but did not seem to realize the gravity of what was taking place in this sphere, seeing it in 1939 as a difference in emphasis rather than a revival of the Weissmann-Lamarck controversy. as he far too sanguinely characterized the debate. Geneticists were criticized for attributing inherited characters to specific unitary factors in the chromosome, and neglecting cytoplastic and environmental factors, whose importance was probably exaggerated by their critics. 116. Bernal himself was firmly committed to the science of genetics and was conducting experiments aimed at discerning the molecular structure of the gene. He was, on the whole, extraordinarily impressed by Soviet science and philosophy of science, at times more so than the situation warranted. When he had first visited the Soviet Union in 1931, he was struck by the overriding sense of purpose there and found the country grim but great. 117. As time went on, Bernal discovered things that must have disturbed him deeply, particularly things relating to the fate of scientific colleagues in the Soviet Union. He is known to have interceded with the Soviet ambassador in London, Ivan Maysky, in relation to the arrests of the physicists Weisberg and Houtermans. But in public he said nothing. The great failing of Bernal was in his reluctance to take a critical attitude to the tradition he embraced. Haldane. In 1928, another of Britain's eminent scientists, John Burton Sanderson Haldane, had also gone to the Soviet Union. There he encountered Marxist philosophy of science for the first time, although it would be several years yet before he would come to embrace it as his own. As he put it himself, it was hardly love at first sight. 118. In his earliest excursions into the realm of the philosophy of science, Haldane had held that Kantian idealism was the most appropriate philosophy for the science of the Einsteinian era, just as materialism had been for the Newtonian era. In his books written before 1928, that is, in Daedalus, or Science and the Future and Possible Worlds and other essays, he set out the view that the world of physics was reducible to a manifold of transcendental events. Its laws were merely the forms of human perception. The data of modern science was more easily reconcilable with Kant's thought than with any other philosophy. This situation, he predicted, would continue for several centuries. Possibly after another 2 centuries or so of scientific research, the data of science would support one rather than another of several post-Kantian systems. But Kant had indeed written the prolegomena to any future metaphysics. 119. Not 2 centuries were to pass nor even 1 decade before Haldane would believe this view had been already superseded. Within a few short years, he was himself emphatically post-Kantian and he was no longer playing by the rules set out in Kant's prolegomena. Indeed, in every way, the evolution of his thinking through the 1930s was to take him a very long way from the world from which he had come. Exceedingly well-born, he came in time to give himself over to the cause of the proletariat, though only after going through a number of stages along the way. He was, as Wersky put it, obliged to conduct class war with himself. 120. Born in Scotland into Britain's intellectual aristocracy and educated at Eton and Oxford, Haldane had every possible advantage. Nevertheless, his mind was open and alert and he set upon the course that was to lead him to Marxist philosophy and to the Communist Party. His commitment was to reality as such, whether it be bright or dark, mysterious or intelligible. 121. An eminent biologist, Fellow of the Royal Society and philosopher of science, he was also the son of an eminent biologist, Fellow of the Royal Society and philosopher of science. His father, John Scott Haldane, devoted himself increasingly to philosophical speculation on the natural sciences. Proceeding on somewhat Hegelian lines, he sought to undermine materialism as a philosophy of science. 122. His son, in taking the further step from Hegel to Marx, saw his work as a continuation of his father's, but there was no getting away from the fact that he was accepting and carrying forward the very philosophy his father had sought to combat. But if he could see some strand of continuity with his father, who was a scientist, a philosopher, and a liberal, this was impossible with his mother, who was an ardent Tory who had enlisted him as a child in her activities on behalf of such organizations as Children of the Empire. Haldane was an extravagant, adventurous, and somewhat larger-than-life character, who was prepared to address himself to almost any subject under the sun to almost any audience. His colorful and futuristic popularizations of science won him a huge following among those open to advanced views. Sir Peter Medawar, in his preface to Ronald Clark's biography of Haldane, observed that the lives of most academics, considered as lives, almost always made for dull reading, but that this was far from the case with Haldane. His life was fascinating from beginning to end, unless one was already in the know, there was no way of foretelling what would come next. 123 His mockery of the social conventions of his milieu was notorious, whether it was simply discoursing loudly at high table on all sorts of unmentionable subjects or his famous battle against Cambridge's sex viry, renamed the sex weary, after his dismissal for gross immorality stemming from his involvement in a divorce case. J. Maynard Smith tells how Haldane was regarded by the masters of Eton in Smith's day as a figure of immense wickedness. 124 So great was his notoriety that even novelists found him a rich source of inspiration. It is said that both the physiologist Shearwater in Aldous Huxley's Antic Hay and the corrupter of youth, Mr. Codling, in Ronald Fraser's The Flying Draper were modelled on Haldane. 125 He was also well known for fearlessly experimenting on himself. But, despite his wilder exploits, Haldane was a very serious man. As a scientist, his work was outstanding and broke new ground. He undertook to refound Darwinism upon the concepts of Mendelian genetics and thus to eliminate the seeming contradictions between heredity and evolution. He was the first to estimate the mutation rate in man. In 1929, his investigations into the origin of life had produced a theory giving a materialist explanation for the emergence of living organisms from the inorganic world. His work proceeded parallel to, but independent of, the work of the Soviet biochemist, A.I. Oparin. The connection between the Oparin-Haldane hypothesis and Marxist philosophy has been the subject of controversy among historians of science. It was set off by C.H. Waddington, who remarked in the course of a book review. In the late 20s and early 30s the basic thinking was done which led to the view that saw life as a natural and perhaps inevitable development from the non-living physical world. Future students of the history of ideas are likely to note that this new view, which amounts to nothing less than a great revolution in man's philosophical outlook on his own position in the natural world, was first developed by communists. 126. Disputing this, David Jorovsky has maintained that chemical hypotheses concerning the origin of life were in no way the product of Marxist philosophy, as neither Haldane nor Oparin were Marxists at the time of their discoveries. 127 Lauren Graham has responded quite differently. He argues that both were already under the influence of Marxist philosophy at the time and underwent an intellectual development in which Marxism played its part. Both subsequently became dialectical materialists and explicitly declared that Marxism was an important influence on their biological thought. Graham maintains that the acknowledgement of some form of connection between Marxism and research into the origin of life is a healthy corrective to the tendency to think of the history of the connection between Marxism and biology only in terms of Lysenko. Wishing to set things in perspective, he claims, this tendency to explain an acknowledged calamity in science as a result of Marxist philosophy while assuming that a brilliant page in the history of biology had nothing to do with Marxism is a reflection, at least in part, of the biases and historical selectivity of anti-Marxist journalists and historians. 128. Whatever the precise timetable of the intellectual development of Haldane and Oparin, it is in any case significant that the sort of men who were in the process of evolving towards a dialectical materialist position in philosophy were in fact the men who tackled the problem of the origin of life and made the crucial breakthrough in this sphere. However, it is of some importance for the history of science to sort out as far as possible exactly how the process unfolded for both Haldane and Oparin. In Haldane's case, the evidence for Graham's interpretation is even stronger than what Graham has himself set out and even clearer than in the case of Oparin, where Graham concentrates his attention, as Oparin is central to the purposes of Graham's study, whereas Haldane is tangential to it. In delivering the Haldane Memorial Lecture, in memory of his father, at Birkbeck College, London, in 1938, Haldane himself shed light on his own intellectual development in the sphere of philosophy of science. Until going to the Soviet Union, he said, he had been unaware of the existence of Marxism as a philosophy of science, but it had made a deep impression on him, both in virtue of its prevalence and of its connection to concrete scientific research, especially to biological research. Until then, he had no idea that an astronomer, chemist, or biologist might find Marxist principles to be an aid to research. Thereupon, he read Engels's Anti-Düring and Ludwig Feuerbach and thought Engels far ahead of his time. Had these books been known to my contemporaries, it was clear that we should have found it easier to accept relativity and quantum theory, that tautomerism would have seemed an obvious hypothesis to organic chemists, and that biologists would have seen that the dilemma of mechanism and vitalism was a false dilemma. 129. His immediate attraction to Engels's philosophy was to its dialectical aspects. He had still found difficulty, he revealed, with its materialism. He had continued to read and think about it, however, and he had come in due course to embrace materialism, accepting the priority of matter over mind and the existence of unperceived events. Darwin's work, Haldane observed, had left Marx in no doubt that nature was in existence before mind. His thinking had advanced, not only through realization of the respect of dialectical materialism for science, but also through observation of social tendencies and through finding that these had been predicted by Marxism, though perhaps on too short a time scale. He thus had begun to accept Marxism as the best available philosophy and had come to discover that, when a person came to accept Marxism as part of his daily thought, the world became enormously richer in content and fuller of pattern. Not until he began to apply dialectical materialism to concrete problems, however, did he realize its power. He claimed, and then explicitly declared, "I have found Marxism of great value in the planning of biological research." 130. Haldane further elaborated on this thought process in his 1940 essay Why I Am a Materialist. Here he said that 15 years before, that is, in 1925, he had been a materialist in practice but not in theory. Although he had been a strict materialist in the laboratory, he had been a vague sort of idealist outside it. He could not at that time see how knowledge or thought were possible on a materialist basis. He had therefore been compelled to fall back on some kind of idealist explanation, according to which mind, or something like mind, was really prior to matter, and what was called matter was really of the nature of mind, or at least of sensation. He had been, however, too painfully conscious of the weakness in every existing idealist philosophy to fully embrace any of them. His difficulties had been resolved, he claimed, both by reading Engels and Lenin and by the actual progress of science over the previous 15 years. 131. As to the relation of Haldane's philosophical evolution to the formulation of his hypothesis regarding the origin of life, that cannot be pinned down precisely. However, certain points are clear. It is true that he said in his 1929 essay, The Origin of Life, setting forth his discovery, that the hypothesis was compatible not only with materialism but with other philosophical tenets, even with the view that pre-existent mind or spirit could associate itself with certain kinds of matter, but it was clear that he did not share this view. Knowing that his hypothesis would cause a stir, as it did, he only wished to circumvent such critics as would consider it sufficient refutation of his position to say that it was materialist. 132. It is also true that in his January 1938 Muirhead lecture in Birmingham, published in his book The Marxist Philosophy and the Sciences, the best-known philosophical text of Haldane, he said that he had only been a Marxist for about 1 year. 133. At the same time, the other texts cited do make it possible to pinpoint the time at which he came under the influence of Marxism, that is, his trip to the Soviet Union in 1928, and testify to the fact that he had been reflecting seriously on Marxist philosophy in relation to the natural sciences, and especially to biology, from 1928 on. Moreover, his statement that he had been a materialist in practice from 1925 and that materialist assumptions circumscribed his thinking in his laboratory is also extremely significant. At all events, by 1938 Haldane was a committed Marxist, proclaiming forthrightly to all the world, "I think that Marxism is true." 134. He thought it true in every sense. His political evolution had converged with his philosophical evolution and he had become a committed Marxist in his politics as well as in his philosophy of science. His successive transformations had taken him from his mother's Toryism through to his father's liberalism, through the Labour Party, then to Republican Spain during the Spanish Civil War, and finally to the Communist Party. No longer believing that England had to beware of the danger of communism from the East and Americanism from the West, he now called on his countrymen to look to the East. He joined the CPGB in 1942 and was soon a member of its executive committee. Haldane, like Bernal, had a highly integrated mind and was intrigued by the interrelations between politics and philosophy, science and politics, philosophy and science. The interrelations were pursued both in his academic work and in his outside political activities. He was not one to confine himself to academic circles, especially during such times of upheaval. As German scientists began to seek exile in England as a result of the rise of fascism, Haldane commented, "I began to realize that, even if the professors leave politics alone, politics won't leave the professors alone." 135 Equally critical of scientists and philosophers who looked on the realm of politics with disdain and political activists who regarded science and philosophy as unimportant, he was disturbed, and even baffled, by the existence of Marxists who were indifferent to philosophy of science. To him, philosophy of science was absolutely vital, and it was central to his commitment to Marxism. His Muirhead lectures show him in the grip of an enormous enthusiasm for what Marxism meant as a philosophy of science. Reviewing the book in which the lectures were published, Andrew Rothstein gave a marvelous characterization of Haldane's mood. Like anyone on his first acquaintance with the Marxist method, thunderstruck at the new worlds which that touchstone opens in seemingly familiar things, Haldane hastens to run over the whole range of his knowledge, calling open sesame with great profit to himself and his audience. 136. Unfortunately, Rothstein proceeded to contrast this wonderful freshness of a man who came to Marxism an eminent scientist already, seeing all his scientific knowledge in and through it, with the somewhat truncated philosophical statement of Stalin in the newly publicized short course, and to do so unfavorably criticizing Haldane for elaborating dialectical principles more from Hegel than from Marx, and advising him to recast his work with Stalin's example in mind. The problem with Haldane's approach to Marxist philosophy was that he became somewhat overwhelmed by it and was not able to view it critically. Indeed, like Bernal, he accepted wholly the current Soviet interpretation of it, and within a year he was himself praising the section on philosophy in the short course and calling another Marxist scientist to task for not measuring up to it. 137 This did not necessarily mean that his approach or that of Bernal was a dogmatic or unthinking one. Far from it. Both had undergone a genuine philosophical development and had come to dialectical materialism freely and intelligently. It simply satisfied their minds, especially in the first flush of enthusiasm for it, and they were unable at this time to feel the lack of anything within it or the force of any alternative to it. While they were unable to transcend its framework, they were nevertheless highly creative within it. It was a way of thinking they had genuinely made their own, and they brought it to bear on new problems, analyzing new scientific discoveries in light of it, using arguments that were always intelligent and plausible, and modes of expression that were often rich, novel, and colorful, and in Haldane's case, sometimes quite humorous as well. Actually, Medawar's evaluation of Haldane is extremely astute, at least in relation to Haldane's measure as a philosopher at this time. Describing Haldane as the cleverest man he ever knew, especially in his power to connect things in unexpected ways, Medawar judges that he was still not a profoundly original thinker. His genius was to enrich the soil, not bring new land to cultivation. 138 Clever he surely was, and enrich the soil he surely did. Dialectical materialism, for Haldane, was an all-encompassing Weltanschauung. It was not merely a philosophy of history, but a philosophy which illuminates all events, whatever from the falling of a stone to a poet's imaginings. 139 Its pivotal insight was in seeing reality as processes and not things, and in putting particular emphasis on the interconnection of all processes and the artificial character of the distinctions men have drawn. Great was its value for science, Haldane never tired of saying, for it helped to achieve both concreteness and elasticity of thought. It encouraged a scientific approach to all problems without in any serious way limiting the kinds of explanation open to the scientist. He did not, however, want to give a false impression nor to arouse exaggerated expectations. He warned that, in discerning the relation of Marxism to science, it was important to proceed with the greatest caution. At best, Marxism would only tell a scientist what to look for. It would rarely, if ever, tell him what he was going to find. Marxism, in his opinion, had a twofold bearing on science. It was relevant in illuminating the social relations of science as well as in handling problems of pure science. It shed light on the history of science by studying science as a human activity, and on the philosophy of science by analyzing the most general patterns of development permeating nature, society, and human thought. Marxism proved of the greatest value to science in highlighting the process of the development of science and the relationship of the different sciences to one another. Haldane laid great stress on dialectics, which he elaborated, in the manner of Engels, as the science of the most general laws of change in society, in consciousness, and in the external world, and he made much of the three principles of dialectics that had by this time become formalized in textbooks of dialectical materialism. The principle of the unity of opposites meant that matter was something much richer and more complicated than mechanistic materialists ever dreamed. It was exemplified in quantum mechanics, in which the electron displayed properties both of waves and of particles, in metabolism, in which living substance was a unity of anabolism and catabolism, in pulsating stars as the result of a conflict between nuclear and gravitational forces. Progress occurred through conflict. Such internal contradictions did not mean that nature was irrational, but did mean that it was unstable. The more man studied nature, the more was it found that what was apparently stable turned out to be a battlefield of opposing tendencies. Haldane insisted that union of opposites was a hard physical fact. There were contradictions in matter. The principle of the passage of quantity into quality meant that transformation was not simply a matter of continuous variation, and that there were properties of a system as a whole that could not be located in any particular aspect of it. It was exemplified not only in the classic example of boiling or freezing water, but in such newer discoveries as the thresholds of nerve cells. The principle of negation meant the sudden emergence of novelty, exemplified in geology in the formation of mountain ranges, in biology in the dependence of evolution on variation and selection, in psychology in the need to pass through guilt, the negation of innocence, in order to aspire to virtue. 140. With regard to the debate over dialectics of nature, although he did not refer to Lukács and the controversy surrounding his views, indeed may not have known about it, Haldane nevertheless had a very definite position on the question: nature was dialectical. Looking back on the history of philosophy, he argued that it had long been realized that matter as a whole behaved intelligibly, conforming to the laws of logic and arithmetic. The question that arose was whether reason mirrored the behavior of matter or whether matter mirrored the behavior of mind. Kant's view was something intermediate. Hegel's was that logical categories existed eternally. Feuerbach, Marx, and Engels, however, held that these categories were exemplified in nature before they governed thought. Engels treated the Hegelian dialectic as expressing primarily the properties of matter and only secondarily the laws of thought. He held that the principles Hegel had worked out in the realm of thought also applied to material events, not only in the social field, but in such fields as astronomy, physics, and biology. Haldane argued on the side of Engels and, on the basis of such an approach, put forward his own argument for the existence of contradictions in matter. Mind was intimately connected with matter and mirrored its behavior, therefore, if there were contradictions in the mind there must be contradictions in matter. 141. Superficially plausible, perhaps, but a woeful muddle on a number of counts, in deriving ontology from logic rather than vice versa, in assuming mind mirrors matter only in a straightforward and uncomplicated way, thus failing to take the possibility of distortion into account, in taking contradiction rather than non-contradiction as a principle of logic with ontological implications, in confusing contradictions with opposing forces, and in failing to consider that in a philosophy of ascending levels there can be specific terms inappropriate to lower levels. It was thus by no means clear that the connection of mind to matter and the priority of matter to mind was dependent on the assertion of contradictions in nature. Be that as it may, it was not Haldane at his best. Far more worthwhile were his discussions of other related issues and his polemics against alternative views in the philosophy of science. In his discussion of the concept of laws of nature, For example, he set himself against both of the two contradictory views then in vogue, the extreme positivist view enunciated by Wegener, that it was only possible to say that phenomena occurred as if certain laws held, and the older view that natural law was absolute, even if inaccurately formulated. His epistemology, as it came through in this context, was neither relativist nor instrumentalist nor naive realist. He saw no reason for saying there were no regularities in nature to which statements about laws of nature corresponded. At the same time, influenced by Milne's principle of cosmological relativity, he believed there was no favored point or center in the universe. He also realized that a situation was altered by human knowledge of it. Moreover, he added, the laws of nature were not the same for all time, the laws of nature were changing. But there was nothing arbitrary or haphazard about such change. So far from being laid down by the arbitrary word of a creator, they might prove to be a system as intimately and rationally knit together as the propositions of geometry and yet changing and evolving with time like the forms of plants and animals. 142. Haldane was an atheist and wished to do his part to clear the many layers of confusion that occasioned human recourse to a god, from the common belief that materialism implied the belief that a good dinner is better than a good deed to the new philosophies of science being put forward by Jeans and Eddington. One technique he used was to historicize religious beliefs, sometimes employing ironic metaphor to do so. If Aurelian had reigned as many years as Constantine, he hypothesized, Britain would now be having numerous discussions of Mithraism and its critics. His views on religious liberty were unfolded in the form of a parable about the Republic of Krasnia in which the official doctrine of the state was dialectical materialism. Its president was formally anointed as the chief materialist and its national anthem was There is no God in Krasnia 143. As to the new philosophies of science, Haldane insisted that both relativity theory and quantum mechanics were comprehensible in materialist terms, indeed more so than in idealist terms. Quantum mechanics, he argued, raised more difficulties for Jeans and Eddington in their defense of theism than it solved. Quantum mechanics had furnished a great deal of new knowledge not possible before. What it took with one hand, it gave back with the other. It was vital to understand the principle of uncertainty properly. Although it was impossible to predict with certainty the future movement of a given electron, it was possible to predict the distribution of a number of electrons with an accuracy that was very great indeed. Relativity theory, in Haldane's view, became intelligible from a dialectical and materialist point of view once the world was regarded as consisting, not of things, but of processes or events. The classical theory of space and time had to be rejected as postulating something beyond matter, namely an abstract space and time that had properties apart from those of events going on in them. Relativistic spacetime therefore reinforced materialism as far as he was concerned. 144. Haldane's interpretations of contemporary biology, from a Marxist point of view, focused for the most part on a dialectical account of evolution, brought him into conflict with A.P. Lerner of the London School of Economics. Lerner took exception to an article Haldane published on this subject in Science and Society, written incidentally from behind the lines in Madrid in 1937. Haldane was trying to pin the dialectic onto biology from outside it, Lerner asserted, but it was purely gratuitous. Replying, Haldane insisted that the dialectic was indeed an aid both to the understanding of known biological facts and to the discovery of new ones. He did not go so far as to claim that the results of his research could not have been achieved without a study of Engels and the philosophy of dialectical materialism, but nevertheless thought it significant that they were not achieved without such a study. 145. But Lerner was the least of his problems in defending the relevance of Marxism to biology. British scientists and philosophers of science, such as Baker, Hill, and Polanyi, were pressing Haldane and Bernal to say what they thought about Lysenko and what was happening to genetics in the Soviet Union. Haldane, a professor of genetics at the University of London, was unwavering in his commitment to the science of genetics, but at the same time hesitant to believe the worst of the situation in the Soviet Union. He took a dim view of geneticists being violently attacked and labeled as anti-Darwinist, and of genetics being denounced as incompatible with dialectical materialism, with the rise of Lysenkoism in the Soviet Union. He was also distressed by the cancellation of the World Genetics Congress, which was to have been held in 1937 in Moscow, and the failure of a Soviet delegation to attend the Congress when finally held in 1939 in Edinburgh. In public, he bent over backwards to put a brave face on it. To charges of fellow scientists that Soviet science was overladen by fraud and propaganda and that Soviet genetics was being destroyed by the attempt to apply dialectical materialism to science, Haldane tried to shift the focus by throwing back at them the situation at home. Conditions for research in genetics were better in the Soviet Union than in the British Empire, where scientific research was dependent on patronage from wealthy individuals, he argued, and pointed out that the only department of genetics in the University of London was about to fold. In any case, he went on, hard words break no bones, and remarked that the attacks on genetics had not led to the curtailment of Vavilov's work. He expressed confidence that, as a scientific question, it would be resolved in a scientific fashion. Going even further, he expressed the view that, so long as it did not lead to the suppression of research, such controversies were a sign of healthy scientific thought. 146 for 1938, it was entirely too sanguine. In 1939, Haldane wrote to Vavilov, a longtime friend and the source of his invitation to the Soviet Union in 1928, asking him to write an article for Modern Quarterly. Vavilov agreed. However, in 1940 Vavilov was arrested. Yet in 1941, the year of Vavilov's trial, Haldane wrote, "The controversy among Soviet geneticists has been largely one between the academic scientist, represented by Vavilov and interested primarily in the collection of facts, and the man who wants results, represented by Lysenko. It has been conducted not with venom, but in a friendly spirit." Lysenko said, in the October discussions of 1939, "The important thing is not to dispute. Let us work in a friendly manner on a plan elaborated scientifically. Let us take up definite problems, receive assignments from the People's Commissariat of Agriculture of the USSR and fulfill them scientifically." Soviet genetics, as a whole, is a successful attempt at synthesis of these two contrasted points of view. 147. It makes rather shocking reading, and it makes one wonder what sort of psychic mechanism was at work, what bizarre forces played themselves out in the minds of men such as Haldane and Bernal, as in the minds of so many of the intellectuals of the Comintern. But one factor surely must have been the severe polarization of the times and the atmosphere of all-or-nothing commitment demanded of all who adhered to the communist movement in such times. Levy. Another of Britain's scientists who came to Marxist philosophy and to the Communist Party during this period was Hyman Levy, who had come from working-class Edinburgh via Göttingen to be Professor of Mathematics at Imperial College, London. Already a mature scientist as well as experienced trade unionist and political activist, in the National Union of Scientific Workers and the Labour Party, Levy joined the CPGB in 1930. A conscientious popularizer of science, Levy believed that all aspects of culture should be permeated by science. He believed in the importance of seeing science as a whole and offered two full-scale landscape pictures of modern science, The Universe of Science in 1932 and Modern Science in 1939. In bringing scientific knowledge and scientific method to bear in transforming the modern mental outlook and in calling forth new conceptions in all spheres, Levy believed, philosophy had a crucially important role to play. The age of materialism, Levy explained, had reached its zenith in the last century, and now the pendulum had swung in the opposite direction. The idealist philosophies of Jeans, Eddington, Millikan, Smuts, and others, represented a reaction against the materialism of a past generation. What was called for, however, was a new approach to materialism. As part of this new approach, scientific method itself had to change and to transform itself for the new age. Levy did not at first find the existing philosophy of dialectical materialism to be quite everything that was called for in such a new approach. In his 1934 essay entitled A Scientific Worker Looks at Dialectical Materialism, he commented that the terminology of dialectical materialism was a trifle quaint. With some writers there was no recognition that its language must be fluid. Since the time of Hegel, science had been transformed out of all possible recognition, and there was a need to be more adaptable to this. Moreover, the use of terms like struggle reeked of animism. Inanimate matter did not struggle. Nor did a quantity in any circumstances ever become a quality, any more than a color ever became an inch or the number 17. Refreshing, it might seem, to have a Marxist scientist call upon his fellow Marxists to be less bound to Hegelian terminology and more sensitive to science. But where Levy went with this insight was something else, far from the expectations his remarks might have aroused. He retained the term dialectical and seemed to have no trouble with such terms as negation and contradiction. He introduced a new term, isolates, that he seemed to believe would solve all problems. The first step in the study of dialectic, Levy argued, was to chip out its isolates, to study them and the laws governing them, and to remake the dialectic by seeing them again in their environments. 148. Thus he proposed to reformulate the three laws of dialectics. The first stated that isolates existed and had a limited range of stability. When the limit was reached, a new phase, a new form of isolate emerged. The second indicated the way in which internal contradiction would arise in any phase and bring it to its limit. The new emerging process was the negation of the original phase. The third asserted that the next phase was attained by negating the factor itself being negated. However, having reformulated these laws, supposedly to take account of developments in science, Levy then cast doubt on their applicability to science at all. The principal application of the laws of dialectics was in the field of social and economic development. They appeared to add little or nothing to the detailed methods of analysis produced by scientific workers. In a sense, they could not be expected to add anything to these, as such laws profess to stand above science. Dialectical materialism was primarily an interpretative method, rather than a method of detailed investigation. The reader was left perplexed on many counts, from asking what counted as science, with social and economic development evidently left outside its range, to wondering what did dialectical materialism amount to as an interpretative method after all. Levy's major excursion into the philosophical arena was A Philosophy for a Modern Man, widely discussed, as it was a Left Book Club choice in 1938. Still his own man, he continued with much the same sort of approach, although he was more confident about the applicability of his method to science. He did not explicitly characterize his philosophy for a modern man as dialectical materialism. In fact, the word dialectical appeared on only one page out of 281. The central concept of the book is that of isolates which, even conceding its possible usefulness as a cognitive tool, nevertheless was made to carry far more weight than it could bear. 149. The book was reviewed in many quarters and received very varied reviews, from a somewhat dismissive one by Bertrand Russell to a warmly accepting one by Harold Lasky. The book was controversial even within the ranks of the CPGB. Party philosopher and guardian of orthodoxy, Clemens Dutt, gave it a highly critical review in Labour Monthly. Levy's philosophy, he contended, diverged from the path of Marxism. It has all the advantages and also all the defects of a self-made philosophy. It represented, not the working over of the whole history of philosophical thinking that Engels had recommended, but the attempt to elaborate a philosophy around a few general principles, sticking as close as possible to the facts of natural science. But his generalizations from natural science, Dutt argued, were no substitute for philosophical thinking. His approach was fundamentally mechanist and preoccupied with discrete objects. In discussing motion, he concentrated almost exclusively on movement in the form of mechanical movement, in the manner of Bukharin. 150. Levy replied angrily. He summarized the various attacks made on the book from various quarters. It was criticized by logical positivists as simply linguistic confusion. To them, he said, his reply was unprintable. By others, it was criticized for avoiding difficulties by being too abstract, for avoiding difficulties by being too concrete, for not using the language of Marxism, for not going on about the laws of dialectics, and for being mechanistic. He considered Dutt's review unhelpful, inaccurate, shallow, and undialectical. The tone, he said, was not one belonging to a joint enterprise, to which they were all trying to contribute, but one that implied he was an outsider butting in. He spoke of how he saw himself portrayed: I, poor mechanical devil, am clockworking my way about in the outer darkness. To defend himself against the charge of mechanism, he referred Dutt to his article The Fallacy of Mechanism, just published in the first issue of Modern Quarterly. As to the demand to work over the whole history of philosophical thinking, he answered that he was too busy and suggested that Dutt do it himself. Replying to the reply, Dutt repeated his two main criticisms: Levy was preoccupied with isolation, and his general law of change was a mechanistic scheme in contrast to the dialectical view of the identity of opposites and development by contradictions. 151. Hogben. Another left-wing, philosophically inclined scientist with whom Dutt entered into polemics was Lancelot Hogben, professor of social biology at the London School of Economics. From a Plymouth Brethren background, Hogben had turned into an extremely militant atheist. Although he considered himself a Marxist, he felt no attraction to the CPGB, the Popular Front, or to dialectical materialism. Although he had felt some sympathy for the Communist Party of South Africa when he held a chair at Cape Town in the 1920s, his disillusionment with the communist movement developed with the inauguration of the Five-Year Plan, which he felt revived the discredited ideology of industrial capitalism, and reached its peak with the execution of Bukharin and the purges of the late 1930s. Hogben was appalled by the CPGB's support of these policies and felt no enthusiasm for what would become of Britain if they ever came to power. Nor was he drawn to Bernal's treeless utopia. He preferred England's green and pleasant land to a beehive city with a single glass roof. 152. In philosophy of science, Hogben thought dialectical materialism to be obscurantist rubbish. 153 and wished to disassociate the Marxist conception of historical development through class conflict from the Russians' mania for dialectical laws, from the peculiarities of verbiage and historical associations which make it well nigh impossible for an Englishman with a materialistic bias to extract any germs of intelligible meaning from the available writings of communist philosophers. 154. As to what Hogben proposed to substitute for what he considered to be the mystifying Hegelian jargon of dialectical materialism, the answer was behaviorism. The antinomy of mind and matter was resolved in the concept of behavior, he argued in his major philosophical statement, The Nature of Living Matter, published in 1930. The book was directed mainly against the God-building philosophies of science of his day, particularly against Eddington, Jeans, Smuts, Whitehead, and J.S. Haldane. These, in Hogben's opinion, represented assaults on the mechanistic materialist approach that constituted the only sound basis for scientific advance. Science, and its reductionist principles, was the bulwark against the forces of darkness and obscurantism. It was all too cozy, he said, to find a formula to provide a compromise for the conflicting claims of magic and science. Hogben most emphatically would have none of it, even if the alternative was the defiant stoicism of Bertrand Russell, to whom the book was dedicated. It was necessary to have the courage to face the austere neutrality of a universe that mocked human self-importance and to face the ruthlessness of death and decay. Another feature of Hogben's approach was its publicism, the necessity of drawing a sharp distinction between the private world of individuals and the public world of social knowledge. Science belonged to the latter, and yielded knowledge that was consensual, communicable, verifiable, and ethically neutral. The new philosophers of science, in his view, were trying to collapse the public world of science into the private one of their choice. 155 It left one with the feeling of much left out and many loose ends hanging, about which there was more to be said than an exhortation to face the worst. A polemic ensued between Hogben and Dutt, as a result of Dutt's review of the book in Labour Monthly. Dutt thought Hogben's publicism to be in essence a machist evasion of the basic philosophical issue of materialism versus idealism, and protested against his reduction of matter, life, and consciousness to the framework of external behavior. Both Machiaism and behaviorism were corrupt philosophies of science, Dutt contended, and they reflected the decay and crisis of the capitalist world. It was the duty of Marxists to fight for the purity of Marxist theory against mechanist distortions and concessions to idealism, to show the class nature of the groupings and tendencies in philosophy and natural science, and to evaluate the positive achievements of bourgeois science on the basis of dialectical materialism. Dialectical materialism represented the scientific outcome of philosophy and indicated a way out of the morass of bewildered conclusions and idealist and religious explanations. Dutt insisted that Hogben was wrong to contend that dialectical materialism was not yet sufficiently developed for its adherents to contribute much to contemporary problems. Dutt characterized it as, not a finished system, but a developing system expressing the interconnectedness of knowledge at a given stage of development of scientific inquiry. It was a system and not merely a method, Dutt emphasized. Dialectics was not a mere form of thinking, but something objectively occurring in nature. The theoretical thinking that reflected the dialectical character of natural processes must itself be subject to the same dialectic. 156 Dutt's reply, to be sure, brought back in much of what Hogben left out, though perhaps somewhat too easily. Needham, a scientist who conceived of the relevance of Marxism to biology in a very different way from Hogben, was another Fellow of the Royal Society, the Cambridge biochemist Joseph Needham. He shared Hogben's opposition to vitalism in the mechanism-vitalism debate, but believed his own philosophy of integrative levels to be superior to behaviorism for coming to terms with problems of life and consciousness. He was at first somewhat skeptical about the relevance of the Hegelian dialectic to science, but experienced something of a volte-face on this issue upon coming into contact with the Soviet delegation at the London History of Science Congress in 1931. What had the greatest impact on him was the striking parallel between the philosophy outlined in Zawodowski's paper and the philosophy he had himself been developing. As he recollected in the course of giving the Herbert Spencer lecture at Oxford in 1937, he had discovered that in Russia, under the guidance of an elaborate philosophy at that time almost unknown here, a new organicism had been growing up. 157 Like Zawodowski, Needham had come to hold that biological phenomena were in continuity with but not reducible to physico-chemical or mechanical phenomena. From an Anglo-Catholic background which he never repudiated, Needham nevertheless turned to socialism in his politics and to dialectical materialism in his philosophy of science. Describing himself as from his youngest days a person who absolutely could not do without a world view, 158 he always looked upon science in an intensely philosophical way. His philosophical interests made him something of a rarity among biochemists of the era, who thought that scientists should spend their time outside the laboratory in such innocent occupations as golf or fishing, rather than with dubious studies of the history and philosophy of science. His encyclopedism also singled him out, and on one occasion the journal Brighter Biochemistry teasingly carried a notice of a new book by Needham entitled Eggs, From Aristotle to the Present, in 27 volumes. 159. In politics, he passed from being on the wrong side in the general strike of 1926 to participation in the various activities of the scientific left, such as the KSOG and the ASKU, to support for the Soviet Union and the Popular Front. He did not, however, join the Communist Party, nor did he subscribe to all the tenets of Bernalism. The basic difference was that he did not believe that scientific method could or should encompass the whole of life. It was one thing to hold that science could only come to its true fulfillment under socialism, and Needham did hold that science and capitalism were irreconcilable, but it was another to believe that a socialist society should be completely circumscribed by the forms of scientific rationality. Needham's Marxism was obviously of a very distinctive sort. He sought an all-encompassing vision, and Marxism found its place within it, but Marxism was not itself all-encompassing for him, as it was for Bernal and Haldane. Of a mystical bent, Needham was never inclined to atheism and always retained his sense of the holy. His faith was in the tradition of Otto's The Idea of the Holy, a fideist view of religion based on the experience of the numinous, that spurned proofs of the existence of God and the whole tradition of theological rationalism. He did not, however, allow his God to interfere with his science, his philosophy of science, or his politics. He warned specifically of the dangers of scientists carrying their religion into the laboratory, and of philosophers responding to the breakdown of traditional scientific conceptions by calling upon God to solve problems of philosophy of science. His position, as he set it out in the 1930s, was that each of the great forms of human experience, that is, science, philosophy, religion, history, and art, was equally valid. Each seemed to lead to a characteristic worldview, incompatible with and sometimes even contradictory to those of the others. The proper appreciation of the world by man could not arise from the pursuit of any one by itself, but only in the experience of them all, with little hope of uniting them into a coherent view of the universe. The harmonious man was one to whom science and religion, though always antagonistic, were equally necessary methods of attaining contact with what lay at the core of the world. 160. By the early 1940s, Needham had modified his position somewhat. Earlier, he had characterized science as abstract, quantitative, deterministic, mechanical, analytic, impersonal, ethically and aesthetically neutral, and religion as concrete, qualitative, paradoxical, illogical and irrational, despite the rational cloak thrown over it by theologians, and normative. Looking back, he considered such a description of science to be too narrow and such a description of religion to be too Neoplatonic. The Achilles heel of his former position had been ethics, which he could never assimilate into one or the other forms of experience. As politics more and more forced itself on his attention, he came to see that his fundamental limitation had been to envisage the experiencing being as a solitary unit. Ethics and politics had proved to be the cement necessary for the unification of the divergent forms of experience. As soon as one began to consider man under his social aspect, the germs of a unified worldview began to appear. Ethics and politics corresponded to the valency bonds. He considered that the dividing process had been succeeded by a uniting one and that an integrated worldview had emerged from the differentiations he had made. In analyzing this process, he mentioned the creativeness of contradictions giving rise to higher syntheses. This was where Marxism came in for Needham. Marx and Engels, building on both the dialectical process in idealist philosophy and on the new understanding of evolution that was then dawning on men, influenced by both Hegel and Darwin, took the revolutionary step of placing the resolution of contradiction within the historical and prehistorical process itself. Contradictions were not to be resolved in heaven, but right here on earth. This was the meaning of the dialectical materialist way of expounding cosmic development, biological evolution, and social evolution. As Needham explained it, it seemed that the Marxist philosophy of dialectical materialism at least tied together four of the five great forms of human experience, and ethics, and politics besides. We cannot consider nature otherwise than as a series of dialectical syntheses. From ultimate physical particle to atom, from atom to molecule to colloidal aggregate, from aggregate to living cell, from cell to organ, from organ to body, from animal body to social association, the series of organizational levels is complete. Nothing but energy, as we now call matter and motion, and the levels of organization, or the stabilized dialectical syntheses, at different levels have been required for the building of our world. The consequences of this point of view are boundless. Social evolution is continuous with biological evolution, and the higher stages of social organization, embodied in advanced ethics and in socialism, are not a pious hope based on optimistic ideas about human nature, but the necessary consequence of all foregoing evolution. 161. As to the place of ethics in the new synthesis, which had previously caused him problems, his evolutionary morality has been aptly characterized by Wersky as an unblushing example of the naturalistic fallacy. 162. Needham saw dialectical materialism as the solution to the most vexing problems in the history and philosophy of science. He spoke of it as the quintessence of scientific method, 163 as the natural methodology of science itself. 164 The concept of the dialectics of nature was crucial to his understanding of scientific method. Marxism had brought to light the true nature of the dialectical process by bringing it into the sphere of nature. Marx and Engels were bold enough to assert that it happens in evolving nature itself, and the undoubted fact that it happens in our thought about nature is because we in our thought are a part of nature. 165. The facts spoke for themselves, Needham insisted, for nothing was more dialectical than nature. The existence of dialectical tension of opposites explained a lot for Needham. The presence of chaos in nature was necessary for the development of scientific order. The essence of dialectical materialism, for Needham, was its insistence on successive dialectical levels in nature within the framework of emergent evolution. The higher forms of the organization of nature, such as life, consciousness, and human society, were continuous with, but not reducible to, the lower forms. In these successive forms of being in the scale of complexity and organization, it was precisely the complexity and organization at each level that constituted its special quality. This way of thinking was of inestimable value in dealing with the concrete problems of biology. Most importantly, it solved the problem issuing in the long-debated controversy between mechanism and vitalism. In earlier days, because of ignorance of other forms of materialism, he had veered towards neo-mechanism, but in time he conceived of the controversy as a dialectical deadlock that was resolved by a judicious organicism. Mechanists had been wrong in being overly enamored of oversimplified physico-chemical explanations of biological processes, but right in opposing hypotheses of vital forces, entelechies, and so on. Vitalists had been right in their eagerness to safeguard complexity, in their attention to the phenomena of organization, in their insistence that living phenomena would always escape total physico-chemical analysis, but wrong in confusing the organizing relations of a given system with its supposed anima. Life constituted a new level of the organization of matter, not inscrutable, but not to be forced into the framework of laws operative at lower levels. There was no place in biology for traces of animism, for souls and vital forces. Living things differed from non-living things in degree, not in kind. There were no sharp and fixed boundary lines in nature. The attack on vitalism was necessary to the scientific study of living things, but mechanist methods of doing so needed to be ruled out, as organisms could not be exhaustively explained in terms of laws governing the behavior of atoms and molecules. 166. In many ways, dialectical materialism could be of service to the working biologist, by pointing the way towards the most promising hypotheses and by indicating which questions were meaningful and answerable. However, Needham warned, there were dangers. Dialectical materialism was so sharp an instrument that, although there could be no question of its value as a general system, the detailed application of it must always be a delicate and difficult matter. Dogmatism was at all cost to be avoided. The year was 1938 and he was thinking of Lysenko. Speaking briefly of the state of genetics in the USSR, he said that the criticism of gene theory was not well based. He was still, like other British Marxists, hoping for the best, and he also added that the USSR offered greater material support for science than any other human community. 167. Needham felt that other problems, too, were resolved in and through Marxist philosophy. Dialectical materialism, he believed, was itself the synthesis in the age-old contradiction between materialism and idealism in the history of philosophy. It also illuminated the pattern underlying the history of science in showing that science progressed through new hypotheses that combined all that was truest in previous hypotheses, not by mere compromise, but by creative synthesis. Moreover, it cleared up what Needham considered to be his own earlier epistemological confusions. He had earlier been influenced by Mach, but reading Lenin's materialism and empirio-criticism had helped him to see that scientific truth was relative but still objective. Needham had come to be very critical of the various philosophies of science formulated by Mach, Leroy, and Poincaré, as well as by Jeans and Eddington. For them, theoretical physics, the most fundamental of all the sciences, turned out to be a sort of circular construction of conceptions, each of which could only be defined in terms of the others. Needham wondered whether the Victorians would have fought as they did for the place of science in education and in public life if they had believed the pale-blooded doctrine that was now being put forward. Another problem to which Needham addressed himself was that involving the second law of thermodynamics, according to which free energy was constantly decreasing while entropy was increasing. The development of modern science had led to a curious divergence of world views. For the astronomers and the physicists, the world was continually running down. For biologists and sociologists, a part of the world at any rate was undergoing progressive development. Needham was not so inclined to pessimism as most. He saw the process as the inevitable concomitant of rising levels of physical, biological, and social organization, while at the same time he hinted that the victory of socialism on an international scale could develop new techniques for the conservation of energy. Adding a light note to the discussion, he told the story of a lecturer giving a popular talk on the subject of implications of the second law of thermodynamics. When the meeting was thrown open to discussion from the floor, a member of the audience asked, "How long, sir, did you say it would be before the universe was completely run down?" The lecturer replied that he had said 700 million years. His questioner heaved a deep sigh of relief and said, "Thank God. I thought you said 70 million years." 168. Needham's various personalized essays on these topics were inevitably learned, engaging, and probing. The persistent theme was the desire to encompass the whole range of human experience, to discover the connections as well as the distinctions, to omit nothing that was vital and of value. He sought integrality and was aware of the consequences of the widespread fragmentation he saw all around him. He noticed that those of his colleagues with the narrowest specialized interests tended to be the most reactionary. Without history and without philosophy, a scientist was likely to fall into all sorts of fantasies. The more highly developed his knowledge of social evolution and the more highly developed his basic world view, the better his scientific work was likely to be. Just so, the historian without science was a Dunnish period prisoner. Without philosophy, he was a pedantic purveyor of meaningless facts. At the same time, he thought that, without religion, the scientist, philosopher, or historian would fall into intellectual pride. He found his ideal expressed by Comenius. Can any man be a good naturalist, that is not seen in the metaphysic? Or a good moralist, who is not a naturalist? Or a logician, who is ignorant of real sciences? Or a divine, a lawyer, or a physician, that is no philosopher? Or an orator or poet, who is not accomplished with them all? 169. Needham knew that he had fallen short of a thoroughgoing theoretical integration. He had brought together science, philosophy, art, history, ethics, and politics, but there was still a great theoretical chasm between these spheres and that of religion. There was no theory to bridge the gap between dialectical materialism and the sense of the holy. It could, he asserted, only be bridged in practice. The only unification that was possible here, as Needham saw it, was an existential one, unification in the life of a man, unification in action. The answer was to view the world as a whole and to see man's place in it and to exercise the soul in conformity with virtue, without hope of fully unifying the products of its exercise. Needham's answer, however noble, was nevertheless far from satisfactory to those who could not rest content with such a significant and yawning gap that made it impossible in the end to view the world as a whole or to see truly man's place in it. Needham's commitment to Marxism, as far as it went, was respected, and rightly so. It was, however, riddled with inconsistencies, so long as such a significant area of human experience was excluded from the unity of method that bound together the rest. He did not achieve the integrality he sought, although he did overcome the prevailing fragmentation in many ways. This was no small achievement. Even those who most assuredly affirmed the integrality and all-embracing character of Marxism were not always able to clarify the specific lines of connection in such a vital way as Needham had with those connections he did affirm. The Keytruda's debate. One form of connection that Needham took for granted at this time, that between dialectical materialism and communism, was disputed by others. E.F. Carrot, Fellow of University College, Oxford, and a professional philosopher, began a discussion on this question in the pages of Labour Monthly in 1933 that extended into 1935. He expressed his sympathy with the objectives of communists, though not with their strategy and tactics, but was disturbed to hear both from communists and their bitterest opponents that communism was inseparable from dialectical materialism. It was a philosophy that he found difficult to accept on philosophical grounds. It was, he contended, a protean theory to interpret, referring to the different positions of Bukharin and Deborin. He also felt that the dialectic could not escape the skeptical consequences of a materialism without immanent teleology. In any case, he did not see why it should have any necessary connection with the socio-economic doctrines of communism. What Engels's views on motion, heat, light, electricity, and evolution of species had to do with communism, he could not understand. 170. There was a whole series of replies, nearly all arguing for a necessary connection between dialectical materialism and communism. J.M. Hay argued that it was matter of an indissoluble connection of the theoretical whole with one of its parts. T.A. Jackson contended that it was impossible to be a communist without being a dialectical materialist, and that it was impossible to hold to dialectical materialism with alternative views of social development and political practice with logical consistency. From faraway Moscow, Rudas came into the discussion and insisted that it was impossible to be a dialectical materialist without being a communist, for one could not ignore the consequences of one's philosophy. Going further, he actually stated that outside the Communist Party it was impossible to be a communist, a dialectical materialist or a Marxist. Only a revolutionary could revolutionize his thought. Only those who took part in the struggle to change the world could rightly understand the theory of the world's dialectical development. Communism was a revolutionary movement that arose and grew up on the basis of certain laws of development. Dialectical materialism was the consciousness of these laws of development. It was, Rudas explained, the relation of objective dialectics, communism, to subjective dialectics, the consciousness of it in the heads of its adherents, dialectical materialism. The dialectics of society was only a special case of the general dialectics of the world. Whoever did not recognize the dialectics of nature could not, without illogicality, recognize the dialectics of society either. It was impossible to act correctly with an incorrect consciousness. Without dialectics, both scientists and revolutionaries were lost. The sciences were condemned to grope in the dark, as was the proletarian struggle. In science, according to Rudas, all correct results were dialectical results, even if their discoverers did not know it. Nevertheless, they would arrive at much more correct results if they consciously applied dialectical methods. In one of his articles in the protracted controversy, Rudas had referred to Edward Kahns, who came into the discussion and mentioned that dialectical materialism in the Soviet Union had every possible facility at its disposal, including protection from rival philosophical schools through administrative measures and the police. Rudas's reply was both abusive and evasive. 171. The discussion brought to the surface a serious and important issue, that of the relation of philosophy to politics, but the heavy-handedness and sectarianism of Rudas, who dominated the discussion, did not help much in sorting it out. It did show, however, where British communists stood on the question of dialectics of nature. In the dialectics of nature debate as it unfolded in Britain, members of the CPGB who addressed themselves to the question seemed to be on the same side, whereas those who held that Marxist socio-economic tenets were compatible with philosophical trends other than dialectical materialism were outside the party. There had come to be a very great emphasis on dialectical materialism in the party, and there was no longer significant support in the party for the minimalist approach to what it meant to be a communist that had been there in the 1920s. British Marxism and the Soviet Union. Although British Marxism was much influenced by Soviet Marxism, even deferential towards it, it was by the late 1930s in a far healthier state. It did, of course, owe a great debt to Soviet Marxism in 1931, but it did not register the changes that had taken place by the end of the decade. British Marxists, at this time, showed few signs of understanding what was really happening in the Soviet Union and tended to overrate their Soviet counterparts and to underrate themselves. Though affected by the prevailing atmosphere of the Comintern, there was far greater freedom of discussion in the CPGB than in other parties of the Comintern, and its members were much more open to dialogue with those of differing shades of philosophical and political opinion than were communists elsewhere. Arthur Koestler, after his tour of Britain on the Left Book Club circuit, in which he had deviated from the Comintern line on the Spanish Civil War, remarked that the CPGB was notoriously lax in reporting deviations to higher quarters. He found Britain to be a country neither of yogis nor of commissars and was constantly bewildered by British communists who put decency before dialectics. 172. Still, some were more vigilant than others. When Modern Quarterly was set up as a Marxist theoretical journal in 1938 with an editorial board that was both highly distinguished and broadly based, it set a tone that was fresh, lively, serious, and sophisticated. It established and maintained close connections with science and society in America and La Pensée in France, both journals of the same type. Yet Regine Paul-Madut, editor of Labour Monthly and chairman of the CPGB, in the context of an article welcoming the appearance of Modern Quarterly and Science and Society as showing the growth of Marxism in the English-speaking world, felt compelled to remark that neither was yet the basis for a journal of the standard of Pod Xenomenum Marxisma, this, despite the fact that it was the time of the deepest degeneration of that journal. Paul-Madut also took the new journal to task for mentioning only its connections in the US and France and for failing to mention the Soviet Union. At the same time, after stating the importance of the alliance of philosophers and natural scientists, he criticized Science and Society for publishing an article by Hogben, one of its foreign editors, without adequate counterstatement, although there had been a reply from Dirk Strook, one of its founding editors. 173. Interesting, and significant as well, was the response of Modern Quarterly. In an editorial in its next issue, it noted the criticism of the new journal by Nature for its inclination to identify the progress of science with one form of the organization of society, that is, Marx, Lenin, and Russia, and by Labour Monthly for its lack of authoritative theoretical discussion of Marxism and its failure to use existing Marxist sources. These criticisms, it stated dismissively, cancelled each other out. 174. Pod Xenomenum Marxisma itself kept a watchful eye on all such publications and never hesitated to pronounce on the work of foreign Marxists. One example of the sort of pattern this followed was to be seen following the publication of T.A. Jackson's Dialectics, The Logic of Marxism and Its Critics in 1936. Jackson. Tommy Jackson, unlike so many other British Marxists writing on philosophy in those days, was not an academic high-flyer, but a blacklisted printer turned street corner orator and Labour College/secular society lecturer. Throughout his life of poverty and homelessness, he read voraciously and championed many causes, being particularly devoted to the causes of Irish republicanism, atheism, and socialism. A founder member of the CPGB and member of its executive committee, he lost his position of leadership because of his opposition to the class-against-class policy of the Comintern's third period. This represented a significant political evolution on Jackson's part from the days in which he declared at an early party congress that communists should take Labour Party leaders by the hand as a preliminary to taking them by the throat. Jackson had also become quite critical of the unintelligible jargon and the heresy hunting that was coming to prevail in the communist movement. In an article in Communist Review in February 1932, he appealed to the party to liquidate this process of imprecorization and thereby restore plain English and common sense to their rightful place in the party's esteem. 175. The Comintern may have taken a dim view of such statements and the British party might remove those who made them from its EC, but it did so without the expulsions and anathemas so rife in the other parties of the Comintern. The implications of critical dissent for Jackson meant retirement from full-time work, but it did not mean being cast out into the outer darkness. He used the time to write books, including Dialectics. He had a great love for philosophy ever since as a young lad he had picked up G.H. Lewis's Biographical History of Philosophy. I devoured it like a novel, thrilled again and again by the greatest adventure story ever written, the adventure of the mind of man. I realized with the crushing force of an instant conviction that I had never known what it was to think. I had remembered, I had wondered, and I had guessed. But like a navigator without a compass, on a night when the stars are veiled, I had been helplessly at the mercy of the winds and the waves. I gathered in my book hunts all the works he named which came within reach. I was, acquiring a grasp of the universe, as a unity in multiplicity in perpetual process of self-transformation. I was, though I would not have known what you meant if you had told me so, preparing myself for Marx. 176. When he came to Marxism, Jackson pursued Marxist theory with the same enthusiasm and with the autodidact's thirst for knowledge. His Marxism was richer for having emerged within this sort of quest for general knowledge and culture. Realizing this himself, he pointedly asked, "What do they know of Marxism who only Marxism know?" 177. It was a healthy attitude, making him an entirely different species from those educated only on textbook Marxism, thereby lacking any basis upon which to judge it. Dialectics was a lively and highly polemical book, its style owing to Jackson's years of experience of speaking on street corners, which had taught him that 1,000 people would gather for a dog fight who would be scattered by a sermon. Jackson made no claim of originality for the book, but it was a competent and engaging exposition of what the Comintern considered to be orthodox Marxism. It put heavy emphasis on the integrality of Marxism. Marxism, Jackson said, was often presented in England as a loosely aggregated bundle of separate and distinct theories that had no connection with each other beyond the fortuitous fact that they all originated with the one man. Marxism thus became an old curiosity shop in which political amateurs and literary dilettanti could rummage for decorative oddments. Professor Lasky, for example, believed it was possible to reject Marx's economic system, while accepting large parts of his social theory. It wasn't logically possible, any more than it was to reject dialectical materialism, while accepting Marxist socio-economic theory, as Jackson had also argued in the Labor Monthly debate. What gave Marxism its living unity, Jackson asserted, was its dialectical materialist method. Not that method could be separated from world outlook, for neither could be understood apart from the other. Method was revealed in the outlook and outlook was implicit in the method. This meant that dialectical materialism as a logically united outlook and method must be accepted or rejected as a whole. Especially in Britain, it is common to attempt an eclectic revision of Marxism, as distinct from an organic development, a revision which takes the form of proposing the rejection of one of its integral phases and the retention of the remainder in conjunction with some alien theory supposed to be more up-to-date. 178. The book was a staunch defense of the dialectics of nature, and put great stress on the connection between the Marxist conception of understanding, its subjective dialectics, and its conceptions of nature, history, and revolution, its objective dialectics. Nature and history constituted a unity of the dialectical kind. History developed from nature, without being a simple continuation of nature. Before Darwin, it was thought that there was necessity in nature and freedom in man. However, Darwinism destroyed all notions of fixity of species, all conceptions of insurmountable divisions in nature. Darwinism brought an end to the exclusion of historical progression from nature, showed the origin of species in a union of opposites, in the active interrelation between an organism and its environment, and demonstrated that evolutionary development inevitably included not only gradual progression but mutational leaps. Moreover, moving from biology to chemistry, Mendeleev's discovery had shown that qualitative differences between the chemical elements pointed to quantitative differences in their composition. In physics, atoms had been discovered to be a structure of electricity, a unity of opposites. Jackson also saw the new developments in physics as the final vindication of atheism and materialism. Modern physics, he said, had killed the last excuse for the argument for design in the universe. 19th-century mechanical materialism had eliminated God, but kept the rest of the Newtonian universe, with the result that under various disguises the need for some form or other of the God hypothesis, as the original push-off, was constantly reappearing. Newton had postulated as primary an absolute stillness, which it took a miracle, God's primal motion, to overcome. Einstein's universe postulated the opposite, that everything was changing of itself and only confined its changes in particular directions under pressure of counter-changes in everything else. Einstein's problem was how to measure motion from a point which was itself in motion. Einstein showed that human knowledge is knowledge of things from the human point of view, that space and time were qualities of the universe, not its preconditions. It was a thoroughly materialist conception. If the universe was everything and everywhere, and that all the time, there was nowhere from which to come or to which to go. Jeans and Eddington, faced with the crisis in modern science, tried to get out of the difficulty by postulating a God who designed the universe as an objective demonstration of higher mathematics. They only made the confusion worse, for their position involved the logical absurdity of attempting to revive Newton's primary postulate as an explanation of phenomena that had admittedly long since transcended all possibility of Newtonian explanation. Much of dialectics was devoted to taking on the various critics of CP Marxism in the English-speaking world. For example, Jackson tried to show that Ramsay MacDonald's aversion to the dialectic was related to his preference for a more gradualist model of social evolution. His major opponents came under three categories: the Marxism minus Marx of John McMurray, the modernist Marxism of Raymond Postgate and Max Eastman, and the neo-Diotzenian Marxism of Fred Casey. McMurray was professor of philosophy at the University of London, and Jackson thought his book The Philosophy of Communism represented a relapse from Marxism into a species of modified Hegelianism. McMurray's method, Jackson thought, made the distinction between nature and history relatively absolute and their connection therefore mystical. Postgate's book Karl Marx and Eastman's Marx, Lenin, and the Science of Revolution were characterized by the identification of Marxist philosophy with cosmic determinism, the repudiation of economic determinism in favor of modern psychology, the detestation of the very term dialectic, the treatment of Marxism as a system of mechanical materialism upon which, as an afterthought, a mystical idealist dialectic had been superimposed. Against the mechanical materialism which Postgate and Eastman, to Jackson's way of thinking, fraudulently substituted for Marxism, they paraded all the arguments of the idealists. Against the spurious metaphysic they substituted for the dialectic, they paraded all the arguments of the mechanical materialists. As to Casey, Jackson was particularly worried about his influence as a lecturer in the National Council of Labor Colleges. Against his assertion that dialectical materialism was not part of Marxism, Jackson argued that Marxism was wholly and entirely dialectical and materialist. Casey's position, he asserted, was one of solipsist idealism, and his notion of dialectic, limited to one phrase, opposites are identical, was nothing more than an extension of the homely proverb, it takes two to make a quarrel. All these ideas, Jackson insisted, were dangerous. The only difference between revisionism and counter-revolution was that counter-revolutionaries fought to destroy Marxism frankly, as a living whole, while revisionists sought to convert it into a dead aggregate of abstract theories, only mechanically interconnected and capable of every sort of eclectic substitution and replacement in the name of bringing it up to date. In either case, it was the living movement of Marxism against which it was aimed. The end was the same, the conversion of Marxism into a corpse, of interest only to anatomists and museum curators. Heavy-handed towards opponents the book surely was, as was the style with Comintern polemics against deviations, but it was reflective and reasonable in a way that many such polemics were not, and it was motivated by a sincere concern for the integrity of Marxism and not by any of the meaner motives that inspired other such polemics elsewhere. Jackson also made the requisite references to the four great classic authors, Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, though not constantly and not hackishly. The book was written without the dreadful jargon, what Jackson called the Babylon dialect, that was overtaking communist writing those days. This, it seemed, was not quite good enough for Pod Xenomenum Marxisma. In their review of the book in 1938, they took Jackson to task for failing to explain the Leninist stage in the development of dialectical materialism, for putting inadequate stress on the work of Lenin and Stalin, for not making use of the philosophical work of the USSR in its fight on two fronts, directed against Menshevizing idealism and mechanism, for not considering the effect of the victory of socialism on the development of dialectical materialism. They were particularly critical of his failure to criticize modern mechanists, especially Bukharin. 179 It was the time of the Moscow trials. Cornforth. Maurice Cornforth was, in the 1930s, one of the younger British communists to concern himself with philosophical matters, and later the author of many books on Marxist philosophy. Looking back on these years, he commented that they all at that time had an unquestioning attitude to the Marxist classics and to the Soviet Union. The communist parties affiliated to the Comintern claimed proprietary rights over Marxist theory, with the final say-so in theoretical matters vested in the CPSU. 180 in the pre-war period, British communists were not inclined to break from this, though within this framework they were still creative and they still thought for themselves. Cornforth, as remembered from his 1920s school days by his schoolmate, the poet Stephen Spender, dominated school debates and covered reams of paper with his plays, poems, and letters. He was a vegetarian, taken with Buddhism, walked 30 to 40 miles a day. He was tousle-headed and had a tousle-headed dog. 181 school days over, he went on to the University of London and then to Cambridge to study philosophy. Along with David Guest, Cornforth was among the circle that gathered at the feet of Ludwig Wittgenstein upon his arrival at Cambridge in 1929. They argued furiously with Wittgenstein and with each other. On one occasion, Cornforth wrote a paper expounding various idealist notions, and Guest, already left-wing and atheist, responded with uproarious laughter. In 1930, Guest went off to Göttingen to study mathematics, but found himself studying fascism as well, and in 1931 he came back to Cambridge as a communist. He erupted into a meeting of the Moral Science Club with a copy of Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, bubbling over with enthusiasm about it and reading out passages about the class basis of philosophy. Some thought he had gone crazy. Cornforth did not. The scene had made a great impression on him. He went home, read the book and decided to join the CPGB. Together in 1931, Cornforth and Guest formed the first communist cells in Cambridge, first one in the university, and then another in the town. The communist cell in Cambridge would be enduringly famous for the galaxy of eminent scholars, as well as eminent spies, associated with it in those heady days. Cornforth and Guest sold the Daily Worker, threw themselves into their political work, and managed to finish with first-class degrees as well. 182. Cornforth believed that his tutors in philosophy had sought clarity without finding it and that their philosophy was irrelevant to social problems. He saw Marxist philosophy as providing that clarity and as illuminating the most pressing social questions. Although in the pre-war years, he went to work as a district organizer for the CPGB, rather than as a professional philosopher, Cornforth's Marxist philosophy was nevertheless crucial to his commitment as a communist. He seems to have given much thought to settling his accounts with the philosophy in which he had been educated. On occasion, he tried to bridge the gap between the CPGB and the world of professional philosophers. In 1934, he participated in a symposium with Max Black and John Wisdom on the topic, "Is Analysis a Useful Method in Philosophy?" with the paper afterwards published in the Proceedings of the Aristotelian Society. Cornforth's paper was a Marxist critique of analytical philosophy in which he set out to show the historical significance of analytical philosophy in light of the theory of historical materialism and to examine the theoretical weakness of the analytic method from the point of view of dialectical materialism. He began by asserting the importance of history and of epistemology over against the attitudes of analytical philosophers who were indifferent to the historical significance of their theories and unconcerned with the theory of knowledge. This history of philosophy, Cornforth argued, as part of the history of society, was a history of class struggle. Idealism held to the creation and governing of the world by forces that were spiritual, whereas materialism held that the material world was primary and uncreated, existing and changing by its own laws. The bourgeoisie, as a ruling class, found itself in an increasingly contradictory position. As a dominant class, it clung to idealist theories as instruments of class oppression, but needed science, which supported materialism. For 200 years, many philosophical solutions to this contradiction had been attempted, the most satisfactory being that worked out by Berkeley. It accepted science, but said it was not about what it seemed to be about. If science were actually about predicting the order of human sensations and nothing more, then it couldn't contradict religion. It provided a way in which the bourgeoisie could assimilate science without forfeiting idealism. Variations on such a position were to be found in Mill, Mach, Avenarius, Weyinger, Husserl, Russell, Poincaré, Wittgenstein, and Carnap. In the end, it meant that philosophical questions demanded extra scientific answers, as witnessed, for example, in Wittgenstein's mystical conclusion to the Tractatus. The logico-analytical method was the most highly developed form of the philosophy of the bourgeoisie. This did not mean, Cornforth hastened to point out, that analytical philosophers had deliberately set out to rehabilitate religion and reconcile it with science. It meant that the method came as the culmination of a philosophical development whose objective historical role has been to interpret science in such a way that it did not clash with religion. Nor did it imply that such philosophers themselves drew theistic conclusions, even if the objective historical role of their method had been to offset the danger of atheism. The validity of the method of analytical philosophy depended on the validity of its key distinctions, such as its rigid distinction between discovery and analysis, which corresponded to the distinction between science and philosophy. But this, Cornforth asserted, was epistemologically unsound. It assumed that the process of knowing could be treated in terms of the experience of the individual human subject and that the process of knowing was a purely theoretical activity. However, in Cornforth's way of looking at it, verification was a social activity. Knowledge grew through generations interpreting the world and acting on it. It was the social division of labor that left theoretical inquiries to one section and practical tasks to another, but theoretical problems nevertheless had their roots in practical problems, Cornforth claimed, referring to the arguments put forward in Science at the Crossroads. Discovery was not enclosed within the bounds of individual experience. Knowledge could only be adequately understood in the context of human social practice and in relation to the external world. When the connection of discovery to practice was not grasped, it seemed that philosophy had to step in. Cornforth opposed any notion of philosophy suprad to science. The only way to knowledge was by the hard road of science. Analytical philosophy meant a departure from the methods of science in its failure to perceive that discovery was also analysis and that discovery was connected to the external world. In the logical scheme of the analytical philosophers, all transition and transformation was denied and the world was reduced to the form of discrete atomic facts. Thus, he concluded, analysis was not a useful method in philosophy, insofar as it endeavored to elucidate the nature of reality by extra-scientific methods. Its objective function was to cloak the real character of human knowledge, obscuring the real import of discovery, in the interests of the bourgeoisie and in reaction to revolutionary materialism. 183. Guest. Cornforth's friend David Guest was also giving considerable attention at this time to analysing contemporary British philosophy from a Marxist point of view. From his earliest years, those around him all seem to have found David Guest, son of a Labour MP, to be a precocious, provocative, and extraordinarily striking person. He was always fermenting with ideas and projects. His early effrontery was said to take people's breath away. It was thought that after becoming a Marxist his personality somehow changed, as if some inner tension had been resolved. After his various experiences in Göttingen, where he not only studied mathematics and witnessed the rise of fascism, but spent a fortnight in prison, and after his further experiences in Cambridge, where he studied philosophy and mathematics and played such a vital part in the left-wing ferment that was to sweep over Cambridge in the 1930s, Guest went off to Moscow in 1933. There he taught physics and mathematics in a Moscow school for a year and wrote an article in Podzinaminum Marxisma on modern British philosophy. Upon his return to Britain, he threw himself into lecturing, organizing, and library cataloguing at Marx House, founded in 1933, running a People's Bookshop in Battersea, activity in the Young Communist League, as well as research at the University of London. Guest was enormously enthusiastic about the philosophy of dialectical materialism, which harmonized with all his intellectual and political interests. Harry Pollitt, General Secretary of the CPGB, spoke of the life of David Guest during these years as an irrefutable answer to the charge leveled at communism that it was rigid and inflexible and had a deadening effect on those who came to embrace it. Speaking of the effect Marxism had on Guest, Pollitt wrote, "It stimulated manifold energies and brought them into a synthesis that kept him from frittering away his gifts. This firm grounding in the principles of communism unleashed new creative thoughts, brought out his qualities of leadership, and enabled him to express his personality to the full. His was a living Marxism, permeating all his work and thought, not artificially grafted onto it. His restless inquiring mind, never satisfied, made him determined to test out his ideas and put his ideals into practice. It is very significant that it is not the embittered failures, not the careerists and reckless political adventurers, but the flower of youth who turn to communism and make the best communists. 184. In 1937, Guest was appointed lecturer in mathematics at University College, Southampton, but left after 2 terms to go off to Spain to volunteer for the International Brigade. Harry Pollitt saw him during Easter week 1938, and Guest took him through the olive groves to brigade headquarters. Across the Ebro, on the sides of the mountains, the campfires of the Moorish troops could be seen, and their strange songs came over with the wind, intermittent with the roar of heavy guns. Pollitt last saw him against the full moon walking back through the fields to join his comrades. A few months later, while writing him a letter, his mother was interrupted to answer the telephone. It was Reuters inquiring whether her son was the David Guest who had been shot through the heart on the Ebro front. Guest's high-voltage personality and his searching mind had left a deep impression on all who knew him. The intensity of his intellectual enthusiasms can be seen in his letters, written at various periods of his life. 185. From school to Oundle. If truth and happiness were incompatible, I should choose truth out of sheer inner necessity. From Göttingen. My head is going round in a whirl of politics, philosophy, and mathematics. At the moment, I am absolutely tormented by a desire to express my views and to clarify them. The desire for truth is my strongest impulse. From Spain. I have never felt so much the value of abstract things, of theory seen in its proper relation with practice, than just now. I think I can see things in their proper proportions. I have myself a lively and intense desire to explore whole fields of theoretical work, mathematical, physical, logical, and far beyond these, when the conditions for this will become again possible. It would never be. Dead at 27, only his youthful writings, indicating only his promise, would survive the gunfire of Spain. Guest's notes from his lectures at Mark's house, edited by T.A. Jackson, were published as a textbook of dialectical materialism in 1939. His vision of Marxism was expounded as a comprehensive worldview, consistent, many-sided, scientific. Guest had felt that without a general view of the world, rooted in the facts of science, socialism was without adequate grounding. The present crisis had shaken the English indifference to theory, the preference for rule-of-thumb methods, the widespread mental inertia. Thus, the growing popularity of all kinds of philosophy, psychology, and pseudoscience, that presented the danger of lapsing into the opposite extreme of embracing any kind of fantasy. Guest was anxious to distinguish the philosophy of dialectical materialism from other contenders in this situation by which those who were seeking could be sidetracked. He especially set it against what he characterized as the new varieties of philosophical idealism, with roots in theology, but supported by arguments of a logico-methodological character. In these philosophies, materialism was made to seem a dogmatic belief in the outer world that would not stand the test of critical thinking. Thus, the transition was made to the philosopher in his study doubting the existence of his writing table, to the philosophizing bishop who rejected the dogma of matter only to substitute the dogmas of religion. Modern idealism adopted a special attitude to science, one of obscurantist misdescription. It recommended itself as the only truly scientific method, yet it was destructive of all science. It denied the existing world, only to replace it with the arbitrary fantasies of the philosopher. As Guest had seen it, it was an epoch of theoretical confusion, in which fragments of the old conception of the world were mixed up with the new. The need was to dialectically master the new results of the special sciences and so bring them to a unified whole, to show the most general features of process common to all fields, laws of dialectics, as aspects of a single world process. The task of dialectical materialism was to show the way to a complete reconstruction of science, to break down the barriers between the sciences and to pave the way for a unified picture of the world to replace the series of mutually conflicting pictures. To do so required a fight on two fronts, against rigidity and against relativism. These two extremes, Guest had remarked, were eclectically combined in Bertrand Russell. To him applied the words Marx spoke of Proudhon: he wanted to be the synthesis, but he was the composite error. He also thought that Lenin's arguments against Mach applied to Russell word for word. 186. Guest had elaborated on his critique of Russell in his article published in Pod Xenomenum Marxisma in 1934. In Russell's early work, Guest contended, his subjective idealist bias was clearer than in his later work. His self-confessed aim had been to render solipsism scientifically satisfactory, and he had said that it would give him the greatest satisfaction to dispense with other people's minds and thus to re-establish physics on a solipsistic basis. He had noted, however, that for the majority human affections were stronger than the desire for logical economy. Later, in his analysis of matter, Russell had come to hold that matter was less material and mind less mental than commonly supposed. To gain a hearing among scientists, Russell had been forced to adopt a more materialist language, and had admitted that a causal theory of perception, in contrast to phenomenalism, was necessary to science. However, he had done this with typical agnostic half-heartedness and with British love of compromise. Solipsism, being an impossible doctrine to maintain, was often the antechamber to fideism. If Russell's philosophy had never been directly used as a prop for religion, Guest remarked, the dull-wittedness of the clergymen of the Church of England could be the only reason. Russell himself, of course, would have none of it, as Guest conceded. He considered the high points in Russell's work came when he was aroused to anger by some priestly impertinence or by some particularly clumsy attempt to reconcile science with religion. Russell argued against Eddington, who deduced religion from the premise that atoms did not obey the laws of mathematics, and against Jeans, who deduced religion from the premise that they did, while both were accepted with equal enthusiasm by the theologians. Still, Russell insisted he was not a materialist, even though he considered himself still further from idealism. Russell's skeptical essays, Guest went on, reflected the growth of intellectual discouragement among the bourgeois intelligentsia, their inability to bridge the gulf between theory and practice, the intolerable contradiction between the theoretical confusion of modern science with the growth of its practical achievements. In the same article, Guest had also addressed himself to the views of Ramsay, Wittgenstein, and Whitehead. Ramsay's subjectivism pictured the world all out of proportion. As to his former teacher Wittgenstein, his extreme subjectivism led to its own reductio ad absurdum. His anti-historicism, his contemptuous dismissal of all past and present philosophy led to irrationalist consequences. After pushing philosophy in its rational form out the door, Wittgenstein felt constrained to admit it again in an ultra-mystical shape through the window. Whitehead was a God-builder and his criticism of scientific materialism was a fog of words that did not take into account the fact that for dialectical materialism there was no irreducible brute matter. 187 While there was much insight in Guest's criticisms of the leading non-Marxist philosophers of the times, he often failed to take due account of their subtleties and their own positive insights. He was young and the world was in turmoil and he tended to see the battle lines to be much more clearly and sharply drawn than they actually were. In another article from 1935, inspired by the Rudis-Carrot controversy, Guest had taken on the commonplace complaint against Marxism, the accusation of Hegelianism, the charge that it applied a priori reasoning to the real world, that it sought to fit the movement of history into arbitrary, prearranged dialectical forms. Dialectics, Guest had answered, by no means enabled anyone to dispense with the empirical facts or to deduce the facts from a logical scheme. Its role was to help to deal with the facts when discovered and to suggest where facts might be found and which might be of importance. The transitions in Hegel's logic were often quite arbitrary, sometimes effected by mere puns and verbal tricks. 188. Highly trained in mathematics and logic, Guest had not been one to dismiss the claims of formal logic, as were many Soviet Marxists in the late 1930s, however aware he had been of its limitations. Formal logic was necessary for dealing with abstractions formed in the first stage of thinking. The principles of identity and non-contradiction were essential. Nevertheless, Guest had said, the spirit of dialectics was breaking through the hard shell of formal logic. Guest had been very concerned with the crisis in mathematics and the struggle between intuitionism and formalism, and had commented that vast realms of thought still awaited dialectical understanding. 189. It would have to be left to others. The cause of Republican Spain, the democratically elected Popular Front fighting for its life against Franco's fascist forces, captured the imagination of the most promising, the most gifted, the most generous young men of Guest's generation. Many of them went off to Spain to fight for democracy, where it was most under siege, to fight their way to where the fire burned fiercest. The international brigades were full of workers, poets, philosophers, scientists, historians, teachers, dreamers, even some professional soldiers. The stakes were high and so were the losses. Not only was Spain lost, but so too were many of the finest minds of this generation. British Marxists suffered exceedingly heavy losses, losing not only David Guest, but John Cornford, Ralph Fox, and the most creative of British Marxists, Christopher Caldwell. Christopher Caldwell was the pen name of Christopher St. John Sprigg, London-born, professional writer, from an English Catholic and journalistic background. He left school, the Benedictine Priory in Ealing, and began his working life as a journalist at the age of 15. He worked first as a cub reporter at the Yorkshire Observer, where his father was literary editor, and then as editor of British Malaya. Upon returning to London, he also ran an aeronautics publishing company with his brother, edited one of its technical journals, and designed gears for motorcars. In addition, he wrote reams of poetry, plays, short stories, detective novels, and aeronautics textbooks. He even edited a volume of ghost stories. On top of all this, he read voluminously in philosophy, sociology, anthropology, psychology, history, politics, linguistics, mathematics, economics, physics, biology, neurology, literature, and literary criticism, and much more besides. He did so, not as a dilettante, but as one striving to come to terms with the knowledge of the centuries and to comprehend what it meant for himself and his own age. Despite his lack of a university education, he was becoming, through the London Library, a person of very considerable learning, although he had not yet found himself amidst it all. He seems to have been somewhat reserved, even introverted, moving within highly circumscribed social limits, living with his older brother, and having very few friends. In 1934, at the age of 27, Caldwell became interested in Marxism and began to study it with extraordinary intensity, discovering quickly that it provided the key to the synthesis he was seeking. In the summer of 1935, he wrote his first Marxist book, which was to have been called Verse and Mathematics, a study of the foundations of poetry, writing at the rate of 5,000 words a day. The draft was finished in September, sent off as Illusion and Reality, and was accepted for publication by Macmillan. Upon the completion of this book, he moved to the East End of London. Soon Caldwell joined the Popular branch of the Communist Party. He threw himself into all the routine party tasks, fly posting, street corner speaking, selling the Daily Worker, as well as joining battle with Mosley's Black Shirts, bravely facing consequent batterings and even arrest. The members of the Popular branch quickly discerned the utter sincerity of his commitment and accepted him fully as one of their own. 190. Caldwell was at last finding himself, becoming at the same time both more outgoing and more highly integrated. Just after his move to Popular, he wrote to friends from his former life. "Seriously, I think my weakness has been the lack of an integrated Weltanschauung. I mean one that includes my emotional, scientific, and artistic needs. They have been more than usually disintegrated in me, I think, a characteristic of my generation exacerbated by the fact that, as you know, I have strong rationalizing as well as artistic tendencies. As long as there was a disintegration, I had necessarily an unsafe and provisional attitude to reality, a somewhat academic superficial attitude, which showed in my writing as what Betty has described as the lack of baking. The remedy is nothing so simple as a working over and polishing up of prose, but to come to terms with myself and my environment. This, I think, during the last year or two I have begun to do. Naturally, it is a long process, the getting of wisdom, and I don't fancy I am anywhere near the end. But I and R represented a milestone on the way, and that, I think, was why it seemed sincere, free from my other faults, and, with its necessary limitations, successful. 191. But it was not really such a long process. Because of the extraordinary intensity of his intelligence, he did, in a tightly compressed period of time, achieve a rare wisdom. During this period of 1 year of the most vigorous political activity, he wrote prolifically, in the most astonishing outpouring of creative energy, and produced serious Marxist theoretical works that can only be described as original and breathtakingly brilliant. No matter what he was discussing, whether poetry or physics or philosophy or whatever else, he had a way of penetrating to the very core and of illuminating in a new way the whole vast and complex network of its connections. He saw the world freshly, and called attention to patterns that had scarcely been noticed before, because he saw with a vision that was wider, deeper, warmer, clearer. He had become a communist in every fiber of his being and was determined to make both the artist and scientist in himself come to terms fully with the Marxist. Indeed, he was consumed with the drive to bring this new world view to bear upon the whole of past and present knowledge and to fight for its theoretical and practical fulfillment. His intellectual clarity and his political commitment seemed to mutually reinforce each other, continually bringing both to yet higher levels. His rationality and his emotions seemed to fuse, in such a way that the sharpness of an argument brought the heightening of passion and the heightening of passion made the argument sharper still. A quote from Lenin, which was intended as an epigraph for his writings from this period, explained what he was up to in his work at this time. Communism becomes a mere empty phrase, a mere facade, and the communist a mere bluffer, if he has not worked over in his consciousness the whole inheritance of human knowledge. 192. This was what he was about. He had become a communist for real and was determined to work over in his consciousness everything he knew, or could know, as a communist. His studies in a dying culture included essays on philosophy, psychology, history, religion, ethics, aesthetics, love, and much more. 193. The one on physics expanded until it turned into a separate book, entitled The Crisis in Physics. 194. There were others, one on biology, which remained unpublished. 195. He was looking at everything anew, from a communist point of view, and doing so with striking vitality and profundity. All of his work in the field of Marxist theory was only published posthumously, under the name of Christopher Caldwell, a name he first used with the publication of his serious novel This My Hand, published in 1936. It was a name he reserved for his serious work, saying he was afraid of spoiling his reputation as a writer of thrillers. During his life, his theoretical works were unknown. Illusion and Reality, the one book he had ready for press, hadn't yet appeared. None of the rest did he consider ready for publication, thinking of them only as drafts to be rewritten, needing refining, balancing, getting in at the movement of time, ripening and humanizing. 196. He was unknown even to his contemporaries among British Marxists. He moved only in the circles of the anonymous proletariat and had very little contact with either the party intelligentsia or left-wing literary circles, who knew nothing of his serious work until he was dead. When the Spanish Civil War broke out, the popular branch involved itself in the campaign to organize support for the Spanish Republic. When they had raised enough money for an ambulance, Caldwell volunteered to drive it across France to Spain. He left in December 1936, and, upon arriving in Spain, he joined the International Brigade. Soon, he was a machine gun instructor and editor of the Battalion Wall newspaper. Meanwhile, his brother had obtained an advance copy of the proofs for Illusion and Reality. He showed them to Harry Pollitt in an effort to persuade the CPGB that his brother would be of greater value to them as a writer than as a soldier. Most biographical accounts say that a telegram was sent by King Street to Spain recalling Caldwell to England and that it arrived too late. It is, however, doubtful that such a telegram was ever sent. At all events, Caldwell was soon dead. In the famous valley of Jarama, he was killed in action on his first day in battle. He was last seen firing a machine gun, covering the retreat of his section from a hill about to be taken by the Moors. So it was that the life of this most brilliant and generous young man was taken from him before he had even reached the age of 30. Soon British Marxists began to realize the magnitude of their loss. They read Caudwell's books with astonishment and discovered that something very precious had been taken from them without their even knowing it. Hyman Levy, who edited and wrote the introduction to the Crisis in Physics in 1939, hoped that when the nightmare had passed man would count the cost of his ignorance in terms of the human suffering and social sacrifice it had brought, in the destruction of such men of promise, even amounting to genius. Caudwell, he said, had combined a social and scientific understanding that would have been rare in a scientist of mature experience. But, remarked Levy, to find them in this young man was almost phenomenal. 197. Reviewing the book, Haldane wrote that it was impossible to read it without realizing the immense loss the world had sustained through its author's death. Caudwell had explained the ways in which physical theories were shadows of economic realities and had done so with brilliant success. He had written about science as a poet and had something to say about science, something very important indeed, although he had only half said it. Haldane took into consideration, of course, the fact that the book had been left unfinished and that the drafts of the later chapters had been very rough indeed. While making his criticisms of the book, Haldane nevertheless called it a quarry of ideas for generations to come. He also said he knew of no writer in his time whose analysis of the problem of freedom went deeper. 198. John Strachey was amazed by the flood of works produced by this young man possessed of such creative energy. In his introduction to Studies in a Dying Culture, he remarked that here was a young man who not only warmed his hands at the fire of life, but gave it great hearty pokes, a young man who was so interested in everything, from aviation, to poetry, to detective stories, to quantum mechanics, to Hegel's philosophy, to love, to psychoanalysis, that he felt he simply had to say something about them all. That, in Strachey's view, was what a man in his 20s ought to be like. After a wandering decade, he had been, at 29, finding himself, gaining in precision, in capacity to focus, and then the Moors came. He had embodied an exquisite unity of theory and practice, Strachey noted. He had moreover possessed qualities tragically rare in the British working class movement: width of perception, generosity of sympathy, understanding of human motivation. 199. The left-wing literary circle gathered around Left Review were puzzled to learn of the existence of such a person unknown to them. Its editor at the time, Egil Rickword, later wrote the preface to Further Studies in a Dying Culture, and saw Caudwell as a man of insatiable intellectual curiosity, consumed by a Faustian ambition to master all the sciences. Not one to stand dreaming on the edge of strife, nor one to plunge into struggle without thought, the philosopher could not but turn soldier in a struggle in which the forces of enlightenment and of obscurantism were so starkly opposed. Marxism had entered into the very fabric of his being, so that he thought in it. The warmth of emotion glowed through his argument, constituting true eloquence. Rickword told how he had sent the essay on consciousness to a neurologist, fearing it might have become outmoded by subsequent research. The neurologist replied that Caudwell had brilliantly anticipated a whole trend becoming discernible in neuroanatomy. 200. Levy and Haldane had said much the same about his views on physics. Levy bluntly put the question others must have been asking when they first heard of the publication of the Crisis in Physics: what had the Crisis in Physics to do with Christopher Caudwell? With the author of Illusion and Reality and Studies in a Dying Culture? What could this poet have to say about science? How could the problems that were vexing modern physics stir one whose mind appeared to move on such a different plane? What could he contribute to the solution of such complex problems? In what way were these very different realms linked in his mind? In what way were they linked in reality? The answer had already been given by Caudwell himself, many times over in his two published works. Whether a book was about science or about art, it always dealt with both. His philosophy of science could be found in his aesthetics and his aesthetics in his philosophy of science. Variations on the same theme were pursued again and again on various levels in all of his theoretical works, with the striving for a Weltanschauung always the central focus and the driving purpose. The fundamental problematic underlying his discussion of the most diverse topics was the crisis in bourgeois culture in all of its aspects. What was the cause of its theoretical fragmentation? Caldwell had sought to discern the most basic thought patterns and to discover the lines of connection between these and the most basic socio-economic realities. At the heart of it all was the subject-object dichotomy, that had its basis in the social division of labor, in the separation of the class that generated ideology from the class that actively struggled with nature. This dichotomy distorted all realms of thought and activity. It distorted art, science, psychology, philosophy, economics, and all social relations. It was a disease endemic to class society that has become most acute in bourgeois society as the most highly developed form of class society. Only an integrated worldview in a classless society could bring to a synthesis what had been severed and had grown pathologically far apart. 201. In his foreword to Studies in a Dying Culture, Caldwell had outlined the problem. It was an epoch of confusion, dissension, pessimism, and bewilderment. He had referred to Max Planck's expression of the crisis in science. There was scarcely a scientific axiom not denied by somebody, and at the same time there was almost no nonsensical theory put forward in the name of science that would not be sure to find believers somewhere. Bourgeois culture, Caldwell had noted, had achieved much: relativity, quantum mechanics, genetics, psychology, anthropology, new technology. So why the despair? Why did this strange doom hang over bourgeois culture in such a way that its progress seemed only to hasten the decline? Why was each discovery like a Midas touch that prepared a new disappointment? Why was it that the more men sought to find a common truth, a common faith, a common worldview, the more their efforts at ideological construction increased the sum of contradictory and partial views of reality? What was the explanation? Observed Caldwell. Either the devil has come amongst us having great power, or there is a causal explanation for a disease common to economics, science, and art. 202. He had believed it to be the latter, which evoked the further question: why then had not all the psychoanalysts, philosophers, historians, economists, scientists, and bishops who had surveyed the scene not located the source of infection? His answer was that the Freuds, the Eddingtons, the Spenglers, and the Keynes were not the doctors, they were the disease. It was for Marxists to perform the necessary tasks, both analytic and synthetic, to analyze the causes that made every discovery go bad upon its inventor's hands, to separate real empirical discoveries from the ideological confusion and to synthesize them into an integral worldview. There had been great disillusionment in bourgeois culture, but this culture had, in Caldwell's view, yet to shed the last of its illusions. It had shed all secondary illusions of God and religion, of teleology and metaphysics. But it had not yet rid itself of the basic bourgeois illusion, that man was born free, but was crippled through social organization. In its illusory separation of the individual consciousness from the natural and social matrix of its existence, the bourgeoisie had brought to a new level the dualism inherent in class society, generating in philosophy an ever sharper separation of individual from society, of mind from matter, of freedom from necessity, of history from nature, making the fundamental subject-object relation absolutely insoluble. Caldwell believed that the Renaissance charter of the bourgeoisie to claim for the natural man freedom from all feudal restrictions had originally been the dynamic force of bourgeois civilization. It had been a progressive idea in its time, and the bourgeoisie had been a progressive class in its rise, for the division of labor had been necessary to further human advance. But it was an idea that had outlived its usefulness. With its utmost potentialities accomplished, it had become a brake to further development. For Caldwell, it was the lie at the heart of bourgeois culture, for freedom was the product, not of instinct, but of social relations. Man could not strip himself of his social relations and remain man. Failure to realize this was the cause of the typically modern unease and neurosis. The bourgeois saw himself as a heroic figure fighting a lone fight for freedom, as the natural man who was born free, but was for some strange reason everywhere in chains. He ejected everything social from his soul, making it deflate, leaving him petty, empty, and insecure. With the alienation of social affection from labor, there gathered at one pole all the unused tenderness of humanity, while the other pole was reduced to the sheer coerciveness of bare economic rights to commodities. This generated the most terrible tension, but, with its source hidden in the shadow of the free market, all efforts to break free of it only accentuated it. The bourgeois was always talking about freedom, because it was always slipping from his grasp. In his illusion of detachment, the bourgeois imagined himself to be a free man, who could direct the social process without being affected by it, who could determine without being determined. He was thus preoccupied with the epistemological problem of the independent observer, wishing to be cognizant of the laws determining the environment he wished to control without himself being controlled, to determine without himself being caught up in the same web of determinism. This brought him to stand in his own light, able to conceive only of self-determined mind in a one-way relation to its determined environment, a free and active subject contemplating a necessary and passive object, making him oblivious to the two-way relation, in which his environment also determined him. He became particularly unable to perceive the determining power of social relations upon him and therefore blind to the actual character of social relations determining his individual choices. In economics, both producer and consumer, whose freely willed desires were supposed to determine production in the best possible way, were themselves, in their very desires, in their very consciousness, determined by the productive forces and social relations of their time. In epistemology, the mind of the observer was itself determined by the environment he observed. The tragedy implicit in his situation lay in the fact that bourgeois social relations inevitably constrained the very hopes they produced, being grounded in such an illusion. Ignorant of the real determinism of social relations, veiled by the free market, he was subject to forces he could neither control nor understand, to wars, slumps, crises, revolutions. His ordered society was becoming more and more disorderly, his economy was breaking down into anarchy, abroad, idle capital wildly searching for profit, at home, idle hands vainly searching for work. The capitalist, and even the poet, became darker figures, first tragic, then pitiful, and finally vicious. The bourgeois idealized this one freedom, freedom from all social restrictions except that by which the bourgeois class ruled, that is, the restriction of the means of production itself. Freedom was therefore elevated to a vague, ideal plane, for to interpret bourgeois freedom in a materialist way would be to acknowledge openly the claim of one class to monopolize the means of freedom. The social product was the condition of freedom, and to monopolize it was to monopolize such freedom as society had produced. The freedom of the ruling class was based on the unfreedom of the ruled. Nevertheless, the bourgeois had high-flown notions. He spoke of fine and noble things, while doing base and hateful ones. And, as he became threatened, the discrepancy widened. Bourgeois philosophy, inextricably tied to its social matrix and unable to rise above the standpoint of the individual in civil society, reflected the rhythms of this social process. To show this, Caudwell traced the history of modern philosophy in terms of the development of the class consciousness of the bourgeoisie. In the first stage, that of bourgeois revolt, the idea that I am free in so far as I throw off all social restraint gave birth to Shakespearean tragedy, Tudor monarchy, voyages of discovery, Galileo, Newton, and Descartes. The discovery of gravity and of analytical geometry, the exploration of the farthest limits of the world marked the crescendo of the bourgeois explosion into its environment. In the process, however, the basis of freedom had been separated from the basis of necessity. The bourgeois saw the environment as determined by his free will, but he saw his interaction with nature as a one-way relation. He saw himself as determining, but not as determined. The philosophy of the 17th century, therefore, saw the world in terms of inert matter and creative spirit. With Malebranche and Descartes, substance, matter, was so inert that it required creation anew for each moment of time. For Newton, all transactions of matter were ultimately affected by spirit. Newton's world was atomistic and inert, requiring God to be the moving and unifying principle, creating, setting in motion and holding together the separate, independent particles of matter. But physicists stood no nonsense from their God in their own particular domain. He was ruthlessly stripped of mercy, love, an only begotten Son, everything but his material determinism. Newton's philosophy was one resolutely turned towards the object nature. It was a world-grasping experimental philosophy. The mechanistic materialism of Hobbes, Condillac, and de Holbach expressed the limit of the upward movement of the bourgeoisie. It separated the object from the subject and believed that matter could be completely explained in terms of itself and that man, as part of matter, could be explained in the same terms. The very concept of matter had been evolving with the evolution of the bourgeoisie. To Galileo and Bacon, matter was still full of quality and sensuousness. However, to realize matter as owned by the bourgeoisie, to cut the umbilical cord of mutual dependence between man and nature, to free the individual from all relations except those of the free market, that is, the one-way relation of private property, it was necessary to eliminate the observer. As nature was to be apprehended as by a kind of divine apprehension in which there was no mutually determining relation between the active subject and the contemplated object, it was necessary to strip nature of all activities in which the observer was concerned, to strip the object of all subjective qualities. At first, matter was divested of color, sound, solidity, heat, and taste. Motion, time, space, mass, shape were regarded as objective qualities, but in due course, these too were shown to be relative to the observer. Matter seemed to disappear, or become unknowable. The downfall of mechanistic materialism was not due to the fact that it was materialist, but to the fact that it was not materialist enough. By excluding its qualities from the reality of matter, it contradicted the basis of itself. At the apogee of the first stage of capitalism, its materialism turned into its opposite, mentalism, as the bourgeoisie passed from its extroverted, dominating, exploring period into its introverted, analytical period. Its philosophy turned away from the object toward the subject, for the object was beginning to slip from its grasp. Hence, Berkeley, Hume and Kant and finally Hegel. The same dualism of subject and object was reproduced, only now calling the opposite parity into existence, without realizing its source. The rebirth of idealism came as the philosophy of a ruling class whose environment seemed to obey its free will and whose distance from its environment was increasing with the growing differentiation of labor. Mind became correspondingly dissociated from matter. Thus was mind stripped in the same way as matter had been before it, and the subject was by stages progressively cut loose from the object. Thus, active, sensuous subjectivity was to be divested of all qualities that tied it to objectivity, making it active, but active upon a nothing, until finally subjectivity had been stripped of the subject man and began to strangle itself. This development reached its climax in Hegel, for whom mind was dissolved into ideas independent of the subject. Nevertheless, it still bore the impress of material reality. By comparing its formal and unanchored qualities among themselves, it was possible in a confused way to extract the most general patterns of activity and change, just as by comparing the categories of objectivity among themselves, it was possible to get the confused but general physical laws of mechanism. The Hegelian dialectic represented the high point of bourgeois subjectivity, but, for all its logical rigor and world-embracing grandeur, it was subjectivity active upon nothing and therefore became mere mystical mumbo-jumbo. Philosophy had become severely impoverished. Giving expression to his sense of its history, not only as a philosopher but also as a poet, Caldwell wrote his Hymn to Philosophy. I saw your figure in a Grecian mode, a stripling with the quiet wings of death, touching with your long fingers a marble lyre. I was impressed by your immortal age. I was seduced by your adventurous strength. I was relieved by your polite reserve. A winged idea down the rainbow sliding, with steady steps treading the smoky air. All ranks you visit, courteous swamp fowl. The world's great engines pound asthmatically, fed through time's recurrences. Man walks to man across a trembling swamp. The scientific sportsman lifts his gun. The second barrel blasts your blue pin feathers. And you fall spluttering, a specific bird. I see your stuffed breast and boot-button eyes, preserved in cases for posterity. And lean on my umbrella thoughtfully. I have caressed your sort, I must confess. But give me beauty, beauty that must end. And rots upon the taxidermist's hands. 203. Philosophy for Caldwell had become empty and lifeless with the development of class society and with the sources of vitality drained from it. Most disastrous for philosophy, in Caldwell's view, was its conflict with science. Philosophy had flown apart from physics, as subjectivity had drifted from objectivity, with capitalism at this stage maintaining two conflicting ideologies, mechanism for the scientists and idealism for the philosophers. Subjectivity became the province of philosophy, while objectivity was the province of science. The philosopher was no longer interested in matter. The physicist was no longer interested in mind. Hegelianism could not be a physicist's creed, for it denied the need for physics. Whereas Hegelianism reflected the rapid evolutionary expansion of capitalism, the next stage in the development of bourgeois philosophy, phenomenalism, was coincident with its decline. Positivism marked the passing of the bourgeoisie from a progressive class to a reactionary one. The world of physics had become so bare of quality, the object of science had become so stripped of all sensuous reality, that it seemed to become only a ghostly dance of equations. Physics was thrown back upon philosophy. Scientists were thrown back upon those qualities they had banished from objectivity and abandoned to subjectivity, and came to seek in the laws of thought a certitude that they could not find in the laws of matter, only to find that the subject of science had also been stripped bare. Thought too had become ghostly. Only phenomena were left. Whereas mechanism had sacrificed the subject to the object and idealism had sacrificed the object to the subject, positivism sacrificed both. The process in which matter had become so stripped of all material qualities as to evaporate into mind, and mind had become so stripped of all mental qualities that it solidified into matter, duly brought forth Mach, Russell, Jeans, and Eddington. Phenomenalism was a bastard compromise. It attempted to solve the problem of the subject-object relation by making the relation alone real. The problem was that in positivism all phenomena had equal validity, allowing no means of distinguishing between hallucination and real perception, scientific theory and barbarous logic. The world no longer possessed a unity due to its materiality, nor any unity at all. There was no causality, only sensations. Matter was unknowable and elusive. So too was man. The physicist could go round and round in circles without ever knowing if he encountered anything real and without ever knowing what to expect next. But in fact the positivist would not face up to his premises, and was constantly smuggling in some coordinating principle to organize the system and give it a standard of validity. He presupposed the existence of the very things he insisted could not be presupposed, shifting from one premise to another without realizing it, weaving a mesh of non-sequiturs and excluded middles. He could not reconcile the dualism of subject and object, but always brought either subject or object back in again through the back door. In Mach, the subject was brought back as the most economical laws of thought, and finally in Jeans and Eddington as a mathematical god. The parallel in aesthetics was art for art's sake, which then went and smuggled in emotivism. In every way, theory was drifting away from practice. Art was flying away from experience. Philosophy, even philosophy of science, was becoming increasingly remote from science. Positivism, in the name of science, was a philosophy alien to the realm of scientific experiment, and science without the appeal to experiment was pure scholasticism and Alexandrian futility. A theory of science drifting further and further from scientific practice gave rise to more problems than it solved. Thus the crisis in physics. It was a part of the general crisis in science, which in turn was part of the overall crisis in culture. Caldwell saw a causal connection between the crisis in physics and that in biology, psychology, economics, morality, politics, art and, indeed, life as a whole. In a society in which consciousness had become so separated from its environment, because the thinking class had become so separated from the working class, there was growing intellectual fragmentation and cultural disorientation. Consciousness tended to gather at one pole and activity at the other, causing distortion of both. Theory and practice were sundered in consciousness, because they were divided in social reality. Theory, which had emerged historically out of practice, vested in the same individual, broke apart, as thinking became the prerogative of the exploiting class with the division of the labor process, creating a class that passively and blindly labored and a class that directed those labors. Bourgeois ideology, increasingly remote from the world of social labor, became increasingly detached from its foundations, and the bourgeois class became more and more parasitic, more and more idealist. Physics was the extreme case, as it was the realm seemingly most remote from potential ideological distortion. But the disease permeating bourgeois ideology was spreading, and even physics was now infected. It was sometimes supposed, Caldwell observed, that the cause of the crisis in physics was the discrepancy between macroscopic or relativity physics on the one hand and quantum or atomic physics on the other. This was an aspect of it, to be sure, but the fundamental cause of the crisis lay deeper. The problem was the metaphysics of physics, a metaphysics not so much generated by physics as physics had been generated by it, not in a self-contained way, but in interaction with the rest of reality. The concepts of physics had been formed amid the same social process in and through which reality had been apprehended and conceptualized in all other fields of knowledge. Here too the bourgeois aimed at a closed world, independent of the observer, that he could watch from the outside. Relativity was a magnificent attempt to solve the problem by recreating the closed world of physics in a subtler form, making it four-dimensional, by the complicated method of tensors, the common invariant element in the functions of coordinates. In the end, this too failed, and physics turned in on itself in mentalism and self-contradiction. Physics was rent by the same dualisms as all other disciplines, though in each specific discipline these dualisms played themselves out in specific ways. Physics too was plagued by the flying apart of theory and practice, practice becoming specialized, restricted, narrow, and empirical, with theory becoming abstract, uncoordinated, remote, and diffuse. The pursuit of physics, in so far as it was advancing along the practical front of experiment, was generating a growing body of knowledge that could not be fit into its existing theoretical framework. There was an explosive struggle of content with form, with increasing anarchy and disharmony both within and between the different domains of physics. It was the same with all the other sciences. Bourgeois culture was proving increasingly unable to control the forces it generated and to assimilate the good things it produced. It was unable to contain the discoveries it made. Relativity, quantum mechanics, experimental psychology, evolution, genetics, sociology, anthropology, comparative religion were all disruptive forces in bourgeois culture that gave rise to semi-dialectical philosophies and incomplete attempts at synthesis within the anarchy of bourgeois thought. But none of these could succeed. It was necessary to go to the heart of the matter, to expose the dualism at the heart of bourgeois culture that tore every science apart within itself, as well as isolating it from every other science and from the living whole of reality in which it needed to find its place. What it came down to was the lack of an integrated worldview that could encompass all the sciences with their dramatically expanding experimental results and do so within the context of the whole, living, blood-warm reality necessary to their vitality and healthy growth. Because there was no such philosophy within which they could be integrated, science gathered itself around its most practical fronts in detached and isolated sciences. Science decomposed into a chaos of highly specialized, mutually repellent sciences, whose growing separation increasingly impoverished each of them and contributed to the overall fragmentation of human thought. Ironically, the very development of each of the sciences in this situation accentuated the general disorientation. Every science was a closed world unto itself. With the separation of biology from physics, for example, the world of biology seemed to have all quality, all change, all development cooped up within itself, seeing outside it only the Sahara of the closed world of physics, quantitative, changeless, and bare. A biology unanchored in physics inevitably began looking for an uncaused first cause, an entleché, an état vital, or some such explanation of itself. Within the framework of bourgeois philosophy, the sciences could not be conceived of except as either confusing or dominating each other. Either the fundamental categories of each of the sciences were held to be exclusive, with nothing resulting from their combination except a mishmash, or, alternatively, the categories of one science excluded and suppressed the categories of the other. Thus, in behaviorism, the categories of biology suppressed those proper to psychology. In mechanistic materialism, the categories of physics were allowed to usurp those of all other sciences. Either each sphere was utterly distinct or they were all the same. That was the dilemma in which bourgeois science found itself. Science began to despair of the possibility of a general theory of science, falling back on eclecticism, reductionism, positivism, and even mysticism. Without a worldview in which to fit his empirical discoveries, the scientist was left with two fundamental choices: either he regarded his discoveries as limited to his particular sphere, adopting an eclectic attitude to reality as a whole, or alternatively, he erected a complete ideology on the basis of his own discoveries, inevitably leaving much out of account. What was left unaccounted for was either forcibly reduced to the level of the facts that were accounted for, or mystical explanations were sought for the phenomena left unexplained and inexplicable by such a limited ideology. In psychology, for example, Freud proceeded according to the reductive method, whereas Jung tended to the more mystical approach. In any case, each of the alternatives in its own way only intensified the crisis. The internal contradictions within and between the various disciplines could not be solved within the confines of the separate disciplines. They could only be resolved in a larger synthesis that encompassed them all. As to the situation in physics, the solution of the contradictions within mechanics raised by relativity, those within wave physics raised by electromagnetism, and those within atomic physics raised by quantum theory, had only led to greater contradictions among the three domains. Moreover, the integrations were becoming increasingly unstable. As a result, the field of physics was being occupied by opposing armies. Einstein and Planck were clinging to the categories of mechanism. Jeans and Eddington were attempting to find substitutes in subjectivism. Dirac and Heisenberg were trying to dispense with categories altogether. Essentially, the situation was that physics had not as yet found any substitute for the categories its own research had revolutionized. The new categories required could not be formed within the bounds of physics alone, however. No real solution was possible unless the most basic and fundamental categories common to all domains were to be radically refashioned. What physics needed was a new philosophy. Einstein and Planck were the last physicists adhering to the old metaphysics of physics, whereas Jeans and Eddington represented the most extreme swing in the opposite direction, the most extreme tendency for physical theory to fly away from physical experiment. Einstein stood out as a larger figure than the rest in his aspiration to an all-embracing philosophy. Although he did manage to bring together a wide domain of physics, he was still unable to encompass the whole complexity of modern physics. Nor was anyone else able. With the breakdown of traditional categories and no new ones to take their place, physicists were becoming inclined to call God back in again to sanction the physicist's belief in unity, to assure him of a worthwhile end to his labors. But it was a God from the other side. Unlike Newton's God who was matter, this God was mind, a mind remarkably like that of the physicist's own. All such introject ions of the physicist's mind behind phenomena to take the place of a deleted matter represented a certain falling off and disorientation as compared with earlier physicists' more robust viewpoint. The state of physics amid all the confusion was disturbing, not only to the physicists, but to the general public as well. Taking up the various problems perplexing to the popular consciousness in relation to physics, Caldwell first examined the problem of the relation of physics to perception. The world of physics seemed to be deviating further and further from the world of perception. The world of relativity physics seemed to be taking physics further and further from reality as directly experienced. In answer to the question of whether the world of physics could be restored to the world of experience, his answer was yes, that it must, for physics was built up and validated from the results of perception, even relativity physics. The discrepancy between Newton and Einstein was settled after all on the basis of the Michelson-Morley experiment. The perceived world, Caldwell insisted, was primary and gave status to only certain of the various self-consistent possible worlds. An even stickier question in physics was that surrounding the status of concepts of causality and determinism that had become particularly problematic with the development of quantum physics and had brought many physicists to deny causality and to assert a radical indeterminism in nature. Responding particularly to the conclusions being drawn by Jeans and Eddington from Heisenberg's principle of uncertainty, to the effect that causality and determinism were no longer principles of physics and that it was therefore possible to guarantee the freedom of the human will, Caldwell analyzed the issue on a number of levels. Basically, his argument was that the fundamental bourgeois illusion, in its false notion of the nature of freedom, had penetrated even into physics. The bourgeois understanding of causality was equivalent to predeterminism, the only sort of determinism that bourgeois could understand. It was the bourgeois nightmare. It was the dread of a class that did not want to be tied to nature by any relation except that of private property, a relation entered into by the individual by virtue of his own free will. Freedom, for the bourgeois, seemed to lie in arbitrary subjectivity, with all causality concealed, hidden in the shadow of the free market. Those, such as Jeans and Eddington, who seized upon Heisenberg's principle to launch a full-scale attack on determinism in physics, picturing the movements of the particles as indeterminate and the particles themselves as unknowable, supposed that this at last secured the menaced free will of the bourgeois. By this bizarre stratagem, they thought they had freed man from the determinism of nature by eliminating the determinism of nature altogether. Even nature was now seen to exhibit bourgeois free will. On one level, Caldwell analyzed the way this played itself out within the realm of physical theory, tracing it back to the subject-object dichotomy and the separation of the basis of freedom from the basis of necessity in the 17th century. He seemed to have very definite ideas about how the resolution of his dichotomy provided the way out of the anarchy engulfing physical theory. His argument at this level was not fully developed, however, as it came only in the draft notes for the chapters of The Crisis in Physics, which were left in a very rough state, far from ready for publication, when he went off to Spain. Roughly, he seemed to be indicating that the apparent antinomies of physical theory between quantum and wave, discontinuity and continuity, freedom and determinism, accident and necessity, would find their resolution when thought ceased to move back and forth between mutually exclusive polar opposites. It was necessary to see freedom within the framework of determinism. Otherwise, each was abstracted from the other, distorted and scarred. Determinism and necessity became crystalline and incapable of evolution. Freedom and accident floated about without roots. It was the universal interweaving of domains and not the concept of strict determinism as such that made it possible to speak of the universal reign of law. Part of Caldwell's argument seemed to rest on a distinction between causality as an active subject-object relationship and predeterminism as a passive one. For Caldwell, then, the crisis in physics was not due to the mystical and contradictory nature of the phenomena discovered, but to the attempt of the bourgeois to keep the world of physics closed and to preserve his own freedom outside it, to keep himself at all costs immune from causality. Running parallel to the crisis in physics was the crisis in biology. In Caldwell's unpublished work Heredity and Development, a study in bourgeois biology, the fundamental argument was that all of the sharp antitheses tearing at modern biology between genetics and evolution, between innate and acquired characteristics, between mechanism and vitalism were rooted in the characteristic dualism of bourgeois culture. Once the environment had been stripped bare by physics, biology was given the task of accounting for life within it and protecting the freedom of the bourgeois at any price. But bereft of its roots and deprived of an integrated philosophy, it swung back and forth between extreme, one-sided positions and became increasingly anarchic, expressing in its sphere the decay of the bourgeois worldview. Emerging from his discussion of biology was a certain model of the development of the history of science in relation to the history of ideology. Science, insofar as it was always in fresh contact with the world through experiment, progressively illuminated the network of causality operative in the world, but it also threw up a scaffolding, an ideological gloss on the results of experiment. Such ideologies interlaced with scientific discoveries were not superfluous accidents but articulations of systems of nature reflecting the social relations of the time. Both Mendel and Darwin were scientists, devoted to fact and freshly in contact with the world, but both were scientists with a viewpoint, Mendel with a clerical viewpoint and Darwin with a bourgeois one. The world view appropriate to feudal society was one that saw nature as a stable, ordered, hierarchical system. That appropriate to bourgeois society, while capitalism was on the upgrade, was one with every reason to assert change, competition, and equality of opportunity. Thus Mendel, opposed to all that industrial capitalism was doing in the world, approached the study of variations in a spirit opposed to change, resting on eternal verities, seeing an unchanging set of genes and changing mathematical combinations producing a changing pattern of phenotypes. Thus, on the contrary, Darwin, seeing the world through the eyes of the ascendant industrial bourgeoisie, came forth with evolution and natural selection. The great value of Darwinism, in Caldwell's eyes, was in seeing change in life, in seeing it as determined by the nature of matter and in conceiving of the world of nature as subject to natural laws. The great weakness of Darwinism, however, was in seeing change through the distorting ideology of class society, in picturing progress as the result of an unrestricted struggle for food, or profit, and in imagining life as an insurgent force in a dead universe, the reflex of the bourgeois producer with unrestricted property rights over inanimate things. Darwinism was therefore unable to explain the emergence of new qualities, the change of environment, the existence of variations, the origin of species. Looking at Darwinism from a perspective other than Darwin's own perspective, from an ideology other than bourgeois ideology, Caldwell thought that something survived that was irreducible to bourgeois ideology. Even though both evolution and natural selection coincided with the class consciousness of the ascendant bourgeoisie, he wanted to affirm evolution and to reject natural selection. Evolution was a matter of natural law. Natural selection was bourgeois property extended down to hell and usque ad caelum. It was scientifically superfluous, as transformation was a result of the structure of matter, not of capitalist survival of the fittest, nor of the efforts of an active organism in a passive environment. Thus Caldwell showed that the worldview of an era was far more than the mere sum of the scientific discoveries of individuals. Scientific discoveries received their form and pressure from the social relations of the age. This was shown in the fate of Mendel's ideas vis-à-vis Darwin's. Darwin's theory was in harmony with the spirit of the times. Mendel's conception, Caldwell said, could only come into its own, in the form of Weismann's germ plasm theory, when strict Darwinism had given rise to the opposite. The development of genetics was exposing the contradictions of the bourgeois standpoint and bringing a continual transformation of fundamental concepts as a result. However, all such transformations took place within the circle of bourgeois categories, producing not the unity of science, but its disintegration into specialized spheres, each of which represented a specific compromise between bourgeois ideology and a specific group of discoveries. Without breaking through the fundamental dualism at the heart of the whole process, the cycle would continue to reproduce itself, with the same antitheses recurring in new forms all the time, clouding the development of science and diverting it along unproductive paths. The controversy over inheritance of acquired characteristics demonstrated this. Caldwell argued, in an implicit but clear repudiation of Lysenkoism, that the whole controversy was misconceived. Both positions rested on a false antithesis between organism and environment, holding them to be mutually exclusive opposites, rather than mutually determining aspects within the integral web of becoming. Both artificially separated organism from environment, making the one active and changing and the other inert and changeless. In reality, Caldwell contended, it was impossible to distinguish between innate and acquired characteristics, for all characters were a result of a germinal response to a given environment. Every organism as it has actually existed was a synthesis between internal and external forces. A change in external forces could produce a change in character, but only if the organism had a germinal aptitude for responding to that kind of external force in that kind of way. The emergence of new qualities came in the interaction between organism and environment. To attach it exclusively to either term was to reproduce the old dilemmas. Interestingly, Caldwell saw the science of genetics itself as posing the alternative, claiming that the research of Morgan had itself revealed the inconsistencies of all formulations built upon a dichotomy between organism and environment. Both the conception of an abstract environment selecting mechanistically and the conception of an abstract organism mutating spontaneously were incompatible with the practical results of genetics. The trend of genetics, as Caldwell saw it developing, was to prove that specific characters were not the result of specific genes on a one-to-one basis, but the result of the interaction of numerous genes within an environment. Genes could only express themselves in an integral, interpenetrating relation between the whole organism and the whole environment. As well-read and as thoroughly well-informed as he was, Caldwell surely knew that this defense of genetics and declaration of the meaninglessness of the assertion of the inheritance of acquired characteristics set him drastically apart from the dominant trend in the Soviet Union on this question. Yet he never commented on the discrepancy. This was a pattern he would follow on other issues in which he diverged from the communist orthodoxy of the time. Whether he simply couldn't face up just yet to open an explicit polemic with other communists or whether he felt it would be breaking ranks in the face of the enemy, it is hard to know. It is not hard to know, however, that he did his own thinking and was not prepared to compromise his intellectual integrity. The tone of implicit polemic is so strong in certain cases as to make it clear enough that in his deepest intuitions he knew that he was both heretical and right. In other cases, his unorthodoxy seems to have passed unnoticed, but in the case of heredity and development, it was unmistakable, even without any explicit mention of Lysenko, and it is no wonder that this work went unpublished. The conclusion Caldwell drew from his analysis of the state of biology, poles apart from Lysenko's locating the problem within the science of genetics, was that the problem was not to be located within science, but in the crippling of science by bourgeois social relations. The synthesis could not emerge simply within biology, for it was just the posing of biology as a closed world disconnected from the worlds of physics on the one hand and psychology on the other that was at the root of the trouble. The problem could only be solved by the return of science to a common world view. 204. Thus, for Caldwell, the new synthesis was bound up with a new form of society. An integrated worldview could only be founded upon a new social matrix. From the point of view of the bourgeoisie, it was impossible to grasp the whole. Because the very mode of its existence as a class was based on the contradiction between private ownership of the means of production and the social organization of labor, between spontaneous desire and laws of nature, between subject and object, its ideology became increasingly detached from its foundations. The bourgeois ceased to have a dominating worldview, because he ceased to dominate nature through labor. He was no longer in control of the process of production, but it was in control of him. Active control of the whole process was now incompatible with private ownership of the means of production, and therefore incompatible with the existence of the bourgeoisie as a class. Because he could not see his way into the future, the bourgeois increasingly looked to the past, not to the real past, but to an idealized past, a past that need not have led to the present, deluding himself into believing he could roll history backwards and return to an age when private property was not the means of exploitation, when tools were undeveloped enough and scattered enough to be owned by the man who worked them. But history could only move forward, never backward. The bourgeois could no longer discern the rhythm of the historical process. To do so would be to cease to be bourgeois, to comprehend relations other than relations of property, to connect theory with social practice. Consciousness of the whole could not come in mere contemplation. It could only emerge in an active process in contact with nature through the forms of social labor. For the bourgeois, this was impossible, as he had cut himself off from nature. His hold on the object had broken. He had prepared the ground for his own doom. Meanwhile, nature had disappeared into the dark night of the proletariat. The object had been slipping from the grasp of the thinking class and emerging into the hands of the laboring class. Those actively struggling with nature, debarred from consciousness by the conditions of their existence, at least followed the rough grain of concrete reality. With the development of the productive forces, the social organization of nature took place within the boundaries of the proletariat, with the bourgeoisie more and more remote from it, parasitic upon it, and inclined to impose upon it forms of organization that were increasingly arbitrary. The proletariat, even within its acceptance of the bourgeois worldview, could not accept the bourgeois concept of freedom, for its strength was in its forms of social organization, in trade unions. Its freedom was only socially achieved and socially realized. This was the starting point of proletarian class consciousness. It was only a partial worldview stemming from its limited experience, but it had a shattering effect on the hegemony of bourgeois class consciousness. However, it could not rise as yet to a total worldview and sought its freedom still within the framework of bourgeois society. At first, with the proletariat, all the odds were against it, except its organization and its numbers. At first, the object in its hands could only be concrete and unconscious. But as it developed, the proletariat was not only active and organized, but became more and more conscious. The improved communication and universal education necessary to a capitalist economy was raising the consciousness of the class that would destroy it. The new consciousness was being formed within the shell of the old. The object could only blossom again into social consciousness in the form in which the proletariat could know it, that is, through the process of social labor. The bourgeoisie simply rode on top of this process, most without comprehending what was growing below it. But some did comprehend. As well as a rising up, there was also a coming down. A section of the most conscious element perceived the true flow of the historical process. As the class struggle advanced, it cut itself off and came over to the side of the proletariat. As a result, a new consciousness was formed, a revolutionary consciousness, a fusion of the most highly developed consciousness produced by the bourgeoisie with the consciousness built on the life experience of the proletariat. Marxism was this new synthesis. Caldwell had described the process thus. Hence, when bourgeois subjectivity in the shape of its most advanced development, dialectics, is driven by material conditions into the bosom of the proletariat, it once more encounters the object, and the object is now, as a result of technological advance, in its most highly humanized form. It must not be thought that this is a kind of marriage of long separate twin souls who suddenly embrace. It is not a case, for example, of bourgeois mechanism, objectivity, being fused with bourgeois idealism, subjectivity. For mechanism loses the object ultimately without developing the subject, and dialectics ultimately loses the subject without developing the object. But this new consciousness is not one in which active subject is parted from contemplated object, and the real activity of society sinks into the night of an unconscious class. In dialectical materialism, subject is restored to object, because in the society which generates it, consciousness is restored to activity and theory to practice. 205. This new consciousness was formed by a sort of tunneling in from both sides, from the movement of disaffected bourgeois consciousness struggling to transcend itself on the one hand, and the movement of organized labor struggling to transcend itself on the other. In the meeting of the two, both were changed. Once the synthesis emerged, it blossomed and filled out and attracted to itself all the genuine dispersed elements of bourgeois consciousness and integrated into itself such advances in knowledge and technique as had been achieved in bourgeois culture. As the revolutionary movement actively expanded and brought into it the most conscious and most progressive artists, scientists, and philosophers, its worldview gathered into itself all that was best in art, in science, in philosophy, transforming each of these spheres and transforming itself in doing so. But the synthesis of the most healthy elements of bourgeois consciousness with the life experience of the proletariat had to take place from the standpoint of the proletariat, for it was the most healthy, energetic element in society, organized as it was around the process of social labor. All previous knowledge had to be analyzed and reconstructed, broken up and formed into a new pattern, along altogether new lines, along the lines of force opened by the emergence of proletarian class consciousness, as the only class that could end the division of society into classes and aspire to a vision of totality. However, in the process, proletarian class consciousness transcended itself, it became a revolutionary consciousness and in due course a socialist consciousness, and it in turn became no longer a consciousness grounded in a limited experience, but one that drew upon the fullness of social experience and came thus to encompass the whole. Such a revolution in consciousness was bound up, of course, with the revolution in the social relations of production. The expropriators had to be expropriated, ending the enslavement of the have-nots to the haves and the enslavement of both to wars, slumps, depression, superstition, and disintegration. Communism was the realization of a new sort of freedom, returning to the social solidarity that characterized primitive communism, but at the same time gathering up all the development of the interim, the higher level of individuation, the greater complexity of consciousness, achieved through the development of the productive forces. The social division of labor had been necessary to the development of the productive forces, whereupon the further development of the productive forces had prepared the ground for the abolition of the social division of labor. A higher productive capacity made possible a higher level of human development. It was not a matter of going back to a world of a few beasts and crops and a wandering sun, but a world enriched greatly by the development of science and technology under capitalism. Caldwell's vision of revolution was total. It was a whole new way of thinking and living. Although the weight of emphasis in his own work was on the development of revolutionary consciousness, it was never disconnected from the necessity of revolution in the relations of production. These were always inextricably bound together. The new world view was grounded in a new social movement, but the social movement could not proceed toward its goals without the development of its world view. Caldwell had found in Marxist theory and in the communist movement the framework that pulled it all together in what seemed quite the right way. But within this framework, Caldwell did his own thinking. He had been inspired by the classics of Marxism as well as by later Marxist works, but was not inclined to be constantly quoting them or to be circumscribed by other people's formulations. He worked out his own worldview, based on his own knowledge and experience, and, though it converged with the dominant thinking among communists at that time in most respects, it was deeper, fresher, and more developed than most. Where it did not converge, he followed his own instincts, though without calling attention to the discrepancies. It is hard to know just how far he was aware of any such discrepancies, but often an undercurrent of implied polemic indicated that he knew quite well. This was most notably evident in his theory of knowledge, which was in marked contrast to that of Lenin in materialism and empirio-criticism. Epistemology was a pivotal concern to Caldwell in the process of working out the outlines of the socialist Weltanschauung. The crux of the Marxist approach to philosophy was its restoration of subject to object and object to subject. It penetrated to the material basis from which the dichotomy emerged and brought to philosophy a fullness and vitality it had lacked through the ideological distortion grounded in the class division of society. Caldwell's epistemology was interactionist rather than reflectionist. In the conscious field, generated by the interaction of subject and object, neither subject nor object, neither mind nor matter, could ever be found completely pure. As knowing was a mutually determining relation between subject and object, neither could ever be totally separated out and isolated from the other. Knowing was an active relation, a social product. It was the outcome of the labor process past and present. Truth was realized in action. It came, not so much as an end, but as the color of an act. Feeling tone could never be completely separated from the object in experience. Both object and thought, both response and situation, were given in one conscious glow. Consciousness was not, however, a mere iridescence, but real, determining, and determined. It was vital for Marxists not to fall back into the subject-object dichotomy. The uniqueness of Marxism was that it overcame this dichotomy, not by denying one or the other, as did idealism and mechanistic materialism, or both, as did positivism, but by embracing both. Both were real, however inseparable within the conscious field. Each was a constituent of the other. Always the subject was tied to the object as the object was to the subject. Knowledge bore always the impress of both. Arguing against epistemological objectivism, Caldwell stressed the role of active subjectivity and the importance of breaking with the illusion of the detached observer. It was impossible for the mind to stand outside the universe, to know it without disturbing it or being disturbed by it. Truth might seem to be in the environment, to be objective, independent of the subject, and yet all attempts to extract a completely non-subjective truth from experience produced only metrics. Objectivism could not be sustained and turned into its opposite. Complete objectivity brought one back to complete subjectivity and vice versa. The act of knowing transformed what was known. It was never possible to detach the thing known from the knowing of it. Caldwell opposed all passivist imagery in describing knowledge. Knowledge was not a matter of copying, mirroring, photographing, reflecting. Although he never remarked on Lenin's use of such imagery in Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, he had read the book and his rejection of the reflectionist model was quite explicit and polemically expressed. In no uncertain terms, Caldwell made his point. The mirror reflects accurately, it does not know. Each particle in the universe reflects the rest of the universe, but knowledge is only given to human beings as a result of an active and social relation to the rest of reality. 206. This particular passage came in his argument against Wittgenstein's Tractatus, but it was a persistent theme and he could not have failed to realize the position he was opposing was also held by certain of his fellow Marxists. Because of his emphasis on knowing as an active process, Caldwell was not disturbed in the least by Heisenberg's principle, which was causing such a stir. As he believed that each act of knowing involved a new determining force that could not have been allowed for in any original Laplacian act of knowledge, he saw Heisenberg's principle as underlying the fact that knowledge of reality produced a change in reality. The idea that men learned about reality in changing it reached its fullest expression in Heisenberg. All laws of science were laws stating what action produced what change in reality. Implying that a contemplative and passivist epistemology endangered revolutionary activism, Caldwell made the point that social consciousness was not simply the reflection of social being. If it were, he said, it would be useless. It was the fact that the mind could conceive of something other than the existing reality that made progress possible. It was the very disparity between man's being and his consciousness that drove history forward. On the other hand, Caldwell was also critical of epistemological subjectivism. Knowledge emerged in interaction with the environment. Conceptualization did not take place in a vacuum, but was based upon empirical observations. Science developed through both hypothesis and experiment. A preoccupation with logic or any other variety of mentalist introversion resulted not in truth but in mere consistency. Such a preoccupation myopically scrutinized the conscious field without reference to the pressures upon it from outside it, in spite of the fact that such pressures from the past were what actually formed it. Rather than remaining alive to the developing subject-object relation, it remained fixated on the forms it took in the past. Logical laws were social. Language was a social product. On the question of epistemological priority, Caldwell came down firmly on the side of realism, as opposed to any form of phenomenalism, instrumentalism, or conventionalism, consistent and firm in his critique of Micheism and all varieties of neo-positivism. It was, however, a critical realism, a mediated and historicized realism. In terms of the debate within materialism and empirio-criticism, it was neither the position of Lenin nor that of Bogdanov. Nor was it the position of Lukács or Korsch either. It was perhaps the position Gramsci was groping for, but never expressed with such confident clarity as Caldwell. When it came down to it, being preceded knowing, knowing flowed from being and evolved as an extension of being. Decidedly post-Cartesian, Caldwell asserted, "I live therefore I think I am." 207. In a concise statement of the fundamental contours of his theory of knowledge he wrote, "The question of which is first, mind or matter, is not therefore a question of which is first, subject or object. Going back in the universe along the dialectic of qualities, we reach by inference a state where no human or animal bodies existed and therefore no minds. It is not strictly accurate to say that therefore the object is prior to the subject any more than it is correct to say the opposite. Object and subject, as exhibited by the mind relation, come into being simultaneously. We can say that relations seen by us between qualities in our environment, the arrangement of the cosmos, energy, mass, all the entities of physics, existed before the subject-object relationship implied in mind. We prove this by the transformations which take place independent of our desires. In this sense, nature is prior to mind, and this is the vital sense for science. These qualities produced, as cause and ground produce effect, the synthesis or particular subject-object relationship which we call knowing. Nature therefore produced mind. But the nature which produced mind was not nature as seen by us. It is nature as having indirect not direct relations with us. Such a view reconciles the endless dualism of mentalism and objectivism. It is the universe of dialectical materialism. Unlike previous philosophies, it includes all reality. It includes not only the world of physics, but it includes smells, tastes, colors, the touch of a loved hand, hopes, desires, beauties, death and life, truth and error. 208. Only such an epistemology, which could hold together these different strands without giving way to either naive realism or total relativism, could encompass the whole. Caldwell held to it with utter consistency. It was essential to the underlying unity of his thought, and it accounted for the distinctiveness of his position on various issues. It had implications, for example, for his position on the dialectics of nature. There is no evidence that he knew of the Comintern debate on dialectics of nature centering around Lukács, but he was obviously acquainted with the standard communist formulations of this time to the effect that the subjective dialectics of the mind reflected the objective dialectics of nature. Although he did not specifically criticize any Marxist authors holding this position, it was clear that he disagreed with it. For Caldwell, what was dialectical was neither subject nor object, neither man or nature, but the interaction between subject and object, the interaction between man and nature. He gave expression to his thinking on this in a way that again suggested the possibility of an underground polemic. The external world does not impose dialectic on thought, nor does thought impose it on the external world. The relation between subject and object, ego and universe, is itself dialectic. 209. It was impossible, to Caldwell's way of thinking, to speak of an objective dialectic, to speak of nature as dialectical in itself. The dialectic emerged in the relation and not in the object or subject in itself. It was impossible to detach subject from object, or to know definitely what either would be in itself without the other. All that man could say about nature was generated by his interaction with it. He could not be the detached observer and know nature apart from his knowledge of it. Even in affirming the priority of nature to mind, he knew it was only possible to do so in and through nature as known by mind. Nature, as known, was a product of human society. Nowhere could the line between the two be precisely laid down. Knowledge of nature was mediated by the labor process. In its historical development, the labor process not only generated economic systems but mathematics and the sciences. Emphasizing the full extent of the role played by social labor in the history of knowledge, Caldwell wrote, "Once established, the labor process, extending as remotely as observation of the stars, as widely as organization of all human relations, and as abstractly as the invention of numbers, gathers and accumulates truth. Faster and faster it proliferates and moves. The bare organism is today from birth faced with an enormous accumulation of social truth in the form of buildings, laws, books, machines, political forms, tools, engineering works, complete sciences. All these arise from cooperation, all are social and common. 210. In this sense, all natural things were artificial. Nature could only be for man in and through his interaction with it." Emphasizing the essential role of such interaction, Caldwell stated bluntly, "The dynamic subject-object relation generates all social products: cities, ships, nations, religions, the cosmos, human values." 211. It must seem that Caldwell took a position similar to Lukács, and so he did, in so far as the dialectic was identified with the subject-object relation and in so far as nature was recognized to be a social category. The difference was that Caldwell was able to hold together the fullness of the subject-object relation. Unlike Lukács, he did not forget the object. In the interaction between man and nature, he did not neglect to give nature its due. Actually, it would never have occurred to Caldwell to think that such an emphasis on human subjectivity could somehow negate the cosmic dimension of Marxism. He continued to affirm what had been most crucial to Marxists in the name of dialectics of nature. Although Caldwell located the realm of the dialectic in the sphere of human interaction with nature and not in nature itself, he realized that what came in the interaction bore the impress of nature and yielded reliable knowledge of nature. He believed, like the rest, that nature developed, not only gradually and in a straight line, but proceeded also by jumps, and that genuine novelty emerged. He believed that the universe was one, that everything was related to everything else. He affirmed the altogether-ness of everything. 212 His philosophy of science was based on the anti-reductionist concept of integrative levels. History began where physiology left off, biology began where chemistry and physics left off. Each level embodied fresh laws, inclusive of, but additional to, the laws of previous levels. What then was the dialectic for Caldwell? He didn't use the term often, but then he didn't use any of the normal Marxist terminology very often. He did, however, see fit to categorize his philosophy as dialectical materialism. He saw it as a distinctive form of materialism in its stress on the active mutually determining subject-object relation, in its restoration to matter of an inner activity and capacity for history that had been stripped from it in class society, in its synthesis of concreteness and sensuousness with time and process and development. What was dialectical was the relation, the restoration, the synthesis. Essentially, it was a way of thinking, imbued with a sense of development, of time, of history, that resolved the tension of polar opposites in a higher synthesis. It was the transcendence of dualism in a processive, integrated way of thinking. But it was a way of thinking grounded in a way of being, in the mode of existence of the universe itself. Man was a part of nature and his thought could be integrated, because reality could be integrated. Man could think dialectically, because the universe as known by him was one and in motion through a web of mutually determining relations. Above all, what Caldwell was about was setting out the outlines of an integrated worldview within which all the intellectual chaos would be resolved and showing its relation to a classless society within which all social fragmentation would be overcome. Within this scheme, science was a critical factor. Caldwell was never in the slightest inclined to a romantic rejection of science. He knew science and embraced it fully. Very much in the tradition of British Marxists, he understood completely its role in the development of human knowledge and in the cause of human liberation. In this spirit, he pursued the ideal of the unity of science. All of the sciences had to be sifted through, reintegrated and reconstituted within the framework of a consistent philosophy. Each of the sciences had to open out to the other sciences, indeed all disciplines had to open out to all others, and each revitalized in its interaction with the rest. Specialization would continue to be necessary, but integration was absolutely essential. Only in this way could science or art or any other discipline for that matter again become coherent and fruitful. Here Caldwell brought the notion of proletarian science into play, running parallel to his discussion of the notion of proletarian art. In class society, argued Caldwell, every discipline in its implicit assumptions was colored by class consciousness. There was no neutral world of science or of art, free from categories or determining causes. Both science and art were in this sense social activities. Class society had in its time enriched both science and art by drawing each to one pole to intensify its development, but at the price of severing it from the other pole, with which it now had to be reunited to develop further. Due to the conditions under which they emerged, bourgeois science and bourgeois art were one-sided, produced in a culture in which a yawning gap had opened between theory and practice, between consciousness and social labor. Thought had stiffened and broken apart in its separation from its organic nexus. Bourgeois science and art were in crisis, in so far as they were bound up with a culture that was dying. However, with the emergence of a distinctive proletarian class consciousness and with its fusion with a part of bourgeois consciousness separating itself out and adhering to the pole of the proletariat, the gap began to close as the new consciousness drew to itself the development of science and art, refashioning them and integrating them within a consistent worldview and within a healthy social force. At this period, something emerged that could be called proletarian science or proletarian art. It was a transitional stage in the development of science or art. It was the process of fusion in which all past knowledge was sifted through and reconstructed within a new philosophy. The new philosophy was not, of course, given, but emerged within this process and on the basis of concrete knowledge. There were certain criteria that needed to be fulfilled to make a philosophy adequate to its new tasks. 1. It needed to be able to explain all the scientific discoveries of its era within the one framework. Not one of the contending bourgeois philosophies was competent to do this. 2. It needed to include, as real and unified, all forms of experience, colors, sounds, values, aims, time, space, and change. 3. It needed to account for the historical evolution of all the various arts, sciences, and religions and to explain the evolution of their own explanations of themselves. 213. The process of striving to overcome intellectual disintegration and to integrate the sciences and all knowledge and experience in a unified philosophy ran parallel to the process of striving to resolve economic anarchy in collectivization of the means of production. The task of the reconstruction of science was hastened and intensified with the achievement of socialist revolution. It would proceed and be brought to a new level in and through the process of socialist construction, as the tunneling in from both sides and accelerated assimilation of scientific knowledge into the new consciousness continued. It demanded both that bourgeois scientists come to identify with the proletariat and its tasks and that the proletariat come to identify with science and its tasks. Both tasks required a complete refashioning of consciousness. The synthesis needed to come from both sides. The assimilation could not be achieved by one side alone. It was this emphasis that most distinguished Caldwell's position from that of proletkult. With the achievement of a full assimilation, proletarian science became socialist science, in the course of the revolutionary social transformation in which the proletariat became no longer a specific class, having expanded to encompass the whole of concrete living, that is, in the course of the transition to a communist society. There could be classless science only in the achievement of a classless society. Until then, there could only be bourgeois science or proletarian science. It is an argument needing to be looked at freshly in the aftermath of the dismal and horrific episode surrounding Lysenko, in which the notion of proletarian science has left a bitter taste in everyone's mouth. It must be said emphatically that the notion of proletarian science does not stand or fall with Lysenko. Indeed, Lysenko represented the violation of the very process Caldwell was envisioning. For Caldwell, proletarian science was the integration of the sciences, in which the science of genetics incidentally played a crucial part, within an integrated worldview. Caldwell said quite firmly that it was not a matter of imposing the dictatorship of the proletariat on science. It was not a matter of the honest worker telling the scientist what was what in his laboratory or in his theory. Nothing was to be imposed on science. Nothing was to be imposed on the scientist, not even by himself. It was a matter of the assimilation of the scientist to the cause of the proletariat, to the construction of a new society, in which he played his full part within the process and as a scientist. Science was to be developed by scientists, but a new type of scientist, with his feet more firmly on the ground, with his mind more open to the whole, with his life and work more organically connected to the society of which he formed a part. The notion of proletarian science was, of course, fraught with dangers, as subsequent history has revealed in a most tragic way. Caldwell had no way of knowing what was happening in the Soviet Union even as he wrote, but it is clear what he would have thought. He believed that there was something terribly wrong with a society when it became coercive, rigid, and tremblingly alive to heresy. 214 The denunciation of genetics and the arrests of geneticists were the very negation of the process he insisted must be undertaken. So too were the forced and opportunist reconstructions of the sciences in terms of a superficial and dogmatic interpretation of dialectical materialism. Caldwell did anticipate that a certain crudity and clumsiness might be inevitable in the early stages, rather like what resulted when the proletariat occupied for the first time a role in administration, which hitherto had been peculiarly the prerogative of the bourgeoisie. At first, every mistake would be made, except the fatal bourgeois mistakes. Clearly, he did not see just how crude and how clumsy it could actually be, nor did he realize just how fatal proletarian mistakes could be. However, he firmly stated that what was required was a laborious refashioning, a careful, complex and protracted process, a process that was in fact disastrously short-circuited in the Soviet Union. The dangers Caldwell saw were more from the other side. He worried about scientists not committing themselves fully enough. His concern was over the bourgeois scientist, accustomed to the role of lone wolf, 215 who would be prepared to merge with the proletariat and accept its theory and organization in every field except his own. If he remained unintegrated and kept his science in a preserve apart from the development of Marxist theory, the result could only be a distortion of both science and Marxist theory. With the two in essentially separate compartments, either there was no interaction or politics burst into his science in the form of crude and grotesque scraps of Marxist terminology and his science burst into his politics in the form of gratuitous outbursts of bourgeois indiscipline, assertion of the independence of science or distortions of Marxist theory through the retention of bourgeois categories in his own discipline. If scientists, engineers, teachers, historians, economists, artists, soldiers, administrators all indulged the impulse to keep their own sphere separate and to assert its independence from the rest, there would be no revolutionary society at all. The independence of disciplines was bourgeois, the result of the fragmentation of bourgeois ideology, and it must not be carried over into the proletarian state. It was vital that the scientist not settle for the easy road and mechanically reshuffle the categories of bourgeois science or mechanically import categories from other spheres of proletarian thinking into science. What the proletariat asked of the scientist was that he take the difficult creative road, that he do his own thinking, that he refashion the categories of science, so that science could play its full part in the realization of the new world view and indeed the new world. The scientist was not being asked to play fast and loose with experimental results, nor to apply dialectics to science, nor to fit the results of science into the categories of dialectics. He was being asked to look at his results rigorously but freshly and to take a broader view, that is, to examine their implications in terms of a worldview grounded in the most advanced science. The same applied to all intellectuals in the revolutionary movement and in the new society. Caldwell, much like Gramsci, envisioned the emergence of a new type of intelligentsia, an active intelligentsia, no longer remote from production, from labor, from the whole vast social process. The new intellectuals would be rooted in the working class movement and develop the new consciousness that would express and carry forward the realization of its destiny. It is obvious that Caldwell was trying to do much the same as what earlier Comintern theoreticians were trying to do. Although he was unacquainted with the efforts of Lukács, Korsch, and Gramsci, as they were unknown in Britain at this time, he was much like them in his emphasis on revolutionary consciousness, that is, on the necessity of breaking radically with bourgeois thought patterns and evolving totally new ones. Like them, too, he underlined this enterprise with an epistemology emphasizing active subjectivity. Caldwell, however, was the most integrated, insofar as he understood the role of science within this enterprise. It is true that his achievement was largely programmatic and that much remained to be done. Nevertheless, given the chaos of conflicting theories on matters of fundamental orientation and given the fact that so little could be taken for granted at the programmatic level, even among the Marxists, his achievement was no small one. Korsch's merit was in calling attention to the neglect of the dimension of human subjectivity within Marxism and in defying authoritarianism in the communist movement, but in his constructive efforts he was woefully unsuccessful. Lukács went further along the way. Indeed, the parallels between himself and Caldwell are striking, the emphasis on proletarian class consciousness as the only force capable of achieving vision of totality, the determination to overcome the subject-object dichotomy, the stress on the active side of the knowing process. But the contrasts are just as striking. Caldwell was not only far clearer about the nature of class consciousness and the process of its emergence and development, but he was actually able to achieve a vision of totality. Lukács was not. He left far too much out of account, most notably nature, science, objectivity, determinism. Caldwell was able to hold together in one vision both man and nature, both revolution and science, both subjectivity and objectivity, both freedom and determinism. As for Gramsci, he came closest to a full synthesis, though he was epistemologically vague and remote from science. In Caldwell, the synthesis was more total, more tightly integrated, more firmly grounded in science. In terms of political strategy, on the other hand, Gramsci's analysis was more detailed and more refined. Naturally so, as he was far more politically experienced than Caldwell. It is the affinities that are most significant, however, most importantly, the realization of the fullness of the revolutionary process. Both saw revolution in terms of total transformation of thought and culture, a struggle for men's hearts and minds that was connected with, but not reducible to, the struggle for state power. Also, both were competent to come to terms with non-Marxist ideas in an appreciative but critical way, well able to move within a wider intellectual world, with a simultaneous stress on the integrity of Marxism and opposition to eclectic combinations of Marxism with non-Marxist ideas alien to its fundamental structure. Caldwell's importance in the history of Marxist philosophy has never been recognized. Such secondary literature as exists, and it is not much, has tended to concentrate almost exclusively on his contribution in terms of aesthetics and literary criticism. Such surveys of the history of Marxist philosophy as exist either ignore him altogether or give him only the briefest of passing mention. In Kolakowski's Main Currents of Marxism, for example, he is discussed in one paragraph out of 3 volumes, and the crisis in physics is rather unperceptibly described as a Leninist attack on idealism, empiricism, and indeterminism in modern scientific theory, 216, whereas Korsch is given an entire chapter. In most other surveys, Caldwell is not even mentioned. Even among British Marxists, Caldwell has been virtually forgotten and never really subjected to full-scale assessment in the first place. The major occasion on which it was attempted, the Caldwell discussion in Modern Quarterly in 1951, was a rather disgraceful affair, in which his philosophy was subjected to heavy-handed and ill-founded attack. Cornforth and Bernal in particular were extremely severe and even called his credentials as a Marxist into question, accusing him of a too favorable attitude to bourgeois intellectual trends, most notably those associated with Freud, Einstein, and modern geneticists. The discussion, which took place during the high tide of Lysenkoism in the world communist movement and the Soviet campaign against cosmopolitanism, revealed more about the state of British Marxism in its time under the pressure of these events than about Caldwell. Caldwell's emphasis on genetics was one of the reasons why he posthumously ran into so much trouble at this time. Even his most severe critics, however, could not help but acknowledge his originality and brilliance. In the course of the discussion, there were those who came to his defense. Various contributors, particularly George Thomson and Alec West, answered the attacks fairly capably. 217. However, even Caldwell's most devoted defenders, however appreciative of his insights and aware of his profundity, have tended to see his importance for them primarily as a home product and haven't fully grasped his importance within the development of Marxist philosophy as a whole. Those on both sides have made far too much of Haldane's quarry of ideas metaphor, probably far more than Haldane intended by it, missing Caldwell's essential contribution, which was a tightly constructed and unified analysis of the nature of bourgeois culture and the socialist alternative. He has been interpreted too randomly as a source of insights rather than as the bearer of a coherent worldview. The years have passed with his philosophical contribution falling into oblivion. Even in an article giving a rather astute analysis of the tradition of British Marxism in relation to science, which actually raps the knuckles of present-day British Marxists for their neglect of this tradition, Hillary and Stephen Rose never mention Caldwell. Calling for a revival of discussion of the theme of bourgeois versus socialist science, opened in Britain by Hessen and effectively closed by Lysenko, they actually state that British Marxists in the 1930s never unraveled the argument, obviously ignorant of Caldwell's contribution in this domain. 218. Now and then, someone remembers, but almost entirely in terms of literary theory. David Margolies' study of Caldwell's aesthetics is appreciative, though somewhat out of focus in giving the impression that the central focus of Caldwell was a theory of the social function of literature. 219 His central focus in fact was Weltanschauung, and his interest in literature fell into place around this. Francis Mulhern's analysis of Caldwell tries to see his literary theory more in terms of its underlying philosophy. Something of Caldwell manages sporadically to break through a screen of Althusserian misinterpretation, and what basically comes out of it is, Christopher Caldwell is an historicist, but not every historicist is Christopher Caldwell. 220 The New Left Review was to swing even wider off the mark with Terry Eagleton's passing dismissal of Caldwell, summed up in the conclusion that there is little, except negatively, to be learned from him. Caldwell's work is written off as Stalinist, idealist, speculative, erratic, bereft of a theory of the superstructure, punctuated by hectic forays into and out of alien territories, and strewn with hair-raising theoretical vulgarities. 221. A breath of fresh air has come with E.P. Thompson's attempt to settle his intellectual accounts with Caldwell. It is an extremely perceptive and constructive analysis of Caldwell's work as a whole, which says many things that have been crying out to be said. He seeks to highlight what were Caldwell's most central and creative preoccupations, which he rightly notes have been misunderstood by younger Marxists. Insisting that Caldwell's work was more significant than had been realized, with its impulse not yet exhausted, Thompson suggests a new way into the evaluation of Caldwell. He proposes seeing Caldwell as an anatomist of ideologies, as brilliantly laying bare the deep structure of the characteristic illusions of the epoch, as analyzing the generation of modes of intellectual self-mystification. It was, Thompson asserts, a brave, even Promethean, venture, to effect a rupture with a whole received worldview. It was the most heroic effort of any British Marxist to think his own intellectual time. Caldwell was walking abroad in his world, encountering the largest ideas and issues and not retreating into the introverted security where Marxists existed in a universe of self-validating texts. What resulted from his efforts was, in Thompson's opinion, a body of thought that was more interesting, more complex, and more heretical than has been supposed. In refusing the orthodox closures offered by reflection theory and the base/superstructure model, Caldwell was opening the door to a more creative tradition. Thompson is far from uncritical of Caldwell, however, considering him to be impatient of mediations, to be over-ready to see everything in terms of binary oppositons, to give way to lesions of logic, shifts, and jumps, to be uncritical of the Soviet Union. While these criticisms are not without some basis, Thompson perhaps exaggerates their extent and significance, which brings him to draw conclusions out of harmony with the overall tone of his analysis. In the end, he says, nothing in Caldwell's work was of a maturity or consistency to merit consideration as a classic, and perhaps 90% of Caldwell's work must be set aside. He does admit that there is a residue of 10% that is of such extraordinary vitality and relevance that it presents itself for a renewed interrogation among today's Marxists. 222. To appreciate Caldwell's full stature as a Marxist thinker, he should not be seen simply as a source for random insights, but as a philosopher who made an original and highly integrated contribution to the development of Marxist philosophy that has yet to be grasped and assimilated by other Marxist philosophers. In terms of the problematic of this book, that is, the conjuncture of science, philosophy, and politics within Marxism, Caldwell offered a most highly developed position illuminating the interrelations. His was a most tightly constructed and plausible argument, analyzing the variety of ways these spheres have converged historically, focusing on the chaos of the later bourgeois period and on the new integration that must be effected by Marxists. This is not to deny his faults. He was sometimes in too much of a rush and settled for neat antitheses that were a bit off the mark, but these were not such as to distort his overall argument ordered around his most basic underlying themes. Most of the problems emerging from Caldwell's work have to do with the fact that there has been much water under the bridge since. Caldwell, as did his contemporaries of the 1930s left, saw capitalism as undergoing its final crisis and the bourgeoisie as convulsing in its death throes. Events have proved this wrong, calling for a more complex analysis and a more protracted time scale. Subsequent events in the history of Marxism, particularly in the Soviet Union, have also complicated matters in a way that Caldwell could not foresee. His view of Soviet society seems euphoric now and, as Thompson rightly says, it leaves a dusty taste in our mouths today. 223. British Marxism and its successors, discontinuity with the past. It is not only Caldwell's work that has fallen into neglect, however much his constitutes the most striking case, but the whole tradition of pre-war British Marxism. Present-day British Marxists, particularly those gathered around New Left Review, never tire of saying that there is no native British Marxist tradition and that it has been necessary to look abroad for sources of a creative development of Marxism, to the Frankfurt School, to Lukács, Gramsci, Coletti, and Althusser. Perry Anderson seems to let no occasion go by without remarking that there has never been a Marxist culture in Britain, or stating that Britain has not produced a single major Marxist theorist in the 20th century. Ordinarily not considering such Marxists as Bernal, Haldane, Needham, or Caldwell worthy of mention, when he does bother to cast a passing glance at British Marxism in the 1930s, it is only to dismiss it with a condescending reference to the fantasies of Bernal. 224. David McClelland's Marxism After Marx includes a chapter entitled British Marxism that comes to a grand total of 3 pages, with only one short paragraph to bridge the gap between Sylvia Pankhurst and Raymond Williams. There is little to be learned from it, except that the Left Book Club came after the Social Democratic Federation and before New Left Review. There is no trace of Bernal, Haldane, Needham, Jackson, Cornforth, Guest or many others. 225. Not much better can be expected from the rest of the world by way of recognition when British Marxism is treated thus in Britain. Among foreigners, there is Kolakowski, who has even gone to settle in Britain. He also seems to consider it negligible. In 3 volumes, there is not a single mention of Bernal, and Haldane gets only passing reference as endeavoring to prove the affinity of Marxism with modern science. For Haldane, as well as for the American Marxist H.J. Muller, Kolakowski asserts, Marxism figured in aspects that were not specifically Marxist. In biology it appeared chiefly in the form of a general opposition to vitalism and phenoliism. 226. But there have been occasional voices piercing the forgetfulness. Hillary and Stephen Rose have expressed regret that the concerns of earlier British Marxists with science have found no echo among the present generation, and they have set a certain value on the contribution of such as Bernal, Haldane, and Needham, though not Caldwell. Not that they have been uncritical. For example, they have expressed their regret that earlier Marxist scientists did not adequately take up Hessen's challenge and indeed spent their time and theoretical strength in a relatively fruitless endeavor to demonstrate the negation of the negation, the interpenetration of opposites and the transformation of quantity into quality in a variety of scientific developments. 227. Gary Wersky has made the most elaborate attempt to assess the contribution of earlier British Marxists. His book The Visible College is a collective biography of Bernal, Haldane, Needham, Levy, and Hogben. Although it is well researched and full of interesting incidents and observations, it suffers from Wersky's failure to understand properly the role philosophy played for his subjects. Observing that today's left has never heard of Bernal, Wersky makes the point that earlier British Marxists were the authors of a large and distinctive body of socialist thought. In developing a Marxist cultural tradition in Britain, they not only fashioned their own novel, coherent, and contrasting interpretations of Marxism, but closely linked their theoretical perspectives to a set of highly effective political practices as well. 228. This represented something of a modification in Wersky's judgments on the earlier generation. A few years before, he took the position that the 30s movement took its stand on a stultifying, scientistic variant of Marxism, allied to an uncritical defense of Stalinism, which he blames on the reformist and opportunist policies of the CPGB and the Popular Front. What Marxism remained in the scientists' movement was either harmless in respect of British politics, natural philosophy, or propaganda for Soviet science. And in the quest for new adherents, the older radicalized scientists therefore began to grow less sensitive politically and intellectually to the full-blown emergence of Stalinism in Russia. They failed to see that the very concepts they were borrowing from the Russians were, in the Soviet context itself, being used to rationalize the power of Stalin, the naturalistic worldview of dialectical materialism, which introduced into Soviet Marxism determinism in thought-making for dogmatism in action, the criterion of practice, which meant that Stalin had the right to arbitrate on all policy disputes, and the program of proletarianizing science which allowed Stalin to replace dangerous bourgeois henchmen with unquestioningly loyal peasants and proletarians. 229. While they may have been blind, perhaps to some degree willfully so, to what was happening in the Soviet Union, Tversky is perhaps just as blind to the nature of the CPGB and the Popular Front. The severity of his judgment is also based on a severe failure to understand the philosophical issues at stake, that is, in asserting a necessary identification of the concept of determinism with political passivity and of the notion of proletarian science with Lysenkoism. Such identification arbitrarily rules many alternative possibilities out, namely the very possibilities that Caldwell so eloquently set out. Moreover, his rejection of their philosophy of science as scientism proposes no alternative relation of science to Marxist philosophy. The severity of Tversky's judgment had been moderated somewhat by the time his collective biography was finished. While the book is not so full of acidic remarks about the CPGB and the Popular Front, and Tversky is more appreciative of some of the Marxist scientists' ways of connecting science to Marxism, as representing a novel extension of Marxism, he still is lacking in sympathy for his subjects in varying degrees. He has particularly serious reservations about Bernalism. Bernal's Marxism, he insists, was always in danger of becoming like that of his Soviet counterparts' history with the people left out. He argues that the concept of science occupied a pivotal position in the expositions of dialectical materialism from this period because persons and classes did not. The general laws of motion were substituted for the working class. Tversky also believes that the concept of dialectics of nature or a Marxist approach to biology is peripheral to their real thinking. Their philosophy of science, their excursions into dialectics, according to Tversky, remained external to their scientific research. He insists that they in no way made their science and politics dependent on belief in dialectical materialism. As the conjuncture of science, politics, and philosophy was absolutely crucial to what they were about, it is a rather serious flaw in what is in many respects a very fine piece of scholarship that brings this trend in Marxism up for discussion again. French Marxism, a parallel development. French Marxism underwent a parallel development in the pre-war period. Only in the early 1930s did the Communist Party begin to overcome the obstacles to the spread of Marxism among the French intelligentsia. The Comintern's policy of Bolshevization, which discouraged emphasis on national characteristics and national intellectual traditions, repulsed the French intelligentsia, which was more than most inclined to a national traditionalism, even chauvinism, and resistant to foreign ideas in the best of circumstances. The centralized traditionalist and highly bureaucratic university system reinforced the wall of resistance. The situation was not helped either by the anti-intellectualist outbursts of the Comintern leadership on such occasions as the Fifth World Congress in 1924, which heard Zinovьev's condemnation of the professors and Clara Zetkin's warning against admitting too many intellectuals and constant allies into the communist parties. The Congress also condemned Boris Severin, editor of El Humanite. El Humanite, naturally enough, was thrown into confusion and underwent a sharp transformation in which the La Vie Intellectuelle page abruptly disappeared. The onset of the third period saw the party rocked by violent purges. The succession of Maurice Thorez to the party leadership in 1930 coincided with something of a restoration of equilibrium. Thorez was one of the earliest in the communist movement to call for a united front, reaching out to anti-fascist intellectuals in a common cause. From then on, intellectuals were actively recruited by the party and encouraged to think through the problems of their own disciplines in the light of Marxism. The first generation of communist intellectuals, which had been for the most part lost in the convulsive sectarianism of the 1920s, began to be replaced by a new generation. The Philosophies Group. In the 1920s, a group of younger philosophers, the Philosophies Group, made their way into the party via their own serious study of Marxism. At first, under the influence of such trends as surrealism and psychoanalysis, they turned to Marxism as best able to restore the sense of being capitalism had destroyed in modern man. Philosophy they asserted to be fully a part of the revolutionary process. Politzer. Georges Politzer, Hungarian-born agree in philosophy at the Sorbonne, concerned himself with many issues. His interests included not only philosophy, but psychology, physics, and politics. At first determined to introduce Freudian psychology into French academic life, he came to criticize its false psychologism. Upon his conversion to Marxism, he wrote a critique of the foundations of psychology and strove to set psychology upon new foundations that underlined the social character of human personality. Politzer devoted himself to polemics, not only against Freudianism, but against a variety of other intellectual trends vying with Marxism at the time, particularly Bergsonism. He fully identified Marxism with modern rationalism, characterizing it as the only vehicle capable of carrying forward the best of French intellectual traditions and the surest bulwark against the threat of all forms of modern irrationalism. In addition to his wide range of activities, such as creating and directing the Center of Documentation of the French Communist Party, PCF, and writing a column in El Humanite, Politzer also taught the extremely popular course on dialectical materialism at the Workers' University in Paris. In this course, Politzer stressed that Marxism must not be presented only as a political doctrine, for it embodied a general conception, not only of society, but of the universe itself. He stressed the intimate relationship between dialectical materialism and modern science. Philosophical questions concerning matter were to be answered by science. Philosophy was dependent on science and the state of empirical knowledge at any given time. Dialectical materialism had developed, not only on the basis of the results of science, but under the influence of the spirit of science. As science had achieved a more profound knowledge of nature, the interconnections of the sciences had come to be seen with greater clarity. Dialectics, with its understanding of change, reciprocal interaction, contradiction, and progress by leaps, represented a new spirit of science. 230. Lefebvre. Henri Lefebvre, another of the philosophies group, also held in the 1930s to this interpretation of Marxism, aspects of which he was to repudiate later. Explaining his position vis-à-vis the dialectics of nature, he wrote, "The dialectical analysis is valid for any context. By incorporating the experimental sciences, physical, biological, etc., and using them to verify itself, it can therefore discover, even in nature, quality and quantity, quantity turning into quality, reciprocal actions, polarities and discontinuities, the complex but still analyzable becoming. The laws of the human reality cannot be entirely different from the laws of nature." Capital shows how, in Marxian thought, the concrete dialectical materialism is made universal and acquires the full dimensions of a philosophy. It becomes a general conception of the world. 231. The book was unusual for its time in its attention to Marx's 1844 manuscripts and its emphasis on the concept of alienation. Although at this juncture, the weight given to the concept of alienation did not seem to him to entail rejection of the concept of the dialectics of nature, Lefebvre's stress on Hegel and on the importance of Hegel for Marx set him even at this time within the neo-Hegelian trend within Marxism. He was to evolve and expand his views on all these matters and to produce a formidable and insightful body of work in the post-war period. Nizan. Another young philosopher to come forward in the same period was Paul Nizan, a Normalian agree in philosophy, who called for the development of a purely proletarian philosophy, one that would see the history of philosophy as involving far more than simply the development of ideas. The blindness of bourgeois philosophy caused it to work against the great universal aims it claimed to pursue. 232. Friedman. Among the philosophies group was one who early became disillusioned with the state of Marxist philosophy. After 3 trips to the Soviet Union, Georges Friedman denounced in 1938 what he diagnosed there as an atmosphere of sterilizing polemic that drowned science in merciless partisan struggle and indulged a lazy taste for facile formulas. 233. Cercle de la Russie Neuve. Most of the French Marxists interested in philosophy and science continued, however, to see the Soviet Union as a source of great inspiration to them in their own efforts, as the surest safeguard of the values of science and reason against the barbaric forces on the march to destroy everything connected with scientific rationality. This attitude among those concerned with history and philosophy of science was generated particularly by the influence of science at the crossroads. The Scientific Commission of the Cercle de la Russie Neuve was a focal point for discussion of the relevance of Marxism for the sciences. The first volume of essays, published by various of its members, A la lumière du Marxisme, testified to the importance that was beginning to be attached to Marxism as a philosophy of science. References to Vavilov, Zavadovsky, Joff, and Hessen once again indicated the great influence of the Soviet delegation to the 1931 History of Science Congress upon their foreign contemporaries. The authors of this volume expressed their alarm at the situation of science in the bourgeois world. The economic anarchy of capitalism gave rise to narrow scholasticism in science. This tendency to exclusivism, overspecialization, intellectual cloistering, and severe isolation of disciplines brought about a profound disequilibrium that could not be solved by Bergsonian mysticism or any of the other variants of the bourgeois struggle against science. It was only dialectical materialism that showed the way out of the various crises in the bourgeois world. The authors interpreted the various crises in terms of class. The wave of materialism in the 19th century, associated with French anti-clericalism, represented the final struggle waged by the capitalist class against the last remnants of feudalism. The rebirth of idealism represented the philosophical peace desired by the middle class, which had gained their objectives against the older class and had begun to feel the first signs of their own decay with a new class on the rise. The class presently in power, they believed, had reason to dread the subversive conclusions of a synthetic science. 234. There was quite an impressive array of eminent scientists drawn to Marxism, both because of its politics and its philosophy of science, and entering into such discussions. Among these were the biologist Marcel Prenant, the astronomer Henri Mineur, the psychologist Henri Wallin, the physicists Paul Langevin and Jacques Solomon. Among the various vehicles for extending the influence of Marxism among French scientists during this period were the houses of culture. A 1939 conference on revolution and the sciences attracted wide attention, with the various prominent Marxist scientists present maintaining that the philosophy of dialectical materialism aided them in various and significant ways in coming to terms with their particular sciences. Langevin. The eminent physicist, Paul Langevin, was particularly influential within this movement. Director of the École de Physique and a physicist of the most prestigious international reputation, he did not hesitate to give open expression to his views during the process of his gradual conversion to Marxism. In earlier days, he had been a member of the Ligue des Droits de l'Homme and a supporter of Dreyfus. Later, he was a supporter of the October Revolution. Through his trips to the Soviet Union in 1928 and 1931, he came to extol Soviet science as a science that had put itself in the service of the intellectual and moral liberation of mankind. On a number of occasions, Langevin articulated the relationship of his growing commitment to Marxism to his thinking as a physicist. In 1938, he explicitly asserted, "The more I progress in my own science, the more I feel myself becoming a Marxist." In Marxism, in the writings of Marx and Engels and Lenin, Langevin said, "I have found the clarification of things that I would never have understood in my own science." 235. A few years earlier he had announced to his fellow physicists at an international scientific conference, "Whether you like it or not, there is no other way of understanding the development of the physics of the atomic nucleus in the 20th century than the way of dialectical materialism." 236. He also claimed that, upon grasping the fundamentals of dialectical materialism, he came to understand the history of science in a new way, to see that dialectical processes marked out all its essential moments. 237. In the first issue of La Pensée, a Marxist journal founded in 1939 to take up in France the tradition begun by Science and Society in the United States and by Modern Quarterly in Britain, Langevin undertook a philosophical analysis of the debate surrounding the concept of physical determinism. He took on those who had seized upon the overthrow of Laplacian determinism to speak of the free will of the electron, those like Eddington, who were proclaiming that religion had thus become acceptable to the scientific mind, those like Jordan, who were declaring the liquidation of materialism. What science was witnessing, he argued, was not a crisis in determinism, but an insufficiency in the microscopic realm of the conceptions that had succeeded in the macroscopic realm. The world was proving to be infinitely richer than Pascal had imagined. It was necessary to forge new notions, new instruments. Physics was emerging into a world of neutrons, mesotrons, and neutrinos. There had been many surprises and there were many surprises yet to come. However, none of the new discoveries gave any warrant for the proclamations of indeterminism. To renounce the concept of determinism, Langevin insisted, would be to abdicate. It would be to deprive science of what had always been its strength and its success, confidence in the intelligibility of the world. Nothing in the present difficulties called for such irrationalism as was coming forth. Indeed, man was standing at a particularly crucial point in the development of reason. Reason was not given a priori, nor had it the rigid limits some were setting on it. As knowledge progressed, so did human reason develop and so did the conception of determinism. Those who were proclaiming the bankruptcy of this concept might have been referring to modern science, but it was not from science that their ideas came. It was from an old philosophy hostile to science, which they then sought to reintroduce into science. When idealist philosophers referred to the ideas of idealist physicists, they were simply taking back from them the very ideas they themselves had given to them. 238. Solomon. Langevin's student and son-in-law, the precocious young physicist Jacques Solomon, was particularly ardent in pursuing the connections between politics and philosophy and physics. He had become a committed communist and was extremely active both within the houses of culture and with Langevin's materialist study groups. During a holiday in the Alps in 1938, he and his friend Georges Politzer translated Dialectics of Nature into French. A dominant theme with Solomon, as with other French Marxists, was the commitment to human reason against all forces threatening to destroy it. Communism, to them, was the surest defense of rationalism. 239. As a physicist, Solomon had studied in Cambridge, Copenhagen, Vienna, and Moscow as well as in Paris. Those who knew him as a physicist unfailingly remarked on his preoccupations, which were both encyclopedic and eschatological. He wanted to scale the heights, to study the depths, and also to know every facet in its intimate details. It was such an insatiable need to understand that led him to so many ideas about field theory, nuclear physics, and cosmic radiation, and which also led him to Marxism. His colleagues noted a profound transformation in him when he became a communist. His friend Leon Rosenfeld saw him as burning with a somber fire, with the fierce resolution of a man engaged in a merciless struggle. Years later, Rosenfeld admitted that, observing the maturity and outstanding productivity of Solomon's scientific thought, he had secretly regretted the overwhelming ascendancy of his political commitment. Rosenfeld observed that Solomon's humanity was as broad as it had ever been, but that it had lost some of its former gentleness. Even on a scientific or philosophical plane, Rosenfeld saw him as becoming harder and more cutting. 240. Prenant. Perhaps the most full-scale attempt to come to terms with the problems of a particular science on the part of a French Marxist was Marcel Prenant's Biology and Marxism. Prenant, professor of zoology at the Sorbonne, was a founder member of the French Communist Party and lectured weekly at the Workers' University in Paris. Prenant began his book by addressing himself to those who thought dialectical materialism to be separable from communism, strongly asserting their inseparability. He went on to note that dialectical materialism was associated in the minds of some with intellectual tyranny and was accused of destroying the objectivity of knowledge. But, Prenant argued, far from placing tyrannical restrictions on science, dialectical materialism was of the nature of science itself. It was the experimental method continued without a break, not afraid to face its own consequences. The best empirical biologists were materialists and found themselves thinking dialectically in spite of themselves whenever they aimed at synthesis. But without a consciously dialectical and materialist philosophy, they did so only in flashes and failed to keep it up. Dialectical materialism, according to Prenant, was a comprehensive philosophy that strove to draw into its synthesis the totality of knowledge. It not only fit the facts of modern science as did other varieties of enlightened organicism, but it provided fruitful working hypotheses likely to lead to fresh advances in science. Laboratory experiments were the living sources from which Marxist science flowed. He strongly emphasized that the conclusions in his book were founded upon experiment. He warned against the danger of Marxists depending too heavily on quotes from the classics. In something of an unusual touch, he added an appendix with quotes from the classics to make the point that the Marxist classics were about more than the social sciences, but was at pains to make the point that his ideas were based on experiments. As to the mechanist-vitalist debate tearing at modern biology, Prenant argued that it must be transcended in a higher synthesis. In the field, there were two extreme points of view. One referred all phenomena of life to properties intrinsic to itself and ended up invoking some vital principle or entleché, whereas the other invoked the action of environment with its mechanical, physical, and chemical forces and tried to reduce the whole of life to phenomena of one order. Prenant agreed with Bergson against mechanism, but argued that an état vital was an easy way out. It was a mere phrase and an utterly sterile one. Vitalism attempted to establish indeterminism in biology, but determinism was indispensable to scientific progress. It was a lack of acquaintance with dialectics, in Prenant's opinion, that caused biologists to come to one-sided solutions. In a dialectical view of living matter, that comprehended the complex interrelations of the living being with its environment, there was no unbridgeable gulf between cause and effect, between quantity and quality. It was necessary not to deny causality, but to modify and extend it, adopting statistical or probabilistic methods. The recognition of the phenomenon of chance did not mean an absence of determinism, but corresponded to a summation of a number of distinct causalities that were too complex to be analyzed by present methods of scientific investigation. But mechanists were distrustful of probability and statistical methods for fear they opened the way to indeterminism and miracles. Mechanists were unwilling to admit either theoretical or practical limits to determinism. Moreover, they failed to understand the historical character of phenomena. Nor were they able to accept the occurrence of sudden change. The predispositions entailed the complete abandonment of the social sciences to idealism. Actually, the great majority of biologists were neither mechanist nor vitalist, but empiricist and agnostic. They claimed to stand on experiment alone, but in reality oscillated between one extreme and the other. Somehow, however, through it all, Prenant believed biology was approaching a dialectical and materialist outlook. All of its decisive advances involved the shedding of rigid concepts and diametrical oppositions under the pressure of experimental fact. Those who rose to a higher synthesis, based on experimental results, inevitably approximated dialectical materialism. The wider the synthesis, the more striking the approximation. An important feature of the book was its discussion of genetics. By 1937, it was clear to foreign communists that genetics was heavily under attack in the Soviet Union. This notwithstanding, Prenant was resolute in his defense of the science of genetics. His explanation of heredity was along uncompromisingly Mendelian Morganist lines. There could be little doubt, Prenant firmly stated, about the role played by chromosomes in the determination of heredity. He was, however, critical of the two extreme positions on heredity, both of which, he claimed, derived from a lack of dialectical insight. Heredity and evolution seemed to be antitheses, but were resolved in an experimentally based dialectical synthesis. He took issue with those geneticists who regarded the chromosome system as entirely independent of its surroundings and the genes as utterly disconnected particles that fell into juxtaposition. He also opposed extreme Lamarckists for whom the conception of heredity gave way completely before that of evolution and environmental determination. Prenant's position, a far cry from Lysenkoism, was that the inheritance of acquired characteristics had never been proven experimentally in any decisive fashion. Such experiments as had been done had been lacking in sufficiently strict controls. Sometimes what was at stake was really the inheritance of certain specialized genotypes selected by the environment, when the genotypes most frequent in the old environment proved incapable of surviving in the new. The external influences did not decide the mutations, but threw the cell into a state of crisis in which such mutations had a chance of taking place. The basic fact of organic evolution was that living matter changed, not as an expression of an internal law taking place independent of all outside, but as a result of interaction with its environment while retaining its own composition and structure. Mutation of itself could not explain the direction of evolution, but the selection of favorable mutations by the environment could. Thus, Prenant proposed to account for both evolutionary development and the relative autonomy and fixity of heredity. 241 Prenant continued in his opposition to Lysenkoism and argued in La Pensée in 1939 that true genetics was anything but racist. 242 French Marxism and its successors, a parallel discontinuity. All in all, pre-war French Marxism generated an interesting literature and a vital movement bringing together science, philosophy, and politics, comparable to that of pre-war British Marxism. This has been similarly forgotten by the present generation of French Marxists, particularly those of the Althusserian strand, who put a positive value on a lack of historical consciousness. Sartre was once stirred to remark that today's Marxists behave as if Marxism did not exist and as if each one of them, in every intellectual act reinvented it, finding it each time exactly equal to itself. 243 Those who have written of pre-war French Marxism have often done so quite dismissively. Typically, Jean Duvinaud takes figures such as Nizan, Politzer, and Lefebvre seriously until the moment of their joining the party. At that point, the story goes, they totally delegated to the party their right to think and criticize. As to the scientists, their Marxism was only a vague scientism. They produced specialized work that, in reality, had no significance for Marxism. 244 Similarly, David Cott insists that neither the scientists nor the philosophers were really inclined to integrate Marxism with their creative work, whatever pious declarations they made to the contrary. He is convinced that Marxism had nothing to do with any actual scientific research. He simply cannot imagine what Marxism could possibly have to do with microbes, the orbit of Venus, calculus, the sexual impulse, or the population patterns of the North Canadian rabbit. 245 Those who have attempted to see the relationship between Marxism and science have always been subjected to such caricatures. While some writings have drawn the connections in a way that has been superficial and forced, the writings of such French Marxists as Prenant and Langevin show that something much more integral has been involved. The French Marxists of the pre-war period believed that Marxism had to do with everything, and those not themselves inclined to such a maximalist approach cannot possibly comprehend those who were. There is no doubt, however, that party membership could create difficult intellectual and moral tensions, but only willful blindness could write off the Marxism of such as Langevin and Prenant as being of negligible value. Crisis and war, the fate of French Marxists. But tensions there were. One casualty was Paul Nizan. In 1939, another shift in Comintern policy threw many a communist into a seemingly irresolvable dilemma. The world was once again at war. The armies of the Third Reich were rampaging their way through Europe. Then, at the very moment it mattered most to the world, the Comintern abruptly withdrew its commitment to a united front against fascism. The Nazi-Soviet Pact of 1939 came as a terrible shock to communists everywhere. Support for the phony war policy was rigidly enforced on all foreign communist parties. The PCF in particular was convulsed by the new policy. El Humanite was banned, even while still calling for national defense. With the party towing the Comintern line, and France at war, communists appeared truly treasonous. Even communist deputies broke with the party in the early days of the war. Numerous other party members left. Paul Nizan, who was mobilized and killed at Dunkirk, was one of them. In die-stiffying, but typical Comintern style, he was accused of being a police informer. Times were very bad indeed for French communists. In a purge of the Chamber of Deputies, communists were deprived of their seats for propagation of slogans of the Communist Third International, which now constituted a crime against the state. In March 1940, 42 communist deputies were brought to trial in camera. Langevin, even though he had opposed the Nazi-Soviet pact, came to their defense. Trying to break what was being claimed as a necessary link between patriotism and anti-communism, Langevin declared that the communists stood for a superior form of life. Nevertheless, 32 deputies were sentenced to 5 years in prison, fined, and deprived of all civil rights, while others, including Maurice Thorez, were similarly sentenced in their absence. The PCF was forced underground. Meanwhile, the distant gunfire and rumble of cannons came closer and closer. Holland and Belgium had fallen, and it became clearer and clearer that soon it would be proud France. Through its roads poured streams of stunned, exhausted, beleaguered humanity. In the early hours of June 14, 1940, the Wehrmacht entered Paris. The swastika was draped over the Chamber of Deputies and the Eiffel Tower. In the afternoon, the Reichswehr made its triumphant entry with tanks and goose-stepping troops, heightening the humiliation and despair. The fifth columnists came out of the wood and entered into full collaboration. The Communists began organization of resistance with great heroism. The resistance was carried out on all fronts, from the military to the industrial to the cultural. It was as dangerous to be discovered standing at a clandestine printing press as with arms in hands. Some carried out sabotage. Others considered every poem an act of war. In fact, the resistance brought forth a great cultural renaissance, bursting like a bright rationalist flame, penetrating the irrationalist darkness. In October 1940, Paul Langevin was arrested in his laboratory, subjected to Gestapo interrogation, and interned. This sparked vigorous protests through the university. Joliot-Curie declared his laboratory closed until Langevin was freed. At a public demonstration, German troops appeared, fired upon the demonstrators, and threw hand grenades into the crowd. The university resistance, led by Georges Politzer, Jacques Salomon, and Jacques Decour, who produced a defiant journal of resistance, El University Libre, from this time on was extremely bold and vigorous. It endeavored to expose all the intrusions of the enemy, especially in university affairs. It protested against the arrests of Jewish professors and students and the retrograde changes in curriculum. It served also to spark active resistance in the schools and colleges. In May 1941, even before the phony war turned again into an anti-fascist war for the communists and the ambiguities of Comintern policy dissipated with the Nazi invasion of the socialist homeland, the Central Committee of the French Communist Party issued a manifesto calling for the formation of a national front against fascism and for the liberation of France. In March 1942, amid a huge Gestapo dragnet which rounded up over 140 communists, Jacques Decour, Georges Politzer, and Jacques Salomon were among those arrested. Communist women were not exempted, and Helene Salomon, Jacques Salomon's wife and Paul Langevin's daughter, and Maï Politzer, Georges Politzer's wife, were also included and deported to Auschwitz. Jacques Decour, Georges Politzer, and Jacques Salomon were tortured in Gestapo custody. Upon refusal to give information or to promise to collaborate, they were executed on May 23, 1942. Once again, politics took a heavy toll on science and philosophy. The execution of Jacques Salomon and the deportation of Helene Salomon shook Joliot-Curie and Langevin very deeply. Joliot-Curie had been arrested in 1941. After his release, he became even more active in the resistance as president of the National Front in the occupied zone. He decided to join the Communist Party. "If I should be seized and shot," reasoned Joliot-Curie, "I wish to die a communist." 246, a party member from 1942, his party membership was not, however, made public until after the liberation. Langevin, released from prison in 1940, was arrested again in 1942, and worked during his periods of freedom in the resistance with every ounce of his energy. In 1944, at the age of 72, he too joined the Communist Party. His daughter, Helene Salomon, survived Auschwitz and became a communist deputy after the liberation. For his part, Marcel Prenant was a partisan leader during the occupation. His views on genetics were not only an affront to Lysenkoism, but to Nazism as well. His insistence that genetics did not support racism and his further statement that there were not pure races made him a most dangerous enemy. He too was arrested and narrowly escaped death in a Nazi concentration camp. At the end of the war, he was among those liberated from Neuendems and returned to Paris. All in all, fascism took an exceedingly heavy toll of communist lives, among them its most courageous, its most promising, its most gifted theoreticians. Italian fascism had taken Gramsci. Spanish fascism had taken Caudwell and Guest. Now German fascism had taken Politzer and Solomon. The exiles to the West, German and Austrian Marxists after the rise of fascism. The war wreaked havoc also in the lives of those who survived. The onward march of fascism scattered the forces of progress to the four winds, underground, into camps, into prisons, and into exile. As the Wehrmacht consolidated and extended itself, everything else dispersed. As Brecht put it, all choose the hurricane rather than the Germans. 247. But there were Germans and there were Germans, as Brecht, who saw both the dramatic contrasts and the disturbing similarities, knew well. Brecht. Such contrasts. In the homeland of Einstein, the books were burning. From the laboratories, from the libraries, from the lecture halls, the scientists, the philosophers, the poets went forth, changing our countries more often than our shoes. 248. The brightness of knowledge gave way before a ruthless and rampaging darkness. The blackness seemed to cancel out all else. In Brecht's words, "Truly I live in dark times. A guileless work is folly. A smooth forehead betokens insensitiveness. He who laughs has not yet heard the terrible news." 249. And yet, in exile, Brecht laughed not light-heartedly, to be sure, but ironically. The irony had its source in his reflections on Marxist philosophy, on dialectics, materialism, and the German character. In his Flüchtlingsgespräch 250, Refugee Dialogues, written in Finland in 1941, Brecht set the scene with a chance meeting of two refugees from Nazi Germany in a railway station in Helsinki. Ziffel, a physicist, and Cal, a metal worker who had been in a concentration camp, consider the meaning of the term German, deciding it meant being thorough, in agriculture as well as in the extermination of Jews. The German, it was often said, had a natural bent for a professorship of philosophy. And it was said with a soulful, bloodthirsty expressiveness. Pursuing the theme. The Germans have no aptitude for materialism. When they do have materialism, they immediately make an idea out of it. A materialist is then someone who believes that ideas come from material circumstances and not the reverse, and after that matter does not appear again. One might as well imagine that in Germany there are only two sorts of people, priests and opponents of priests. The upholders of the here and now, lean and pale figures, who know all the philosophical systems, the upholders of the beyond, corpulent gentlemen, who are connoisseurs of wine. The conclusion: a good beef stew comports well with humanism. As to dialectics, it was the wit in every object, and it took humor to understand Hegel, said Ziffel, after summarizing Hegel's logic thus. It treats of the habits of ideas, those slippery, unstable, irresponsible entities, how they abuse each other, and fight with knives, and they sit down to dinner together as if nothing had happened. The new situation might bring the Germans to a new level of dialectical understanding, Brecht thought. Emigration is the best school of dialectics. Refugees are the keenest dialecticians. They are refugees as a result of changes, and their sole object of study is change. They are able to deduce the greatest events from the smallest hints, i.e., if they have intelligence. When their opponents are winning, they calculate how much their victory has cost them, and they have the sharpest eye for contradictions. Long live dialectics! But Brecht's ironic Marxism was not the style of that of other of his fellow refugees from Germany, most notably the Marxists of the Frankfurt School, who had already gone into emigration in the United States, where Brecht eventually made his way. Brecht thought much of it to be circuitous and convoluted word-spinning. 251 He undoubtedly had them in mind among the sort who affirmed materialism and then never gave another thought to matter. For their part, they thought Brecht's Marxism tended towards vulgar materialism. Earthy Brecht's Marxism surely was, but vulgar it was not. His mind was one well attuned to the complexities. There were many differences among the émigrés. One rather important one was the stress put upon the importance of science for the working class, which again set Brecht's orientation apart from that of the Frankfurt School. He was greatly taken with Einstein in particular, whose lectures on the latest developments in physics he had attended in Berlin. The Frankfurt School. The Frankfurt School was one of the few centers of Marxist thought outside the Comintern. The Institute for Social Research, founded in 1923 and endowed by Felix Vey, a wealthy grain merchant who became a communist, had been formally attached to the University of Frankfurt. In its early days, it had communists, social democrats, and independent Marxists of various descriptions on its staff, and it maintained close links with Ryazanov's Marx-Engels Institute in Moscow. There were also significant differences in philosophical orientation. In the inaugural address of Karl Grunberg, the first director of the institute and the first avowed Marxist to hold a chair at a German university, he stressed the character of Marxism as a social science and announced that the materialist conception of history neither is, nor aims to be, a philosophical system. 252 The Frankfurt School was from the beginning much influenced by Lukács and Korsch, though some like Karl August Wittfogel were of the way of thinking that Lukács and Korsch labeled as positivist. The ascendancy of Max Horkheimer to the directorship in 1931 signaled a reorientation, and set the institute much more firmly within the neo-Hegelian trend within Marxism. Actually, it was both neo-Kantian and neo-Hegelian in the style of Lukács. It took from Hegel the dialectic, but in its emphasis on critique and its rejection of all systems, it was moving in the spirit of Kant and not Hegel. The new members of the institute who joined it at this time, such as Theodor Adorno and Herbert Marcuse, along with Horkheimer, pursued philosophy in this spirit, laying the foundations of critical theory. Critical theory involved a radical rejection of system. It was, as Martin J. put it, the gadfly of other systems. 253 It was a philosophy that developed itself and defined itself in terms of a series of critiques of other philosophies. At the center of its critique of the Marxism of the Comintern was its opposition to the systematization of Marxism. In its activist epistemology and in its stress on revolutionary praxis, Marxism was not to be seen as a key to the truth, but as the impulse to social change. Critical theory was oriented, not to being, but becoming. In his Materialism and Metaphysics, Horkheimer argued that true materialism was not a new type of monistic metaphysics based on the ontological primacy of matter. He criticized Marxists who made a fetish of the material world and argued that materialism could not be extended to epistemology, as it led to a passivist objectivism. True materialism, he contended, was dialectical, and involved an ongoing process between subject and object. 254 It was the very thing Brecht meant. It was hard to know what Horkheimer's materialism had to do with matter. For the new members of the Institute, as for Lukács, there was no dialectic without subjectivity. The dialectic was situated in the realm of the subject-object relation. There was great concern with mediating subjectivity and stress on the social construction of knowledge. It was, however, a one-sided concern and a lopsided stress. Like Lukács, they tended to forget the object. Like Lukács, they were remote from the world of science. There were, all the same, great flashes of insight in their writings, especially in their historical analysis of how all the institutions of capitalist society became expressions of a contradictory inner essence. Within the prevailing division of labor, both the individual capitalist and the individual scientist were acting according to the imperatives of an obscure social mechanism, no matter how independent and free they thought themselves to be. Their attitude to science was a complex one. Blatantly anti-scientific and anti-technological passages could be found in Horkheimer, Adorno, and, most particularly, in Marcuse, but there were also modifying passages, particularly in Horkheimer. Horkheimer was opposed to indiscriminate attacks on scientific method and to the various irrationalist trends in the German academic world that gave way to subjectivism, irrationalism, and hostility to science. But, even at the best of times, they were overly anxious to separate philosophy from science, without a comparable concern to show the relationship of philosophy to science. The constant concern to distinguish scientific rationality from reason itself was inevitably based on a severely stripped notion of scientific rationality. They tended to accept the positivist account of science and to assume that the critique of positivism implied the critique of science. As time went on, the emphasis shifted from a critique of science as embodying a logic of passive contemplation to a critique of science as an instrument of domination. This gave rise to their distinctive interpretation of fascism, not as a revolt against reason, but as the triumph of instrumental rationality. With Hitler's rise to power, the members of the Institute were in extreme danger, being not only Marxists, but many of them Jewish as well. In 1933, Horkheimer was dismissed from the University of Frankfurt and the Institute was closed down for tendencies hostile to the state, though most of its members managed to escape. Wittfogel was sent to a concentration camp, but later released. In 1934, Horkheimer negotiated the formal transfer of the Institute to Columbia University in New York. It adapted itself to the American scene rather more than some of their fellow Marxists, Brecht among them, thought appropriate. To some degree, this trend was fed by their growing pessimism. No longer inspired by Lukács's faith in the revolutionary proletariat, which embodied the vision of totality, they began to lose faith both with the proletariat and with the possibilities of totality. Marxism and psychoanalysis. Another tendency among Central European Marxists in exile was to look for a synthesis of Freud and Marx. In the Vienna of the 1920s, Marxism and psychoanalysis intermingled and seemed anything but incompatible. Holitzker. The Austrian communist Walter Holitzker, who was much concerned with philosophy of science, was at the same time a psychoanalyst. His doctoral thesis was on the ideological basis of the various contending positions on the principle of causality in quantum theory. Upon emigration in 1938, he was invited by Carnap to teach philosophy of biology and psychology at the University of Chicago, but went instead to London as a clinical psychoanalyst, where he wrote on the relationship between psychoanalysis and sociology. He admitted later that it took some years to fathom the full range of incompatibility between Freud and Marx. 255. Reich. The story of Wilhelm Reich was quite different. Events did not allow him Holitzker's scope for finding his own way within the framework of the communist movement. Reich too was both a psychoanalyst and a member of the Austrian Communist Party. At the same time, he founded the Socialist Society for Sex Consultation and Sexological Research. In 1929, he visited the Soviet Union, where he published Dialectical Materialism and Psychoanalysis. In 1930, he moved to Berlin, where he became a member of the KPD and founded the German Association for Proletarian Sexual Politics. In 1933, he published The Mass Psychology of Fascism. His attempted reconciliation of Marxism and psychoanalysis assumed that the oppression of the masses by the ruling classes could not be explained simply in terms of material power, which, he contended, Marxist theory had attempted to do. The ruling classes were successful in control of the masses, because bourgeois society created a submissive character structure in them and trained them to suppress natural instinctual energies. Society was not derived from character structure, but character structure was derived from society. Thus, during the rise of fascism, the masses failed to pursue the economic interests of their own class, but willingly followed the most authoritarian leaders. 256 Reich's vision of the future was relatively optimistic, however. Breaking from the pessimism of Freud, Reich believed that a socialist society would put minimal restrictions on natural, instinctual energies and provide the conditions for a liberated sexuality. He put great stress on orgasm as a central human experience and saw orgastic potency as a function of the whole human personality and of the whole social order. His synthesis was unsatisfactory both to his fellow Marxists and to his fellow psychoanalysts, and he had the dubious honor in 1933–1934 of being almost simultaneously expelled from both the Communist Party and the International Psychoanalytical Association. The KPD felt he was diverting energies into the campaign for sexual hygiene that should have been directed into other forms of political activity. The psychoanalytical movement felt itself endangered by the rise of fascism and didn't want itself associated with communism. His efforts were praiseworthy in that he attempted to claim the psychological dimension for Marxism, to place the psychological within the framework of the sociological, and to instill confidence in human reason and in science in relation to such issues. The problem was his own lack of discipline in relation to scientific method, an impatience with vigorous experiment and rigorous analysis that allowed for no check upon his speculation and made for a certain lack of proportion in his theories. From the Frankfurt School was also highly involved in the enterprise of synthesizing Freud and Marx. Most prominent in the endeavor was Erich Fromm, who believed that Reich had stopped far short of setting out the guidelines for a fully social psychology. Reich had still restricted psychoanalysis to the sphere of individual psychology. For Fromm, psychology dealt with the socialized individual. It was wrong, Fromm thought, to charge Marxism with having a simplistic psychology of acquisitiveness, but he did think that Marxism needed to be enriched by psychoanalytical insights on a number of points. This process could provide a more comprehensive knowledge of the factors operative in the social process, namely the nature of man himself. It could provide the missing link between ideology and economics. Lacking a satisfactory psychology, Marx and Engels could not explain how the material basis was reflected in man's head and heart, how ideologies were produced. Psychoanalysis, Fromm felt, was a fully materialist psychology, to be classed among the natural sciences, that could introduce a refinement of method in the Marxist theory of historical materialism. Fromm was also critical of such aspects of Freudian theory as the absolutization of the Oedipus complex. 257 Freud's theory was a pioneer effort, he argued, and as such left many loose ends hanging and many years would be spent refining it. Like the rest of the Frankfurt School, and like Reich, Fromm went into emigration in the United States. Marxism and the Vienna Circle. The philosophers of the Vienna Circle, whose members varied in their views as to the political significance of their philosophy, were also in emigration. At one extreme was Moritz Schlick, who denied any relationship between science and social development. At the other extreme was Otto Neurath, who considered himself to be a Marxist and asserted a logical connection between Marxism and logical empiricism. It represented yet another variation on the Machist trend within Marxism. It was at the opposite extremity from that of the Marxism of the Frankfurt School, which was derived from the traditions of classical German philosophy. The Vienna Circle represented a radical break with all such philosophical traditions. It saw reason as being threatened by dark forces, and it was a progressive movement. Reason was identified utterly and completely with scientific rationality, and an extremely strict conception of scientific rationality at that, and nothing was considered to be outside its scope. It sought to bring science to bear upon the whole of reality. Its scientific world conception admitted only empirical statements of verifiable observation and analytic statements of logic and mathematics. Traditional philosophical questions were ruled out of court. Such questions as the reality or non-reality of the external world led to statements that were unverifiable and therefore meaningless. Its great goal was the unity of science, leading to the search for a neutral system of formulas, and for a formal symbolism freed from the slag of historical languages, for a total system of fundamental concepts. Starkly it declared, "Neatness and clarity are striven for, and dark distances and unfathomable depths rejected. In science, there are no depths, there is surface everywhere, all experience forms a complex network, which cannot always be surveyed and can often be grasped only in parts. Everything is accessible to man, and man is the measure of all things. Here is an affinity with the Sophists, not with the Platonists, with the Epicureans, not with the Pythagoreans, with all those who stand for earthly being and the here and now. 258. Neurath. Neurath saw the philosophy of science as directly connected to politics. The proletariat was the appropriate bearer of the scientific world conception. The bourgeois form of thought was becoming more and more indefinite, like a squid sending out its feelers in all directions, here mathematizing, there psychologizing, here proceeding in a technical manner, there in an occultist one. It was no longer able to hold the wealth of scientific detail together by a unitary approach. In its anxiety to close ranks against the proletariat, the bourgeoisie was making its peace with the powers of yesterday and therefore cultivating all forms of metaphysical and half-theoretical thought. Thus the bourgeoisie, by virtue of its class position, was becoming more and more unscientific. It showed first in the field of social theory, but in the long run it was impossible to prop up a false view of history without adopting unscientific presuppositions all around. The interests of the proletariat, by contrast, coincided with the values of science. It had no reason to hide the truth about history. It was the carrier of a strictly scientific attitude. For Neurath, the cause of unified science thus coincided with the cause of socialism. Marxism was a worldview that started with the recognition that all history was the history of class struggle and predicted the decline of the capitalist order and the coming of the socialist order. Round this center were grouped certain opinions about the way the world hung together, about everything that made a unified picture of the world possible. At first, Neurath defended materialism against idealism as characterized by a closeness to actual life and acceptance of the scientific attitude and as connected with progressive ideas in political and social matters. In time Neurath came to argue for the rejection of both idealism and materialism as unverifiable metaphysical positions. Although he thus argued vigorously for the rejection of all forms of metaphysics, as superseding both mechanistic and dialectical forms of materialism, he continued to consider himself to be more in continuity with the history of materialism than with idealism. This expressed itself particularly in his preference for the physicalist as opposed to the phenomenalist tendency within positivism. 259 Neurath emigrated in 1934 to Holland, where he devoted himself to the unity of science movement, and, pushed further by the Nazi advance, went on to England. He died in Oxford in 1945. Neurath's Marxism, refreshing though it was in its determination to subject all to the bright and purifying light of reason and to leave no corner impenetrated by the liberating force of science, suffered from a stripped conception of reason and a severely truncated view of science. The story of the rise and fall of logical positivism and its principle of verification is well known. Having tied his conception of Marxism to it, Neurath's Marxism stood or fell with it. A strict monism was a sound enough methodological principle, but it could not maintain itself from an emaciated base. A rather critical appreciation of logical positivism on the part of an American Marxist from this period, V.J. McGill, was to the point. Though it must show itself in the end a two-edged sword, and quite incapable of coping with the heavy artillery of its enemies, the resistance it offers to reaction should be recognized. 260. American Marxism. In America, where many exiles found themselves, there were other debates revolving around the variety of interpretations of Marxist theory and its relation to science, largely outside the confines of the Comintern. Hooke. The discussions of the 1930s revolved largely around the views of Sidney Hooke. Hooke was a professional philosopher, trained in the tradition of American pragmatism, whose conversion to Marxism naturally led him to look for the common ground between Marxism and pragmatism. After receiving his Ph.D., he went abroad, pursuing his studies in Berlin, Munich, and Moscow, at the Marx-Engels Institute. In 1932, he supported the presidential campaign of the Communist Party in the United States. In 1933, he published Towards the Understanding of Karl Marx, hailed as a revolutionary interpretation of Marx, and in 1934, he published From Hegel to Marx, expanding on his distinctive interpretation of Marxism. Essentially, Hooke was counterposing Marxism as critical historicism to Marxism as deterministic materialism. Influenced by Lukács and Korsch as well as by James and Dewey, the center of focus was the concept of revolutionary praxis. Rejecting the legacy of Engels, as based upon a monistic system rather than a unified method, his was a radically anti-monist and anti-determinist position. His criticism of orthodox Marxism centered around its neglect of the activist and critical dimension of Marxism, in favor of a positivist and scientistic Weltanschauung. He was, needless to say, highly critical of the objectivist epistemology of materialism and empirio-criticism. He echoed Lukács's objections to the dialectics of nature and yet criticized Lukács for his extreme antinaturalism. A characteristic feature of Hooke's Marxism of these years was the attempt to balance the dialectical side of Marxism with the naturalistic side of pragmatism. Hooke saw Engels's concept of the dialectics of nature as both undialectical and antinaturalistic. Marxists created great confusion in their ambiguous way of using the term dialectical. Sometimes it meant no more than the commonplace fact that change was observable in all fields of thought and activity. Sometimes it meant that every account of physics had to operate with contrasting and complementary principles in order to do justice to the polarities and oppositions in the structure of nature. Hooke's own conception of the dialectic, which he identified with Marx's, was that it was historical, restricted only to a consideration of the causes, nature, and effects of human activity to destroy the equilibrium of a polarized society and to determine the direction of a new form of society. The dialectic was the principle of social activity and the medium of class struggle. But there was no need to show that there were sudden leaps and jumps in nature to justify revolution in society. Engels's overextension of the dialectic, as Hooke saw it, led to a violation of naturalism. As Hooke rather crudely put it, Engels had swallowed more of Hegel than any naturalist could properly digest, and it kept coming up throughout his work. However, Hooke argued, Galileo's laws of motion and the life history of an insect had nothing to do with the dialectic, except on the assumption that all nature was spirit. The results of physics could be used by the bourgeoisie, Hooke went on to say, but there was no such thing as bourgeois physics. To read the class struggle back into nature was to imply that all nature was conscious. 261. Eastman. Hooke came under attack from all sides. The first line of attack was represented by Max Eastman. Also a professional philosopher and a student of John Dewey, Eastman had preceded Hooke in the enterprise of reconciling Marxism with pragmatism. In the early 1920s, an enthusiastic supporter of the Russian Revolution, he had spent nearly 2 years in the Soviet Union and became an associate of Trotsky. It was Eastman who made Lenin's testament known abroad. Trotsky, Eastman's source, was still in a position of power and was forced to disavow Eastman's revelations. With the move against Trotskyism in the Comintern, Eastman had been expelled from the Communist Party of the United States of America. By the early 1930s, Eastman had no time for dialectical materialism in any form and, in The Last Stand of Dialectical Materialism, a 1934 pamphlet directed against the Marxism of Sidney Hooke, attacked Hooke's 1933 book as a hopeless attempt to defend the indefensible. By the late 1930s, Eastman had rejected socialism altogether. Hooke and Eastman versus the Communists. Meanwhile, both Hooke and Eastman were under attack from the other side and from Trotskyists and Communists alike. In 1933, with John Dewey considered a social fascist philosopher, the Communists were not predisposed to be sympathetic to any attempt to reconcile Marxism with pragmatism. Party leader, Earl Browder, duly came forward in polemic in The Revisionism of Sidney Hooke, published in the Communist. 262. A later issue carried an exceedingly harsh polemic against Hooke from the pen of Ladislas Rudas, whom Hooke had attacked as the embodiment of Stalinist ideology in his Why I Am a Communist, Communism Without Dogmatism in the 1934 symposium sponsored by the Modern Monthly, in which John Dewey, Bertrand Russell, and Morris Cohen had contributed articles under the heading Why I Am Not a Communist. 263. Hooke and Eastman versus the Trotskyists. Trotskyists, committed to the defense of dialectical materialism, also polemicized against Hooke and Eastman, particularly in the pages of New International. From France, the Trotskyist Pierre Navally criticized Hooke's critique of dialectical materialism. And from exile in Turkey, Trotsky himself wrote a letter to the nation taking Hooke to task for undermining the philosophical foundations of Marxism, and casting doubt on the scientific character of Marxism. 264. Upon his arrival in Mexico, Trotsky expressed to the American Trotskyist George Novak his anxiety over Eastman's repudiation of dialectical materialism and urged Novak to struggle resolutely against pragmatist incursions on Marxist philosophy. 265. Debates among American Trotskyists. Soon, however, Trotskyists were debating among themselves on the validity of dialectical materialism and its relevance to the revolutionary struggle. In 1939–1940, the U.S. Socialist Workers' Party broke into a bitter factional dispute. The great debate that split the Trotskyist movement worldwide broke out over the nature of the Soviet Union and the necessity of defending it against imperialist attack. The majority, led by James Cannon and supported by Trotsky, held that the Soviet Union was a degenerate workers' state and must be defended against its enemies without making any concessions to Stalinism. The breakaway group, led by Max Shachtman and James Burnham, repudiated this position. The Soviet Union was simply a bureaucratic collectivism unworthy of such defense. This debate then brought other issues to the surface, most notably the philosophical one. James Burnham, like Hooke, a professor of philosophy at New York University, held that the notion of dialectics was meaningless and was in any case without any necessary connection to politics. Trotsky's open letter to Comrade Burnham argued vigorously against any move to divorce politics from philosophy and again came to the defense of dialectical materialism as essential to the revolutionary struggle. Marxism without dialectics, Trotsky argued, was like a clock without a spring. 266. This polemic, George Novak said, brought him to appreciate fully the importance of a correct philosophical method and the grave political consequences implicit in departures from it. In the party discussion in New York City that wound up the furious faction fight, Novak debated with Burnham on the philosophical issues involved. From this came the first of his many works on Marxist philosophy, An Introduction to the Logic of Marxism, based on talks given to Socialist Workers' Party, SWP, members in 1942 in defense of dialectical logic and of the objectivity of contradictions. 267. Hooke and Eastman, the break with Marxism. Meanwhile, both Hooke and Eastman had taken leave of Marxism altogether in an unqualified return to American pragmatism, and accepted not only Dewey's epistemology but his social and political philosophy as well. It was the same eventually with Burnham. Dewey, for his part, didn't take much notice of Marxism, considering that, having broken with Hegelianism, there was no need for him to come to terms with its Marxist extension. Marxism was one more form of the absolutism he had left behind. In presiding over the International Commission of Inquiry investigating the Moscow trials, he had occasion to associate with Trotsky and Trotskyists and to pay closer attention to Marxism. In announcing the Commission's verdict that the trials were judicial frame ups in 1937, he took the opportunity to repudiate the ideas of both Stalin and Trotsky. Hooke's break with Marxism, a break that would harden with the years into a more and more vicious form of anti-Marxism, was marked by his reason, social myths, and democracy. Eastman's 1941 backward look Marxism, Is It Science? Was an explicit attack on dialectical materialism as a philosophy of science. Marxists, he argued, wished to see the world as an escalator. Although Marxists professed to reject religion in favor of science, they cherished the belief that the external universe was evolving in exactly the same direction as they wanted it to go. It was a revival of religious certainty against scientific skepticism. They could not face a struggle to build a communist society in a world indifferent to them. Thus, they saw themselves as traveling on a moving stairway taking them the way they walked. Their enemies were on the same stairway, but walking in the wrong direction. The dialectic was a bold maneuver in the defense of animism against science. Dialectical materialism was against science. The pretense of Marxism to objective analysis was a bluff. In Lenin's Russia, Eastman said, a whole coterie devoted themselves to the enterprise of translating all modern science into the terms of the Marxist dialectic, producing a continual stream of abstruse volumes of the highest technicality. It was difficult to imagine, Eastman asserted, a more futile employment of the human mind than this restating of every finding in the form of an analogy to the proletarian revolution. All this incredible professorial hocus-pocus was the result of fear, although Lenin at least had not been inclined to leave to the dialectical universe the tasks that belonged to himself. 268. Wilson. Another work that engaged in the same sort of critique of dialectical materialism and its relation to science, one inspired by the works of Hooke and Eastman, was Edmund Wilson's To the Finland Station of 1940. Described on its cover as the classic study of the origins of communism, its chapter on the myth of the dialectic took up the theme of the dialectic as a religious surrogate. Marx and Engels, he argued, had been led astray by the abstractions of classical German philosophy, by its great nouns with their capitalized solidity. From the moment that Marx and Engels admitted the dialectic into their semi-materialist system, they had admitted an element of mysticism. There was in the dialectic, he insisted, a large element of pure incantation. Addressing himself to the examples of dialectics in science given by Bernal and Haldane, Wilson argued that they were dramatic formulas for the dynamics of certain social changes and that they lacked universal application. Mendeleev's periodic table owed nothing to the antithesis and synthesis. In the Freudian theory of repressed desires, the dialectical cycle was far from inevitable. The transformation of ice into water had nothing to do with the dialectical trinity. The mapping out of processes of mutation and selection as triads in no way proved the relevance of the triad. Referring to the Lerner-Haldane controversy in Science and Society, Wilson argued, as did Lerner, that Haldane's biology derived nothing from the dialectic, that the latter was a purely gratuitous addition. The dialectics of Bernal and Haldane came down to the poetry of imaginative people who think in abstractions instead of images. The dialectic served as a semi-divine principle of history, to which it was possible to shift the human responsibility for thinking, for deciding, for acting. Wilson regarded this period as that of the decadence of Marxism, and in such a time the dialectic lent itself to tyrannical repressions. In his view, the communists of the Third International, leaving history to the dialectical demiurge, acquiesced in the despotism of Stalin. 269. Science and Society. Perhaps the most important forum for the discussion of the relation of Marxism to science in the United States from 1936 on was the journal Science and Society, a broadly based Marxist theoretical journal formed in the spirit of the Popular Front. In its discussion of philosophy of science, the journal leaned heavily on the British Marxist scientists, who numbered among its foreign editors Bernal, Haldane, Levy, Hogben, and Needham. Also among its foreign editors were Langevin in France and the American scientist H.J. Muller, then working in the USSR. On the home front, there was a wide range of views among its contributors, from the American communist philosophers Howard Selsam and Harry Wells and the Dutch communist mathematician and historian of science Dirk Strook, who came to settle in the United States as a professor at MIT, to the Dutch breakaway communist, Anton Pannekoek, who also settled in the United States, to the pragmatist humanist philosopher Corliss Lamont of Columbia University. One of the issues that presented the greatest problems for its editors and readers was Lysenkoism. Bernard J. Stern and J.B.S. Haldane, among others, grappled with it. But none did so more dramatically than H.J. Muller. The story of Hermann Muller is one more story of a committed intelligent Marxist pushed away by the far less intelligent and less committed powers that were on the rise in the communist movement. A pioneering geneticist, a student of Th. Morgan early in the century, and discoverer of the mutagenic capacities of X-rays, which later won him a Nobel Prize, Muller was from an early age a Marxist both in his politics and in his science. He saw in socialist society the best hope for science. He first went to the Soviet Union in 1922 and returned there to work in its Institute of Genetics at the invitation of Vavilov in 1933. Muller claimed that his scientific thinking was tightly bound up with his Marxism. An article published in the Soviet Union in 1934 and suppressed for many years, republished by Lauren Graham, shows Muller a devoted exponent of the unity of Marxism and science, especially as it applied to his own science of genetics. He referred enthusiastically to Lenin's defense of materialism and dialectical method. He elaborated in great detail on the various trends in genetics and analyzed them in terms of a range of philosophical assumptions that were holding back the advance of the science of genetics. Dialectical materialism, Muller insisted, was the key to the dilemmas facing geneticists. It kept science close to the evidence, but to the evidence as a whole, not just a restricted section of it, and it opposed the static, cut and dried mechanistic attitude that neglected complicated processes and their interrelations with other processes in favor of a more dynamic and synthetic approach. Such an approach would keep scientific energy from being misspent, from being blocked by the veiled anti-materialism that surrounded the gene with vagueness, and by anti-dialectical antitheses between Mendelism and Darwinism. The article also put forward a hard-hitting attack on the inheritance of acquired characteristics. Muller concluded with a declaration of his faith in the immense potentialities of science when seen with the clear light of Marxism. Capitalist society, with its idealist and religious background, would naturally shrink before such revolutionary implications, but for Marxist-Leninist dialectical materialism, in consideration of the facts of genetics, it is one of the logical phases of the world movement, and only in a society freed from the prejudices and conflicts of class, race, and sex, and from the encumbrances of religious superstitions and customs, can an effectual attack be made upon this hitherto impregnable recess of nature, this last stronghold in which the gods of the past still find some refuge. With socialist enthusiasm, however, this hidden way can be opened up to furnish a new avenue of unending victory for the triumphant workers. 270. But Muller fell foul of Lysenko. His opposition to Lysenkoism at the 1936 conference was resolute, spirited, and vigorous. In 1937, he, like his friend Haldane, went off to Spain during the Spanish Civil War and then back to the United States. He never returned to the Soviet Union. With the increasing assaults on the science of genetics and with the deaths of his friends and colleagues Igel, Levitt, and Vavilov, Muller grew quite bitter and became a sharp critic of the Soviet Union. And the Soviet Union became a sharp critic of Muller and all such Mendelist Morganists. But Muller remained a Marxist. Marxism and pragmatism. The relationship between Marxism and pragmatism was a recurring theme in the discussions of American Marxism. It is a theme that has by no means played itself out, indeed a theme within a larger theme that has far from played itself out, that is, the relationship of Marxism to non-Marxist philosophies. The debate within American Marxism over pragmatism highlighted the problems. The central and recurring problem was the tendency for both sides to harden so as to prevent a sufficiently fruitful interaction. As on so many other occasions in the history of Marxism, those who sought to open Marxism to another philosophy they had good reason to take seriously, didn't always do so in the most competent fashion, or with sufficient clarity about what was of greatest value in the other philosophy and about what was crucial to the integrality and distinctiveness of Marxism. Ultimately, the criterion had to be what best made sense of experience, but there was also the question of what justified calling any given position Marxist. In Hooke's case, for example, a call for the recovery of neglected subjectivity and emphasis on revolutionary praxis was one matter, but whether experience justified the rejection of monism and determinism and whether there was enough left to justify calling such a position Marxist were very different matters. The response of his opponents, reasserting the very formulations objected to, which were often genuinely problematic, did not help in sorting out these questions. It might have been far better for someone to have looked to the radical contextualism, to the processive naturalism of American philosophy, rather than to its pluralism and instrumentalism. It certainly would have been better for other Marxists to have been genuinely open as to what might come of such probing. Another problem has been the strong element of a caricature in such debate. There was far more involved in the Marxist affirmation of an ontological continuity between the spheres of history and nature than was allowed for in Eastman's and Wilson's identification of dialectical materialism with surrogate religion. There were many alternatives between Eastman's escalator and Wilson's dialectical demiurge on the one hand and a universe unpredictable and utterly alien to human purposes on the other. On the question of the dialectic, there were many possible positions between incantation on the one hand and the objectivity of Hegelian contradictions on the other. Those who affirmed the integral connection between politics and philosophy were surely right to do so, but perhaps without sufficient insight into the complex and subtle character of the various mediations. Yugoslav Marxism. Another center of particularly sharp debate was Yugoslavia. Intense controversy over reflection theory, socialist realism, and modern science burst into the open in Zagreb in 1938. It began with a group of communist writers and artists associated with the journal Pecat, who defended the autonomy of art against political subordination. Closely connected with them was a group of intellectuals, who sought to bring Marxism into accord with quantum mechanics, relativity theory, psychoanalysis, and genetics. In the many articles and several books that emerged in the next 2 years, more and more left-wing intellectuals were drawn into struggle, for or against these trends, which were branded as revisionism. In the collective work Njizofnsvesk published in 1940, various prominent communist leaders castigated the revisionists. Milovan Djilas, in due course, after the war, to be branded a revisionist himself, accused the revisionists of this day of Bukharinism. Edward Cardeljay castigated them as attempting to disarm the working class. The present crisis of science, he asserted, could be overcome only by adopting dialectical materialism as the methodological basis of science. This led to the flourishing of science, he claimed, citing the example of Soviet science as his evidence. Todor Pavlov, the Bulgarian philosopher, added to the assault with an expression of contempt for the philosophizing physicists of the day, Bohr, Heisenberg, and their followers in Zagreb. Tito, for his part, took a strong stand against the rotten liberals. In the journal Proletar in 1939, he took issue with those who felt they could improve on Engels, Lenin, and Stalin by resurrecting the bankrupt theory of Mach 271. Not unexpectedly, the revisionist faction was duly expelled from the Communist Party of Yugoslavia. The role of the Comintern. There were pockets of Marxist discussion here and there outside the Comintern, but none of the breakaway communist groups between 1919 and 1943 ever achieved great influence, and there were very few independent Marxists around. The previous generation of social democratic theorists, such as the Austro-Marxists, Kautsky and Krivitsky, were still around, though not generating much in the way of new ideas or commanding much enthusiasm. Really, the Comintern was at the center of Marxist discussion during the period of its existence for mixed reasons, perhaps the best and the worst of reasons. There was definitely far more to it than what was implied in Demann's bitter remark: the ruminant Marxism of the socialists is powerless against the carnivorous Marxism of the communists. 272 The greater vigor of the communist movement cannot be simply marked down to ferociousness. How to assess the Comintern and the fate of Marxist theory within it? It is a complex matter, for it had its moments both of glory and of shame. But existing accounts of it speak only of the glory or only of the shame. Communists themselves have been singularly reluctant to look fully into the dark recesses. A quick glance, immediately covered by some formula about distortions occurring during the period of the cult of personality, is generally as much as can be borne. But the rest is generally left to the anti-communists, who reduce the whole thing to the dark corners of it. But the darkness weighs heavily upon it. The attempt to assess it both sympathetically and honestly can be the most searing of tasks. For the questions must be squarely put: did the Comintern justify the fervent hopes it aroused? Or did it amount to a false dawn of history, a misfired renaissance? 273 Was the Comintern a glittering citadel for outsiders and a death trap for those within its walls? 274 Was Moscow, at the center of it, a matriarchate which practiced infanticide? 275. There is, unfortunately, much to support the worst that can be said about it. As other revolutions failed to follow upon the Russian one, the Soviet Party came to dominate the Comintern, at first through its prestige as the only party that had successfully carried through a socialist revolution. However, as time went on, this prestige was more and more abused. Soviet domination became more and more institutionalized into the very mode of existence of the Comintern, and the other communist parties came to be more and more subordinate to the interests of whatever forces were dominant in the CPSU. The sharp shifts in policy emanating from Moscow, often reflected far more about the nature of the internal power struggles within the CPSU than about the rhythms of the class struggle in the countries where they had to be unquestioningly applied. Not only the internal but the external affairs of the Soviet Union became the overriding factors, with the Comintern becoming more and more the instrument of Soviet foreign policy. It was not only that the Soviet Union used the Comintern apparatus to recruit Soviet intelligence agents. This at least was understandable. Foreign communists felt a great loyalty to the Soviet Union and gladly acted in the interests of the proletarian revolution abroad as opposed to the interests of their own ruling classes at home. What was almost impossible to understand, and foreign communists simply could not see it, was that the Soviet Union did not feel the same loyalty to them. Many aspects of the relation of the Soviet Union to the Comintern involved an astonishing callousness, even manifest betrayal, towards those whose loyalty they inspired. It should have been possible, if perilous, to be a communist party among communist parties, engaged in class struggle, and simultaneously a government among governments, engaged in high diplomacy, without running with the hare and hunting with the hounds. However, whether it was possible or not, it was not the way of the Soviet Union. It was well enough, for example, during the period of the Popular Front, when the interests of the communist parties and the Soviet state coincided in the struggle against fascism. But when the Soviet Union entered into the pact with Nazi Germany and Britain and France did go to war with Germany, British and French communists were put in the most impossible of situations, with the directive of the Comintern being to desist from anti-fascist propaganda and naming Anglo-French imperialism as the basic aggressive force and as the main target of communist propaganda. The consequences in France, with resistance to German aggression greatly weakened and with communists left to be identified with treason, were particularly disastrous. If the interests of Soviet foreign policy conflicted with the interests of the working class elsewhere, then it was so much the worse for the interests of the working class elsewhere. The exiles to the east, the fate of foreign communists in the Soviet Union. Some of the most tragic episodes, however, concerned the fate of foreign communists and anti-fascists living in the Soviet Union. Fleeing from fascism, some went west and some went east. It was better to have gone west. Communists living under the social order they were pledged to overthrow may not have been greeted with open arms, but they survived. Communists who sought the warm embrace of the socialist motherland in their time of trouble, who were greeted with open arms, perished in large numbers, executed without trial or even notice of execution. Many of them disappeared in the purges, partly as a part of the struggle to render the communist movement finally and fully submissive, to replace those with their own revolutionary traditions and a trace of independence of mind with newer and more pliable elements with no independent histories. But it was only partly that, for the atmosphere of irrationality and paranoia that swept over the Soviet Union in the 1930s allowed of no such clear and semi-rational explanation for all that happened. As the Austrian communist Ernst Fischer, trying to come to terms with it many years later, asked, "How understand a game in which the devil cuts the cards?" 276. To look at the Hungarian party, for example, the orthodox and obedient Bela Kun perished, whereas his rival Georgy Lukács survived. The heretical Sándor Vargas was arrested, but so was the orthodox Ladislas Rudas, who was sending forth a constant stream of hard-hitting, hardline polemics against all possible deviations. The case of the Communist Party of Poland. A special CSE, a particularly horrific case, was that of the Polish Party. It was a party with long and militant revolutionary traditions and a sophisticated intellectual heritage. Like all other parties of the Comintern, it suffered from factional struggle, purges, recantations, expulsions, and from following all the abrupt and enforced twists and turns of Comintern policy. It suffered too from having to operate under conditions of illegality through the whole period of its existence, from the Bolshevization process aimed at liquidating its Luxembourgist heritage, from involvement in the factional disputes of the Soviet Party, from the May mistake in which they supported the Pilsudski Putsch, under which they continued to suffer severe police persecution, from abrupt changes in leadership decided in Moscow and handed down from above, from the sectarianism of the third period that severely isolated and demoralized the party. But through all such trials and tribulations, and despite all its own faults, it was an impressive and heroic party, devoted to the interests of the Polish working class and of the communist movement as a whole. In 1938, by a resolution of the Comintern, the Polish Communist Party was dissolved, on grounds of being a hotbed of Trotskyism. It was nothing of the kind. Such Trotskyists as had been in the party had long since been expelled. Nevertheless, the party was annihilated. Polish communists, who happened to be in the Soviet Union, were arrested, sent to camps or executed. The fortunate ones, sad to say, were those who were in prison in Poland and not those who escaped to the east. Not long after the dissolution of the Polish Party came the dissolution of Poland. In 1939 came the Nazi-Soviet Pact, containing a secret protocol providing for the partition of Poland between the two parties. Soon after, Nazi Germany invaded Poland from the west and the Soviet Union liberated it from the east. It could be that Stalin had been clearing the ground for this eventuality by eliminating any possible opposition to it among Polish communists. Other factors may have played a part as well, for it came at a time when a whole generation of older communists were being eliminated in any case. Isaac Deutscher made the point that the psychological profile of even the most orthodox Polish communist left much to be desired from the Stalinist point of view. 277 Deutscher, although at odds with the party from the time of his expulsion in 1932, for exaggerating the dangers of Nazism, against the policy of the third period in which social fascists were the main enemy, testified to the slanderous character of the charges against its leaders and regarded the dissolution of the party as an unparalleled crime. Whatever the precise explanation, it was a cruel and tragic betrayal of the trust that foreign communists placed in the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. The Nazi-Soviet Pact, further consequences. That was not the end of it. There was another secret protocol, other consequences, and other betrayals. The other secret protocol enjoined each side to suppress agitation against the other. The result was the Comintern Directive turning a non-aggression pact between the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany into an accommodation between communism and fascism and allowing French communist deputies to be put on trial for treason. But far more sinister were the implications for German communists. In 1938, certainly a part of the overall process of the massive purge, but also possibly once again to prepare the way for the pact, over 800 German communists and anti-fascists, who had sought asylum in the Soviet Union, were arrested and imprisoned, including leaders of the KPD. Eberlein, KPD delegate to the founding Congress of the Comintern, held a press conference denying reports in the Swiss press that he had been arrested, only to be arrested the next day. Some were actually seized in the house of political émigrés in Moscow. Some who had been tortured by the Gestapo were tortured again by the NKVD. Their institutions, such as the Liebknecht School and the Thalmann Club, were closed down. But worst of all was the almost unbelievable, and certainly unforgivable, fact that after the pact, German, Austrian, and Hungarian communists and anti-fascists were handed over by the NKVD to the Gestapo. Of these many were Jews, who went on to ghetto uprisings, concentration camps, and gas chambers. Among them were the German physicists Alexander Weisberg and Friedrich Haut-Ermans, who had been working in the Soviet Union. Appeals for their release, after their arrests in 1937, by Irene and Frederick Joliot-Curie, Paul Langevin, Albert Einstein, PMS Blackett, and J.D. Bernal were to no avail. Appeals from Hitler and Ribbentrop obviously carried greater weight. Whatever arguments can be put forward with regard to the necessity of the non-aggression pact, there can be no justification for the secret protocols with their dire consequences for Comintern policy, for Poland, and for communists and anti-fascists in exile. And to the fellow traveling intellectuals in the West, who searched their souls and said that this was simply too much, refusing to parrot the hollow explanations and to abide the hypocritical talk of higher laws of history, the response of the PUSA was typical. Why do many intellectuals retreat at sharp turns in history? They are impotent subjectivists. Don Quixotes, 278. War and the dissolution of the Comintern. In 1941, after the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union, communists were free to be anti-fascists again, although in truth the overwhelming majority of them always were. Communists distinguished themselves in their heroic resistance. Indeed, French communists already had, in the year preceding the new shift in Comintern policy. The Polish Party was reconstituted, and such Polish communists as were left, in spite of all they had endured, reformed themselves and fought courageously in the underground of Nazi-occupied Poland. In 1943, in the midst of Stalin's negotiations with Churchill and Roosevelt, the Comintern was abruptly dissolved, as it served the interests of Soviet foreign policy to dissociate itself from revolutionary activity in the West. Marxism and the Comintern, balancing the accounts. However, the Comintern must not only be remembered by its official policies, by its intrigues, by its betrayals. It must be remembered too by its brave struggle against the powers of reaction, by the noble commitment of its members to building a new world, by the earnest probing of its theoreticians to work out a new world view. It is true that much of what was noblest and most creative was often stifled, and what was most base was most encouraged, but the fact remains that, through it all and in spite of all the obstacles placed in its way, the Comintern was still able to inspire noble commitment and creative thinking. It is true, too, that the figure of Stalin looms uncommonly large over it all and casts a dark shadow over the history of the Comintern, but the Comintern belonged too to the hundreds of thousands of men and women who believed ardently and worked unflinchingly, who knew nothing of the intrigues or the cynical manipulation of their efforts. The Comintern may have been the instrument for sending hundreds of communists to their death at the hands of other communists, but it was also the context in which communists went generously to die in the international brigades, risked their lives daily in the underground of Hitler's Germany, formed the backbone of the resistance to Nazi occupation, refused to speak under torture, or simply carried on thinking, writing, struggling as their circumstances allowed, for a new social order. The communist historian, Erich Hobsbawm, who has not been one to shy away from the difficulties, has nevertheless made the point that it is necessary to resist the temptation to dismiss the Comintern en bloc as a failure or as a Russian puppet show. Unless certain factors are taken into account, Hobsbawm insists, it is simply impossible to grasp what the Comintern was about, to understand the sense of total devotion that motivated party members. It is vital to recapture a sense of the immense strength that they drew from the consciousness of being soldiers in a single international army, following a single grand strategy of world revolution. This gave the movement a certain immunity against the terrible collapse of its ideals. About the Soviet Union, only the naive, Hobsbawm explains, believed that it was a workers' paradise, but even among the most sophisticated, it enjoyed the sort of general indulgence that the 1960s New Left reserved only for Cuba and Vietnam. Moreover, to be separated from it was to be cut off in their eyes from any possibility of effective revolutionary activity. What individuals and groups did break away were notoriously isolated and unsuccessful. 279. And what of the development of Marxist theory amidst it all? How to balance the accounts with regard to the conjuncture of politics, philosophy, and science in and through the Comintern. There was, to be sure, much counting against both the healthy development of revolutionary theory and the constructive pursuit of revolutionary practice. For some, it was simply more than could be borne. In bitterness and despair, many turned away and told their stories. Ignazio Siloni, the Italian communist leader involved in the high politics of the Comintern, told of various incidents that were symbolic of the prevailing atmosphere that reflected and shaped communist thinking. One took place at a meeting of a special commission of the Comintern executive discussing the ultimatum issued by the British TUC ordering the disbanding of the Communist Party-led minority movement under threat of expulsion. The representative of the CPGB gravely explained the dilemma: liquidation or expulsion. A Russian communist, however, wondered what all the fuss was about and put forward what seemed to him the obvious solution: declare submission and do exactly the opposite, to which the British communist replied, but that would be a lie. Loud laughter rang through the room and then spread all through Moscow, the like of which had perhaps never been heard before. To Sheehan, the Englishman's short simple sentence outweighed all the long, heavy, oppressive speeches of his years in the Comintern and became a symbol for him. A second incident involved the return of the French communist Jacques Doriot to Moscow from a special mission in China. He gave his friends an extremely disturbing account of the blunders of the Comintern in the Far East. The next day, speaking before a full session of the Comintern executive, he said exactly the opposite. He later confided to Sheehan with a superior smile, it was an act of political wisdom. A third incident involved the demand of the Soviet Communists that the Comintern endorse a document proclaiming the condemnation of Trotsky without reading it. Any remarks as to the inappropriateness of approving a document unread were met with utter hostility. Sheehan experienced on a number of occasions what he considered to be the utter incapacity of Russian communists to be fair in discussing opinions conflicting with theirs. The adversary, simply for daring to contradict, at once became a traitor, an opportunist, a hireling. An adversary in good faith was something inconceivable to them. 280. Arthur Koestler, a member of the KPD during the last days of the Weimar Republic and then an associate of Willy Munzenberg in the organization of Popular Front activities in Paris, indicated the way Marxist philosophy was sometimes brought to bear in the day-to-day life of the party. When faced with the sudden, sharp, and seemingly arbitrary shifts of Comintern policy, which often involved an abrupt change of slogans from one day to the next with the new ones completely contradicting those of the day before and with the real reasons for the change concealed, a party member might remark on the contradiction. The reply inevitably was, "But you are not thinking dialectically, comrade." Gradually, said Koestler, I learned to distrust any mechanistic preoccupation with facts and to regard the world around me in the light of the dialectical interpretation. It was a satisfactory and blissful state. Once you had assimilated the technique, you were no longer disturbed by facts. When someone he recruited had a crisis of conscience and wrote a report of their joint activities, Koestler told of his reaction, I could not face reading in black and white the factual record of actions which I insisted on regarding through a haze of dialectical euphemisms. Koestler regarded the dialectical tightrope acts of self-deception, sometimes performed by men of goodwill and intelligence, as more disheartening than the barbarities committed by the simple in spirit. Eventually, he came to see the dialectic as the rationalization of a pathological species that had completely severed relations with the subconscious. It initiated a way of thinking that made the monstrous acceptable, the necessary lie, the necessary slander, the necessary intimidation of the masses to preserve them from short-sighted errors, the necessary liquidation of oppositional groups and hostile classes, the necessary sacrifice of a whole generation in the interests of the next. 281. Another set of incidents and observations stemming from experience within the KPD has come from Rosa Levine-Meyer. Hers is very much a widow's account, having seen things very much in and through her two husbands, Eugene Levine and Ernst Meyer, both leaders of the KPD. Nevertheless, some interesting stories are told and some valuable perceptions break through. She told how Karl Radek had justified his cowardice, dissociating himself from his admired friend Rosa Luxemburg during the drive against Luxemburgism, by declaring it was a historic necessity. She told how a crushed Gerhard Eisler insisted to her, "If you cannot lie and swindle in favor of the Soviet Union now, you have never been a communist." He advised her, "Don't fight. It will lead you nowhere. The time will come when historic truth will be restored. It does not matter now. Everything must be done in favor of the Soviet Union." She testified as to how easily the corruption set in, describing an article on the 5-year plan she wrote herself as 24 pages of lies which read in retrospect like the ravings of a lunatic, and noting that it was amazing what could be done starting off from a tiny twist of conscience. As to the effect of it all, she judged, the moral decline inevitably brought a harrowing decline in theoretical standards. 282. About this she was surely right. All of these things infected the prevailing atmosphere in the Comintern, the deliberate deceit, the unconscious self-deception, the high-handed authoritarianism, the degrading servility, justified in terms of a primitive, semi-mystical schematization of history with a capital H, history with the people left out, that came to overshadow all perceptions of actual facts and experiences of living persons. It often began in innocence, posed as the sacrifice of some perhaps laudable principle for some supposedly necessary gain in the interests of the class struggle. But the erosion of rationality and morality, the entrenchment of the habit of lying, the destruction of trust, and the sheer human degradation outweighed any gains made by such methods. The end did not justify the means. Unfortunately, even the best often reason as did Lukács. Marxism knows that small villainies can be performed with impunity when great deeds are being achieved. The error of some comrades is to suppose that one can produce great results simply through the performance of small villainies. 283. About this, Lukács was quite wrong. The one way of thinking constantly deteriorated into the other. It gave over essential ground. It allowed the rot to set in, and once it did, there seemed to be no way of stopping it. And often the lying, the swindling, the cruelty, the destruction had nothing to do with class struggle or great deeds at all. In any case, the use of the categories of Marxist philosophy to override the demands of rationality and morality could not but have a corrosive effect on the development of Marxist philosophy. So it did. Thus, the stale and dreary textbooks of dialectical materialism that gave the impression that philosophical thinking had reached its finished form and was reliably embodied in the decisions of the party leadership. Thus, too, the heresy-hunting preoccupation with revisionism aimed at those who wished to carry on the process of philosophical thinking, and thus the fear of what conclusions might be reached by those proceeding in accordance with considerations of rationality and morality. But there was more to it. Rigidity, cowardice, cruelty, deceit, and corruption of power may have characterized some, particularly some highly placed, and may have colored much of the high politics of the Comintern. But the men and women who made it a real and living movement were made of finer stuff and acted on very different motives. They were the bearers of the Marxist tradition in its most vigorous form during these years. The power of Marxism, with its invitation to think in a whole new way and to work toward a whole new social order, broke through all the rest. The example of the October Revolution, such a gigantic and daring social experiment, and the call of the Comintern to extend it to the far corners of the earth, brought into the communist movement the most inquiring minds inspired by Marxism and the most energetic personalities seeking to carry it through in political commitment. It was not only the movement of Stalin, but the movement of Gramsci, Caldwell, Bernal, Haldane, Guest, Langevin, Solomon, Politzer, and others, who sought to bring the most advanced science to bear upon what they considered to be the most coherent and most firmly grounded philosophical worldview. Whatever obstacles were placed in its way, Marxism developed and extended itself in a most creative and credible way. It also received serious setbacks from which it has never recovered. Afterward, 1993. So much water has flowed under the bridge, so many tides have come in and gone out again, since the story set out here ended. Days of spectacular advance, days of stark defeat, still lay ahead. After 1945, partisans came down from the mountains and up from the underground and became professors in the academies of the New Order, which came after the devastation of war and the defeat of fascism. In Eastern Europe, and soon after in Asia, followed by areas of Latin America and Africa, the institutions of Marxism in power multiplied dramatically. Marxism was in the ascendancy in the universities, research institutes, and journals of the new socialist states. For some, adherence to Marxism was a matter of deepest conviction. For others, it was brazen compulsion or abject conformity. It was the difference between living fire and stagnant water. It was the dissonance between the elation of discovering a pattern in history and the shock of finding show trials to be part of the pattern. It was the distance from the long march through "Let a thousand flowers bloom" to the ravages of the Red Guards. It was the gulf between Paris in May and Prague in August of 1968. The contradiction between the two forces played itself out over and over in a continuing drama, one that could only end in tragedy. The codes and procedures of the one-party state could never be the dynamism of a vibrant intellectual force. In the end, socialism could only be built upon consent. Such consent could not be enforced by constitutional provision or policed by a state security apparatus. In fact, it proved altogether antithetical to such measures. However, through all the purges of institutes and editorial boards, through all the Politburo decrees and dogmatic denunciations, there was still something vital there struggling for life. There was more even to Zhdanofism than the policing of intellectual life. It was an assertion of the ideological character of all knowledge, all art, all science. It was a belief that philosophy was a fundamental force in the social order. It often had farcical consequences, to be sure, lysenkoid falsification of experimental results, preparation of delegations to international philosophical congresses as if for Warsaw Pact maneuvers, barbarous editing that made every text sound exactly the same, equally dead and equally deadening. So many stories, so many intricate biographies, shaped in such complex ways by this turbulent history, come rushing through me, as I try to convey something of my sense of this period and to break the hold of the clichés of the prevailing view of it. The philosophers and scientists, whom I came to know, were troubled true believers, as well as cynics, cowards, careerists, and conformists. Their different fates will haunt me to the end of my days. Wolfgang Herock, defending his own imprisonment to me, Radovan Richta, leading reformer, then leading normalizer, fearful, compromised, embodying a tortured ambiguity, knowing better than what he did, Adam Schaff, Svetozar Stojanovic, and Mihailo Markovic, in their quite different ways both loyal and dissident and always lucid others, such as Herbert Hortz, managed to live and work, even high up in the structures of political academic power, without such sharp conflicts. They were not all of the sort who predominate in any society, that is, those who serve not truth, but power. Some managed to serve truth as well as power, at least for a time. There was enlightened and honorable work done in philosophy and science. It is important to say so now, as hardly anyone will say it, but it is nonetheless true. There were controversies continuing from the pre-war period, and there were new ones too, all of them rooted in efforts to work out the most appropriate lines of connection between philosophy, politics, and science and to come to terms with the times. New interpretations of Marxism, coinciding with contemporary philosophical currents, struggled for ascent. There came existentialism, phenomenology, neopositivism, post-structuralism, postmodernism, and finally post-Marxism. Marxism became a formidable force, not only in countries defining themselves as socialist, but in the most prototypically capitalist ones as well. With the emergence of the New Left, Marxism made its influence felt in the academies of the West, more an ideological concept than a geographical one. Although it never took state power, it did seize the intellectual and moral initiative for a time. The New Left posed new questions to the Old Left as well as to the Old Right and ever-shifting center. Eurocommunism represented a merging of old and new left currents, which promised much in its moment. The most vibrant debates of the day were conducted within the arena of Marxism. This text is a product of that period. Reading it again, I have been glad to rediscover and reappropriate it. I stand over it unreservedly, more than ever confirmed in my rejection of the corrupting pressures bearing upon me at the time I wrote it, whether from east or west, from left or right. I have left the text as it was, except for typographical corrections and references to a second volume covering the post-war period, which will not now be written by me, because of complex circumstances and shifting priorities in my own work. However, it is necessary to remark upon the difference between the now of the text and the now of the publication of this new edition. In the intervening time, the storm clouds have burst and the dams have broken. Now, after the deluge, we stand amid the ruins of our ravaged utopia and ask hard questions about the tragedy that has engulfed it. Marxists had built a worldview based on a vision of history as moving, in however complicated a way, in the direction of a transition from capitalism to socialism, only to see the opposite happening before our eyes. This after having our hopes raised that socialism could be reformed, that the promises of glasnost and perestroika could be fulfilled, hopes that have been dashed against the rocks of history. East and West, Marxism has fallen. In the West, Marxism is scorned by those swept off their feet in postmodernist pastiche. The New Left, overtaken by the new right, has scattered to the four winds. Many enthusiasts of Eurocommunism proved more Euro than communist, and there didn't seem much point in continuing to publish Marxism today after its editor and many of its authors had long since ceased to be Marxist, no matter how far the term was stretched. In the East, Marxism has been transformed from orthodoxy to apostasy overnight. From witch hunter to witch hunted, some might say. But those who were the inquisitors then are often the inquisitors now, some transmuting with dizzying speed from obedient apparatchiks to born-again free marketeers. Honest intellectuals will have as hard a time under the New World Order as under the old one, some even harder. For a brief moment, it was otherwise. Banned books gathered crowds at the window displays of Berlin's bookshops. The theories of Bukharin and Barrow were discussed with urgent intensity and reviewed as if they had just been published. Now airport bestsellers have replaced them. Those who had breathed the air of the Prague Spring lifted their heads in the sun once more, only to be cast aside again. World Marxist Review suddenly went from being mind-numbingly boring to amazingly stimulating, just before the political base sustaining it collapsed. Everything opened up, just before closing down again. Marxism has perhaps never been at such a low ebb. It is generally thought at present to have an inglorious past and no future. This text, however, is testimony to the glory, as well as the terror, of its past. It will not do to dismiss it. Nor will it do to appeal to a pure, unadulterated Marxism untouched by all this tragedy, to touch the totems of its classical texts as if they were Platonic forms, to rescue Marx from Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and finally from Gorbachev. Whatever Marxism is, it is in and through the whole bloody, messy, human process that is its history. At all times, there was intelligence and integrity in it, even if mixed with stupidity and treachery all along the way. It is a rich and complex story, and I am proud to tell it here. As to its future, we shall see. Despite such devastating disaffection and desertion and denunciation, I do not believe that it will disappear. Despite everything, it still has an explanatory and ethical power persisting through all its problems and cutting through all the confused and craven chatter surrounding it. Questions of worldview cannot be settled by majority vote. The problems that gave rise to it have not yet been solved. All is not well in contemporary intellectual life, any more than in any other area of contemporary life. The battle of ideas has not yet been won. Arguably, Marxism is still the only mode of thought capable of coming to terms with the complexities of contemporary experience. It is still unsurpassed in its capacity for clarity, coherence, comprehensiveness, and credibility. Within its resources are perhaps the only possibilities for penetrating the meaning even of events that its previous adherents never anticipated. The potency of Marxism is not so much in any of its existing tenets as in its habit of large-scale and deep-rooted thinking, discerning the trajectory of history as it comes, looking for a pattern of interconnections where others see only random chaos, going back further into the past, reaching wider within the present, facing with greater composure into the future. Marxism may be rejected, but it has not been refuted. It still needs to be seriously studied and critically considered. Books such as this still deserve to be read and the story they tell to be reassessed and reappropriated. Marxism may be repudiated, but it resonates nevertheless. Helena Sheehan. Dublin, 1992. Afterward, 2017. History has continued rushing onward with dramatic and sometimes startling results. In marking the time of the story told in this text and the time of this new edition, there was first a flourishing followed by a fall in the fortunes of Marxism. The last years of the socialist experiments in Eastern Europe brought renewed interest in the critical traditions of Marxism and raised hopes in a more democratic and efficient socialism. The demise of these experiments had many unforeseen and unintended consequences. Many of those who took to the streets were hoping for a better form of socialism and were shocked to see all that they had so laboriously built being so rapidly and ruthlessly expropriated. Others did seek a capitalist road, but it was a romanticized dream of democracy and prosperity that never came to pass. Instead, public property was privatized, production plummeted, and people were plunged into poverty. Compounding the tragedy, people who had lived together in peace and purpose turned on each other as they splintered in murderous mini-ethnicities. The institutional bases of Marxism were decimated in that part of the world. Some of those who once defended Marxism responded to the new reality by renouncing it. Some seemed to have suffered amnesia regarding their own former lives. Others believed what they said they believed and lost their jobs for it and were moreover marginalized in myriad modes. Every outdated or newfangled belief found desperate and often incoherent adherents. The loss of worldview and its sustaining social order manifested many pathological symptoms. There were some positive phenomena too. Freedom to speak, to trade, to travel, and to contest elections were welcome and overdue. The attendant opening of archives and the revelation of hidden truths has been of great value, although this thrived more in the glasnost perestroika period than after it. With respect to research relevant to this book, there were sources I would have used if they had been available at the time. However, as far as I am aware, nothing has been revealed to negate, or even to undermine, either the narrative or the arguments of this book. Nevertheless, some interesting and significant material has emerged. A major discovery came with the revelation that Nikolai Bukharin, major player in the story set out in this book, wrote 4 book-length manuscripts while imprisoned in the Lubyanka awaiting his death. One of these was a remarkable autobiographical novel entitled How It All Began. The introduction was written by Stephen Cohen, Bukharin's biographer, whose determination played a part in unearthing these pages from deep in a Kremlin vault. There was also a philosophical text entitled Philosophical Arabesques. I was honored to be asked to write the introduction to this. The most amazing thing about this text was that it was written at all, that its author was not totally debilitated by despair, seeing what had been so magnificently created being so catastrophically destroyed. The revolution in which he so ardently believed was not only condemning him to death but slandering his life. His name was expunged from the books telling of the history he had participated in making and only reappeared decades later when there was brief Bukharin revival under Gorbachev. In this interval, the story of the revolution was retold in a society where this story crucially mattered just before this society collapsed and was replaced by a society where it was either retold in a hostile way or no longer mattered to many. Bukharin was the personification of a path not taken, primarily politically and economically, but also philosophically and scientifically. He stood for what he called socialist humanism, socialism with a human face, socialism with an open mind, socialism with an honest voice, socialism with an outstretched hand. He advocated a more evolutionary path to socialism, an opening of a process where a society would grow into socialism, where those who questioned might be persuaded and not necessarily coerced or executed, where theoretical questions were settled by theoretical debates and not by accusations of treason, purges of editorial boards and disappearances in the night. In philosophy, he was inclined to stress grounding in the natural sciences and to be wary of Hegelian panology, although he did take seriously the roots of Marxism in the whole history of philosophy. Philosophical Arabesques was an ambitious systematic work of philosophy exploring the contours of this. This approach to philosophy set Marxism not only within the whole history of philosophy, but also within the whole battle of ideas of world culture of his times. It was a highly polemical text, engaging seriously with virtually every major intellectual trend of its times. It displayed an astute knowledge of the intellectual life of the epoch and the world historical context from which it emerged. He saw the grain of truth in every previous philosophy and saw Marxism in continuity with the centuries-long struggle to conceptualize the universe. He acknowledged the partial perspectives in each of the contemporary trends contending with Marxism and argued that Marxism superseded every one-sided view of the world to bring philosophy to a higher synthesis than had ever been achieved. It was an integrative and grounded way of thinking that offered a fresh way into the complex new problems of the era. This was in contrast to the approach to Marxism that prevailed in the Soviet Union at that time, isolating it from all outside forces, shutting down all internal debate, reducing it to a simplistic scheme where canonical formulations were recited repetitively, presenting all philosophical questions as basically settled. It was in that atmosphere that Lysenko and Lysenkoism were thriving. In all the years since its rise and fall, there have been constant references to it and diverging interpretations of it. This book put much emphasis on this controversy and took a strong interpretative stance. The predominant position of seeing it simply as a morality tale warning against ideological interference in science has continued, but more complex analyses have found their place in this literature too. The best have been those addressing it within the whole nexus of debates about nature and nurture, about heredity and environment, about genetics and evolution, and doing so in light of advances in science as well as socio-historical context. The most significant development on this terrain has been a resurgence of belief in inheritance of acquired characteristics, these days scientifically called epigenetic transgenerational inheritance and often referred to as neo-Lamarckism. This has brought the Lysenkoism controversy to the surface again. A knowledgeable examination of the scientific theories and their complex political contexts has appeared in Lauren Graham's Lysenko's Ghost, Epigenetics and Russia. Graham has also published an engaging and experiential account of his years of research into science in the USSR and the Russia succeeding it in Moscow stories. Perhaps the most interesting of these stories was his encounter with Lysenko, whom he had tried unsuccessfully to interview on several occasions, but took advantage of a chance encounter when he saw him eating alone in an Academy of Sciences dining room. Lysenko told Graham that he knew his work and believed that it misrepresented him, denying any responsibility for the deaths of Vavilov and other Soviet scientists. In speaking to Graham when I was writing this book, I had remarked on how significant were many of his experiences in the course of writing his books and wrote in my book about an important conversation that he had with A.I. Oparin about the Haldane-Oparin thesis on the origin of life. I have often wished that more authors would publish the stories behind the stories of their research. Indeed, in a book to be published in 2018, I have written the story behind the writing of this book, when I was immersed in my material and had many significant experiences, including during my time in the USSR. While there, I was based in semi-clandestine International Lenin School, also known as the Institute of Social Sciences, in Moscow. The opening of archives and subsequent research has brought some revelations about this institution, particularly in its earlier years as a Comintern school, where it educated emerging leaders of the communist movement. I had no idea at the time I was there about the fate of Irish communists who had preceded me. There was not only a purge of Bukharinism but of Larkinism at the school. Dissent on philosophical matters had particularly tragic consequences for Patrick Breslin, who perished in the purges, whose fate was disclosed in Barry McLaughlin's Left to the Wolves. There is still very little published about the institution in the post-Comintern period, so I hope my account when published will do something to fill that gap. During my time there, I encountered the emerging forces of glasnost perestroika as they were struggling for survival in the previous period. Other new sources of insight into the history unfolded here have come in various biographies and autobiographies, both adding detail and nuance to the picture of figures directly profiled here and into the wider fate of Marxism in the historical process. There have been several biographies of J.D. Bernal, for instance, a major figure in this history. The Verso 1, consisting of chapters by different authors dealing with different aspects of his work, was sympathetic to his Marxist convictions, whereas the Brown 1, while valuable in its massive research, tended to be admiring of his scientific contribution, bemused by his sexuality, condescending to his philosophy and hostile to his politics. It was widely reviewed in a manner that endorsed this view of Bernal. I took issue with this at a conference dedicated to assessing the legacy of Bernal in Limerick in 2006, at which Andrew Brown also spoke, making a critical defense of Bernal's political and philosophical position. Subsequent research has also been turned to the role of the Second International History of Science Congress outlined in this book. The doctoral thesis of Christopher Chilvers traced the contexts of the Congress, analyzed the impact of the surprise arrival of the Soviet delegation and followed up on the subsequent fates of those involved. There were a number of international academic events marking the 75th anniversary of this Congress in 2006. I spoke at several of them. The one at Princeton University brought together those who had written about it, including Graham, Wersky, Chilvers and myself, to reassess it years later. It was a rich and lively interaction. Gary Wersky, who had been out of the field for some years, came back into it with some gusto for this occasion and delivered a sweeping and engaging paper addressing the whole field of Marxism and science as analogous to a symphony in three movements. My own equally sweeping paper traced the influence of Marxism on science studies in socio-historical context. I looked back on the tempestuous tides shaping the history of Marxism in its relation to science, not only in the decades examined in this book, but in the ensuing ones, and argued that Marxism has made the strongest claims of any intellectual tradition before or since about the socio-historical character of science, yet always affirmed its cognitive achievements. This is still its distinctiveness and its strength. Subsequent decades have seen the influence of Marxism overshadowed by other forces, from neopositivism to postmodernism to the escalating commercialization of science as part of the intensifying commodification of all knowledge to the current right populist attack on science. In the various types of science wars that have raged, a better knowledge of the Marxist tradition would have brought light and clarity into a dark and muddy terrain. In this year that marks the centenary of the October Revolution, in which we are reassessing this monumental movement in the history of the world, I hope this book may spark an interest in the role played by the debates about philosophy and science in it all, and that it may be useful to consider what was at stake. This book testifies to its struggles and its achievements as well as its traumas and its tragedies. There may be fewer centers of institutional power, fewer thinkers and researchers in this field than in times past, but I still believe that any honest assessment makes it clear that there is still nothing to match Marxism to make sense of science and indeed all else.